Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 501 Chapter 15 Yi Liusu's Choice Master. Yi Lubo cheered. Yi Liusu also breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a joy and peace of mind that she had some experience with herself. As long as he is there, no matter how much trouble he can solve, he can come back alive. But Spider Queen will never change his habits. Presumably he made a trick and escaped to life. He will definitely not be able to stay in this subterranean world in the future, let alone continue to command them. Yi Lixiang's face changed abruptly. When she thought about it, she calmed down and said, "What about you, North Moon? Do you think you can still behave like the past? You betrayed Spider Queen. Now we are all the enemies of Nightwalker. We will join hands and take him down. Spider Queen will come back and have a reward. Now whoever dares to confuse him with him is a real traitor. When Spider Queen is here, he will not die." Yi Lixiang knows that she has offended Li Qingshan, fearing that he will kill her in a rage, and then come to the first place to be strong, and cleverly pull all the Nightwalkers. Li Qingshan is strong and can't face dozens of Nightwalker strongmen who have spent heavenly tribulation. She turned her head. "Knight Yi Liusu, what else do you have to say? Is it loyal to Spider Queen, or is it loyal to this rebellion?" Yi Liusu brows and falls into a bigger distress, only to say that he was obeyed by the order of Spider Queen Rouse, and now he appears again. This reason is useless. Must make a choice. The eyes of everyone once again met on Yi Liusu. Li Qingshan has been here for a while, and when he hears the disputes of the people, he listens in secret and sees who dares to say his bad words behind him. When things are going to intensify, they will only calm down. "I was going to kill Yi Lixiang with one shot. Kill chickens and monkeys. See this situation. Instead, I am not in a hurry to shoot, because he is also very curious. What choice does Yi Liusu make? In fact, he also understands that he wants to be loyal. It is best not to give them the opportunity to betray. But Yi Liusu is not just a man for him. If she chooses to betray, then Li Qingshan can understand. After all, she has his ideals and pursuits. It is not surprising that he will choose this way. Of course, afterwards, there will naturally be a punishment. Understandable does not mean acceptable. Of course, it will not be stifled, even after punishment. Let her continue to stay in this position, but it is just a tool for picking up hands. The gift is naturally ruined, since she only uses him as a tool for achieving her goals. Then her ideal has something to do with him. Just because you give more, you will have expectations. Yi Liusu is on the exquisite face. It's all struggling. She has no choice at all. If she continues to stand on his side, this area will have no place to live, only to be exiled with him. Everything she has been in for many years will be paid for, and even her life may not be guaranteed. For the ordinary Nightwalker, it is probably easy to make a choice, to avoid disadvantages. It is human nature. But she can't, let alone the figure of scarlet hair, scarlet eye. For her, the meaning is extraordinary. "Sister, we can't betray the master. There is no master. How can we have us today?" Yi Lubo grabbed Yi Liusu's hand, anxiously. "Slut, give me a mouthful. He is not a master, it is a rebellion." Yi Liuxing coldly said. Yi Liusu looks at Yi Mingzu and hopes to get help from her mother. Yi Mingzu only said, "Liusu, I believe you will make the right choice." This is ambiguous, as if to persuade Yi Liusu to betray immediately, as if it were the opposite. Because she is actually a bit undecided, it does not mean that Li Qingshan really has so-called loyalty, and feels the unusual relaxed attitude of Li Qingshan. North Moon should now think about the farther away the better. How can it be so easy to watch? Is the situation changed? Spider Queen decided to let him live, but it is impossible. Yi Mingzu also a bit. If you can't make up your mind, you can only let Yi Liusu choose. Why don't you escape? Is it waiting for me? Yi Liusu looked at Li Qingshan far away, and his eyes seemed to have deep expectations, caressing his lips, and the kiss left a dull temperature go deep into the lungs. "I heard that if people have feelings, they can no longer use rational judgment, and it is true." Slightly sigh, decisively said, "It seems that I am not a suitable commander. cannot afford the matriarch's heavy responsibility, and does not deserve to lead the sisters. From now on, Yi Lusu is still only Yi Lusu. As if I had unloaded a heavy burden, I couldn't say whether it was easy or lost. I pulled Yi Lubo's hand and walked toward Li Qingshan. I calmly looked at the scarlet eye and meditated in my heart. Because everything you got, it's not a pity to lose it because of you. Li Qingshan also laughed and smiled, silently saying, "You will not regret the choices made today." Block them. Yi Leixing screamed. She was not confident that she could kill North Moon, but killing them is still a matter of full grasp. Now that the big picture has been set, she will be the first hero when Spider Queen returns. She was thinking of her pride, and she felt a tight throat, an unbelievable wide-eyed face, and a scared face. Everyone hasn't seen what happened. Li Qingshan has stood in front of Yi Leixing, grabbing her neck and gently lifting it up. The other Night Walker reacted, and then all slammed, revealing an unbelievable look like Yi Leixing. At Subterranean World, the power of Yi Leixing is unknown, and it is one of the best in the 6 matriarchs. If you use the human race method, it is the Foundation establishment late stage. This is also the capital that Yi Leixing dared to challenge Li Qingshan. However, now that Yi Leixing did not have any room to resist, he was stopped by Li Qingshan, and no one was able to grasp his movements. There is a deep chill in my heart. If the target of his shot is himself, or any person present, no one can escape. And if he wants to kill, who can stop him? In this area, I am afraid that only Spider Queen can have such a speed. No wonder he can escape. Yi Mingzu said in his heart. Master Wei Wu. Yi Lubo cheered and threw himself into Li Qingshan's arms, and exclaimed, "The owner is careful." A curved shadow passed over and plunged into Li Qingshan's throat. It was in the hands of Yi Leixing, the dagger that was curved like a snake, flashing with black light, apparently with poison. Her shot, secret and hot, won the assassination Dao. At the same time, her figure gradually became thin and light, as if to become a shadow, escaped from the hands of Li Qingshan. However, these struggles are destined to be in vain. When the dagger is half finished, it will not fall down. Yi Leixing returns to normal and faces. A force of vibration was carried out throughout the body, and a burst of broken bones was heard. He was thrown to the ground by Li Qingshan, and immediately went soft and could not move. "Master, let's go." Yi Lusu came to Li Qingshan and whispered. She is ready to flee with him, and the result may not be too bad. Where are you going? Li Qingshan took advantage of Yi Lusu's waist, and the warmth in her eyes made her inexplicably reluctant to choose her own, as if she understood what it was. Li Qingshan announced, "I have defeated Spider Queen. From today, I am the only ruler of Night Walker." This sentence is more shocking than the power that he has shown. It is rolling back in the cave and silently around. This is impossible. How could Spider Queen be beaten by you? Yi Leixing screamed. This is also the voice of everyone Night Walker. For them, the Spider Queen Rose is like a deity, cannot be defeated, irresistible. Even Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo stayed together, staring at Li Qingshan as if they didn't know. Li Qingshan listened to the ear and smiled. It seems that no one is refuting. The face is positive. It seems that I am not rebellious. You are. Not waiting for Yi Leixing to open. Talk, a finger blowing the wind, twisting and rotating, piercing into her head, leaving a transparent hole, and then handing the body into the 100 treasure pouch. Everyone took a sigh of relief, and a matriarch was crushed to death like a worm. Li Qingshan. Although there is only 1 foot in the monster martial realm, it has become very easy to kill such an opponent. The gap between the big realm is originally larger than the human and the worm. It is not certain that people will catch a worm, but an opponent like Yi Leixing is basically a dead end in Li Qingshan's field of vision. At this moment, a monster chi came out of Subterranean World and entered the top of the Spider City. Everyone was familiar with that monster chi. Spider Queen Rose is back. But apart from this, there is no other move. I don't care about everything in front of the Spider City, as if the sight has confirmed the words of Li Qingshan. What opinions do you have? My Spider Shadow clan will be based on the North Moon adults. For the slaves, the saddle before the horse, let the dispatch. Yi Mingzi finally reacted, go forward and bow. Even the Spider Queen can beat. How powerful is this? Has he been promoted to Monster Marshal? Although she had been obeyed by Li Qingshan, she never thought she was his servant. At most, the relationship between the subordinate and the boss. Now, she leads the whole family to be his lord and is a slave. The other four matriarchs followed, and there was no more dissatisfaction in their hearts, surrendering to this absolute power. Other Night Walkers followed, and gave him a supreme gift. Even the Bat Shadow clan, which just lost matriarch Li Qingshan, said, wrong. Yi Mingzi said, please ask the adults to show where the mistake is. Li Qingshan said, from today, Night Walker has no clan. I am your only master. Yi Liusu listens. Although she said it seriously, she did not let go of Yi Liusu. She only said in his arms, yes, from today, you will integrate them. If anyone has a problem, let her come to me. I am responsible for solving it. Li Qingshan smiled and was solved. Of course, it would not be a problem. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 502 Chapter 16, The Story of Ruxin. If it is the past, Li Qingshan is unable to make such an arrogant command. For the identity-sensitive clan matriarch, it will not kill and kill, which will arouse the rebound of Night Walker. It is not a good thing. But now he has this emboldened spirit and has this qualification. All of this stems from his own strength. Absolute strength will have absolute power. There is no need to use any tactics to make a fuss. Shun me, Chang, who is against me. Violence cannot solve everything, mostly because violence is not strong enough. In the past, Spider Queen Rose let them split their battles, and they had to split their battles. Now, Li Qingshan wants them to be integrated. They have to be integrated. Yi Liusu's face changed a bit. First surprise, not only did not have to flee, but got more. She pursued the great cause of reunification, and he reached it easily in his words. Then there is some faint fear. If she really follows the ancient Walker principle and betrays him, then she will lose everything. The most important thing is to lose his heart forever and never be blessed by such warmth. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but take a few points in his arms. It was extremely rare to show Li Qingshan a weak side. After this incident, each other's heart was a step closer. However, if there is no absolute power, even if it is strong, it is difficult for her to have pride and persistence to show her appearance. Thank you for your present. Yi Liusu raised a delicate face, a star-like scorpion, shining with light. This is not my gift. Even Li Qingshan did not think that he could beat Spider Queen Rose. Forced her to sign the alliance under the city. I was going to break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer and then escape. At that time, relying on his strength, competing for a territory on the ground and signing a non-aggression treaty with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, when it was not difficult, was to help Yi Liusu realize the dream of returning Night Walker to the ground. Watching Yi Liusu show the color of curiosity, Li Qingshan laughed and said nothing, ready to give her a surprise. I will return to the territory first, and the rest will be handed over to you. Li Qingshan gave a light shot on Yi Liusu's hips and let go of her. He didn't do it before. Plainly let her look at herself, but now it seems very natural. Yes. Yi Liusu's face was dizzy, but his face was pretending to be nothing. Let Li Qingshan feel very interesting and have a chance to tease her in the future. Spider Queen, North Moon is always ready to welcome your challenge. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan turned to face the Spider City, and sang, then ignore the other, expand Wind God wings, and leave with Yi Lubo. Spider Queen will not deal with my sister? The gust of wind whizzed past, and the cave was rapidly twisted and changed. Yi Lubo was somewhat incomprehensible. He simply regained his gaze and stared at his face. He could only hear Feng Shen in his arms, but he could not feel the breeze of the wind. This feeling made her enchanted. Turning to worry and worrying about Yi Liusu, seeing her for uninhabited places. She still respects the Spider Queen Rose as an adult, showing its majesty. Li Qingshan didn't let her change her mouth, and kept a little respect for the strong. Always right. Should not. She is eager to have such a tie. Leave me here. Li Qingshan has a general understanding of the nature of Spider Queen Rouse. After she reincarnates the predator, she will concentrate all her spirit on him. She will wait for a fatal blow and will not do this in order to vent her anger. Harmful and unhelpful. After a moment of effort, he returned to the territory. Yi Lubo still hangs on him like a koala, and refuses to come down. Right, what reward do you want? Li Qingshan laughed, and Yi Lusu's thorough dedication, which surprised him, and the consistent performance of Xiaonis I never let him down. What do you say? Yi Luba pouted and licked on him. Let's be alright today. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. After a big fight with Spider Queen Rouse, he had a big, and he did not know how to do it. If he didn't completely enjoy it, he wouldn't let Spider go. Queen Rouse, even if you don't use the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, you're a bit old-fashioned, and your heart is like water. Oh, Yi Lubo suddenly disappointed, but it would not violate his meaning. It is difficult to cover the face of sadness. Now it's too hasty. Wait for you to prepare. Then I will. Li Qingshan whispered in her ear and comforted this loyal and lovely little pet. Then I left Mirror Image Clone and left Subterranean World in a hurry. I have been there for a long time. I don't know if there is any change on the other side. Little Anne is afraid to wait. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is really related to him. It is almost impossible to steal their sect guarding absolute art. Even if he once passed heavenly tribulation, he didn't have the slightest grasp. This heavenly dragon meditation chant. Most of the time I want to land on Little An. The Subterranean World and the Frog of the Well are the ones that feel the chance of a chance. The challenge of Spider Queen Rose will soon come, and if you don't shoot, it will be a law. Everything that Li Qingshan has now is based on this victory. If it fails, not only him, but Yi Lubo and Yi Lusu, who are attached to him, will suffer. Only when you get Phoenix Plume and become a Phoenix Transformation First Layer can you add a little bit of control. Putting Spider Queen Rose on a road naturally left a big trouble. But it is also forcing him, always trying to improve his strength, not dare to slack off. As far as the results are concerned, this choice is still relatively correct. If he really kills the Subterranean World, I am afraid I will not stand by. And the fall of Monster Marshal is even more important. It is hard to say how the Inksee's Dragon King will react to the head of the Verdant Province. After so many years, Hidden Sword Palace is still worried about the death of Soaring Dragon Elder, and he is not willing to give up. The best result is that other Monster Marshal will occupy this territory, and the infinite changes will make the situation more difficult to measure. Instead, let the changes be in their own control. Li Qingshan slowly shunned things, and the heart was full of pride, not afraid of shrinking. Come on, no matter how many times, I will beat you and then come again. Li Qingshan quietly returned to Lian Mountain, but Little Anne was no longer in Immortal Cave. Is it something that happened? However, the 8-door lock is intact, and with her current strength, only the Spider Queen Rose can be threatened by Clear River Prefecture. Something strange in my heart. A neighbor came to the door. Li Qingshan opened the formation, and invited Ruxin into the Immortal Cave. You are finally back. Can this trip go smoothly? Ruxin looked at the wide Immortal Cave and was more convinced of his own judgment. If it was a normal cultivator, how could the Immortal Cave be so exaggerated? I don't know if it is intentional or unintentional. On the ground of Immortal Cave, there are still a few strange claw marks, and the doubts are far more than that. No wonder Little Anne refuses to let the group enter the door, otherwise people will feel a little strange. She only hurriedly glanced at it, and then turned her gaze back to the mysterious man in front of her, staring at it. Not exactly the same as the last meeting, the same breath, but the temperament has changed, becoming more assertive and confident, full of fighting spirit. Just a feeling, he is stronger. All right. Do you know where Little Anne is going? Li Qingshan did not deliberately conceal anything. Their relationship has reached the point of tacit understanding. I don't know if it is because I have become ignorant. When I see Ruxin, I am even more faint of the and I cherish the friendship between them, even with the great ideal of the wife of the world, but the beauty is often there. The confidant is rare. Jigweng Zen, master of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, is here. She will not go back to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Jigweng Zen, master, tell me what is going on. Li Qingshan is bright, and the subterranean world is really awesome. Jigweng Zen, master, is the first of the body in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and knows Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. Let him pass it to Littleton, and he will take it for the phoenix bloom. Isn't that okay? Oh, a word of spiral stones? It's already 30 words. Seeing this in our friendship, this sentence is free of charge. Ruxin took it for granted. Our friendship is really valuable. To his surprise, Ruxin frowned and thought about it. As if thinking about their friendship, suddenly, the brow stretched out again. In fact, there is no friendship. Take the spirit stones, otherwise I will refuse to answer the next question. I am novel school, or are you a novel school? Is your story so valuable? 5 or 5th spirit stones. Oh no, it's 6 stone. You have to add this sentence, it's 60. It's not right, it's mixed women. You even counted in the words. Still counting. Can you lie to yourself if you talk to yourself? Love doesn't listen. Okay. Let's talk. Li Qingshan will never pay a spiral stones to her. Please settle the account first. Li Qingshan gave a sigh of relief and threw a lot of spirit stones directly. Ruxin was unceremonious, smiled and took the spirit stones and said, a long time ago. It's only a few days. Be smart. Do you know what I want to say? Don't interrupt. Long ago, a child, called Chutan, he is heaven reincarnate. He is smart and kind. These 4 words when I didn't say, don't accept you pay, save you 4 pieces of spirit stones, ha, ha. Oh, a fart. This sentence is also charged, right? It has more than 20 words. Not bad. Li Qingshan, after fully understanding Chutan's appearance and family history, he finally heard Ruxin say that his foundation establishment was successful and he challenged Lian Mountain to challenge him. At this moment, the story came to an abrupt end. Your spirit stones are running out. If you still want to listen, please continue to pay. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass. Your support, my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 503. Chapter 17, Heavenly Dragon Meditation Chant. Li Qingshan Huoran got up and looked at him. He was even angry with Spider Queen and had to retaliate back. The hostility of Tiger Demon has been integrated into his bones, revealing a little, and when the mortal sees it, he can be scared to death. Even if you are a cultivator, you have to jump in your heart and give birth to some fear. However, Ruxin is only the tea of the old gods. He does not put Li Qingshan in his eyes, and his mouth seems to evoke a smug smile. Their verbal confrontation has always provoked the other side to win, and now she can win the game, and her mood is unpleasant. Li Qingshan grinding her teeth, she really took her a little way. Even if it was fierce tiger, she could not show clans and fangs to her friends. Moreover, it is angry. In fact, in his heart, there is a rare calm. Listen to her telling the story of the East, the shadow from subterranean world, as if a trace of it faded from the body. In the meantime, he is no longer Moon Demon, but he also finds some feelings of being human, and the tight heartstrings are also relaxed. It is up to her. If it is a leisure person, dare to deceive his spirit stones, but also to see if there is no life. In order to complete this story, Li Qingshan only has to recharge the fee. Ruxin smiled and said, thank you for your patronage. If you don't retreat, you have to pay more. Fortunately, after Ruxin's trick was won, he did not deliberately lengthen the story. He simply told the story once again, so that there were nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Chutan is really ignorant. Li Qingshan said casually, but he didn't take it too seriously. It is no longer worth the extra effort. The more critical issue is that Jigweng Zen Master is going to take Little Ant to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan, although there have been plans to take a trip with Little Ant, The timing is a bit wrong. The journey of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will not be solved in 3 days and 5 days. It will be fast in 3 years and 5 years. The problem is that he just set up a foundation in this Clear River Prefecture, and he hasn't had time to harvest the results. It's a pity that it's gone now. Now he forcibly unifies the Night Walker. Collecting the spirit grass is no longer a tribute as it used to be, but a direct search, and the harvest will definitely add up over the past few years. It must be much more. And Subterranean World's resources can be fully utilized, and you can try to make long-term deals with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and the revenue is absolutely high. Although the ordinary medicine pill is useless to him. But as long as you have accumulated enough spiral stones, you can go to Ruai County, or even better, and don't believe in buying medicine pill. This is like a farmer, hard work, sprinkled a lot of sweat, and finally hope that the autumn harvest season, let him lay down this field to open up new fields. It is not reconciled to who is placed on it. And the hidden dangers of Spider Queen Rose have not been resolved. It is even more impossible to leave. Of course, there is another way, that is, let little Anne alone. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple cultivation. Li Qingshan stay in Clear River Prefecture. What to do? However, this method, Li Qingshan did not even think about it, just like the promises made in the past. Only death can separate them. Li Qingshan fell into meditation and changed her face for a while. She suddenly stood up and said, I went to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. If the old monk made his own claim and forced little Anne back to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, it wouldn't be bad. You don't have to worry, the master of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It's not so arrogant, as long as you don't want to lick their genius disciple. Ruxin seems to have seen his mind, some temptation in the words. Why do I want to marry her? You didn't think so. Ruxin breathed a sigh of relief and pressed Li Qingshan back into his seat. Suddenly he said a word that couldn't be said, you know that there is a God in this world. What? Li Qingshan stunned, not knowing what she said suddenly. This is another story. Ruxin smiled. You still want to swindle my spirit stones? Li Qingshan eyebrows. Pick one. Forget it. Look at the fact that you are so smart. This story will be sent to you for free. You have to let me buy. I have to be willing. Let me talk. You are absent-minded. Forget it today. Wait until you set your heart and say it again. Go to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Ruxin Shishiren stood up and walked toward the immortal cave door with some mysterious mouth smile. More than 10,000 spiral stones. I am not asking for you. In the flawless temple, the Great Hall of the Great Hall, the crowds are still, surrounded by the left and right. The tower of the tower hangs down, and the blue smoke reverberates. If the Buddha statue is low, it will smile. Before the Buddha, the old and the young, sitting on the law, are dry like a wood, a delicate flower. Listening to their words, the public is ignorant of what they think. And Zhao Xin seems to understand but not understand. Little Anne is thoughtful, and from time to time bowing his head and thinking. It is often only a moment of effort, then look up and continue to speak. Zhigwen Zen Master, the description of the face of the dry, more and more happy, a few years ago, only to set the name of the master. There is not much exchange. Today this intentional test refers to her one or two. All sorts of arguments. No one can hold her back. She has a unique approach to Buddhism and she has some insights. Although the understanding is mostly shallow but sometimes sporadic whispers, but it makes him feel like talking to the same senior. The so-called shallow is also the first in the inner sect disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple compared to his first intensive Buddhist law for hundreds of years. In the heart of the inner sect disciple, I am afraid that no one can match it. I only admire it. Tao of the Beautiful Bones is not a simple cultivation technique, but also contains a Buddha's blood, which is equivalent to a Bodhisattva teacher. In this vast Buddhist scripture, she points out a path. She used this as a foundation, and she was involved in the Buddhist Law Sutra, and then turned to cultivation Tao of the Beautiful Bones, which complement each other, step by step. It is quite rewarding to have a discussion with Jigwen Zen Master. However, this Bodhisattva is skeleton Bodhisattva. Therefore, Little Un does not really tell Jigwen Zen Master the insights he has received in his heart. Otherwise, he will not appreciate it, but he will be furious and directly deterred. This rebel disciple ruined Buddha. Little Un is not talking about the far, but is thinking about the safety of Li Qingshan. But she has always been expressionless and speak responsive. Even Jigwen Zen Master is not aware of it. If he knows that Little Un is only 2 or 3, distracted to deal with him, I don't know what to do. It is angry dissatisfaction, or even more surprises. Little Anne is a black and white hazelnut. Through this pair of eyes, this magnificent action hall is a transparent black and white color. Rich sandalwood, light and tasteless. Jigwen Zen Master, the lips are opened and closed, and the delicate Buddhist law spit out in the mouth. The morning bells and drums are also ethereal and far away. This is not because her 5 senses are not sensitive enough, but a colorless and faceless realm that is almost clouded by Buddhism. The ordinary Buddha's disciple, facing the wall for 3 years, can have this moment of feeling, can be fully realized. The cultivation base is big, she is always in this realm. Boom! A loud noise passed into Little Un's ear. She turned back to surprise. Li Qingshan stepped into the action hall. Unlike the surrounding scenery, he has extremely vivid colors, bronze skin, sly eyes. Loud the laughter broke the silence. Li Qingshan walked to the side of Little Un and deeply worshipped. In Li Qingshan, I met Jigwen Zen Master, and Little An had a famous teacher. Today, I saw Zen Master's solemnity, which is really worthy of the name. Jigwen Zen Master didn't look at Li Qingshan, as if there was no such character at all. Only Little An existed in his eyes. As the first of the Temple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, even in the cultivator that crossed the second heavenly tribulation, he was considered to be a strong player. However, this move is not to despise Li Qingshan, the foundation establishment cultivator, but rather the ambiguity. Before he met Little An, he had practiced for 20 years. This closed mouth is very famous in Zen faction, intended to put down words and dedication. However, in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he was rumored that he did not cultivate meditation, but simply refused to speak, wasting time and talking about people. For half a day, the words with Little An are almost more than 10 years in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. If you let the disciples of the body know, you will be surprised and wonder if your master is being faked. However, it is clear that Jigwen Zen Master is not very much to see for Li Qingshan. Zhao Xin whispered in front of him, "Junior brother, you should go out first." Grandmaster Yinian said that I had a relationship with Buddha. I want to hear the high-level Buddhist law of Jigwen Zen Master. See if I really have a relationship. Li Qingshan smiled at Little An and looked for a futon to sit down. Little An smiles lightly, and the moments of the monk are so slight that some of the monks in the temple are slightly stunned. Some of them are not enough, and naturally they will give birth to some hearts. Jigwen Zen Master frowned. He did not know what national grace, divine fragrance, cannot help but think of the legend. When Buddha became a Buddha under the Bodhi tree, the demons came to obstruct, transforming the goddess to confuse the Buddha. He has never seen a real goddess, but she smiled and fainted her body to a Buddha nature, from a Buddha genius to a goddess. This is the first time I really noticed her appearance, and I felt that I was a little bit more worried. She was only a child, and it would be inevitable that she would not be able to read it. If she can really be spotless, it is incredible, more like a demon. Jigwen Zen Master turned to describe the dry head, the eyelids returned to turbidity, and finally fell on the face of Li Qingshan, dried well without a ripple in the heart. A sudden wave of ripples. He is the only obstacle to her cultivation. The Buddha's law does not pass 6 years. I want to hear my lectures. I don't know, benefactor. Can you have this qualification? Unlike the dry sounds of the scriptures, the voice of Jigwen Zen Master suddenly became soaring and magnificent, with a line of dragon chant, hanging from the sky and straight into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's face changed, and immediately gathered her mind. and the soul of the spirit stirred up. The body seemed to have a current through. This is Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 504. Chapter 18. No God in the world. Li Qingshan feels more painful than Zitong's heavenly thunder. It is not Jigwen Zen Master's existence to kill him, but Bull Demon and Tiger Demon reacted fiercely to this Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. When you are on time, it is rumored that Heavenly Dragon meditation chant has the power to convince all demon ghosts. It is really worthwhile. What did he find? So deliberately tempted? Jigwen Zen Master did not see Li Qingshan's demon deity, but had another thought. Heavenly Dragon meditation chant not only can conquer demon, but also cleanse the minds of evil thoughts. If Li Qingshan really has anything to do with Little N, he can use it to disintegrate it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to the bank. If you are obsessed with it, you have to suffer a lot of pain. But see, Li Qingshan's face is only a slight change to normal, even more calm than when he first came in. Is my judgment wrong? If this is the case, it is not too difficult for him. People are in love, and it is inevitable that they will not be able to give up. If you use hard methods, you will fall down and take advantage of this disciple. Jigwen Zen Master received the Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. In fact, Li Qingshan transported the spirit turtle sea suppressing everything and calming the arrogant bull demon tiger demon. As the old man settled, the spirit turtle sinks into the sea. Of course, this is also the real skill of Jigwen Zen Master. Otherwise, Li Qingshan will only retreat, or change the monster body. Is this the absolute art Heavenly Dragon meditation chant of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. It seems that Benefactor is open-minded, and indeed with my Buddha, there are some ways to do it. What? Heavenly Dragon meditation chant? The temptation and confrontation of Fang Kai. Except for Little N, others are completely ignorant. I don't know if I can teach Little N? Li Qingshan asked. Li Qingshan came to Benevolence Island alone and sighed. This phoenix plume feather is really not easy. This absolute art is different from other efforts. Only Abbot Senior Brother is qualified to teach, and it needs to be tested. This is the answer from Jigwen Zen Master, who is the High Monk of Buddhism. Don't swear, let alone such a big thing that everyone knows. Li Qingshan was also helpless, and promised to take Little N to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple after the completion of Clear River Prefecture. This is also the meaning of Little N. Jigwen Zen Master has nothing to say, leaving Little N to continue to speak. Li Qingshan went to medical school and read the second story Ruxin told him. At the time, I was worried about Little N. Think about it now. I feel very profound. Although Ruxin is not a man, but when he really deceives his spirit stones, he never had it. He can feel that he doesn't even want to give it. She won't want it. After a little inquiring, Ruxin was not on Benevolence Island and went to the library building in Zhengming Island. Suddenly, a gaze of anger was shot. Li Qingshan looked up, and behind a window upstairs, a twisted face. Some familiar. It is Chu Tan. Li Qingshan waved his hand and smiled. The face was even more distorted. At this time, another woman came to the window. It was Qian Rongzi, and Li Qingshan glanced at it. It looked strange, and then the curtain was pulled up. Is it in the food? Xiao Tan, don't look at it. One day, you will become stronger than him. Qian Rongzi has no mercy in his eyes, but full of trust and expectation. In this frustration, no man can resist the gaze. Chu Tan is the same, trembled, slammed into the arms of Qian Rongzi, crying, I have nothing left. Qian Rongzi gently touched his head with a gloved hand. Her gaze was like a mother looking at her frustrated child. The infernal snake was eager to move, and she was unwilling to walk upside down. She also comforted her like a mother. Don't worry, soon, there will be food. Chu Tan did lose a lot of things. After he was brought back to Benevolent Island by Ruxin, the symptoms of his chi deviation miraculously stabilized. Then Qian Rongzi rushed in. Her eyes were red and swallowed. Under Chu Tan's inquisition, he finally told him a very unfortunate news. When he retired, The two women who came to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy with him died in the war. He and the two women are very happy, and they have deep feelings. Chutan is a big man, once again, chi deviation, almost killed. Then the miracle happened to him again, so that the life was saved, as if it was really destiny, but the cultivation base was a big retreat. You still have me. Gyan Rongzi couldn't bear to go too far, tears could not help but squat down, and, only me, viper snakes humming. Fu Bai, how are you here? Li Qingshan came to the library, but saw an acquaintance, Sun Fu Bai, in front of the sun's launted window. Sun Fu Bai leisurely lie on the rocking chair and read a book, such as when he first met. Qingshan, you are here. After some discussion, Li Qingshan knew that the original library was originally belonging to Novel School. The buildings on the island contend that there are different functions, most of which are managed by various families. However, Novel School was originally degraded to even illusory Cloud Island, and there was no disciple and no faculty. The library was managed by Confucian School. Now, the school is revived and once again returns to the hands of Novel School. Sun Fu Bai broke away from the Illusory Cloud Association at the critical moment of the Foundation establishment realm and returned to the library to cultivate himself. Illusory Cloud Association has a complete set of institutions under his management, and he does not have to be relatives. The book is full of bookshelves, woody and sense, and refreshing. But in the extremely wide building, it is sparse and few people are there. The war has not subsided, and several people have the heart to read, and the books related to cultivation are on the upper level. The following are mostly historical episodes. It is difficult to let the cultivator pay attention. You said, like Patriarch, there, already. It is already waiting for you. Yes, I used to be jealous. Li Qingshan also felt her breath, passed through the heavy Dutty Book Mountain, and finally found her in the corner. There were a lot of books on the table. She didn't have one on her hand, and her legs were placed high on the table, and the arms were smiling. There are 2 floor-to-ceiling windows open here. The sun is amazing, and her full head is blue. Both are dyed golden. What are you doing here? Li Qingshan sat down in front of her, picked up a book and flipped 2 pages, and threw it back on the table. Tell the second story. What story? The story of the gods. Ruxin lowered her leg, waved her hand, and the curtain slid to cover the sun. Her face was in the shadow of first level and her arm was placed on the table. The leans forward, lowering the voice. Do you know? 9 provinces is a lot of gods. These gods can't be compared with all heaven's gods and Buddhas. At most, it is Mao. The place is not big. 1 mountain, a river. Most of them are mountain spirit water monsters, maybe not very strong in the cultivation road, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already a slogan. It is omnipotent. And as long as it is in its own mountains and waters, it will increase its strength. Now, why aren't there? Li Qingshan knows. But there is no way to go. Saint Emperor is set to 9 provinces, and there is no god in the future. And then there is no more. Then my story is over. Ruxin waved his hand again, and the dazzling sunshine poured in. This is your story? Li Qingshan widened his eyes. You didn't pay spiral stones. Why should I talk so long? I want to know. Let me see it. Ruxin patted the stack of books, dust rising and flying in the sun. She stood up and wanted to leave. Wait. Li Qingshan called Ruxin, but he didn't know where to ask. Only one of the ideas in Zhao Xin. The more clear the eyes swept over the books piled up in front of her eyes. She turned these broken books out of the pile of paper, and spent a lot of thoughts. There is a fart. You can also listen to the words have something to say, and I can listen more comfortably. Li Qingshan's eyes, sweeping her hips, are very slap in the face. Suddenly, I didn't have the idea of a friend of my life, but I thought that if she could make a joke in her mouth, it would be the greatest enjoyment to press her on her lap and beat her ass. Let you feel comfortable with spicy stones? Ruxin said that it was a bit inappropriate. Sure enough, Li Qingshan smiled and said, Look at how you make my grandfather comfortable." Ruxin said nothing but turned around. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something. "Do you know what Qian Rongzi is doing at Chutan? In Mist Province, it is more serious to disturb other people's hunting than to grab someone's wife." Ruxin waved his hand without looking back, passing through the corridor of the floor-to-ceiling window, his body flickering and disappearing at the end of the promenade. "Hunting? It's the same as I thought, but unfortunately my prey is too much. Otherwise I don't mind plugging in one hand." Li Qingshan muttered to himself and picked up the book he had left on the table. He studied the book cover carefully. The name of the book was blurred, and the font was very simple. Only 2 words were vaguely seen. "Words of God." Books, such things, unless they are placed in the 100 treasure pouch, no matter how well protected, cannot withstand the millennium. Li Qingshan is extremely rare to set her mind to study, so that she can live up to the painstaking efforts of her to search these books from the vast sea of books. The sun is deflecting and the time passes by. As Ruxin said, the original existence of the gods is mainly divided into the mountain god, water god. The mountain waters can be refining like the spirit artifact, magical artifact, but instead of putting their divine sense into it, they draw a Tao divinity and condense into a god seal. Sentemperor unified the world, not to fight the world invincible, and then sealed 8 all nobles and kings. 10 monster king is so simple, otherwise he will go. This Daexia dynasty will immediately collapse, return to chaotic era. Instead, a series of means were implemented, the most important of which was the casting of 9 provinces. The materials of the castings are the god seals collected from the world. 9 cauldrons town 9 provinces. Since then, monster cannot refining even if it can occupy the mountain waters again. Sentemperor is out. The world is godless. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 505. Chapter 19, Water God's Seal. But since there is no god in the world, what does Ruxin mean by letting him see these things? Ruxin can guess the identity of his North Moon. Li Qingshan is not surprising. He is not a Superman. Just change the shirt and put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses to keep the heroine who is a journalist in the drums forever. Either the female reporter is a brain destroyer, or he has not put his frustrated man in his eyes. Will like her Superman. Taste is really not very good. Li Qingshan believes that the taste is much higher. Ruxin's cleverness is also rare in the world. He is attracted to him by looking for a lot of books to show him. It is not to tell him, "Hey, I know who you are. It's great to be water god, but unfortunately you were born too late. You can't see it, he, and many more." Li Qingshan's face suddenly was a little weird, because he imagined in his mind, Ruxin smugly said this, and thought she could really do this kind of thing. He coughed twice, dispelled this kind of cranky thoughts, calmed down, and continued to look through. At dusk, the sun turned orange and cast his long shadow on the floor. Li Qingshan finally saw the last book, and the desire in his heart became more and more intense. If you can refining a water region, use it as water mansion. The speed of cultivation can be improved a lot. And occupying the geographical advantage, even if it is a golden core, it can be calmly dealt with, passive and active. Hey, this is Hey Ruxin, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? It was late. Li Qingshan came to Benevolence Island, and Ruxin was found guilty in the concocting pills room. His face was full of disappointment and anger. "Ah, you finally found out, really smart." Ruxin smiled. A conspiracy was a bit of a disappointment, but my heart was somewhat disappointed. "You already know it." Li Qingshan was furious and returned to calmness and smiled. "Know what?" Ruxin didn't feel good. "I'm idiot." Ruxin interrupted. "I want to take Little An and go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple." Li Qingshan was not angry, but sighed softly. "Why?" Ruxin looked at the pill furnace in front of him and asked casually. "There was a slight tremor in my heart. In fact, I just wanted to tell you in the library. This is the best choice for Little An, and I offended my boss. Clear River Prefecture can't stay any longer. I have read all the books you have given you." Others may not understand which boss Li Qingshan offended. Ruxin is very clear, and his mood is inexplicably anxious. Looking for a little while, it seems to be useless. I guess you are playing me. Hey, if you can, it will be fine. I must be able to resist my boss. Idiot. It is only the last step. Forget it. I am not angry with you today. Actually, before I left, I have something to say to you. Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became affectionate. Ruxin's eyes touched the gaze. Then they moved away. What about those books? She won't say anything to retain, but at least let him fully understand the situation at the moment. This idiot, still in the library. That's good. You are here waiting for me. I will be back soon. Ruxin specifically accounted for Sun Fu by those books. If Li Qingshan could not finish, put the book away. Do not let others move. Ha 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 ha, who is being played now? Li Qingshan suddenly laughed and raised his right hand. Half an hour ago, the last book just turned to the first page, and I saw a thin piece of things in the title page, like ice, completely transparent. The twists and turns, like a dragon, constitute a rune of a simple atmosphere. Li Qingshan is not a thing at first sight, but it does not emit a trace of spiritual chi, but it is extremely slim. If it is not turned to this page, he can't find the mystery. Is this what it is? Li Qingshan was in front of her eyes, and she looked around and left. No one left, and then poured a trace of spiritual chi into the ice. The ice sign suddenly moved, like a river rushing, and like dragon snake coiled, in the light of the evening light, like a living thing. Sure enough, Li Qingshan picked up a book that she had just seen and turned it to a page with a sentence on it. Mountain God Seal is like a gold iron, and the water God Seal is like a jade, all like a dragon. Combining so many books, Li Qingshan has gradually got a rough blueprint. 9 provinces. Ding ding, no one can condense the God Seal from the mountains, and then there is no God. But this is not absolute. There are so many mountains and rivers in the world. There is always a residual God Seal left, because it is the same source as 9 provinces and cannot be suppressed. However, 9 cauldrons could not suppress it, but it could sense this kind of sneak electricity behavior, and it would be hit by the Dixia dynasty dictatorship. However, there is another question. Does this God Seal not necessarily condense in Clear River Prefecture? Can it be used here? This question is not answered. He has read so many books, but he has learned about the history and the rise and fall of the existence of the gods. It is impossible to meticulously use the God Seal, and the use of God Seal in this era is obviously a rebellious behavior. Even if there is such a book, it will not be placed in the library. It seems that the answer is here. Li Qingshan turned his eyes on the last book in the water God Seal. It doesn't look like a blind eye, but it seems to be soaked in water, and the paper is a little different. Judging from the pattern on the title page, this book does not come from this collection, but Ruxin's own collection. Li Qingshan calmed down and looked at the page. I found that the book was not accurate, and more accurately it was a note. This is a note from the Eagle Wolf Guard that Mist Province has performed. It is recorded above that some demon ghosts in Mist Province rely on these residual God Seals to refining the poor mountains everywhere, calling them kings and annihilating them extremely difficult. Sure enough, according to the information in this note, these God Seals only divide the landscape, but do not limit the area. As long as you dissipate the spiritual chi, you can use it in another place. The Eagle Wolf Guard didn't complain about this. Li Qingshan has a happy heart. This note should be very old. Until now, Mist Province has been in chaos. The Eagle Wolf Guard has shrunk its forces to the county level. It is already unclear who is annihilating. That is to say, the Eagle Wolf Guard, a grade of Clear River Prefecture, no longer exists in Mist Province. This is also natural. War years. Clear River Prefecture has now withdrawn the lowest level of the Eagle Wolf Guard to fully contract its power. If the war is escalated again, such as the monster marshal of the Spider Queen rows, it is logical to remove the Eagle Wolf Guard from Clear River Prefecture. After reading the last page of this note, Li Qingshan also had some guesses about the origins of this god seal. Mist Province has a lot of god seals, not all of which were left before Saint Emperor's 9 provinces. There are also territories outside of 9 provinces. It is completely possible to escape the suppression of the 9 provinces Ding, and then bring back the god seal and bring it back to 9 provinces. However, this matter is extremely difficult. Concentrating the god seal is extremely time-consuming heart's blood time. It's been a few decades, and if it's just for sale, it's worth it. The Eagle Wolf Guard suspected that it was related to the Southern Sea Mermaid, because Mermaid was born with water control, and it was relatively easy and long-lasting. It seems that the guess of the Eagle Wolf Guard is generally good. Ruxin is the bloodline of Mermaid. Li Qingshan is also considered a person in the Eagle Wolf Guard, but has never heard of this. Probably because Verdant Province is next to Dragon Province. Which monster dares to come? I am afraid that Inksee's Dragon King will not allow it. But now the Oath of All Kings is about to collapse, and the murderous blood of the river flows into a river. This is nothing. The murder and arson have been done, and they are afraid of stealing water and electricity. This is really a big gift. If it is not in the library, Li Qingshan simply can't wait to laugh 3 times. If Ruxin stood in front of him, he might hold her a few mouthfuls. The more than 10,000 spirit stones, compared to the value of this god seal, is simply not worth mentioning. Such a god seal is cost-effective even in Mist Province, and it is probably rare in Verdant Province. If you let Li Qingshan buy it, even if it is 100,000 million spiral stones, he is willing. And what is more important than speeding up his own cultivation base and ensuring the safety of his own cultivation? Li Qingshan looking back and thinking about it, Ruxin's play is actually more of a test. If he does not have the patience to listen to her, or pity the spirit stones and refuse to give her, the first story can't be heard, and naturally there won't be a second story. If he ignores her heart's blood and refuses to read this book, he misses this worthy god seal. It is here, just see if you have patience. Want to get her heart? Is it the same? Li Qingshan put the book and god seal down, and with Sun Fu Bai, he went straight to Benevolence Island. Ruxin looked at the god seal in Li Qingshan's hand. I wonder if it should be annoyed or happy. If you didn't read that book, how could he come to the door now? If she is normal, she will not go to this, but she will be distracted by his goodbye. It seems that even if it has not passed the test, there are prizes. Ruxin girl's heart is really soft. Li Qingshan at this time, there is no domineering or a hostility, like a child who steals sugar to eat, smug. Since you got it, just get out of the way, don't bother me concocting pill. Ruxin waved his hand impatiently, like a fly, but a touch of red glow from the face to the slender neck. Thank you. Li Qingshan held her tightly in her arms from behind, very serious. The medicine is fragrant and tender, and the body is also delicate. I won't leave Clear River Prefecture at will. Even if I leave, I will always come back. There is really too much tie here. Not waiting for Ruxin to react, Li Qingshan let go of his arms and walked toward the door. German. Ruxin squatted for a while, disdainful. At this time, on Benevolence Island, there was another person who received her prize after a lot of tests. Peas. The new sect leader congratulates the lifelong life, saying that the dreamer will salute, thank you very much, and will continue to work hard and will not be congratulated. At the last minute of the month, ask for a monthly ticket. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 506. Chapter 20. Crazy Endings. No one came to visit Chutan, whether it was the senior brother of Confucian school or the woman who had a relationship with him. If Chutan is an amiable person, even if the cultivation base retreats, it will not fall into such a situation. At least the face must pass. But his temperament is not eager to see. He is usually polite, but he cares about his innate skill. In this, I am afraid that it still contains deep flaws. It is inevitable that there will be such an idea that such a fool can cultivation so fast. Why can't I? Old innocence is unfair. So knowing him, chi deviation, is secretly hilarious. You have it today. Who is willing to waste time on a waste person? Only one person who cares for him, that is, Qian Rongzi. But seeing blind care is useless. She has a hint of pity in her eyes. Xiaotan, even if you really can't cultivation, I will take care of you forever. Chutan, as if the cat was stepped on the tail, excitedly said, I can still cultivation. Those who look down on me will regret it. But seeing Qian Rongzi's pity is deeper, he suddenly silenced for a moment, opening the way. Rongzi, I want to tell you a secret. This secret, I have never told anyone. What? Qian Rongzi was puzzled. You are optimistic. Chutan extended his right hand, a green vine, growing from the palm bit by bit, although it is only a small one, but it has a feeling of ancient and vigorous. Qian Rongzi has a strange feeling that this vine grows in the palm of Chutan but leads to another world. Xiaotan, is this a magical treasure? This is somewhat beyond her estimation. Before she had a lot of opportunities. She could make Chutan awkward and then torture her. Just because I can't figure out what Chutan's card is, how can it be powerful? Don't take a basket of water and steal the chicken. So I have been patient, just for this moment. This is a climbing sky vine, its seeds, when I was born. I was buried in my soul, and as long as I have it, I can definitely restore the cultivation base. That's great. Xiaotan. Qian Rongzi's eyes shine. Heart, thank you, little un. The night is deep, and the time is 3. Chutan was lying still on the bed. His eyes were round, and he looked straight at the top. A gorgeous snake swam out of his face and climbed a white arm. Qian Rongzi opened palm. The snake spits out a seed, like a drop of water falling into her palm. Transient ablation. She patted the head of the snake. If you don't have it, it would be a nuisance to take out the seeds of this climbing sky vine. Chutan was not a very brainy person, since it exposed this biggest secret. Everything about this climbing sky vine was quickly clarified by Qian Rongzi. I finally understood why Chutan is so fast about cultivation. Qian Rongzi opened palm. Climbing sky vine grows slowly. The green rhizome is so delicate and weak, but it clearly breaks the barrier of the invisible space boundary. Arrived at another world. On time, a purely spiritual chi was introduced into her within the body through the vines. Even if the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has been running for thousands of years, Heavenly Paradise, the depth of spiritual chi is far from comparable. Probably because climbing sky vine is still very young, this spiritual chi is actually not much, and it is not as much as the spiritual chi extracted from a spiral stones. But this is not just a difference in quantity, but a qualitative gap. As this spiritual chi wanders around, it melts into. She seems to have returned to the night of killing Qian family. There is an unspeakable comfort. With these unique items in hand, it took so many years to establish establishment. You are really a pig. Qian Rongzi disdain for Chutan on the bed. Even if there is no genius mortal, as long as the climbing sky vine is constantly scouring the body, the cultivation will never be slow. This climbing sky vine followed him from his birth. But now it is still so weak. Obviously, Chutan only knows to use it to extract spiritual chi, which is not well cultivated. In a way, climbing sky vine has a very similar resemblance to the gorgeous snake. If the gorgeous snake is a curse from hell, then this climbing sky vine is a blessing from heaven. This is also the opportunity. Anyone here can't easily take climbing sky vine out of Chutan's body. This climbing sky vine is also between the virtual and the real. In addition to Chutan, other people can't even touch it, only to perceive its existence. At most, you can only coerce Chutan and use the spiritual chi extracted by climbing sky vine. But this is not very big. It will be concealed if you are not careful. Climbing sky vine can not only be used for cultivation, but also ignore all defenses, directly into the enemies within the body, extracting spiritual chi and even vitality. Chutan dare to challenge Li Qingshan with the identity of chi refining warrior. It is with this, if Chutan is in a hurry, He can even directly destroy Climbing Sky Vine. The snake snaked along Qian Rongzi's arm and wandered around the Climbing Sky Vine. A bright, elegant, a smart, a quiet. The opposite is opposite. Thank you, Xiaotan. Qian Rongzi took the snake and the rattan and stroked Chutan's cheek. The more sincere the smile on his face, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. She has a lot of ways to cross the sea, although he can no longer threaten her, but as long as the dead are the safest, isn't it? I am going to start. Dong dong dong, a few knocks on the door. Qian Rongzi Yin cold as the snake's eyelids turn slightly. Senior Sister Xin, I am looking for you, Xiaotan. He is also Qi deviation. When the door opened, Qian Rongzi's face was full of anxious worries, and the corners of his eyes shone with tears. Yes? It won't be good news for you. Ruxin held his arm and looked at it. I shouldn't tell him. I shouldn't tell him. Qian Rongzi muttered, clenching his fist and blaming himself. If nothing happens, let's go first. It's too late. So lonely and widowed women are in a room. Not very good. I am not afraid. I have to take care of him. I see that you have taken care of it. Don't take care of it, and break the rules here. Ruxin chuckled. This. Well. Qian Rongzi glanced in his heart and bowed his head, feeling a terrible smell from Ruxin. The fist was tighter and looked back at Chutan on the hospital bed. He lost Climbing Sky Vine, as if he had become a vegetative person. His eyes were round and his eyes were lit with dust. In fact, his situation is much worse than the vegetative. It is said that the vegetative people still have a certain consciousness, and after the pain of Infernal Snake, the sea of consciousness has completely collapsed, leaving only a breath. Even if Ruxin's medical skills are so powerful, he can no longer be cured. Thinking of this, Qian Rongzi flashed aside and passed Ruxin. The doors of the ward were closed again, separating them from both sides. Is this the end of madness and madness? Ruxin gently shook her head. Behind her, a horrible, inhuman phantom flashed away. Qian Rongzi looses his fist. Climbing Sky Vine and Hell Snake both shrink back with the body. She decided to go to the end of the gallery and never return. From this moment on, the curse and the blessing are in the same place. No one knows where she will go. Li Qingshan. After leaving Ruxin, the conference of Flawless Island was still not over. Jigwen Zen Master is thinking about giving the discipline a little more and getting closer to each other before leaving. Little Un knows the safety of Li Qingshan, let go of his heart and wholeheartedly, and Jigwen Zen Master to enhance his understanding of Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Jigwen Zen Master couldn't help but be more surprised. It turned out that this discipline has not yet made all the power, and it is more and more unwilling to care. Li Qingshan is going to return to Illusory Cloud Island first, and slowly consider how the water god seal should be used. Wang Pushi once again called and said that he was waiting for him at Clear River Prefecture. When Li Qingshan turned into North Moon, he had ignored many messages and couldn't help but go on the trip. When I came to Clear River Prefecture, I discovered that it was not just Wang Pushi waiting for him. In the hall, Wang Pushi and Hua Chengzhen sat in the upper seat. On the wall behind it was a red-eagled eagle spreading its wings, staring at Li Qingshan, reminding him of Guiyanying. Nearly 100 eagle wolf guards, according to the position of the cultivation base, divided into left and right, standing by hand. This is almost the entire Clear River Prefecture, and all the remaining eagle wolf guards. Old Wang, such a big squad, it won't be a sin to ask for help. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, and the door slammed shut behind him. Li Qingshan, you are fleeing, hiding in the immortal cave cultivation. What should you sin? Wang Pushi asked. I am at a critical juncture in cultivation. I can't break through. How can I get out of the air? I don't know if you will encounter such a big danger. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and glared at Hua Chengzhen. Sound transmission said, Old Wang, what the hell is this? Even though there were a few communications that didn't respond, it wouldn't be such a big fire. You will know when you wait. Hua Chengzhen looked at Li Qingshan and was keenly aware of his qualitative change, knowing what he said. The cultivator has to break through once. I don't know how hard it is. How can it be like him? The retreat of the two dare retreat. You dare to argue. Frozen hell. Wang Puxi got up and the room temperature plummeted. With the exception of Hua Chengzhen, all of the Eagle Wolf Guard couldn't help but tremble. But it was only affected. The real goal of Wang Puxi, Li Qingshan, was filled with frost. Li Qingshan felt a cold and cold, frozen flesh and blood bones, and couldn't move. The chill was deeper into the Danshan Qi Si, and Qi Si was also frozen. With the indescribable pain, frozen hell, like snake hell, is one of the little hells. However, compared to the pain of the true infernal snake by Qian Rongzi, it is still a lot worse. His heart was annoyed. If you don't agree with this, you can find out what is the body of my demon. No, if it is, this is too small, and Wang Puxi has not seen Moon Demon, 2 foundation establishments with a group of Qi refining warrior to die. RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 507 Chapter 21 Red Eagle Commander. Hell is the place to judge all sin and the ultimate symbol of the imprisonment of the prison. Legalist school disciple, cultivation to a certain extent. You can take a breath from the endless hell and match your own cultivation base. In the first place, he took the majesty of hell and suppressed the enemy's momentum. Every attack will bring intense pain from the soul and shake the enemy's mind. Although I don't know what you want to do, but this temptation is boring. Li Qingshan looked calm and ignored his pressure and suffered his pain. Wang Puxi's face changed and he only heard a crack of ice. Li Qingshan stepped forward and he was chilling, leaving a cold footprint at every step. It seems to be a little sluggish, but that is also the result of his unwillingness to expose his strength. Without monster Qi divine ability, he picked up boundless Sea Art, and in the Danshan Qi Si, there was a rush of spiritual Qi to dispel the chill. However, there is still a cold chill, such as the sacral bones. It is difficult to drive out. He is not in the heart. The samovar beside Wang Puxi has frozen into ice, and suddenly there is a crack on it that bursts. The temperature is lowered again, the wind is cold, and there is no hole. The Eagle Wolf Guards all retreated to the edge of the lobby and still had to pick up true Qi to resist. Overheaded, I dare not go to see Wang Puxi, even if it is a glance. I will feel a glimpse. The prisoner who seems to have committed the crime of innocence is standing in front of the judge who judged him. No matter how fierce, he is also trembling in fear and dare not face the majesty of this law. Kaka kaka, the freezing sounds come and go. The frost climbed over the pillars and climbed the lobby. Another voice gradually passed the sound of freezing, which was uploaded from Li Qingshan. It was the sound of the waves. Spiritual Qi is like a tidal wave, centered on him and wants to be in all directions. The momentum has not only decreased, but has become more and more powerful. Li Qingshan is still not slow, going forward one step at a time, looking straight at Wang Puxi's eyes. Lawless, frozen hell's coldness is pervasive. My realm is above him again. He should have been frosted by the intrusion of the body. It seems like nothing. This kid is really not Commander Ge's order. Maybe it is not without reason. Wang Puxi is already the foundation establishment intermediate stage, which is better than Li Qingshan's foundation establishment initial stage. The gap between the small realm is not as exaggerated as the big realm, but it is not a talk. However, Li Qingshan, who is interested in spiritual Qi and cultivation boundless Sea Art, has many advantages in the cultural technique, and Wang Puxi's cultural technique advantage. It is completely unclear in Li Qingshan. Finally, Li Qingshan walked to the front of Wang Puxi and stopped. Two spiritual Qi violently collided between the two, as if the sea in the winter was blocked by the ice. It was washed away by the waves. Okay, it's almost done, and then continue. You can't stand the house. Hua Chengzhen's two hands fell on the shoulders of Li Qingshan and Wang Puxi. The two each converge on spiritual Qi. The original chair of Wang Puxi, immediately broken into a ground of dust. Commander, announced the order. Hua Chengzhen took a step back and juxtaposed with Li Qingshan, a very rare and serious color, called Wang Puxi Commander. Commander Ge's command. Li Qingshan contribution points outstanding, outstanding performance, is now soaring Clear River Prefecture Eagle Wolf Guard Red Eagle Commander. Wang Puxi quite a bit unwilling to finish. As soon as this statement came out, not only Li Qingshan, but also many Eagle Wolf Guards were surprised. They were notified of the collection, but they did not expect it to be such a big event. Li Qingshan, this is why Wang Puxi has come up with such a big squad. Ge Yanning has promoted him as a commander. I am afraid to go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple with Little An, so give me some benefits. No, this is not only a good thing. I was blocked by Commander, but I didn't want to leave it. I want to leave Clear River Prefecture. She must agree with her great commander. Of course, Li Qingshan wouldn't think that Ge Yanning was confessed by him, and he had feelings for him. I am afraid it would be used as a more important piece. Hua Chengzhen clapped his hands, wearing a red Hua Chenglu, coming in from the side door, holding a brand new Red Eagle Commander costume with a small red copper eagle card on it, laughing. Congratulations, Big Brother Li. No, yes, Commander Li. I said that old Wang had a bad temper and was fired. Li Qingshan haha smiled. Wang Puxi blinked. Hua Chengzhen said, Qingshan, don't talk nonsense. Old Wang is going to be promoted to White Wolf Guard, going to Ruai County, leaving the big mud pool of Clear River Prefecture. This is a good thing. Wang Puxi is really dissatisfied, but not because of himself. Promoting the White Wolf Guard to Ruai County has always been his wish. However, he felt that this position should have been picked up by Hua Chengzhen, but after this temptation, he also had to admit that Li Qingshan's strength is indeed above Hua Chengzhen, the location of the commander. He is fully responsible. To count your child's life, you have the appreciation of Commander Gu. Oh, this is strength. Li Qingshan thought about another thing. Now that the war is just coming to an end, Ge Yanning will transfer a general. It is obviously very sure that there will be no battle between human race and monster race. Where is this grasp? Probably on his body. In a twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan changed into a Red Eagle Commander suit, standing on the back, looking forward to the heroic and cool. And it is already a veritable Clear River Prefecture Eagle Wolf Guard Commander. Wang Puxi and Hua Chengzhen retired to the left and left. See Commander. Nearly 100 Eagle Wolf Guard rearranged the team, saluting and screaming. Li Qingshan's eyes swept over the people, secretly thought, is this my team in the future? Well, Qian Rongzi doesn't seem to be coming. When I talked about what Protector Yan of Iron Fist Gate, the three little heavyweights of Clear River Prefecture, I thought about it and I would be among them. However, from his current point of view, this is nothing. The Eagle Wolf Guard is also a change of mind, with some thoughts, some of them Red Wolf Guard, also drunk with Li Qingshan. A few years ago, the country boy, after a few years, became their boss. Hua Chengzhen was another clap, and more than 10 tables were put on the table to celebrate Li Qingshan and to see Wang Puxi. This is just the delivery of wine inside the Eagle Wolf Guard. In the future, there will be some at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Wang Puxi will not be able to walk for a while. Little Hua, this position, it should have been given to you, or else we have changed. Li Qingshan also wondered why Wang Puxi was unhappy and laughed at Hua Chengzhen. He really doesn't care much about this position. Do you think this is a grocery shopping? Want to change it? Hua Chengzhen felt that Li Qingshan was sincere, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his heart. He also disappeared without a trace. He was very touched. He said, this is called the latecomer. The old Gabort has the knowledge of people. I have to cover me more. Tell me. But the Eagle Wolf Guard is all handed over to you, I am only responsible for oversee. Hua Chengzhen smiled bitterly. Let's say something. After the banquet, it was a series of handover work. Once in the commander position, you can pick an item in the Eagle Wolf Guard's library. If you can find another volume of cursive sword script, it will be fine. Li Qingshan, with this beautiful wish, crossed the heavy form and finally stepped into it, but was disappointed. Under the chaos of several years, there was not much left in it. Or do you still have to wait? Look at this situation. Ruai County may soon send a supply. Hua Chengzhen also smelled something from Ge Yanying's order. It seems that the war is really over. In the war, this 3,000 long Clear River Prefecture became an island, almost completely severing contact with the outside world. The cultivator in it, unless there is a special relationship, can only fight and cannot escape, and will be chased after escaping. Of course, there will be no supply of spirit talisman medicine pill. All right. Li Qingshan nodded, although he did not find what he thought of. However, Li Qingshan found that this commander is still doing a lot of benefits. First of all, the welfare benefits are much better. With Li Qingshan's net worth, I don't care very much about this. The key is the advancement of status, from the periphery to the decision-making level, which can directly influence many of the major decisions of the entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. And with a lot of confidential information, Eagle Wolfguard is a direct violent mechanism of Dixia dynasty, with its own information system. These materials seem to be chaotic, and astronomical geography is all-encompassing. But at some point, maybe it can play a key role. After completing a series of handover work, the skylight is already bright. Li Qingshan made a handful of dispensers and entrusted everything to Hua Chengzhen, returning to Lian Mountain alone. Verdant Province mind map unfolds and then locks up on Little Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan begins to make a selection and choose the right place to build a water mansion. His gaze first fell on the big river that runs through the entire Clear River Prefecture. Although it is small, the area of Clear River Prefecture is larger than Li Qingshan previous life and the entire Jiangnan area. This Clear River water can also be compared to the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Clear River, originated in the Kangwu Mountains, is more than 1,000 miles long and can reach millions of square kilometers. If you can refining it, whether it is cultivation or fighting, you can be said to be helpless. Even if it is for the Golden Core cultivator, Li Qingshan is confident that he can gain the upper hand. However, Li Qingshan took the Water God Seal and looked at it. According to the books he had read, God Seal is generally divided into two types, but the quality is not the same. Refining a small river, it can also condense Water God Seal. But it is impossible to accommodate a big river. Only with the small river as the foundation, it continues to grow and develop. I don't know if this Water God Seal can hold Clear River water. If the refining can't be accommodated at the end, it would be funny. Anyway, I don't have a competitor now, or step by step, let's take a look. Choose a water region first. Starting with a tributary of the river. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 508 Chapter 22, The God of the Great River. Li Qingshan's hand stroked the 9 provinces mind map, and only saw the pattern change. The river veins emerged and turned into clear blue, like a capillary, running through the entire Clear River Prefecture. The aorta is naturally Clear River water. Li Qingshan, although it is not expected to refining Clear River, the ultimate goal is still here and will not change. So the river you choose must be able to lead to the Clear River. On this point, there is no problem. It is more difficult to find a water vein in Clear River Prefecture that is not connected to the Clear River waters. Next is the choice of location. Li Qingshan's fingertips in the Kangwu Mountains, along the Clear River water all the way down. Stay in the middle position. Draw a circle. It is closer to his territory in Subterranean World, and the underground river in the territory is likely to be connected to the water region. He completely connected the two territories through the river, and the underground river was able to go straight to the Spider City. And in this circle, there is a big lake. There are probably 8,000 lakes in the small lakes of Clear River Prefecture. But the biggest is only 3 or 4. Dragon Snake Lake is one of them, but it is not the biggest one. The reason why the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy was built is that it is closer to the fucking city, and there is a spirit vein and spiritual chi. The size of the water region is not particularly important when the water element cannot be refining. The large lake that Li Qingshan is looking at, named Clear Court Lake, is the first big lake in Clear River Prefecture. If the God Seal is not enough to refine the Clear River water, the next best thing. It is not bad to refining this clear-quartz lake first. Everything depends on the extent of the water god seal that Ruxin gave him. God seal is like a glass. It is big and small. Although the water is emptied, the cup is still there. It can still hold water in another place. If this god seal has refining a large river like the Clear River, it can accommodate an equal amount of water. If it can't be accommodated, it does not mean that Li Qingshan can only wander in Xiaotigu in the future. As long as he breaks through the blockade of 9 provinces, he can naturally, from small and large, bit by bit expands this container so that it can accommodate more rivers and lakes. Under the blue sky, the vast expanse of clear-quartz lake, flashing tens of waves, the lake in the mountains, the world. A white-watered waterfowl, flying above the blue waves, is open-minded. If you are the first time to see the mortal of clear-quartz lake, look at the lakeside. I am afraid it will be treated as a sea. As soon as Li Qingshan came to the lake, he felt the thick water spiritual chi squatting in the lake as the water element monster general. Even if it is only in its cultivation, there are many advantages. There are quite a few towns and villages on the lakeside. It was also a bustling and prosperous place in the past, but after a war robbery, many villagers were dying. Still can see a lot of fishermen. The stars float on the lake. Li Qingshan felt confident when she looked at the map, but when she saw this big lake, she doubted whether the god seal could be accommodated. But, go find a river and say it. Li Qingshan opened the Verdant Province mind map again and found a large river that merged into clear-quartz lake to raise wind god wings. In a flash, I came to the estuary. However, he thought about it again and went up the river to find a tributary stream of this big river. It is said to be a small river, but also 100 feet wide. First take this river to try your hand. Li Qingshan plunged into the river, and the contents of the dozens of books appeared in his mind. Through his words, he probably understood the method of refining the water. With the water god seal, refining an unowned water vein is not particularly difficult. He holds the god seal and first injects monster chi into it. The god seal will shine, like dragon snake winding around. Li Qingshan released the monster chi, and the huge monster chi spread across the river. The river of unceasing torrent has become smooth as a mirror, without a trace of ripples. After a while, it will be restored. Li Qingshan upstream, monster chi is constantly releasing and deep-dyed. Refining the water veins is a meticulous work, although the god seal in the hands can save him a lot of trouble, but still have to bit by bit to travel throughout the water region. Let his own monster chi dip each water region. This tributary was not very long. After 3 hours, Li Qingshan finally went back to the source of the river. In his sea of consciousness, he clearly left a pale blue, winding path. Li Qingshan will gather in monster chi and point to the water god seal in his hand. Water god seal releases the water like halo, and when halo calms down, there is a small piece of light on it, and the trajectory of the ripples is exactly the same as in the Li Qingshan Sea of Consciousness. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Only a small piece of light, indicating that this small river is far from the water vein that the water god seal can accommodate. For the refining clear-quartz lake, it is a bit more confident. At the same time, he felt that the whole water was under his control. Underwater spiritual chi, through the water god seal, was incorporated into his within the body. Although not very powerful, but it was winning. From this moment on, he is the river god of the river. Even if you don't use monster chi, you can manipulate the water flow, such as the arm. Next, it is the refining of the mainstream river. The drizzle fell, the river heart was wearing a coat, and the old fisherman wearing a hat was sitting on the bow fishing. From time to time, he picked up the jug next to him and took a sip. Suddenly I saw the fish sinking, and quickly pulled the line. The thin fishing line is tight, but it does not move. Is it a stone? The boat tilted slightly. The old fisherman faintly saw the underwater. A huge shadow swam past. The heart dumbstruck, and quickly dropped the fishing rod back. A slamming sound. A squid jumped out of the water. This is the scene of the old fisherman who has seen him for a lifetime, but he is scared and stunned, his mouth wide open. because the squid is more than a few times bigger than his boat. The squid is also squinting, his mouth wide open, swallowing the old fisherman. It is covered in flaming scales, but on the back is a black ink stained, faintly like a black lotus. Fish monster, it's crazy. The old fisherman did not react slowly. At the bow of the boat, the bow was immersed in the water and was suddenly raised by buoyancy. He took advantage of his strength and plunged to the riverside, which was actually a first-class master. Boom! The boat was crushed by the squid, and the pieces of wood splashed in all directions. The river was pressed out of a big cave and turned into a whirlpool. The old fisherman was stinging and was injured by the wood chips. At this time, he refused to take care of it. He looked down at the water, and the squid fell into the water. He floated his head and opened his mouth, so he waited for him. Although the old fisherman is an expert, but he can't fly. He doesn't have the skills of his left foot and his right foot. He doesn't even have a place to borrow power in the air. He can only look at himself and fall into the mouth of the fish. My life is resting. At this moment, the squid suddenly closed his mouth and folded and dived into the water. With a bang, the old fisherman fell into the water and was about to swim to the river. He turned to see the water surface upstream, and suddenly it became smooth, and the mirror generally drifted downstream. What is this time? The old fisherman's face changed dramatically, and it was obvious that the fish monster was scared away. In a flash, there is no ripple in the surrounding water. There is something that passes with him. In an instant, he is swaying with his hair. His heart is like a hail. His limbs are all stiff, and he falls straight to the river. After a while, the river was calm, and the old fisherman came out of the water, spit out a sip of water, and fell to the riverside. I want to eat the fish and I didn't eat it. I was almost eaten by the fish. The Jianghu water is too deep. It seems that I only fished in the creek in the future. It seems like there is a monster chi in front. Catch up and see. Li Qingshan refining the river, even a decent monster did not encounter. Probably because the water is too shallow, cannot tolerate the stranger spirit. Refining this big river, I finally met some. However, most of the monster core is not condensed, but it is much larger than the same type of body, under the wisdom, not off the beast. Let him catch a few shrimps and crabs in the future, the intention of the time to lose, and now finally met a decent, and could not help but get the heart. Escape fast. Li Qingshan swam forward again, and the monster chi had already run away. He wants to refining the water veins and can only move forward slowly. This river is much wider than the river and the water flow is more abundant. Although Li Qingshan has mastered some experience in refining water veins, the speed is still not fast. But if you think about it, you won't be in a hurry. Under subterranean world, among his demon soldiers, Blackwater Salamander and Ice Frog, both of which are water element monster, can be used to make them worse. 2 days later, early in the morning, Li Qingshan finally returned to the original point, at the end of the river, on the banks of Clearcourt Lake. Facing sunrise from east, he opened the palm and light flashed on the water god seal. The Guanghua was filled with waves, and a thin light flowed, indicating that the water region controlled by Li Qingshan became more extensive. Water God Seal has only filled about a tenth. Ruxin gave him this God Seal. The quality is indeed superior. There is probably the possibility of refining Clearcourt Lake. Li Qingshan no longer hesitates to immerse himself in the vast Clearcourt Lake. Clearcourt Lake is not a round shape, but an irregular semicircle shaped like a flying hare. In the rabbit's abdomen, the heart of Clearcourt Lake, there is an island surrounded by fog and magical arrays. Only in special occasions can you see high and low buildings, as the mountains rise and fall. Therefore, it is rumored that there is a fairy island in Clearcourt Lake. But this is the knowledge of the fools and fools. Those who truly understand the cultivation road know that it is the sect of the King Court. There is a saying that the famous lake is at the Great Lake Snurgan Snake, and the island's spiritual chi is rich, which is an excellent cultivation holy place. The Qingting School is known as the sect of Clear River Prefecture and is an important member of the Monster Execution Union in Clear River Prefecture. In the past, In order to deal with the attack of Nightwalker, I also went to Yunxia Mountain to avoid the disaster. However, Fu Qingjin is now seriously injured and has been cultivated on Benevolence Island. Monster Execution Union has no leader, and the contradiction between sect cannot be suppressed. So the King Court sent sect leader, and then brought the discipline back to Clear Court Lake. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 509 Chapter 23 Climbing the King Court. The King Court can occupy such a blessed land. Of course, there is no foundation. The King Emperor sect leader, known as the King Ting Master, has already completed the realm of the foundation establishment late stage, although with the foundation establishment peak of Zutong, there is a gap. But self-confidence, even if it is Moon Demon, with the heavy formation outside the island, as well as its own cultivation base, can also resist one or two. Master, not good, not good. On this day, Tang Ping-u is in the Immortal Cave, retreating painstaking cultivation. There was a call from the disciple outside the door. Although he was not happy, he interrupted the cultivation and opened the door. If nothing else, the discipline would not bother. What's wrong? What happened? Is it so flustered? There is monster chi in the lake. What's strange about this? There is monster in the lake, and there are naturally demons. Tang Ping-u is not happy with frowns. The Clear Court Lake is so vast, there are often fish and shrimp aquatic race, and there is enough spiritual chi to become a monster. He sent a king dynasty to send 1,000 years, no less demon slayer, but also afraid of the district monster chi. But he was free to use divine sense to sweep away, and he was shocked to understand why the discipline was so scared. Monster chi didn't come from somewhere, but filled the entire Clear Court Lake, surrounded by the island in all directions. So the vast monster chi, at least monster general, is possible. But what is the purpose of spreading monster chi? Is it because you want to refining Clear Court Lake? This is impossible unless he has Water God seal. Tang Ping-u is a group of people, and he has lived more than Li Qingshan for more than 180 years. His experience is extremely deep. Between the thoughts, I guessed the generality of the matter, and my face became more dignified. If you really have a monster race water god in Clear Court Lake, then there is still a place for the King Court. Hey, want to be water god? I have to pass this level. Tang Ping-u won't go out and fight with the monster general. As long as the King Ting faction is not broken and is still here, Monster General will not be able to completely refining Clear Court Lake to become water god. I thought it was not safe enough, and I sent the message to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. There are also major sects, and such a big event will never be ignored. The process of refining Clear Court Lake. It is much more difficult than a river in the refining area. It took more than half a month for Li Qingshan to refining Clear Court Lake. Looking at the isolated islands in the distance, Li Qingshan touched his chin. Anyway, it was impossible for such a thing to cross the sea. Simply open the car and see who would dare to stop. As for the nail house in front of me, if it is willing to move, it will be a blessing. If it is not, it will be forced to demolish it. People inside, give me out. Li Qingshan broke out of the water, stepped on the wave and shouted. This hoarseness, like a thunder, it slammed into the formation around the King Ting School, igniting the waves of 10 feet, the dense fog that does not scatter throughout the year, and the tendency to spread. Not good. It's Moon Demon. The sound spread throughout the island. Tang Ping-u saw the red figure and his face changed. He thought it was a water element monster general. It was unexpected that Moon Demon personally shot. I will give you a fragrant time. Withdraw the formation. Get out of here. After the time, I have to break myself. At that time, the King Court has one count. All feed the fish. Don't panic. Only Moon Demon won. Our formation, not so easy to break, and soon there will be rescuers. Tang Ping-u sighed the disciples and shouted, Moon Demon, you are crazy. If you dare to take the world by storm, you will not be able to die in the future. If you are interested, you will now retreat and still have time. Li Qingshan's answer is only one word, 10. Tang Ping-u eyelid jump. Isn't that a good fragrance? 9. Li Qingshan lies on the side of the wave, holding his head in one hand, and his face is careless. Master, let's run away. He can even break the two instruments. Stop. Tang Pingwu shouted. He also felt a strong pressure on the shadow of the human name tree. 8. Li Qingshan has no intention of intimidation. The number is faster, full of impatience, as if eager to count these numbers, and then open the killing. Tang fellow Taoist, you must hold on, you can't let Moon Demon succeed, we will come to the rescue immediately. At this time, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy passed the round sound, which is the voice of Liu Chenqing. Liu Chenqing as the prefecture governor of Clear River Prefecture. How can I watch a monster become a party on his site, water god? The patriarch has been urgently called to discuss countermeasures. Tang Pingwu's face has become more ugly. Withstand? How long is it? Immediately? How fast? After 10 words, they finished reading. Although I still have some confidence in my own form, what if I can't stop it? Even if this time is blocked, what happens next time the Night Walker army comes? 6 5 4 3 2 1. Li Qingshan finished the count in one breath, leaping from the wave. People in the air, the body shape rapidly expanded and become larger. Loud rumble, loud noise, set off a huge wave. A huge figure falls into the lake. Scarlet hair is like a waterfall, the eyelids are like fire, and the body is well defined. It seems to be cast with pig iron. It is tall and dignified like a mountain, and it contains a fierce explosive force. It's already a deeper place in the Clear Court Lake water region, and it's only over the waist. Li Qingshan squeezed his fists, shook his shoulders, souped the lake, strode forward. Hostility. The disciples of the King Court, looking at the shadow of the approaching, are all shaking hands, like earth. Tang Pingwu's face is also faintly whitish, and he said to himself in his heart, don't be afraid, you are the Foundation establishment late stage, and you still occupy the land. Moon Demon is just monster general. Well, I am going, as long as you promise not to hurt my King Ting Pai. Tang Pingwu screamed, flew from the island, came to the air, stayed at the edge of the formation, so that he could hide back into the formation at any time. He looked sad and helpless, as if he was not worried about the comfort of the discipline. He would stay with Li Qingshan. Fast. Li Qingshan impatiently waved his hand and sounded like a thunder. Although it is not difficult to break the line, he does not want to waste monster chi and delay the time of refining Clear River Prefecture. Who knows when Spider Queen Rose will come to challenge him. Tang Pingwu is about to take up the flag. Li Qingshan said, wait. You can leave the formation, and the turrets built here are not allowed to move. Tang Pingwu's face changed. Under the gaze of the Scarlet Eye, she did not dare to move the grass and trees on the island. He handed over a series of objects such as the formation plate of the formation to Li Qingshan, and took the disile with a sloppy look. Go away. Li Qingshan hovered around the island and was very satisfied. The island has a vast area, pavilions and pavilions, all of which are exquisite and elegant, yet very stylish. There are no strange flowers and strange animals on the island for people to enjoy. The King Court sent 1,000 years to operate such a scale, and now Li Qingshan is cheaper. He has the heart to use this as his water mansion. Although he majored in water element, he did not like fish and shrimp, and he did not like to live in the water. Anyway, as long as the God Seal is held, it can be cultivated on this island. Li Qingshan appreciatively appreciated her own spoils, and was about to continue to Clear Court Lake. She suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled and said, look for death. Tang Pingwu thinks very well that nowadays, so many sects are eliminated in Clear River Prefecture. It is not a bad place for cultivation, or it is their own life. Whoever wants to fight against Moon Demon will be resisted by him. Anyway, he is not doing this stupid thing, but it was hard to get out of it. After rejoicing, it was deep resentment. He had never suffered such a shame in his life. In the end, the cultivation immortal cave was forcibly seized, and how to hate and bite his teeth. Damn Moon Demon, I will wait until I have passed heavenly tribulation and become a golden core. and I will definitely kill you." If he only said so, Li Qingshan couldn't hear it anyway. Even if he heard it, he might not be in his heart. But when he was about to leave Clear Court Lake, the more he wanted to get angry, the more he was born. Let the discipline go first and land alone on Clear Court Lake. Tang Ping-u stretched out his hands and a pair of water spiritual chi plunged into the depths of the lake to dispel the monster chi, which was filled with water. He is also a major in water spirit and has the ability to refining Clear Court Lake, but he does not have a water god seal. Even if he spends a lot of effort, it is useless and can only make Li Qingshan more troublesome. There is only one purpose. Even if Li Qingshan can't be injured, he will be disgusted with him and have a bad breath. On the other hand, there is also an account for 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and Monster Execution Union. He dares to do this, and naturally he is quite sure it is far from the heart of the lake. Li Qingshan is the one who escapes. With the cultivation base of my foundation establishment late stage, and so far away, Moon Demon can help me. Just thinking about it, I saw a shadow of the red skies across the lake. After the bombardment and thunder, after the shadow of the red shadow, the lake surface violently exploded, cracking a deep ditch wide by 10 feet. How could it be so fast? Tang Ping-u was shocked and took out a harpoon. He quickly took advantage of the artifact controlling and did not dare to stay. This scorpion dragon fork is a magical artifact passed down from generation to generation by the King Court. Although it is only a variety of grades, the speed of flight is far superior to that of spirit artifact. However, Li Qingshan's usual speed can already match Monster Martial. After the display of Wind God Wings, although there is a shortcoming of the turning point, the speed of the straight line impact, even the Spider Queen Rose did not respond. Thousands of feet, 100 feet, 10 feet, the distance is rapidly approaching. Tang Ping-u regretted it in his heart. As long as he knew this, why bother to do so? But I regret that I am late, and I screamed, "I am fighting with you." It was too late to display any magic spell, and 3 scarlet talisman flew out. The bang, the 3 loud bangs, and the 3 huge fireballs engulfed Li Qingshan. But in the next second, Li Qingshan's figure broke through the flame. Scarlet eye was like fire, and hostility was soaring. "I spare you a life, dare to find trouble, die." The dragon fork turned into a blue light and flew to Li Qingshan, but it was too late to display it as a magical artifact. Li Qingshan grabbed it with one hand and grabbed the head of Tang Ping-u. Another scarlet talisman burns and turns into a golden light curtain. Broken. Spiritual chi is raging and broken. 5 fingers clasped the skull. Kaka, head, broken. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 510. The 25th chapter is Unstoppable. Rao. Forgive. Tang Ping-u knows that the disaster is coming. His eyes are round and round, full of unwillingness and deep regret. "Ray, you can't." Li Qingshan clenched the dragon's fork, and the backhand poked into the chest of Tang Ping-u, and the red tip was dyed from the back. Tang Ping-u's eyes wide open, and he died in the air. The sect leader of the King Courts used the scorpion to kill the unknown. The strangeness of the Clear Court Lake ended in the magical artifact of this generation, which is also in line with the karma cycle. "I really can't open it." Li Qingshan shook his head and threw Tang Ping-u's body into the 100 treasure pouch. Tang Ping-u actually has a lot of means, but at that speed and offensive, in addition to urging the dragon's fork, and losing a few life-saving talisman, even a magic spell has no time to display. The strength is a realm, it is a day. Li Qingshan, with the Bull Demon 4th layer, has been comparable to the Spider Queen Rose in terms of strength and physical vitality, and has been almost slain for many times. After breaking through the Tiger Demon 4th layer, except for Monster Chi, the other aspects are almost identical to Monster Martial. Being attacked by a Monster Martial with a killing force, Tang Ping-u may have been able to support the body refining method, but the result is no, and even this can't be supported. Li Qingshan opened Tang Ping-u's 100 treasure pouch and looked at it. The accumulation of 1,000 years of sect is not too thin, but the ordinary talisman medicine pill is naturally not in his eyes. Well, this is Yuan spiritual pill. Li Qingshan took out a dark gold medicine pill, in which spiritual chi was restrained. Even without a trace of aroma, it starts to look heavy and looks more like a metal ball. Yuan spiritual pill is similar to true spiritual pill in that it is used to break through the golden core realms medicine pill, but its value is different, and it is truly priceless. Li Qingshan has only got one from the 100 treasure pouch of Green Vine Old Man, and now I have added one more. In the future, the golden core will be enriched with a guarantee. Lifting the dragon's fork again, the fork is divided into 2 strands, and the flash of light flashes. The mysterious lines are looming. The shape is a double-headed snake. After the blood blade was broken, there is now a missing weapon, which has not been used. But it's also a magical artifact, and it's still water element, just for use. Li Qingshan first made up for the small water region destroyed by Tang Pingwu. Tang Pingwu put on a foundation establishment cultivator, which was a waste of Li Qingshan for a quarter of an hour, and a violent outfit, and then this handheld dragon fork is refining. I saw the shape of the dragon's fork, and it changed slightly. The 2 forks were slightly curved and shaped like a bullhorn. In a way, it is quite handy. It turned out that this stuff is used in this way. Li Qingshan put the dragon fork on his shoulder and went back to the water region of the king court. Continue your work. He suddenly felt a monster chi coming from afar. It was he who was in the middle of the river, and the one he lost. Somehow he always felt that this monster chi was a bit familiar. Give me over. Li Qingshan pointed the direction of monster chi in the direction of monster chi. It resembled the tip of the snake's head and suddenly opened. The 2 beams of light spurted out and turned into 2 water flow ropes, which were thrown into the depth of the lake. After a while, a slamming sound, a red squid broke out of the water and was tied up. As the rope contracted, its shape also became smaller. It turned out to be this guy. Li Qingshan looked at the double-stranded fork and squirmed the squid at a glance. He was the squid he had fed with medicine pill when he was in Ancient Wind City, and he was later like the Lotus Bond of Qian family. Later, Black Lotus Soltu Lord, the squid, gave him the lotus leaves left by Black Lotus Soltu Lord. He gave it several medicine pills and put them into clear river water. I didn't expect to see it here, and it has become so huge in the past few years. It has also condensed monster core. It is obviously the function of a lotus seed of Black Lotus Soltu Lord. It is also quite a blessing. The squid suddenly stopped struggling, looking at Li Qingshan straight, and seemed to recognize Li Qingshan. Then Jiang Dayu mouth, a pair of medicine pill. You can recognize me. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Could it be that during the Ancient Wind City cultivation, monster chi was inadvertently leaked? So I remembered it. This is not unusual. At that time it was just an ordinary squid, so there was not much avoidance. I touched a medicine pill and fed it. Okay, my shrimp and crabs will be inside. Count you. This is our fate. I am so kind. You only have to transform the beauty in the future, use the body to repay, saying that you are the public mother. The squid ate the medicine pill, and shook his head with pleasure, and did not know if he understood it. Li Qingshan shook his head and threw it back into the water. It swam a circle and restored its original size. This dragon fork has its own magic. Feeling that there are several monster chis in this lake, Li Qingshan smiled and put it into the water and continued to refining Clear Court Lake. The red squid could not swim around him. It was the first demon for the water mansion. At Li Qingshan refining Clear Court Lake, I was once again shocked by the Clear River Prefecture cultivation community. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Patriarch Conference. What about Li Qingshan? Liu Qingqing, I said. Li Qingshan is now Red Eagle Commander, and his status is very different. Such a meeting is logically a must. I informed him, but he wants to close the cultivation and let me see it. Hua Chengzhen said helplessly. He is very smart. Who doesn't want to cultivate? Liu Chengqing said with dissatisfaction, but did not think much. Hua Chengzhen feels a bit strange. When Superman appears, The actor is always absent. Only a fool cannot feel abnormal. Although it really counts, Moon Demon appears and Li Qingshan does not appear, only twice, but for smart people, it is enough to be a clue. When Li Qingshan appeared, it seems that Moon Demon does not appear, or just sends a clone. It's not that Hua Chengzhen is suspicious of Li Qingshan, and no one will easily associate Red Eagle Commander with Demon. Now it is only a guess at most. This is his strategy of not wanting to face Moon Demon and avoiding the war. But with the clues summarized, one day, when everyone has not noticed the same, he can get the results. The so-called smart people just noticed every detail. That guy, obviously came to my immortal cave yesterday, bothering me concocting pill, and retreat today. Ruxin seems to confirm Li Qingshan is to avoid the war. Inadvertently, the relationship between Li Qingshan and Moon Demon was separated. But even if it is me, I don't want to find the trouble of Moon Demon at this time. The sect leader of the Qingting School of the Foundation establishment late stage has lost even a trick such as gold. Hua Chengzhen refuted Li Qingshan. The words reluctantly like gold are recognized by all cultivators present. The sons of the daughters are not sitting, they are asking for longevity. Grand Dao, no one wants to be desperate. So thinking about it, Li Qingshan retired for 3 years and avoided the most dangerous stage. After the Foundation establishment succeeded, he quickly made a contribution and now promoted Red Eagle Commander. The last time, Moon Demon and Fu Qingjin battled, everyone risked a huge risk, even Zitong almost died, but he was absent again. Liu Chenqing also sighed, this kid knows how to advance and retreat. Perhaps this is a qualified cultivator. No major event has its own life cultivation foundation. Zitong said, if it wasn't for Tang Pingwu, it would be so easy to be fooled by Moon Demon. How could it be so easy to die? Hua Chengzhen said, if Moon Demon is cheating, he will turn his face on the spot. Why wait for Tang Pingwu to escape to the lakeside and start again? I think most of it is Tang Pingwu's timid and unwillingness to disturb Moon Demon refining Clear Court Lake on the lakeside. Pulling away from Moon Demon took him no way, and the result was killed. Then we will watch him promote to Water God. Hua Chengzhen said, we can continue to send people from all sides to disturb, refining Clear Court Lake, but according to the speed of Moon Demon from the lake to the lake, I am afraid that every time I have to lose a life, and according to my inference, his current strength, I am afraid it is already very close to Monster Martial. This power gap is no longer a solution to make up for it. Frankly, no one can stop him in Clear River Prefecture. The word Monster Martial makes everyone speechless. Liu Chenqing puts out a breath. Sure enough, I have already reported this to Ruai Marquis. Han Great General and Commander Gu are also aware of it. If you can end this game, you don't need these little people. Come care. The feeling of making a chess piece is not so good, and it is still a dead chess game with no way to go. However, some people in the venue wanted to understand. Clear River Prefecture was the first time to send the news back to Ruai County. If there is any measure, it should be echoed immediately. No, those observers are afraid to find abnormalities earlier than them. There is still no result. Whether this game can end, probably even the three cannot decide. A heavenly tribulator in the eyes of second heavenly tribulation. What is it in the eyes of the king who crossed the third heavenly tribulation and ruled Verdant province? Liu Chenqing said, Ruxin, Fu Qingjin is still on Benevolence Island. Yeah, lost souls, every day with a broken sword, and at night I thought it was a lonely ghost. Ruxin has a smile on her face. She is probably the most comfortable one here, who can think that this Moon Demon into a big event was basically promoted by her. Liu Chenqing said, let's try again and see how Hidden Sword Palace will react. Good. Ruxin agreed. Then Liu Chenqing spreads both hands. Let's go back to cultivation. I will inform you of the results. If nothing, don't forget to clear the Clear Court Lake. I don't have to watch the notice. Let's wait for it. Zitong walked away and suddenly stood still. He said to Hua Chengzhen, Flower Kid, you still owe me a sword. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 511 Chapter 25 Moon Court Lake God. The fisherman sings late and the water is not good. A few mountain islands, standing quietly in Clear Court Lake, the clear reversed image on the lake, a red glow. The clouds in the western sky burned clouds, and the changes were gorgeous, such as the setting sun, golden, bright purple, red, like a beast. The eastern sky, the dark blue night, creeps up, a round of moon, quietly lying in the clouds, accompanied by a few sparse cold stars. The fishing fire has risen, the stars are a little bit floating, and the course is back. The fisherman's song smashed through layers. The land disappeared. The fisherman at the bow, looking at the water in amazement, are not only embarrassing, but also the waves that have been smashing for thousands of years. Clear Court Lake suddenly calmed down, looking at the vast lake, without a trace of ripples, like another invisible big hand, gently flattened the lake, flat like a mirror. At this moment, the distant mountains fell down, and the setting sun, the evening glow, the moon, and the cold star descended from the sky. The fishing boat seemed to sail in the sky, beautiful, and the fishermen were scared. Even the oldest and most knowledgeable fisherman could not explain the sight. A fisherman curiously put the paddle into the lake and stirred it. There was no sound of water, no waves, no even undulation. Wherever the paddles go, the water flow seems to flow automatically. In the towns and villages around Clear Court Lake, people flocked to the lakeside, from the high Wangwu upstairs, from the low stone bridge, staring at it. Such a strange sight seems to be a sign of the disaster. But there is an unspeakable divine spirit. It attracts everyone's attention and can't move their eyes. Two young men, standing at the top of a tower on the lakeside. One is the eyebrow star, a beautiful and uncast. The drama is a rare man in the world. The evening wind is light. Their look is like immortal, looking straight into a giant mirror of Clear Court Lake. What they want to say, the throat seems to be plugged by something. Can't speak. After a long time, Hua Chengzhen puts out a breath. The book records that when monster becomes water god, there will be turbid waves and emptying. The waves are all over the world, highlighting the divine power of the water region, but never heard of it. This kind of scene appears. It's just too strange. After watching it for a while, I'm going to realize it. Han Tai's answer was only silence. His fists and his eyes sparkling. Hua Chengzhen said, "You don't want to go crazy. Last time at Yangxia, he didn't shoot us. It's already a big blessing. It's even worse now." Han Tai had no choice but to let go of his fist and had to admit it. Since the last 100 meetings, time has passed for more than half a month, and no one has intervened in this game. Inxi's Dragon King has no thoughts on the split between Spider Queen Rose and North Moon. Nor did Verdant Provincial Governor send someone to interfere with the impending water god. Hidden Sword Palace did not send someone to support, or Fu Qingjian was taken over, leaving him to stay in Benevolence Island. The players seem to be watching quietly how the North Moon's unexpected piece will perform. For this plate, it should be clear to the chest. The small changes that have occurred have produced a bit of curiosity. The war seems to be not over yet, but Clear River Prefecture has been completely quiet and quietly watching the performance of this moon demon. The flames of the east are gradually extinguished and the night has pulled up. Starry sky. In the depths of Clear Court Lake, Li Qingshan curled up like an unborn baby, lying in the spirit turtle dark armor. God Seal floats in front of him, emitting a slight blue light, illuminating his face, his eyes closed and his eyes calm. It can be clearly seen that there is a large water region on the God Seal, which looks like a rabbit, almost filling the God Seal. The feeling of refining Clear Court Lake is quite different from the feeling of refining Two Rivers. As he spreads monster chi across the lake, he has a lake in his heart, so quiet and so peaceful, as if he had returned to his home. It is also true that although he is a major in water element, he is rarely immersed in water, and it is the first time to have such a lake. He has completed the Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets 4th layer. But it wasn't until this moment that he just realized the spirit turtle transformation and realized himself. He has a feeling that he can sleep here for 100 years, 1,000 years. All the troubles of the world are entangled, and he has nothing to do with him. He has a long lifespan and can look down on the sea. Even though monsters' lifespan is far better than human race, it is not endless. There is no limit. The most powerful of spirit turtle, perhaps not sea suppressing, not divination, is the long life. There is no enemy. It is worthy of your heart. He has time, and his enemies will eventually be defeated by time. In this case, whether it is fighting or fighting, it does not seem to be superfluous. So sleepy, just sleep here for a while, just for a little while. 100 years. King Shan. A voice passed through the lake and landed on the spirit turtle dark armor, but it was blocked from the outside and could not be passed in. Floating in the spirit turtle dark armor, the water god seal complements the spirit turtle dark armor with a lake, even if it's a golden core expert, and don't want to break it. Li Qingshan clearly heard it, wakes up and opens his eyes. A beautiful girl, with a dark scorpion, staring at him through the spirit turtle dark armor, seaweed-like hair, quietly floating in the lake. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand, kissed her on the forehead, then flew up and broke through the water. The stars filled the Great Lakes, and between the water and the sky, a dazzling blue star rose, and the water god seal shimmered with brilliance, as Li Qingshan continued to climb. At this moment, everyone saw it. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed the stars, and the light converges and blends into the body. From today on, this lake is called Moon Court Lake. His voice swept across the water and spread to all directions, and the screaming cockroaches quickly became bigger and spread to Clear Court Lake. No, every corner of Moon Court Lake. At this moment, everyone heard it. In an instant, Moon Court Lake has thousands of folds on the top. The sound of the interrupted waves re-emerged, rolling waves, turbulent, and smashed the stars. On the fishing boat, on the shore of the lake, crowds of people screaming in the direction of the voice, Moon Court Lake. God bless. Mortal people don't know what cultivation, only know that there is a strong person falling in this lake. This power is no different from the legendary god. Foolish. Han Tai coldly, from today. The strangeness in the lake can be chaotic. Which cultivator rushed to Demon Slayer, and succumbed to this culprit? I can't talk about happiness, but I don't feel relieved. If the Provincial Governor Palace or Hidden Sword Palace is really sent, it must be the expert of heavenly tribulation. Once you fight, all the farmland around Moon Court Lake will be the great river is drowning. This war will become more intense, and we will be completely involuntarily. And God position is both a force and a restraint, focusing on defense, not offense. From now on, Moon Demon will not leave King Moon Court Lake anymore. Isn't it a blessing? Hua Chengzhen said, suddenly flew up and flew to the heart of the lake. What are you doing? Han Tai said, talk to him. Li Qingshan opened his arms. Facing the galaxy, he smiled and said, now is not sleeping. Turned into the lake and asked Little An, how come you? Miss you. Have your master gone? Go, give me a magical artifact. Look. Little An took out a golden Falan. It is a magical artifact and a grade magical artifact. Li Qingshan has now obtained magical artifact. They are all different grades of magical artifact, including the dragon's fork that was just obtained some time ago, and the volume of cursive sword script. That is to say, although it is detached from the general spirit artifact, it is barely a magical artifact, but the level is still very low. The general foundation establishment cultivator can play up to top grade spirit artifact, even if it has a variety of magical artifact, not to mention the middle grade magical artifact. It's the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, and the shot is generous. The Falan, the full name is the Wheel of the Fair Rectification, also known as the Golden Wheel. It has the power to destroy the evil spirits. It means that the Yuan Tong is unimpeded, and the operation is endless. which can destroy the troubles of all beings. In the hands of Little N, this Falun is called Radiant King Indignated Judgment Wheel. The upper part is round and has 3 circles inside and outside. The center is in the shape of a human eye. It is now closed, diverging 12 golden beams, and the outer ring has 12 blue buttons. The top has 5 golden flames of different shapes, symbolizing the 5 kings. The lower part is a pedestal that can be held in the hands and in the shape of a lotus. It is an extremely rare Buddhism middle-grade magical artifact. However, Little N's biggest achievement is not this magical artifact, but a deeper understanding of the Buddhist law. Jigweng Zen Master is the first of the Body Institute and can cross the second heavenly tribulation. He is also a genius character and has been practicing the Buddhist law for hundreds of years. His teaching is unmatched by the Buddhist scriptures alone. After Jigweng Zen Master left, Little N immediately took hold and rebuilt the Blood Sea Banner. The two joined forces and they were completely laid on their roots in Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan made a water god, rolling water spiritual chi, passed his within the body through the god seal, and then into the spirit turtle monster core. Even without the medicine pill, the speed of his cultivation is guaranteed. If it can refine the Clear River water, what will happen? He is looking forward to it. But there are also disadvantages. From today, Water God Seal can no longer stay away from the water region he controls. The farther away, the weaker the control. If you go thousands of miles away, you may lose your sense of total loss. Then you have to refining Clearcourt Lake again. And even if it's a short distance away, the power in Water God Seal will be lost. Of course, you can leave the Water God Seal and hand it over to other aquatic races, but that's the equivalent of giving Water God. This Moon Court Lake is only for people who don't recognize it. If the aquatic race refuses to return the Water God Seal, it is a trouble. No matter what aquatic race controls the print, it will increase its strength in the lake. Although it can be handed over to a weaker hand to ensure absolute power suppression, if there is an invasion by foreign enemies, it is another trouble. This is the trouble of being promoted to God, and not free. So when Li Qingshan announced that he was Moon Court Lake, it really made many people feel down. However, this trouble is not a big problem for Li Qingshan. Rs. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 512. The 26th chapter is intended for the water month. Li Qingshan thought about it, waved his hand, and the piece of spirit turtle dark armor formed a smooth mirror with a clear reflection in the mirror. But the scene in the mirror is not the bottom of the lake, but subterranean world. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged in the underground cave and continues to assemble spiritual chi to maintain the existence of the mirror image clone. Suddenly opened his eyes and looked at another vision, but only saw a void. Boom! Li Qingshan waved his hand and the 5 fingers were printed on the mirror. I saw the mirror image clone standing up and jumping towards the void, disappearing into the underground cave. Mirror image was distorted, reflecting the darkness of the lake and returning to normal. Then the figure of Li Qingshan in the mirror went out of the mirror. Did not waste Li Qingshan's monster chi. Clone is still the clone, was directly recalled from subterranean world. Li Qingshan smiled a little. After refining Moon Court Lake, he had a deeper understanding of the changes of Spirit Turtle's 2 innate divine ability, and he became more and more integrated. The more he realized, the more he felt the infinite mystery. From this moment on, Mirror Image Clone is no longer just a phantom of monster chi, and its connection with the ontology is more closely related. Li Qingshan suddenly waved the dragon's fork, pierced the palm of clone, and then raised his right hand thoughtfully. When the palm of the clone was pierced, he felt a sting, leaving a little bit on it. Red marks. That is, if clone is traumatized, my body will be hurt. This water moon mirror, it's not that simple. This seems to be a bad thing. Li Qingshan can no longer carelessly take the clone as a canon. But in fact, for Li Qingshan, it is a great good thing. Not to mention, he can safely hand over the God Seal to clone, which is responsible for helping him gather the power of water spirit in the lake and accept it when needed. If you encounter a big enemy, call clone directly to your side. I am not afraid that God Seal will be thrown away, and then the body will go back and find the intestines. The only thing that made him a little regret is that the deity recalled clone. If the deity can also pass through the mirror, then it is not 1,000 miles, it is more useful than escape magic. It is equal to one more life. However, this is just the beginning. Li Qingshan can feel that the water moon mirror's mystery is now only the tip of the iceberg. It's him. Li Qingshan suddenly looked up and felt a familiar breath coming to the lake. North Moon fellow Taoist, at the lower legalist school Hua Chengzhen, came to see. Hua Chengzhen came to the lake, and the Range Rover said, turning his head again to the chasing Han Tai-yi said, "What are you doing with you?" "I am willing." "That's okay," Hua Chengzhen said helplessly, "there is probably no danger in this trip. Let's go." Li Qingshan sighed. The lake suddenly separated on both sides, with a water ladder that stretched down. Han Tai-yi reveals a vigilant color and enters a water region controlled by a strong great river demon, similar to the dragon's pool and tiger's den. But see Hua Chengzhen going down the stairs, and only follow up. Think that even if they don't get into the water, they are not opponents of Moon Demon. Further ahead is a long ramp that walks in the ramp. Can clearly see the scenery of the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two lights illuminate in the dark water region, and a monster chi quickly approaches. Hua Chengzhen stopped and turned to see a big red dragonfly, slid and flew straight to the two. Han Tai-yi was armed with a gun and was ready to go and was held down by Hua Chengzhen. With a bang, the red squid, carrying thousands of flowers, jumped over the martyrdom and passed them by. Han Tai-yi put down the gun, the two continued to move forward. The vision was suddenly wide open, the ramp leading to a large hall. There is no pillar, just an empty space. The shape is like a drop of water on the ground. There was a tall throne in the middle, and Moon Demon sat on it. The red squid came up from the bottom of the floor and leaned to his side, his mouth wide open. Moon Demon smiled and touched the head of the big fish and fed him a medicine pill. "You guys are really bold, not afraid that people can't help but kill you. Look at the oversized crab monsters, geeks, and shrimps who are hiding under the water. They swear, you have a few stocks. Don't roll them up, just cook them." They hurriedly rushed up and lined up on both sides. These are the shrimps and crabs that Li Qingshan conquered with the dragon's fork. Although not strong, they can barely support the scene. Hua Chengzhen is a little bit sorrowful. Moon Demon's violentness is unknown in Clear River Prefecture. No one knows it, but when you see it, there is always a subtle difference. However, as he approached the throne, he immediately felt the powerful momentum from his body. Shang Tsung was violent and mellow, and he became one. It was difficult to say a word. The more he went forward, the stronger the pressure, the distance from the throne, and the stopping of the foot. "Can't feel close again. What are you doing? Is it to congratulate me, or come and kill me?" Li Qingshan looked cold and stared at the old friends of the 200 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. "I didn't want to be too polite to avoid being seen." The flaws came and smashed the reputation of Moon Demon. Hua Chengzhen only felt a hostility, like a tsunami landslide. Han Tai-yi stepped forward and slammed his rifle in front of Hua Chengzhen. "Take me all." "Oh, not to say you." Li Qingshan took advantage of the momentum and pointed to the following drinking. It turned out that Hua Chengzhen and Han Tai-yi had no movements. The cockroach was first shrunk into the shell, and the crab monster shrimp was scared to shrink into a ball. Such as Meng Da-tun, even with the climb to escape into the deep water. "I want to ask North Moon fellow Taoist to return the Thunder Executor Wood Sword of Zitong's predecessors." Hua Chengzhen knows that he is not qualified to talk to North Moon. He wants Thunder Executor Wood Sword. More is just a temptation. When the situation is undecided, it is inevitable that people will be criticized by Moon Demon, but if the target is to recover Zitong's Thunder Executor Wood Sword, it will be different. "Zitong, who is that?" "It was the Taoist who used the lightning to fight with you last time." "Oh, what you said is this." Li Qingshan suddenly realized that he took out the Thunder Executor Wood Sword and gently threw it in his hand. The current surged, and the electric light flowed. But, Why should I return it to you? This is my loot. Thunder Executor Wood Sword has no effect on fellow Taoist. Can we exchange something else? Li Qingshan leaned forward and raised her eyebrows. Now, your life and 100 treasure pouch, aren't they all mine? If fellow Taoist really wants it, let's take it. Hua Chengzhen opened his arms and looked free and easy. However, my heart was also extremely nervous, although according to his inference, North Moon did not directly kill Monster Execution Union Tang Pingwu and put it alive. There is very little chance for them to kill. But Demon is moody and can't judge by common sense. Even smart people can't avoid all accidents. Li Qingshan ha laughed and waved his hand. The palace of the water collapsed and the great river came in from all directions. Just when Hua Chengzhen and Han Tai thought he was going to do it, Li Qingshan leapt gently, and then disappeared into the water waves. I heard that at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there is a baby named Water Moon Plate. If you want to get back this sword, use the Water Moon Plate to change it. Li Qingshan moved after seeing the Water Moon Plate for the first time. It seems that there is a chance to have the Spirit Mirror Spirit Turtle divine ability. If you can get it in your hands, you can achieve a higher realm with the understanding of Water Moon Mirror. Li Qingshan handed Water God Seal to Mirror Image Clone, and then condensed all the breath, with Little An, quietly rushed back to Lian Mountain. In Moon Court Lake, Li Qingshan controls the clone and swims towards a small lake around Moon Court Lake. The quality of this Water God Seal is truly extraordinary. Even Moon Court Lake can't completely fill it, leaving some the corners are spare. But it is impossible to accommodate another clear river. What Li Qingshan has to do is to continue to refining the surrounding water until it is filled with the Water God Seal. Before coming to the small lake, divine light was released on the Water God Seal. Li Qingshan put it into the place, but not only by his own monster chi refining, but with the entire Moon Court Lake's spiritual chi. In less than an hour, the breath soaked the entire lake and added a water region to the Water God Seal. Li Qingshan smiled a little, and as it was written in the book, after mastering the Great River Vein, it was extremely easy to go to the small water around the refining. Then Li Qingshan continued to work hard to refill the surrounding waters, and finally filled the Water God Seal. The power of the vast water spirit seemed to be endless, overflowing and let Li Qingshan feel turbulent. Suddenly, the mind flashed in my mind, and heart law of boundless sea art floated to my heart. Although Moon Court Lake has no avatar compared with the real sea, it has a bit of sea weather. It also has great benefits for the Li Qingshan human cultivator. It is really unintentional. Li Qingshan believes that as long as he gives him some time and quietly comprehends it, boundless sea art will have a breakthrough. He thinks that as your sea sect will not have its own water region, carry out cultivation. Is this the limit? Of course not. Be aware that there is no God Seal in the world, or it has been condensed out of nothing. The biggest value of this Water God Seal is the blockade of the 9 provinces. Li Qingshan came to a small river estuary that was infused into Clear Court Lake. At the same time, Hua Chengzhen also brought the conditions of Li Qingshan back to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, which was another emergency meeting. At this meeting, Li Qingshan was not absent. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's message came. He came with Little An was sitting with Little An to see if his purpose could be achieved. Water Moon Plate, absolutely not. Liu Qingqing refused. And the Water Moon Plate is the treasure of the town of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, headed by Confucian School Patriarch. The source is very old and is said to be the legacy of ancient cultivators, and even the current spirit artifact and magical artifact cannot be used to assess its value. Although there is no trace of attack and defense, this in itself proves its value is unusual. Liu Qingqing believes that he has not fully exerted his strength and how to give it to a demon. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 513 Chapter 27 Spirit Turtle is like a god. Great appetite. Ruxin eyes swept over Li Qingshan. Sound transmission. Generally, I would like to thank Rooksin Girl. Li Qingshan twisted his neck and sat in the Red Eagle commander suit, sitting on Liu Chenqing's left-hand side. On the right-hand side of Liu Chenqing is Han Nanjun. Just by changing this position, you can see the difference in his current status. Let Liu Kunfeng sitting in the corner. It is a bit of envy. Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Foundation Establishment Cultivator also has a lot. Some high scores, some cultivation base is strong, but in formal meetings, can sit at the highest position. Always Prefecture Governor, General, Commander, even Zitong, who is the first person to be known as Clear River Prefecture, can only go down. This is a kind of orthodox name. Liu Chenqing's status is not to be said. It is the first person in the nationally certified Clear River Prefecture. Although Han Nanjun only leads to military school, it is really at a critical juncture and can directly recruit 100 disciples into the army. The Eagle Wolf Guard is a violent mechanism directly under the Dexia dynasty. It is the traditional political, military, and supervisory powers. Buddhism and Taoism, although they are talented and rooted behind, but as religious people, they cannot involve specific matters. Li Qingshan also turned to persuade Liu Chenqing. Liu Daran should not worry, this water moon plate is not Moon Demon. He wants it. Hua Chengzhen also thinks that Moon Demon is a big opening for the lion. The problem is that if it is something next to it, it is the Thunder Executor Wood Sword. The kid is easy to say, that is the sword of Lozi. Zitong really couldn't sit still. Thunder Executor Wood Sword is the key magical artifact that he crossed the second heavenly tribulation. Now I have a chance to get it back. How can I not be moved? We don't want to be angry about the predecessors of the weak. We are not thinking about it for a long time. Li Qingshan said, hey, I know of course your sword, not your sword, I still don't take it. Well, the water moon plate is precious. But Thunder Executor Wood Sword is also a rare magical artifact. It may not be a chance to become a magical treasure. It's a pity to lose it. Hey, let's discuss it. What's the matter? Do it. Li Qingshan said that everyone said that he did not say anything. Zitong even bluntly said, you are like a fart. No use at all. Li Qingshan really has nothing to say. Against exchange. It is against yourself. Support exchange. Isn't it easy to doubt? As the discussion got more and more fierce, Li Qingshan was single-minded. This side was dealing with the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy meeting, while on the other side, the mind was still on the sleek Moon Court Lake. Looking up at the river, I saw a small river flowing down from a mountain. This river is much smaller than Li Qingshan's first refining river, if it is not long. Going deep into the mountain forest, I am afraid it is not enough to condense the God Seal. Li Qingshan stood on the estuary and rolled Monster Chi up the river. With the support of God Seal, the entire water region was opened in a blink of an eye. If there is still space in the water God Seal, simply blend it into it and turn the water region that he controls to a little bigger. But the God Seal is full and can't accommodate even one stream. Li Qingshan closed her eyes and felt a tiny blue band of light that stretched across the mountain forest. He reached for it, pull out the strip of light and wrap it around the water God Seal. Sure enough, this process is much more difficult than taking water country directly with water God Seal, which is equivalent to recondensing God Seal. Without Rooksin, the water God Seal, even if it was such a small river, it would be difficult to break through the suppression of 9 provinces and condense God Seal. The water God Seal rotates like a spindle, and the blue light belt is wrapped like a thread, and it is continuous in a circle. As the condensate deepened, Li Qingshan gradually mastered the trick, and the water God Seal turned faster and faster, and he felt that the process was not as difficult as the one written in the book. Probably because I have been promoted to water god, and this river is too small. Li Qingshan spent a few more hours, finally refining the river. The water God Seal in his hand, once again changed. The size did not change, and the texture above became more complicated. Even if the power in the future is once again exhausted, the quality of this water God Seal will be improved, And this will not change. This is because of my cultivation spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets. Li Qingshan was uplifted and had a conjecture. Li Qingshan guessed it well. If it is unusual, even if it is the monster of monster martial realm, I want to condense this river out of God's seal. I don't want to be successful for 3 or 5 days. Condensed and solid, original is not that simple. Unless it is born with a different species, it has divine beast blood. The spirit turtle is the most famous divine beast. Its status is equivalent to Phoenix's flame. The key to gods and demons' 9 transformations is a change character that allows an ordinary human race teenager to have the innate skill power of the world's strongest magical beast. Spirit turtle can also suppress the boundless sea, and it is a small mountain river. Divine beast, with its own deity, is born with divine power. Therefore, the scene of Li Qingshan refining Moon Court Lake will be different from the ordinary monster, showing a strange scene. Well, there is a result. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's meeting was once in a stalemate. Liu Chenqing reluctant to water Moon Plate. Zitong wants to return to his own Thunder Executor Wood Sword, but it is not easy to speak. Until the end, I barely got a result. That is, let Hua Chengzhen go to find Moon Demon and see if I can change the conditions. Well, I will take another trip, but still don't want too much hope. Hua Chengzhen sighed and stood up. I am going with you. Zitong got up. Hua Chengzhen was discouraged, and only smiled and promised, we must be calm when you are at the time of the week, and you can no longer conflict with Moon Demon. The two rushed to Moon Court Lake overnight and turned most of the money to find the Moon Demon. Li Qingshan on a small island in the lake. Hua Chengzhen Liu picked up and felt that the situation was more eccentric than the last time she met. Moon Demon was eating barbecue on the beach. A branch was dressed in a pheasant, and it was turned on a campfire. He didn't know where to find the source. My Thunder Execution Sword. Zitong was on the alert and walked to the front to see that the branch that Li Qingshan was turning, the Thunder Executor Wood Sword, which was not surprising, made a scream. It's my Thunder Executor Wood Sword. Li Qingshan corrected the right path, biting a bite of chicken. Hua Chengzhen took a step forward and performed a ceremony. He said that the water moon plate is something of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. We can't do it for you, or you can change the conditions. Anyway, Thunder Executor Wood Sword is in your hands. It's useless. It's better to change something useful. How is it useless? This is my exclusive secret, the necessary props for the Thunder Mountain lair, such a delicious roast chicken. What can I do if I can't eat it in the future? Li Qingshan angrily waving the roast chicken in his hand. Zitong's blue face. Oh, my words are useless. Your broken branches can also be used for barbecue, and it is especially difficult to eat. Hua Chengzhen smelled the smell of the roast chicken, and he couldn't say a word. Moon Demon, discourage me too. Zitong yelled and thundered. Li Qingshan uses a roast chicken to say, do you dare to do it? Predecessor, calm down. Hua Chengzhen was busy pulling Zitong. Zitong didn't really start. Although he was angry, he was not a fool. The egg touched the stone and he never did it. And he clearly felt that the Moon Demon transformation was stronger, and he was much stronger than when he took his Thunder Execution Sword. If Zitong knows, what is in front of him is nothing more than a clone, and he didn't even see it, I don't know how it feels. It's a pity that it's too tired to eat, and it's a good dish. Li Qingshan shook his head and said to himself, you really don't want to give it. In the future, I will take it myself. Hua Chengzhen is in the cold. It seems that Moon Demon is really determined to be the water moon plate. This time exchange is not only a matter of two things, but also about the next situation. If it can be exchanged smoothly, it is a good start to end this meaningless war. But if not, Moon Demon is likely to start the war again. In the best case, Ruai County is involved, and Clear River Prefecture once again becomes a war quagmire. Li Qingshan certainly won't fight with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. One is that there are too many acquaintances. If he accidentally kills Han Fu or Xia Zizi, then he and Han Qiangzi will become a bitter drama. Besides, The situation is so good now that he will not be stupid to destroy. As long as no one cares about him, he will swallow the rivers and lakes one by one, and will never suffer. Anyway, threats threaten without spending money. Hua Chengzhen took Zitong and returned to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to tell karma to Liu Chenqing. This time, no meeting, only 3 of them. Liu Chenqing's face changed and she couldn't make up her mind. Liu Prefecture Governor, are you credible to go through the poor road? Zitong said. Presidents are polite, that is of course. With this thunder execution sword, I have passed the heavenly tribulation, at least 30%. If I succeed, I will try my best to take back the water moon plate. I can't, I will use other things to compensate. The threat of Moon Demon is if I don't go, I will always oversee Clear River Prefecture. In case my transcending tribulation fails, this thunder execution sword will not be damaged, but will absorb the power of thunder and become stronger, instead of water moon plate. We can sign the contract and send it to Ruai County, which is poor. I trade with Moon Demon, how do you see it? At this moment, Zitong is very calm and completely explains the matter. Hua Chengzhen thinks a little, and understands that Liu Chenqing's biggest concern is still in Ruai County. Ruai Marquis didn't send people to support, but didn't say that you were forced by Demon to fuel his momentum. Zitong's remarks are equivalent to clearing Liu Chenqing's responsibility. Liu Chenqing Heartive has been fighting for a long time, finally biting his teeth. Okay. But I have to report this to Ruai Marquis first. If Hui does not object, then the water moon plate will let you take it. Welcome to your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 514. The 20th chapter goes hand in hand. I must not object to Hui, there is a name Golden Core Cultivator oversee. This game is still very promising. It seems that Moon Demon has succeeded, but the predecessors of the week will let him know that this is his biggest mistake. Hua Chengzhen speaking, my heart is not so optimistic. Hey, the poor road will not give up, but dare to use my thunder execution sword to roast chicken. Zitong's face was a convulsion. After the meeting of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Liu Kunfing invited Li Qingshan back to Novel School to see if Li Qingshan refused. Liu Kunfing angrily said, Qingshan, Novel School, but your home, it is too disreputable to go through the house. Li Qingshan refused to come to Illusory Cloud Island. Passing through the secluded bamboo forest, the bamboo building shines with lights. Li Qingshan feels a lot of breath, and here is no longer as empty as it used to be. Liu Kunfing gave a group of children of all sizes. The big ones were only 15 or 6 years old, and the small ones were only years old. With a tender voice, "See eldest senior brother." Then I stared at Li Qingshan with shiny dice. Liu Kunfing didn't use Li Qingshan's glorious deeds on weekdays to inspire them. By the way, I also talked about the results of my hard work. Li Qingshan sighed and experienced 3 years of fighting. I am afraid that only the Novel School family will become more prosperous. Mainly Novel School originally has no decent disciple, like this new disciple, mostly chi refining to 3rd level. Let Mohist School make a few of them, and let them go to death. Some people are destroyed by the weak cockroach. And some people have saved their lives because they are too weak. Sit down and say something. Unconsciously, 1 or 2 hours passed. Li Qingshan got up and said that he would bring Little Anne back to Lian Mountain, but he was stopped by Hua Chengzhen. He had just finished talking with Liu Chenqing and was about to ask Li Qingshan to return to host the overall situation of Eagle Wolf Guard. Never heard of, there is a Red Eagle commander. Except for the day of succession, it simply does not appear. Now that the war has come to an end, the Eagle Wolf Guard is in vain. I want him to preside over the big picture. Little Hua, everything is handed over to you. I want to retreat for a while. Li Qingshan patted the shoulders of Hua Chengzhen. When the voice did not fall, Hua Chengzhen was shocked. You still have to close, you are not just retreating. I have never heard of any cultivator retreat so frequently. It's not to retreat to the immortal cave. If the cultivation has reached a certain bottleneck, or if the accumulation has reached a certain level, it will choose to use the retreat to make a breakthrough. Hey, I have some insights recently. Li Qingshan, this is true. The lessons of the battle with Spider Queen Rouse have not been able to understand it. After refining Mooncourt Lake, the resulting silk comprehension has not yet had time to settle, which requires him to spend time. Okay. Hua Chengzhen can say anything more. In the cultivator, the most important thing is cultivation. What other eagle wolf guard, what the world is extremely important. But path of cultivation lies in step by step. If you are too quick to make a profit, you will not be able to achieve speed. It is easy to get to Dacian. I know that when you talk to Moon Demon, you should be careful. Don't hit the tiger and you won't be hurt by the tiger. Li Qingshan certainly understands the truth of step by step. His time and energy in Boundless Sea art is actually not too much. But he also wants to cultivate gods and demons' 9 transformations, such a big divine ability. But also to maintain the status of demon world. Time has never been sufficient. He has always wanted to learn about refining, but he has never had leisure. I hope that this war will end, the situation can be moderated for a while, and more time for cultivation. This tiger is too fierce, but I can't beat it. I just want to smooth the tiger feathers and let him hurt less people. Li Qingshan smiled and said, it is not easy. We can add a powerful enemy. Love rivals. Hua Chengzhen suddenly found out that he missed a point. Moon Demon showed his love to Yanning in public. Andrew I.E. Marquis would think again. This exchange will probably be a big hit. And the development of things seems to verify the conjecture of Hua Chengzhen. Liu Qing's request, Ru I.E. Marquis did not refuse, but refused to agree. Liu Qing didn't dare to hand over the water moon plate, and things were put on hold. Li Qingshan certainly won't worry. The urgency is that Zitong is right. This original is his inspiration. One step to play chess has become the best, not a bad thing. In fact, he has forgotten about it. Lian Mountain, King Xiao Immortal Cave. Li Qingshan eyes closed, the blue brilliance of the body, like the waves undulating, faintly heard the sound of waves. In addition to a bit of a mind, let Clone continue to refining the water, expanding the career of God Seal. His mind has completely sunk into the sea of consciousness. And the endless sea of consciousness is like a large mirror with 2 clear reflections. One is Li Qingshan and the other is Spider Queen Rose. From their first meeting, until every encounter, every conversation, no one a mission. Then go to the cross in the Spider City, the hard battle under the Spider City, the indulgence and vent after the victory, everything. Li Qingshan is like a lover, recalling her, every expression, every movement. To some extent, the enemy is indeed more intimate than the lover. Hate a person, thinking about it every day, and loving someone, but it is very difficult to do this. Of course, Li Qingshan does not hate Spider Queen Rose, and the memories are more exciting and passionate. Her injury, Monster Chi, should have been restored soon. Why not come back to revenge? What secret weapon is she preparing? Tiger Demon screams in his heart, eager to fight her again. It is conceivable that this battle must be very difficult, but this is also interesting. And he is not the same Li Qingshan, and the control of Mooncourt Lake is of great significance to him. In addition to the direct benefits, it is more important to be spiritual. He once again put his heart into the spirit turtle illusion that exudes a sense of tranquility, to comprehend and feel. On the other side of Immortal Cave, Little Un has a virtual cage in his hands, and in the middle is the blood monster core that kills Blood Shadow. The blood monster core is like a bloody, changing form, with a strange scream, like the morning of hell. Little Un makes his left hand and swings up. Twenton skull rosary spread out and turned into a skull, hovering over her head. She struggled to lift the blood monster core in her right hand, and its shape has completely changed, turning into a thin piece that fluctuates like water. She jerked up, the blood monster core flew up, and skull opened her mouth together, spraying the Samdi skeleton fear on the blood monster core. Formally began to refine the Blood Sea banner. At the same time, in Mooncourt Lake, Li Qingshan did not stop for the refining of the surrounding water region. The deity and the clone, under the control of the same will, proceeded at the same time, only to become stronger. Unconsciously, 4 months passed. Li Qingshan spent half a month working hard and refining a river that stretched for thousands of miles. She stopped for a while and looked at the water god seal in her hand. It was still crystal clear and glowed with blue light, but the texture above became clearer, complex, no longer a flat piece, began to have a three-dimensional taste. And he can clearly feel that with the Moon Court Lake as the center, the water veins spread in all directions. Moon Court Lake is like a beating heart, and a river is a blood-staining blood vessel. However, Spider Queen Rose has not come to challenge, which makes him smell dangerous. Or is monster's concept of time different from human race? Li Qingshan doesn't dare to care, but he won't worry too much. He believes that his speed of getting stronger is faster than the Spider Queen Rose. If she is really willing to delay, that would be fine. After procrastinating for 180 years, you don't have to do any life and death fights, just kneel down and wait for him to be lucky. Taking a break, Li Qingshan continued to find a connection with Moon Court Lake without being refining the water. What he most wants to find is the water connected to the subterranean world, but it has never been found. No way. There are so many rivers connected to Moon Court Lake, and each river is twisted and looped, making it difficult to judge its flow from one end. Some seem to be subterranean world, but after a while in subterranean world, they come to the ground. Some of them are clearly in the direction of the territory, but when they encountered the mountain block and turn a few turns, they do not know where to turn. Where is it? In Lian Mountain, Li Qingshan muttered to herself, opened her eyes and looked at Little An, who was also focusing on refining the blood sea banner. In the quietly burning Samadhi skeleton fire, a bloody long scorpion has been formed, and Li Qingshan has already felt the amount of strong great strength contained in it, such as sea otters, endless. I thought it was easy to find. I knew I should let her divination first. Right, why not try Spirit Turtle's divination? Li Qingshan suddenly flashed a flash of light. During the 4 months, he also had a deeper understanding of the Spirit Turtle transformation. Not only the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor and the Water Moon Mirror divine ability, it became more sophisticated. There is also a deeper understanding of the capabilities of Spirit Turtle itself. Li Qingshan closed his eyes again, with the body Spirit Turtle monster core shining with brilliance, and through the clones thousands of miles away, holding the water god seal, feeling the ripples of the Moon Court Lake wave. In the midst of it, he placed his heart in the center of Moon Court Lake, where there is a towering island. Suddenly, he saw that there was a whirlpool under an island. Below the whirlpool, there is a cave that is constantly swallowing the lake. He has been searching around Moon Court Lake, but has never paid special attention to the scene in the lake, because in the Moon Court Lake, such a whirlpool is so common that it doesn't deserve special attention. Looking at the size of the hole, it is impossible to derive such a magnificent underground river. In the past, Li Qingshan discovered the cave and would not care. Li Qingshan believes that Spirit Turtle's inductive ability immediately comes to the vortex, injecting monster chi into the cave, and under the advancement of Water God Seal, it continues to spread to subterranean world. RQ Book Fan Building is the fastest update. Please. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 515 Chapter 29 Ruai County. The lake water was poured into the cave, turned into an underground river, turning in the dark. At first, the water is small and small enough to condense a god seal. However, as the river rushes, more and more water flows into it, and the water becomes more and more massive. Go forward in the depths of subterranean world. After a loop back, the flow gradually stabilized, and it was the direction of the underground territory. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and resigned to it. The size of this underground river is better than any river he refining. I am afraid it will take some effort to refining it. But once it is refining, it will open up the links between the two territories, and his roots in Clear River Prefecture will become more stable. In King Xiao Immortal Cave, Li Qingshan stood up and rushed to Little An nodded, then stepped out of Immortal Cave. It's time to let the deity shoot. Clone can only have a part of monster chi, and does not have the power of Spirit Turtle. When he concentrates on cultivation, it is not bad to save time, but the real problem is still to be solved by hand, which is more convenient. Moreover, it is time to go back to Subterranean World to see what happens to Yelusu's reunification. Blackwater Salamander is still in his deep underground lake, free to swim back and forth, at a monster speed. Slowly cultivation. Maybe in 10 or 100 years, he will also become a powerful monster general, but now he is only the weakest monster. Among the Subterranean World demons, monster in the Leaking Shan territory. Probably the luckiest. Enron passed the war that might have jeopardized his life. Blackwater Salamander suddenly felt that a powerful and irresistible monster chi, integrated into his water region, was originally free to drive the water, at this moment, became a stagnant gauge. In the black water, 2 bright blue spots are lit, and the pattern is blurred. A spirit turtle wanders, and the 2 blue lights are the eyes of Spirit Turtle, obviously carrying a huge tortoise shell, but in the movement, it is full of light and elegant beauty, as if dancing in the sky. Compared to the intuitive monster chi, there is another indescribable breath, which is a sacred taste. As if the king was inspecting the territory, the god-demarcated divine state. Wherever you go, no matter how rushing the water, it will calm down and calm down, as if he is looking. But when I swam to the front, the phantom of Spirit Turtle dissipated, revealing the shape of Leaking Shan. Leaking Shan the deer came to Mooncourt Lake and began to refining this underground river. The underground river is getting more and more water, and it is the kind of refining. It feels as easy as using a clone to refining a small river. The speed at which he refining the water is enough to make it impossible. If you have seen the efficiency of his deity, I am afraid that I am only stunned. And at this time, in the city of Ruai County, there is indeed a group of people, showing a horrified look. A luminous map, full of huge walls. There is no city go, only the geographical scene of mountains and rivers, rolling hills, rivers and rivers, as if the dragons are intertwined on the earth, connected end to end, but without any chaos, with natural beauty. The river is blue, but there is a small area that is dyed bright red. Looking at its shape, it is the picture of Mooncourt Lake and its surrounding waters. Hu-yi, this is the scene from the Ding of Verdun province. Moon Demon, no, the speed of the North Moon refining water, suddenly speeded up. An old man to report. Ruai Marquis is still wearing a high crown and wearing a purple dress. It is just a coldly faint expression on his face. His expression like a smile is gone, becoming a prudent and even vigilant. The spread of bright red, as if it was a poisonous sore that was born to him. Yes, this Ruai County is his family's inheritance for thousands of years, as if it is an extension of his body. Demon is messed up, he doesn't care. No matter how many mortals or cultivators die, he doesn't care. But such refining landscapes, professing the gods, is directly provoking his authority. Ruai Marquis gauged in the right hand of the big sleeve. I made a fist, and there was an impulse. Now I went out and went straight to Clear River Prefecture to kill him. I don't even have to take it out at all, as long as he orders the transfer of 3 or 5 golden core cultivators. It is not a problem. At his Marquis Palace, he served as guest official's golden core cultivator, and there were 3 people. But he can't. Although he is not a chess piece, he can only dare to be a spectator. He doesn't want to tamper with the pieces on this board. It is the basic word of watching chess. What do you think of this? Ruai Marquis looked back, and on his side, stood upright and stood too. A middle-aged man, dressed in an armor, has a face like a red iron, without a trace of expression. The arms are drooping, but they stand out like a glacier that has not been millennium. If Leaking Shan is here, he will feel very similar to Han Nanjun, the uncle of Han Kyungzi, great General Han Ango. This demon will not be removed. It will become a big trouble. Ruai Marquis slightly decapitated and agreed with this statement. Liu Chenking still went to report me. I want to give him the water moon plate. I don't know what it is. The other person, naturally, is Guyaning. It is still a white dress wins the snow. The hand is held up, the sleeves are rolled up, and the white arm is exposed. It looks clean and neat, and the face always has a free and easy smile. Her mind is like an invisible and constantly changing stream of wind. Oh, interesting. Yan Ying, you are too easy. When Ruai Marquis was looking at her, her eyes would be softer and she wouldn't have the arrogance of the uncle who was involved in the bones. Of course, this is not only the love of the heart. Yan Ying's status is comparable to him. The cultivation base is not clear, not to mention her behind her, and the figure that covers the entire Diexia dynasty sky. Compared with one, Ruai Marquis is just a small prince in the locality. It's just a game of chess. Why bother? This is my ancestral home business. Ruai Marquis smiled and stared at her. She made his heart the most, not the beautiful face, not the noble status, or even her ethereal temperament. It is a kind of discouragement. Although the wind does not move, the air is everywhere, covering 9 provinces. Everyone said that Clear River Prefecture is a game of chess, but apart from the top ones, who would really like it as a game of chess? It's better to give him the water moon plate and see what big waves he can pull out. Yan Ying's performance is really like a spectator. Watching the fun is not too big. It's also my admirer. Yan Ying's lips and hooks did not say anything about the situation, and did not hide his personal likes and dislikes. Since you said yes, give it. Who made me unfortunately fall into this column, but it should be with this North Moon. Ruai Marquis sighed and in a blink of an eye, the words "this demon will not be removed, must be big trouble are left behind." He didn't want to be too small in front of her. Of course, this is not the root cause. Recently, he also suffered a lot of pressure. In order to return to his Thunder Execution Sword, Zitong was really anxious to find a person who refused Ruai Marquis. Yan Ying, regardless of the situation, Ruai Marquis is already in the mind, analyzing the situation innumerable times, taking into account the benefits of Zitong's passing through heavenly tribulation. Yan Ying's sentence is at best a primer. At the age of his cultivation base, how can he do stupid things for personal feelings? Of course, this introduction is not important. Ruai Marquis is instinctively wary of the North Moon and even fears that it is so unusual for a monster cultivation base to climb so fast that it should be suppressed as much as possible. If there is no such thing as Yan Ying, he may have carried out this idea to the end. Later, after he regretted today's decision, he also proved that this kind of thing is not pretending, and some people really don't care. When the two talked, Han Ango kept the Han family's style of work, silent, and did not stop until the time of going out. Yan Ying suddenly said, "Have your niece foundation establishment succeeded? I just passed heavenly tribulation the day before and I am recovering." Han Ango's eyes revealed the color of the inquiry, but I wondered why he suddenly mentioned Han Kaiengzi. "Let her come to me for this report tomorrow," Yan Ying said simply. Han Ango is puzzled. I don't know why she loves Han Kaiengzi so much, but it is not a bad thing to promote White Wolf Guard directly. He doesn't want Han Kaiengzi to return to Clear River Prefecture now, at least until the situation is completely settled. Then he slightly decapitated. Okay. Ruai Marquis smiled and said, "You are talking about Kaiengzi Yingxian. You should be the uncle's advice to persuade her. The celestial maiden scatters flowers painting. How can I be willing to sell? I will still lose her?" It depends on what she meant. Great General House. No, I must go back. Han Kaiengzi said firmly. "I have promised. The military order is like a mountain. You are the Eagle Wolf Guard, Commander Gu is your officer, you should follow his orders." "Well, don't be willful, you are no longer a child." Han Ango was extremely rare and showed a gentle color, which made the young men and women present at the scene fascinating. The old man had been so kind to them, and after Han Kaiengzi came, their days were much better and they advised. "Yeah, Xangzi sister, you will stay," he said. "Let you wait for him. There is nothing good about Li Qingshan. For so long, there is no news, and there are no letters." Han Ango sighs. He personally smashed 4 monster generals, All of them are single-handedly. Now it's Red Eagle Commander in Clear River Prefecture to talk about others. Take care of yourself. A few people suddenly stunned, but their hearts were very unscrupulous. It was just that we did not catch up with the opportunity. When Li Qingshan came, it was necessary to have a good fight. Han Qianzi was a little surprised. She has been retreating, in order to break through the Foundation establishment realm world. I don't know Li Qingshan is Red Eagle Commander, but listening to his uncle praised him. His heart is always happy. Qingshan, come on soon. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 516 Chapter 30 Gifts and Choices. The underground river that stretches over subterranean world is not just the one that Li Qingshan found. It's just one of the main streams. It's like a spider. Li Qingshan, after experiencing the magic of the spirit turtle sea suppressing, his ambitions also expanded, and he was not willing to just refining this underground river. Although this range far exceeds its own territory, other monster general, who dares to block? So, every time a tributary estuary spread its own monster chi, even with the spirit turtle divine power, the process is still very slow. But he was not in a hurry and slowly moved forward to establish a groundwater of his own. At the top of the Spider City, in the dark resting palace, behind the heavy curtain, a white figure was hidden. Spider Queen Rose lay naked on the big bed, her lips slightly open, spit out a line of spider silk, while the 10 fingers flew, even the 8-foot thorns dazzled dance. The spider silk was constantly twisted and twisted, as if being compiled. Her expression is serious and focused. Although she is physically, she does not see a trace, but it seems very natural. At the same time, the indifferent, arrogant and cruel temperament disappeared completely. At this time, she is more like a craftsman, an artist, and she is carefully polishing her own works. And the former sister outside the world cannot affect her. However, Li Qingshan's act of refining the water veins still alarmed her. Spider Queen Rose looked up and clearly felt the infiltration of Li Qingshan monster chi, biting the lips. A flash of poisonous light flashed through her eyes, but it was only fleeting. She lowered her head again and re-entered her mind into her work. In fact, this is the spider's killing mode. It takes a long time to prepare, just for the prey to enter that moment of surprise. Hey, King! Ice Frog jumped in the hands of Li Qingshan. The ice spring it occupies is also the source of a water vein that Li Qingshan wants to refining. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that you are about to cross that step. Let me help you." Ice Frog is among the demons of Li Qingshan. Initially is the strongest one, and seems to have some special blood to display the power of freezing. A few years ago, it is very close to Monster General Realm. After several years of painstaking cultivation, it has reached a certain critical point. But to really break through, the time spent must be calculated in years. But when Li Qingshan took out the Water God seal, gently tapped a line of blue light and injected it into the top of Ice Frog. On board, Ice Frog emits a blue light. The monster core within the body exudes a chill out of the body. Plop! Ice Frog turned and jumped into the ice spring. Become a beauty to repay my kindness. Li Qingshan smiled and felt the ground slightly vibrate, and the spring eyes suddenly brightened. Spit out a thunder light, then flash again and again, getting brighter. After a long time, the vibration gradually subsided and the thunder light slowly dimmed. A handsome young boy with ice and blue hair climbed out of the spring. The opening said, "Hey, thank you Dawang." After careful inspection, Li Qingshan confirmed that this was indeed a teenager, not a girl. She looked disappointed. "Well, I have no luck. I will give you a name, just call it. It's called Small Blue." "Hey, I hope that Small Red is a mother." Li Qingshan has always been named Small Blue by his usual unspoken name. As for the small name of Small Red, he is also thinking about it. It feels very suitable for Red Squid. Oh, good. The previous Ice Frog, now Small Blue, certainly won't have any objection. The name of the human race is not very good. It is not too late after many years. When I finally understand it, it is too late. It is. Li Qingshan pointed to Small Blue to go upstream, went to Moon Court Lake to continue cultivation, and then handed Monster Chi into the spring, and completed a refining of the water vein. Just want to continue his journey, but feel a familiar atmosphere. Quickly approaching, Li Qingshan smiled slightly, converge all the breath, step back, into the rock and soil. A figure, stepping out of the darkness, Yi Liusu came to the spring. She was wearing a luxurious black cloak, wearing a silver headband on her head, and the silver hoop to the forehead, looking mysterious and noble. She looked around and looked forward to her eyes. She couldn't hide her look and couldn't see Li Qingshan. She was disappointed. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an arm hugged her from behind. She was taut, then relaxed and leaned softly in his arms. "Master, I feel your Monster Chi." Then she dropped a group of night walkers and came straight to see him. Her face was slightly warm, and her heart had a feeling that she had never had before. She felt that she was very relieved in his arms, and the fatigue of the intimate fight with the night walker quietly dispersed. "How is your reunification business going?" "Fortunately, because the owner changed the title. This word is not for you." Li Qingshan laughed. Although it is a very pleasant thing to call the proud Yi Liusu his master, but because of this, she can never be like the Yi Lubo. From the heart, emotionally called these two words. This. Not so good. Yi Liusu hesitated, turned and stared at Li Qingshan. "I don't want your master when there is no one else." "Whatever." Yi Liusu smiled lightly and took the initiative to hook his neck. Some of them were ashamed and tender, and they gave a kiss. And they tasted it, and the eyes flowed without any disguise. She didn't want to be just his servant. When she chose to give up everything to go with him, she understood her own mind. This kind of desire became more and more intense, and he heard the voice in her heart, and the heart was very sweet. "Would you like a gift?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Ah, Yi Liusu, where is the prestige of the former Yi Liusu king? The indifference in front of the night walker is completely gone. Meek as a girl in love." "Then close your eyes." Li Qingshan, with Yi Liusu, went up the river, crossed the heavy waves, and finally came to Moon Court Lake, through the heavy formation, to the former King Dynasty, now Moon Court Water Mansion. "Okay, open your eyes." "This is?" Yi Liusu opened his eyes and saw the rolling palace towers under the moonlight. "Here is Moon Court Lake. I have been refining. This island originally belonged to a King Dynasty sect, and I was rushed away. From now on is the Moon Court Water Mansion, which is also under the starlight you want. Territory." Li Qingshan put his finger to the sky. "It is late at night. The moon is empty, and the stars are full of stars. Here. It's mine." Yi Liusu seems to be drifting into the stars with Li Qingshan's hand. She had long intentionally built a territory on the ground, but knew that the human race cultivator was not friendly to eccentrics, and that the rash action would only make the night walker a target. Although there are such ideals, they must also listen to rational advice. There is no point in saying that there is no territory for security. Now, Li Qingshan personally gave her a dreamland to her, fulfilling her wish. What a surprise to her, can be imagined. Yi Liusu returned to the world and threw Li Qingshan to the ground. The feelings in her heart could not be expressed in words, only with all her strength, hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan lying on the soft grass, I saw Yi Liusu's eyes wet, flashing like stars, and soon turned into tears, pairs with rain, more and more beautiful. His heart also floated with a touch of joy, wiping tears for Yi Liusu, holding her delicate face and gently kissing her lips. Yi Liusu also responded awkwardly, sticking his tongue out into his mouth and immediately being covered by him and tasting. Li Qingshan tore off the black cloak of Yi Liusu, her dress inside. Similar to the first time. The simple black armor wraps only the most important parts. The slim waist is exposed, and the skin is stretched with squiggly lines, mysterious and sexy. Li Qingshan turned her back under her body and smiled. In the beginning of our 524 chapter, once it was not handled well, it would hurt others. Welcome to your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 517 Chapter 31 The great crisis. The night wind is sloppy and the scarlet hair is flying. Li Qingshan looked up at the stars and saw Han Qiangzi's angry face. He smiled and let go of Yi Liusu and stood up. Looking back at the western horizon, I saw a dawn of light. Li Qingshan jumped into the air and stopped in front of Hua Chengzhen. You are coming again. Your condition, we promised, Water Moon Plate can give you, but you need to hand over Thunder Execution Sword first. Hua Chengzhen was amazed and calmed down. Just finished, he saw Li Qingshan raise his hand and throw out of Thunder Executor Wood Sword. You are not afraid of our remorse? Li Qingshan said, unless you don't plan to leave 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in the future. Hua Chengzhen slightly sighs. This is the absolute strength of the bottom. Then take the Water Moon Plate from the 100 treasure pouch. Water Moon Plate reflection, the moonlight of heavens, as if a round of moon falls on Hua Chengzhen's hand, exudes a bright and pure light. Li Qingshan looked bright and smiled. This is so good. Everyone has nothing to do. Each takes their own needs, their own cultivation. After taking the Water Moon Plate, he turned and returned to the island. Hua Chengzhen prepared a lot of words and didn't have a chance to say it, but Li Qingshan's words were his goal. So easily reaching the goal, it was a bit lost. Li Qingshan returned to the island. Yi Liusu saw the Water Moon Plate in his hand and was surprised to ask, what is this? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's baby. Li Qingshan stared at the Water Moon Plate in her hand, and her heart could not help but be introduced into it. It was like a dream of a lover in the dream, but she could not move her eyes. Originally, it was just an idea of inspiration. Now it seems that it is not so simple. With Li Qingshan injecting monster chi into it, with the body's spirit turtle monster core, it will change and become a round of brilliance. Li Qingshan refining a lot of magical artifact spirit artifact. But the spirit turtle monster core has such a strong reaction. But it is still the first time. The role of this Water Moon Plate, it's not just for monitoring. Yi Liusu said, Master, it is really in space here. I am going to bring some people to come, they will be happy. Upon hearing this title, Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse, but saw that Yi Liusu had returned to normal. But his eyes were full of resentment. He seemed to be blaming him and putting his thoughts on the Water Moon Plate. Li Qingshan collapsed the Water Moon Plate. Pinch her cheek. I can't see it. Liusu, you are very jealous. Yi Liusu took his hand and looked at his eyes with tenderness. Cultivation matters. I know, Spider Queen Rose won't give up. Well, okay. Li Qingshan slightly dagger. Want to kiss me and me? There is time. If defeated by Spider Queen Rose, then all the rest, Yi Liusu's dreams, have to end early. A loser can only save at most one's own life. This point is still to be distinguished. Li Qingshan gave a kiss on Yi Liusu's lips and kissed him. Yi Liusu took the initiative to hold him and kissed him, as if after expressing her heart. The passion of the Night Walker woman in her heart was bold. It broke out completely. But it was not. At that moment, although she did not understand what Li Qingshan had promised, she felt that he was thinking of another woman because of her female instinct. Who is that woman? Yi Lubo. Impossible, because she can feel that it is not the owner's love for pets. It is a man to a woman, and this feeling is deep, on top of himself. Some of my heart is unwilling, although I know that he is not alone, but he is determined to occupy a place in his heart. She is confident that she is not worse than any woman. Li Qingshan unexpectedly, in a short period of time, Yi Liusu's heart has already turned so many thoughts. It can only be said that once a woman moves her love, her mind will be 10 times quicker. After a kiss, Li Qingshan's desire was once again evoked, with one hand kneading her elastic hips and the other hand on her chest. The hard black armor could not stop him. With a single shot, it was shattered and spread. Her straight and crisp chest jumped out, although not as full as Yi Lubo, but the upper body of the had a sculpture beauty. Waiting for something to do, Yi Liusu pushed him away. At the time of his lips, Yi Liusu bit his hard on his lips as if to leave some kind of imprint. Putting her hand, the black cloak, and then falling on the body, the skin is covered, and the body is covered. The master, the subordinates retire. please cultivate. Li Qingshan touched her head and read the meaning of hate and hate from her eyes for the first time. She looked at Yi Liusu and disappeared into the lake, touched the scallops on her lips, shook her head, and thought about the woman's heart. Or don't guess it. He is not like Hua Chengzhen. He regards a word of love as the highest lover. Although Ge Yanning was love at first sight, she never remembered, and she did not regret it. After many years, I can feel no regrets when I say the love that I loved at first sight. As for Ge Yanning's promise or not, it doesn't even matter. Although there have been some thoughts, the pursuit of a sincere love or something, but after the lingering with Han Qiangzi, a few have exhausted the feelings of this life. In the end, he never intended to pin the meaning of his life on one or several women. The feelings of men and women are of course also important, probably juxtaposed with his pursuit of power and desire for battle. But the dream of above the 9 heavens is a lot worse than the elder brother Bull's promise. In the eyes of women, men always seem to be somewhat heartless. That is because men's world always looks too broad, but it is too big for their ambitions. The north wind calls for the warriors, leaving the warm homes and heading for the boundless sea. Even they can't stop themselves. In this never-ending adventure and pursuit, it is the meaning of life. Li Qingshan set his mind and ruled out distracting thoughts. He also came to Moon Court Lake and was ready to study the water moon plate to see if he could improve his strength. Deep in the water, Li Qingshan stared at the water moon plate in his hand. Although monster chi was filled and poured into it, he immediately felt the surviving mark left by Liu Chenqing. It took a lot of effort to erase it, but in the process he found one thing. It seems that Liu Chenqing also failed to completely refining the water moon plate. On the other hand, when Hua Chengzhen also returned to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the Thunder Executor wood sword in his hand was almost captured by Zitong, stroking the blade like a long-lost lover. Liu Chenqing, like a death test, asked Hua Chengzhen, "Water moon plate, gave it to him?" "Yes." Liu Chenqing first sighed and irritated. The water moon plate is something left by the ancient cultivator. With him a demon, don't think it's so easy to refining. I hope so. Li Qingshan has started to refining water moon plate and immediately feels that the water moon plate contains an amazing power. Is this a legendary magical treasure? Li Qingshan shaking his head, this is impossible. Is the golden core cultivator, not much can use magical treasure. I don't know if it is because of spirit turtle transformation, or Li Qingshan and water moon plate are really involved in the process of refining. In addition to spending more time, there is no problem like Liu Chenqing expects. The moon plate is completely refining, unlocking the part of the function that Liu Chenqing has not been able to play. It turned out to be like this. It really is a good baby. Good baby. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and changed again. If I use the water moon plate to display the divine ability of water moon mirror, I wonder if there is any other effect. There are no children in the mountains, and the cold is not known. In a twinkling of an eye, it is autumn to winter, and Moon Court Lake is full of snow-capped scenery. Yi Liusu has moved a part of Night Walker to Moon Court Lake to start a new life, and Li Qingshan is non-stop. As many refining water veins as possible. Every time a refining of a river, he will have more strength and a guarantee. On this day, Li Qingshan was walking through the deep subterranean world. He followed another underground river and came to other Monster General territories. The Monster General felt his monster chi, and he was far away from hiding. He looks in the face. At this moment, Li Qingshan's heart moved. A line of bright silk spiders suddenly shot from subterranean world, piercing his neck. The person of Li Qingshan has been moved away. It is only a blur that he left in place. Spider tremors, the voice of Spider Queen rouse. North Moon, come and die. Li Qingshan smiled and was about to agree to come down, and then come to a soul enemy camp. The extremely harsh warning from the Spirit Turtle Monster Core was even stronger than the previous one. Li Qingshan, it is impossible to pick a brow, and his current strength is 10 times stronger than when he went to the last adventure. There are also several cards, and the fish power in the great amplifying divine symbol is available for 70%. And with the speed of wind God wings, even if he can't win, he wants to escape and escape. Under so many seemingly favorable conditions, there will still be such a big danger. But the spirit turtle monster core clearly tells him that this time against Spider Queen will be one of the biggest life and death crises in his life. Haha, you are too slow, and when I finish this work, I will go naturally. Li Qingshan intends to wait for Little An to refine the Blood Sea banner and then enter Subterranean World to add a guarantee to the bank. His current strength is not likely to break through the Tiger Demon 5th layer, and there is no possibility of a sudden explosion. There is absolutely no point in taking this risk. I want you to come now. Now, you let me wait so long, you will wait for me for a while. Well, I will give you a month. The voice of Spider Queen Rose calmed down in an instant. Li Qingshan is more and more vigilant. Spider Queen Rose will be so retreat, clearly afraid of scaring him away. That is, she really has the confidence to kill him. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 518 Chapter 32 Goodbye Spider Queen. Little An was ready to fly 100 treasure pouch, the body of a night walker, and flew out into the Samadhi skeleton fire. It was Matriarchy Lake Xiang of Bat Shadow Clan who was killed by Li Qingshan. Her expression remained astonished when she was killed. She was grilled by Samadhi skeleton fire and quickly twisted and blended into it. The flames were even stronger, leaving only one skeleton, melting into a bone, dripping blood sea. On the banner, more corpses follow, and one flies into the Samadhi skeleton fire. I don't know how many dead bodies have been so abandoned. I don't know how long. A well-defined, curved, thick skeleton runs through the Blood Sea banner. Like a spine, it divides more than a dozen thinner skeletons, like ribs, to open the Blood Sea banner. At the top of the spine, it is a sly skull, with a full mouth and a slap in the Blood Sea banner. Blinking, like a half-human skeleton, open arms, separate ribs, fully integrated with the Blood Sea banner. The spine continues down until Little An's hands. The flagpole is made, but what is still missing? Little An's right-handed tail, suddenly disconnected, flesh and blood bones, are all integrated into the Blood Sea banner. The flagpole immediately became stained with first level, and the blood of the flag became more vivid. Burning Samadhi skeleton fire, madly pouring into the skull of the top of the Blood Sea banner. Two flames slammed in the eye socket. Little An waved his hand again and spit out a blue-like shadow. It was the shadow of Blood Shadow's morning. As soon as he sank into the Blood Sea, he immediately melted in. Blood Sea banner into. Little An collapse Blood Sea banner. Step out of the immortal cave and take out the stealth glass mirror to hide the figure and head toward Mooncourt Lake. On Mooncourt Lake, the night falls, and the fishermen on the lakeside have taken back the flight. Their lives, without being affected. I found that since the arrival of Mooncourt Lake, the winds on this lake have been much smaller. The original fish and shrimp water monsters have disappeared, and the hearts of the Mooncourt Lake god are more and more revered. Many fishermen have been worshipping the lake gods on board. The Mooncourt water mansion in the heart of the lake seems to wake up from sleep. Nightwalker walked out of the house in twos and threes. Men and women traveled together, talking with ease and ease, from time to time, looking up at the stars above the head. The face reveals amazement and intoxication. The island is extremely large and tens of thousands of nightwalkers are not a problem. After completing the reunification, Yi Liu Su kept moving. The shadow of death that once shrouded the entire nightwalker race ceased to exist, and Yi Liu Su established law and order here. And people no longer have to hold on to weapons, prepare for assassinations and sneak attacks at any time. Compared to where I grew up, it's like dreaming. A beautiful attic built on a hill. Standing with two figures, Yi Lubo looked at a group of playful children. To Yi Liusu next to him, "Sister, your wish has finally come true." Yi Liusu's lips are slightly hooked, but they are immediately covered by the sadness, looking back to the center of the island, where there is a small inner lake, connected to Mooncourt Lake underground. Around the small lake, there is no forbidden land that any night walker can't get involved with. Even if she doesn't have to worry about it, She won't bother because it is Li Qingshan cultivation. Are you worried about the owner? Don't worry, the owner will never lose. Yi Lubo said with confidence. You. Yi Lusu sighed and touched Yi Lubo's head. It's really a good pet. Yi Lubo doesn't care. Let's even say to your sister, I am envious of you. Yi Lusu sighed in his heart, entrusted everything to him without reservation, believed in him wholeheartedly, carefree, but she had more needs, like her ideals. It is difficult to achieve. In the end, the difference between the two, Yi Lusu is a noble and excellent, innate skill is very good, will have the ideals that ordinary Nightwalker does not have, in order to reach the human race books, only to have a love similar to human race women. Read. Yi Lubo is from the Dark Glory City, the equivalent of the human race slums. It's simple and practical, and I feel satisfied with this favor. Yi Lusu suddenly looked at him and felt that the formation was touched. Looking up, a white shadow through the formation, breaking through the attic, falling into the small lake in the heart of the island. The speed is so fast that even Yi Lusu didn't see what it was, and there was no sigh of breath. Even the devils could not tell. Most of the Nightwalker on the island didn't know anything about it. The core control of this formation is naturally in the hands of Li Qingshan, and Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo are also given a part of the authority, and no one else or demon can easily penetrate the formation. That said, the white shadow was put in by him. Yi Lusu turning over, downstairs, elegant and responsive, as if the squid leaps into the darkness, swaying the black ripples of the wheel. Yi Lubo called, Sister, the owner is not saying. Don't let anyone go to bother. Yi Lusu, if she didn't hear it, she couldn't control her own desires and understand everything about him. I thought you couldn't catch up. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in the heart of the lake, and the water moon plate was placed on his knees. Suddenly he felt the change of the formation and his face showed a hint of joy. In a twinkling of an eye, Little Un came to him. She turned into a skeleton, but she is now able to freely transform between beautiful and skeleton, and does not have the trouble of refining the flesh. Little An didn't say anything, just stepped forward in his arms and showed off the little blood sea banner in his hands. How can she not come? Last time at the end of his life and death, she cannot be by his side. The heart is full of regrets. I have been insisting on cultivation. What I am doing is not to accompany him and help him to go to 9 heavens. Otherwise, what else does this mean? At the moment of seeing Little An, Li Qingshan within the body's spirit turtle monster cause warning sign immediately weakened, and more importantly, his heart settled down. From the beginning to the present, how many life and death difficulties they have passed together. With her on the sidelines, no matter how dangerous he is, he can confidently get out. So when Yi Lusu came to the lake, he saw the beautiful North Moon, holding a slender and crystal clear skeleton in his arms. His eyebrows were soothing and serene, she had never seen before, and she could not use it in the scarlet eye, the warmth of speech expression, that is purely without any distracting eyes. Under the reversed image of the calm water, a strange scene is formed, emitting an invisible strange field. Yi Lusu couldn't help but feel that in this world, there is nothing worth more than his cherish in the arms. There is no one who can insert between them. Lusu, what are you doing there? Li Qingshan raised the head and looked at a bush by the lake. Ah, no, I am worried about the owner, so come and see. Yi Lusu walked out of the darkness and saw his cockroach turning his head, burning in his eye sockets, a pale white, almost transparent flame, and gently glanced at her. She trembled in her heart and immediately bowed her head. She was not a little girl who had never seen the world. She had seen all kinds of cruel and terrible scenes in Subterranean world. She had already seen it, but it was a moment of confrontation with that little sister. I felt an unspeakable horror hit my heart. But at the same time, there is another kind of secretive holiness. Hey, the deputy leader. Ice Frog Small Blue jumped out of the water. Deputy head? Yi Lusu suddenly remembered that this was not the first time he first came to Subterranean world. The little one with him together? It's strange that I didn't think of it for the first time. It's time, Li Qingshan said, getting up and stepping over the calm lake. Little An sat on his left shoulder like the past, holding his right arm around his head. This is a somewhat strange combination, but there is a wonderful sense of coordination between walking, as if born. Look at the house, wait for me to come back. Li Qingshan smiled and said this. The wind god wings behind him suddenly opened, and in an instant, disappeared in place. After a while, there was a gusty wind, and the long hair of Yi Liusu was raised, and I turned around and saw that he had disappeared. Sister, what the hell is that? Yi Luba rushed in and saw Little An on Li Qingshan's shoulder. I don't know, you should ask who it is. I only know that it is as important to him as he is to you. Yi Liusu shook his head gently and looked complicated. Li Qingshan did not fly to the sky, but like a twist of lightning, a few turns, bypassing the buildings and crowds on the road before they cast into Moon Court Lake, the hidden dark river. His control over wind god wings has become stronger. One is the power of the familiar tiger demon fourth layer, and more importantly, the understanding of spirit turtle transformation is getting deeper and deeper. All his mind's innate divine ability, it has become more and more delicate. This moment's accelerated wind god wings will become more practical and one of the decisive cards to win this battle, or the strongest ability to escape. Crossing the deep dark river, along the waterway that first came to the Spider City, went all the way to the end, and the river turned into a waterfall. At first glance, Li Qingshan saw the Spider Queen Rouse, who was standing at the top of the Spider City, above a steeple tower. Spider Queen Rose is no longer wearing a red evening dress like a tuxedo. It is a black clothing like a tight-fitting suit. It wraps her body out, but clearly outlines every moving one. The curve is seamless. Li Qingshan once again admired her figure. Is this the card she spent half a year preparing for herself? Preparing a sexy tights? No. Certainly not. Only that, no matter how strong the defense of this dress is, it is impossible for Spirit Turtle to have such a great sense of crisis. What must be there? S. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 519 Chapter 33 Bone Eroding Poison. Spider Queen Rose's scarlet lips also become the same dark color as the clothes. The temperament is still noble, but completely without the deep and malicious of the past. Her expression is calm and cold, only deep into her dark eyes you can read a bloodthirsty and cruelty. Only looking at the eyes once, Li Qingshan knew that she would never have to count on her to make any tactical mistakes. She had already changed back to the natural predator and calmly weaved a pair of spiders, crisscrossing, running through the vast caves, some as thick as a rope, and some slender as difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Looked at the eyes, it looks disorganized, but carefully tasted, but they are symmetrical and complement each other, forming a three-dimensional spider, with a geometrical aesthetic. At the same time, Spider Queen Rose is also looking at Li Qingshan to examine the biggest prey she has ever encountered. He just stood there lightly, and there was a kind of majestic mountain and the sea. There is no doubt that he is stronger than in the past, and at an incredible speed. For monster, time should have been extremely easy to spend, but he seems to be grabbing every minute to get stronger, more shocking than his current strength, or this progress speed. If you can't take advantage of him, he will catch him. One day, he will break away from the spider like a bird and fly to the sky. You finally came. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Children, this dress is very good. I believe it will be more interesting when I tear it. I am waiting for you. Spider Queen Rose smiled, as if the legendary ostrich was magnificent and highly toxic. You don't worry, when we fight, do you take it off? This is what Nightwalker has spent a lot of heart's blood on. Li Qingshan pointed to the Spider City behind her. After Yi Liusu unified the Nightwalker race, the arena dedicated to please the Spider Queen Rose became empty. Become a dead city. That's just a boring toy. Do you want to continue to talk nonsense? North Moon. Spider Queen Rose never tried to understand the art and sculpture of Nightwalker. For her, such a spectacular city has no qualitative difference compared to an empty cave. Just a more condescending wait and see. The Night Walkers kill each other, and as long as she wants, you can let the Night Walker build another 100. I am coming. I want to do it again. Li Qingshan smiled slyly, said half, suddenly stopped, thinking of Little An hidden in the dark. I'm afraid no one will treat Little An, who is an avatar, as a normal girl, but he wants not to swear in front of her. However, Li Qingshan wouldn't be stupid enough to vote for himself. Spider Queen Rose chose to fight with him here, which is in line with his mind, because at his feet, it is the end of an underground river. Because it is too close to the Spider City. He didn't want to provoke Spider Queen Rose in advance, so he didn't refining it. However, this time came. Original is to make a win with her. Naturally there is no such concern. The torrent of the waterfall suddenly stopped, rolling the great river, roaring behind Li Qingshan. The water level is rising until the whole cave is filled. The pressure of the supreme softness is far more than the imagination of ordinary people. The periphery of the cave is cracked, but there is no one. Dripping water can pass Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan holds his arms and stands tall and straight, as if it were a river dam, rolling monster chi floating in the river behind him, like taming the beast, taming the river. Spider Queen Rose's face also raised a dignity, knowing that Li Qingshan could no longer be spared. The tower under her feet collapsed. She had crossed the distance of 1,000 feet and came to Li Qingshan. Her right hand shook and a black whip stretched out. Under the strength of her and Monster Chi's perfusion, she suddenly came alive, like a piece. The black dragon dancing, whistling to Li Qingshan. She used weapons. Li Qingshan frowned and didn't dare to care. The strongest of the monster cultivator is itself. With the power of the Spider Queen Rose, the power of a single bite is far superior to the power of the ordinary magical artifact. And she would give up her own natural claws and fangs and the used thorns. It shows some problems. It seems that this whip seems to be made of spider silk. This is normal. Monster can use the spirit artifact, magical artifact of Monster Chi refining human race, but it is often not suitable for monster combat, but it will affect their strength. Demon, with its high intelligence, will probably use its own materials to make the right weapon. Just don't know why. This whip is the same dark color as the clothes on her body. For the sake of reason, the braided silk products should be in a white and transparent color. These thoughts were just turned around. Li Qingshan pulled out the dragon's fork, spit out 2 streams of water, coiled up and flew around, wrapped around the whip, not seeking to defeat the enemy, only to delay some time. Under the warning of Spirit Turtle, Li Qingshan did not dare to care about this battle. Although Little An is his strong support, more is just an insurance measure. It is not the real life and death. Li Qingshan will not let Little An take it. So as soon as he came to the Spider City, he made up his mind to take the defensive first. As long as he could refining the river behind him, he could pass his water vein directly from Mooncourt Lake. As long as it succeeds, it will remain stable and invincible. The 2 streams of water just entangled in the black whip. They were dyed in a dark color, and spiritual chi smashed back. Li Qingshan heart warning sign dashing, instinctively offering the Spirit Turtle dark armor, formed a semicircular light curtain in front of him. Boom! It was like a thunder on the ground. Almost at the moment when the Spirit Turtle dark armor was just formed, Spider Queen Rose's whip was slammed on it. On the light curtain in front of Li Qingshan, a long crack appeared on the road. He didn't care. Although his understanding of Spirit Turtle transformation deepened, the Spirit Turtle dark armor became more sturdy, not simply broken, and he could refining the river if he delayed. With a steady stream of spiritual chi supplements, even Spider Queen Rose can fight and fight. But the crack, which is clearly black, and as if living, continually penetrates into the Spirit Turtle dark armor, causing a crack in the blink of an eye, and it is still expanding. The whips are poisonous. What kind of toxins are this? Even the Spirit Turtle dark armor can corrode. Li Qingshan's face changed. The Spirit Turtle dark armor, as his strongest defense against divine ability, has the property of isolating everything. It has been broken by powerful forces, but it has never been eroded by anything. He had personally experienced the toxin of Spider Queen Rose. but it was never so fierce, otherwise it would be eroded half a body as long as it was scratched. Know it, North Moon, this is my real strength. Do you really think you can beat me? Spider Queen Rose screamed, the smile on her face twisted. It was the thrill of revenge. She didn't see any special movements. The poison whip twisted and pierced into the crack of the spirit turtle dark armor. This is no longer ordinary whip, but the extension of her limbs. Li Qingshan, who dared to be smothered by this poison, was thrown into monster chi, and his hands were shaped like a two-headed snake's dragon's fork. When he came to life, two snake heads, the snake mouth slammed, and biting the poison whip. At the same time, we picked up monster chi and repaired the spirit turtle dark armor. I want to lock this poison whip. I think that the magical artifact is a cultivator. It is made of extremely strong materials. Under his monster chi infusion, how can it be blocked? This poison whip is a moment, but the black toxins unrelentingly spread to the dragon's fork. The previous moment, the prestige of the two-headed snake also became a disappointment. Lost the power of the dragon. Inman King Chi of Li Qingshan, it was only able to block the spread of toxins a little. A confrontation, the dragon is destroyed. The poison whip is like a poisonous dragon, and there is a dazzling mad dance. The shadow of the shadow, covering Li Qingshan's body, is full of death. As long as the toxin is stuck on the body, it will cost a terrible price. Li Qingshan calmed down. Open mouth spit out a tiger demon blowing breath, entangled with the poison whip together. But with the poison whip, even the wind was blackened. It is said that toxins can only corrode physical things, while Spider Queen Rose's bone-eroding poison can even erode monster chi spiritual chi. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's blowing style is continuous, and finally stopped the poison whip offensively. And Spider Queen Rose has not really shot. Tiger Demon blowing breath can block the poison whip 8 most, but the 8 thorns behind her are also covered with the same toxins. How can he resist? This battle has just begun. Li Qingshan understands why the spirit turtle monster core has such a large warning sign. This war, there is a danger of losing your life. Spider Queen Rose as monster marshal. There are also 3 innate divine ability. Li Qingshan has seen 2. One is to wear any obstructed eyelids, so that she can chase the prey. One is turned into silver and gives her a strong defense. But there is another one. Li Qingshan has never seen it. It is also her only one attack type divine ability. This is the bone-eroding poison. Yes, in the last match, she has injected violent toxins into the body of Li Qingshan numerous times, but the effect is not ideal. But that is the instinct of being a poisonous spider. It is not an innate divine ability at all. That's because this divine ability is not the kind that can be used instantly. Instead, it takes a lot of monster chi and energy to refine its own toxins. And she has not known for many years. She has not encountered an enemy who can fight, and how to use this innate divine ability to refine the terrible bone-eroding poison. Without this only offensive divine ability, she is like a tiger without claws and fangs. Although her physical strength is still she has not even exerted half of her lethality. She is extremely unsuccessful in the hands of Li Qingshan. Now, it is time for her revenge. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 520 Chapter 34 The Real Strength of Spider Queen. Spider Queen Rose walked to the front of the cave, grabbed the edge of the spirit turtle dark armor and tore it. In the sound of a broken, spirit turtle dark armor turned into a crush and walked to Li Qingshan. Her right hand received a lift. The poison whip was straight, shocked the wind blowing around it, turned into a black long gun, slightly sideways, the long gun across the front, the slender right leg slightly curved from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan finally found that by blowing the wind, the poison whip in the hands of Spider Queen Rose could not be entangled. The poisonous whip is soft, and there are thousands of changes in softness. When it is just in time, it is indestructible. In her hands, there is a kind of courage. Against the background of the majestic Spider City, her dark and graceful posture is as noble as the Queen of the Night. with a murderous spirit that Li Qingshan has never seen before. Li Qingshan raised a sense of crisis in his heart, but at the same time, he was excited to be boiled, like a wind and dance, burning like a fire. More intense than love, more intense than desire. The corner of the mouth involuntarily smirked, open mouth squirting, originally only the thickness of the arm blowing the wind, suddenly became a big circle, whistling away. I held it forward again, as if I had grasped something, and suddenly pulled it. The rock in all directions, suddenly creeping like a body, squeezing toward the Spider Queen Rouse. Blowing the wind and crying on the Spider Queen Rouse, the wind swelled her long black hair to the rear, her black tights, layered folds, but not penetrated and torn. The earth and stone almost bury the Spider Queen Rouse, leaving her with only one eye, and staring at Li Qingshan. Her body suddenly blurred, her posture is clearly in the same place, and she has already stepped forward. A big step, the right hand slammed forward. The earth and stone that is squeezed in the whole body is turned into dust in a flash, and the long gun is like thunder and lightning to penetrate the head of Li Qingshan. Nowhere to go, no match. If it was Li Qingshan in the past, this move would be enough to kill him on the spot, without the slightest chance of escape. But today, Li Qingshan has been prepared, and everything he has done before is just to delay the time. He snorted and put his hands together. Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Rolling monster chi condenses around the body, revealing the phantom of Spirit Turtle. The phantom is naturally fake, but the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor on the turtle back is true. It is no longer a light curtain formed by a regular hexagon, but it has really the shape of a tortoise shell. Ancient, simple, and sturdy. Quietly crouching there, even if it is the top of Mount Tai, the cross-flow of the Bohai Sea cannot shake its half. The moment when the black pike collided with the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, it was always dark, and there was no bright subterranean world, and it suddenly burst into a ray of light. In the interim confrontation, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly became calm and watery, and his body was clever. Avoiding the front edge of the pike, let it slide over the semicircular tortoise shell and stab it. Sure enough, the tortoise shell was also stained with first-level black, and it is impossible to continue to squat. But Li Qingshan never thought about it. In an instant, the phantom of Spirit Turtle was diffused. The phantom of Tiger Demon appears. The black king of the forehead is clearly visible. Li Qingshan's posture of leaning over is a preparation for Tiger Demon's pre-pui. At this moment there was no fierce breath on his body, but in the redness, there was a different kind of silence. Staring at the Spider Queen Rose in front of him, his tall and straight body arched, like an open big bow, with the body, every muscle, is a tight bowstring. Behind the pair of children's cheekbones suddenly towering, wind god wings flying up. Hey! A shouting tiger. Spider Queen Rose felt a host of hostility and rushed to herself. In an instant, in Li Qingshan's Redread Scorpion, all emotions disappeared, leaving only the blood-threatening red light. In a flash, two long red horns were towed and slammed into Spider Queen Rose. Under the step-by-step of Spider Queen Rose, Li Qingshan does not retreat, and the narrow road meets the brave. The poison whip suddenly turned into a soft, rewinded back, rolled to Li Qingshan's neck, wanting to stop him from fluttering. But it took a slow step, and with the acceleration of wind god wings, it seems that even Spider Queen Rose is not responding. But she was still calm, her eyes flashed with the light, and launched innate divine ability. In her vision, Li Qingshan's rapid and amazing speed immediately slowed down. You can see the flying of each scarlet hair, every change of expression, the splash of water that he brought up when he jumped, and slowly drifted in the air. His posture of slamming was extremely stretched, and it was full of strong beauty. 8 long spurs stretched out from behind her. The thorns hid the same blackness as the poisonous lashes. They did not reveal a ray of light. They spurred 8 eyes at Li Qingshan's eyes, throat and heart. Go with. But in the depths of Li Qingshan's fanatic eyes, there was still a clear understanding, and the mind was turned around. The 8-sided Spirit Turtle Dark Armor flew out and hovered around him, slightly resisting the foot. Li Qingshan took this opportunity, clenched his claws and violently slammed into Spider Queen Rose. It all happened between the electric and the flint, and Spider Queen Rose raised his hand and held his fist tightly, but with the acceleration of wind god wings, Li Qingshan took his power to pinnacle. Spider Queen Rose couldn't stop this impact, and turned back to the swing. At the moment she was exposed, Li Qingshan hit a fist in her chest. Bull demon vibration. Boom. Spider Queen Rose flew out and fell below the waterfall. Her black tights, torn open, revealing a deep cleavage, but a silver gray, once again showing the defensive innate divine ability. But still left a small piece of crack, but Li Qingshan condensed all the vibration power. The man is still in midair. Monster Chi surging will repair the injury and the skin will return white and delicate. The crease of the black tights is intertwined and automatically repaired. His speed has become faster and the destructive power has become stronger. If it is not this suit, the injury will be much more serious. Spider Queen Rose looked up at Li Qingshan next to the cave. She was not injured and repulsed, but was extremely calm and estimated the strength of Li Qingshan. From this point of view, Li Qingshan's full blow can only cause meager damage to her. Not too worried. But this time, she won't care about anything. Her right hand was still holding a black long whip and gently raised it. At the moment when Li Qingshan was completely released, when he thought that he would repel the enemy, there was no relaxation in his heart. But the body is inevitably revealing a trace of flaws, and her eyes can let her grasp all the flaws. Li Qingshan felt that his ankles were tight, and the poison whip stalked up and dragged him down the cliff. Li Qingshan stepped down, the rock collapsed and cracked, and Earth Divine Power gave him an incredible amount of strong great strength, and immediately fixed his figure. Suddenly, a sense of paralysis quickly spread on the ankle. At the same time, this feeling is still in the hands, and in many places on the body, spread together. I obviously didn't get hurt. This poison is so fierce. That punches that she was deliberately hit, just to let the poison whip have a chance to entangle me. Although the 8 spurs pierced the spirit turtle dark armor, Li Qingshan's speed was so fast that he only swept through Li Qingshan, and even the bull demon skin refining was not scratched. But now, these 8 scratches are constantly getting bigger and deeper, silently swallowing Li Qingshan's flesh and blood, and in a blink of an eye it becomes 8 fierce wounds. And in the fist of his contact with Spider Queen Rose's tights, in the blink of an eye, he was cut off the first level skin and flesh, revealing the bones with metallic color, the toxins madly oozing into the bones. Spirit Turtle C suppressing toxins. Li Qingshan within the body monster Chi rushed, suppressing the spread of toxins in front of them, wanting to get rid of them. That poison is like a skeleton. The poisonous whip entangled on the ankle is a constant release of toxins. Unlike the feeling of the last poisoning, this time has no pain. The ankle is just a silent circle, and it is still going on. This change, like the Spider Queen Rose, is no longer a crazy drink, a sharp curse, just silently, quietly, depriving him of his vitality. Li Qingshan swayed like a knife and squatted on the poison whip. One of the tough monster Chi, however, bounced his hand. The toughness of the poison whip itself is far beyond his imagination. This is the result of the semi-period of Spider Queen Rose for half a year. Every spider silk she spits out is more tough than steel. This poisonous whip is 100,000 spider silks, which are compiled together in a very precise way, and after a refining process, become a whole. Under the control of Spider Queen Rose's will, the poison whip stretched out like a snake, entangled Li Qingshan's thighs, entangled Li Qingshan's waist, wrapped around, entangled. Li Qingshan didn't even feel tied up, because the body where the poison whip went, the body began to paralyze. No pain, only nothing. Spider Queen Rose didn't take the opportunity to pounce on it, but kept a distance from Li Qingshan, watching it quietly, and grasping every moment to restore monster chi and physical strength. The spider is behind the prey and will not immediately take the shot, but wait until it struggles to exhaust the physical strength. and then enjoy it without threat. It turned out to be underestimated her. Li Qingshan originally heard that her strength is relatively strong in Monster Martial. She thinks that the word Monster Martial is nothing remarkable. Now it seems that it is too arrogant. She personally proved to him that an insect race Monster Martial is terrible, and her innate divine ability may not be so beautiful and complicated, but after the simplest cooperation, she completely becomes a killing machine. Spirit Turtle Monster Core makes a sharp warning sign, and death is pressing hard, thinking that Wind God Wings can escape at any time, but it is a ridiculous fantasy. If you are not careful, you will die. Interesting. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 521 Chapter 35 The Secret of Water Moon Plate. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a copperhead iron, a bullhorn iron hoof, a tigertail's demon form, and a fierce arrogance in the mouth, constantly slamming in the cave. The stalagmites fall from the sky and fall into the lava channel, splashing the red magma. Li Qingshan sealed the river, and the magma flaming has completely occupied this intertwined network. Spider Queen Rose smiled. The more she struggled, the faster she died. Her poisonous whip could not be broken away with brute force, but with the vivid performance of Li Qingshan, he gripped the poison whip and monster chi continued to flow, infused into it, pressing Li Qingshan's struggle. In a twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan has a tall body, not only failed to break the poisonous whip, but the poisonous whip is tightly pulled into his within the body. A root skeleton is exposed under the erosion of toxins. He didn't have a place with the human race, but a bruised and fierce monster, and then fight the beast. At this moment, the sneer on his face did not disappear, and the pain of toxin erosion could only excite his fighting spirit. With a pair of big hands with almost only bones, hold the poison whip tightly, and pull the river and pull it hard. Give me over. In the first place, Spider Queen Rose responded by stepping on a spider silk that runs through the cave and has a thick wrist. The spider silk is bent like a bowstring and wrestles with Li Qingshan. She will not rashly attack, but she will have to make a fatal blow when the toxin severs all his vitality. Li Qingshan chuckled, suddenly let go of his hands. Spider Queen Rose only felt a loose hand, was bounced back by the long spider silk, secretly thought, not good. In the twinkling of her body imbalance, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly collapsed, and it regained the size of ordinary people. Wind God Wings slammed and flew upwards. The poison whip is like a viper winch under the body. For Li Qingshan's escape, Spider Queen Rose did not perform too much disappointment, because he has suffered serious injuries, and if Monster Chi is not used to suppress toxins, it is a dead end. But in front of her, how can he have the opportunity to do this? Fortunately, I am not unprepared. Li Qingshan also understands this. Lightly vomited. In the incredible gaze of Spider Queen Rose, the tragic scars on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Monster Chi on his body did not detract from it. This is impossible. Spider Queen Rose lost the channel. Her toxins, not to mention a monster general, is a monster martial, and don't want to recover so easily. Nothing is impossible. You can never kill me, no matter how sharp your claws and fangs are, how violent toxins can be refining. I can't kill me, and I will get stronger and stronger. One day, conquering you, ha ha ha. Li Qingshan laughed. The toxins in the body were missing, leaving some injuries. Without the intrusion of toxins, it will naturally recover in a blink of an eye. In my heart, I read, I didn't expect to be forced out of the first card so soon. If there is still this trick, I will only take up some retreats now, and Mirror Image Clone will not be able to support it. At the bottom of a small lake in the island of Huxin, Li Qingshan's Mirror Image Clone also sits on his knees, with a sparkling water moon plate on his knees, reflecting his appearance. Suddenly, a tragic sorrow appeared on him. Also accompanied by dark toxins, it seems to have an invisible beast. In the vicious bite, when the bite stops, the mirror image clone is also on the broken edge, and under the erosion of the toxin, it seems to be completely broken. Li Qingshan seems to be ready. In the 100 treasure pouch brought by Mirror Image Clone, a lot of healing herbs, detoxification spiritual pill and the like are prepared. Even if you catch it in your mouth, you will barely contain the toxin. Live. With the divine nature of Spirit Turtle, Li Qingshan inspired the ability of the Water Moon Plate to be discovered even by Liu Chenqing. In addition to the exploration, the Water Moon Plate has the ability to reverse image, leaving the owner's shadow on the Water Moon Plate, and once the ontology is hurt, it can be mapped to the reversed image in the water. Although the damage is very limited, it can save lives at certain critical times. It can only be said that it is the magical artifact of the ancient cultivator refining, which is fierce and fierce. Originally, Spider Queen Rose used the poison whip to draw his 2-whip, which probably reached the limit that reversed image could bear. However, Li Qingshan also had the divine ability of Water Moon Mirror, which is a natural fit with the Water Moon Plate. When Li Qingshan called Mirror Image Clone with Water Moon Plate, Mirror Image Clone became his reversed image, and Mirror Image Clone with Li Qingshan body number into Monster Chi was able to withstand the capacity of this Water Moon Plate. Reversed image. It's more than 100 times stronger. Ever since, Li Qingshan has moved all the poisons and injuries to Mirror Image Clone, and this strange self-healing scene has a life more. Of course, he didn't mind hitting Spider Queen Rose's confidence, but he didn't expect Spider Queen Rose's offensive to be so strong. Li Qingshan's plan was even better. The damage that Spider Queen Rose gave him was all cast to Mirror Image Clone. Then he fixed the Mirror Image Clone by Monster Chi, and supplemented Monster Chi with Water God Seal to form a perfect loop, which became an undead cockroach, will be able to fight Spider Queen Rose to despair, sing and conquer. Now, although Medicine Pill has played some role, it can't be fully recovered. At most, it can only support more than a few times, helping Li Qingshan to share several injuries. But at this moment, Spider Queen Rose didn't know this moment, and once again, the feeling of playing with Li Qingshan last time, it seems that no matter how many times he beat him, he can stand up again and continue to delay consumption until she is exhausted. She shook her head and took this thought out of her mind. Coldly stared at Li Qingshan. This war, I will never lose. The poison whip is like a poisonous dragon, and the call sign grows out. Li Qingshan, although regaining a game, struck the confidence of Spider Queen Rose, but she is still a mouse tortoise, unable to start. She will be poisoned by her hit. She will also be poisoned when hit, and then poisoned a few times. Mirror Image Clone will crash. The common thing of toxins has become a trump card with both offense and defense in her hands. Once you get rid of the poisonous whip and want to get out, it's not that simple. Therefore, Li Qingshan's choice is back. Retreating without hesitation, straight back into the raging great river. When Tiger Demon's violent, Bull Demon's stick is useless. What he needs is Spirit Turtle's forbearance. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged in the water, sitting like an old man, once again transforming the Spirit Turtle Phantom. The poison whip resembles a poisonous dragon into the hole, beating, stabbing, entanglement, and the raging offensive is ever-changing, pervasive, like a black rainstorm, smashing and repulsing the river, and falling on the Spirit Turtle dark armor. The rumble of the world. The whole world seems to be shaking. Li Qingshan's eyes are extremely quiet, silently in the heart. 17. Black toxins continue to erode, but Li Qingshan condenses the first level Spirit Turtle dark armor whenever it is about to erode. This is undoubtedly extremely costly for Monster Chi. From the start of the battle to the present, Monster Chi on his body has been exhausted by 3/4 level. And Spider Queen Rose had the last experience with Li Qingshan. She attached great importance to maintaining physical strength and Monster Chi. After several adjustments, even one has not consumed. As long as she gives her a little time, she will soon be able to reach full status. 13. Li Qingshan continued to count silently, and the Spirit Turtle dark armor was stripped by the layer upon layer, quickly approaching his body. Spider Queen Rose shook his hand. The poison whip wrapped around Li Qingshan, and finally the first level thin spirit turtle dark armor, tearing it. He would entangle him again, and she will never give this time the opportunity he escaped. Li Qingshan, when the number was 7, the spirit turtle dark armor was broken and the poison whip smashed up. Spider Queen Rose stepped forward in front of him, and 5 pointed to his celestial cover. His mother, this script is not the same. Li Qingshan complained in her heart, lifting her left hand, grabbing the Spider Queen Rose, grabbing the hand that stabbed her chest with her right hand, and tightened it, and was entangled by the poison whip, and this time is no longer like a snake. A circle is entangled, but a knot is formed, and Li Qingshan is to be tied up to contain his strength. Spider Queen Rose open mouth spits a spider silk and directs it to Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan also spits out the wind and blows away the spider silk. Tiger Demon blowing breath. Although there is no way to poison the whip, it is still very useful for this trick. Spider Queen Rose seems to be completely ignorant, with a steady stream of spears, 8 spurs dancing behind him, but not punctured Li Qingshan, but the scattered spider silk layered, wrapped around Li Qingshan's body. The sharply adhering spider silk, a layer upon layer, wraps Li Qingshan like a beggar. The poison whip is constantly tightening and pouring toxins. The mirror image clone in Moon Court Lake crashed to the limit and the water moon plate sank to the bottom of the lake. From this moment on, Li Qingshan has to bear these injuries. In a twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan became unable to move, like a bug that accidentally broke into the spider. The ultimate fate. Seeing that prey finally fell, Spider Queen Rose was loose in his heart, but he did not dare to pause. He continued to increase the thickness of the spider and became very patient. But when Li Qingshan couldn't move, and completely lost his resistance, his eyes were calm and confident, making Spider Queen Rose feel very glaring, and pointing to his eyes. I also feel that this scene seems to have met. I want to self-donation Monster Core and go with you. Li Qingshan screamed at the open mouth and spit in the shape of a tortoise-like spirit turtle Monster Core. It turned into a blue light and hit the Spider Queen Rose door, dyeing her face into a blue and quickly turning into a silver gray. Defensive posture. Talk about it. Call, finally catch up. Li Qingshan within the body's water god seal, a sudden divine light, underwater flow pattern. Li Qingshan finally pushed the controlled water region to the spider city of Spider Queen Rose. The raging waves rushed from the river behind Li Qingshan, like a roaring dragon. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 522 Chapter 36 Bonely Tiger. At this moment, Li Qingshan is able to freely use Moon Court Lake and even the power of water spirit in countless rivers and lakes. He felt that his will was constantly extending, and he finally got in touch with the domain of the domain that he had been operating for a long time. The whole mind was followed by boundlessness. Although he was still trapped in a spider, he looked at the eyes of Spider Queen Rose and had a look of awkwardness. The river that was blocked by Li Qingshan seemed to be unable to endure anymore, and the desire to roar and rushed out. Li Qingshan's eyes are empty and enter the micro-state, urging Water God Seal, trying to concentrate all the power on one point, that is the Spirit Turtle Monster Core. The Spirit Turtle Monster Core suddenly accelerated, spinning rapidly, and propelled by a billowing stream, like a roaring cannonball, emanating from the cannon. Spider Queen Rose with a dual-purpose innate divine ability. Although I saw this change, it was not surprising, as expected. But looking at the Spirit Turtle Monster Core, there was a feeling that it was too late to react. Only grab the poison whip and retire backwards. At this time, I did not forget to bring Li Qingshan. As long as he was taken away from the water region, he was the prey for her slaughter. The other hand is lifted up and blocked on the track of the Spirit Turtle Monster Core. With a little blocking, she can even use the force to pull further distances. At that time, no matter what means Li Qingshan's water god, it doesn't matter. She has countless ways to kill an enemy that cannot resist. Spider Queen Rose's response is not unpleasant. With this thought alone, it can be seen that she completely restored the powerful instinct of a hunter. But the development of everything is doomed to be worse than she expected. First, she took the power of this spirit turtle monster core. There is a water drop stone. The spirit turtle monster core is such a drop of water, and behind it is an infinite river of water. Pour all the power into this drop of water. At the moment of the impact on her palm, a slight meal. I was wearing it and was hitting her chest. Spider Queen Rose has an incredible look, and her black tights on her chest are torn apart. The gray skin is also deeply sunken and the blood splashes. Boom! The Spider Queen Rose is like a hit ball, flying far away. Hey! The spider that crisscrosses the cave, under her impact, is like a broken string, blocking a few resistances, or hitting the Spider City. First a tower was smashed into pieces, and the momentum was not reduced. It collapsed more than 10 walls and a large pillar, only then fell. The pain came at this time, and coughed out blood. Li Qingshan secretly thought in the heart, unfortunately, if she can directly hit her body, it will cause no small harm. She can even run her directly, but through her palm, it is equivalent to running through the 2 layers of spider silk, and finally hit her. There is first level. This layer of relief is reduced, so that her injury is minimized. The spirit turtle monster core bounces back. Li Qingshan swallowed the spirit turtle monster core, but found that the spirit turtle monster core also stained the first level black toxin. But the flash of light cleared the toxin. Although this toxin can be immersed in the spirit turtle dark armor, it has little effect on the spirit turtle monster core. Li Qingshan was pulled by the poisonous whip. Naturally, she came to the Spider City involuntarily. Looking around, it was in her resting palace, the obsidian bed that was full of tabernacles, not far away. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Children, we can revisit this place." Spider Queen Rose stood up, the tights on the chest entangled, trying to recover. But obviously not so simple. It took half a day, just barely pulled together. It is difficult to cover the chest. Her eyes are completely free of any similar human emotions. The pupils are like 2 needles, staring at Li Qingshan, with a sharp, hoarse voice that uses a nail to scrape the glass. "Why are you still not dead?" The poison she injected into him was enough to kill 100 cities, and he even laughed. "Ha ha, I have to watch our children born." Under the entanglement of layers of spiders, in the hands of Li Qingshan, he had already grasped the squeegee, which resembled the handle of the ostrich's pointed mouth, pierced into the poisonous whip and sucked the toxin. However, after smoking the toxin, even the squeezing knife was dyed black, and the attached spiritual chi and rune were quickly corroded and cleaned, followed by the shovel of the dragon fork. But slowed down Li Qingshan the urgent need. Spider Queen Rose felt the same, and pulled the poison whip back. I saw the poisonous whip. Another piece of the silky white was revealed. Her brow wrinkled. Every time the venom was concise. I didn't know how much time she spent. Energy. This will be used to play a bit or two. It is called suffering, but she is so difficult. You listen, it's getting flooded here. If you have any killings, do it quickly, or I will shoot. At this time, the sound of the turbulent waves came from all directions, and the river rushed to the big cave where the Spider City was located. At the moment of the handover with the magma, the white smoke was steamed. Spider Queen Rose suddenly shook the poison straight, posing a very familiar movement of Li Qingshan, aiming at Li Qingshan's head. "I will send you to see Yama." She stepped forward, spurting a spear, like a black straight ray, shooting Li Qingshan. Dreamed dreams. Windy, wind god wings stretches freely. It is not real wing, but is condensed by monster chi. The entanglement of the spider silk, although it can't break free with power, but it can't stop him from using monster chi and exerting innate divine ability. Li Qingshan is like a giant egg with wings. With a bang, he flies up, avoids the pike and flies backwards. But how could Spider Queen Rose leave the cooked duck? but he just flew to the door and felt that the speed was suddenly slow. I don't know when. The first line of spider silk stuck to him. Li Qingshan fluttered his wings and flew forward desperately, although the mouth was very arrogant, but once again entangled with poisonous whip. The violent toxin caused him a lot of trouble. At this time, using monster chi to display innate divine ability, the toxin immediately spread. Spider Queen Rose coldly screaming at him nowhere in the air, violently pulling. Li Qingshan had a divine power, and he couldn't show it, and he was pulled back. Li Qingshan looked back and saw the Spider Queen Rose but let go of the poison whip, spread his arms, stretched the thorns, and the red lips were slightly open, as if to give him a big hug, and then a deep kiss. No, Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Under the enthusiasm of Spider Queen Rose, Spirit Turtle Dark Armor gave a painful moan, and there was a crack. But what was even more terrifying was the poisoning of her poisonous coat, the corrosion of the thought. The Spirit Turtle Dark Armor shattered with only one breath. At this moment, Li Qingshan's expression was a bit weird, and the Spider Queen Rose was full of twisted hatred, holding him tightly in his arms and then kissing deeply on his lips. The kiss is so serious, so unforgettable. Li Qingshan only felt a bit tingling on her lips. And then there was no feeling. Li Qingshan didn't have to look at it and knew that his lips were gone, but it was only the beginning. Where is her most poisonous place? Not in the whip or in the clothes, but in her fangs. She injects the most primitive and pure bone-eroding poison into his within the body. The toxicity is so strong that it can be compared with the skin. Even if Monster Marshall is bitten by this bite, most of them are poisoned and killed. The venom flows down the throat into the lungs, where it flows, and it loses its feeling. In a twinkling of an eye, all the internal organs disappeared and eroded from the inside out, leaving only the skeleton of the skeleton. Li Qingshan only felt that his stomach was swaying with blood, and then it was flowing down. This feeling is really terrible. But even at this moment, he did not waver, and did not even call for Little Ant to come to life. Around the Spider City, the water level quickly spread. Here, it is already his water region. Suddenly, Li Qingshan within the body's water god seal, divine light, a steady stream of spiritual chi, poured into Li Qingshan's with the body. Monster chi quickly recovered, like the rising tide of the sea, seemingly slow, but in the blink of an eye, it occupied a long coastline, unstoppable, desperately fighting against the toxins invading the body. But the toxin is still vicious, plundering Li Qingshan's flesh and blood, and the poison and water continue to stalemate, which is a long-term difference. I saw in the body of Li Qingshan, the flesh and blood eroded by the toxins suddenly disappeared, and grew under the moisture of the water spirit. The situation is strange and the feeling is not what any words can describe. Go to hell. Spider Queen Rose madly clasped his hands into Li Qingshan's eyes. In an instant, the eyes were dark and Li Qingshan was blind. She pierced her head in a more awkward position and stuffed it into a mess. If it is the ordinary monster general, no matter how powerful the vitality, the internal organs of the internal organs are all destroyed, and it is sure to die. However, Li Qingshan did not stop resisting. He also tried many times and broke through the Tiger Demon 4th layer. His has no obvious vital point. Even though all the flesh and blood are stripped, as long as he is a tiger bone, he stands proudly. A monster core is still shining. He will not be killed. And this little pain is just like playing with the strange feelings of the body. Why don't you die? The Spider Queen Rose clasps Li Qingshan's skull, sharp and shrill, sparkling, leaving only 10 shallow traces. The venom is poured on it, and a white smoke is set off, leaving a piece of burnt black. But that's it. Bone-eroding poison, but he can't erode his body, and his bones are born. She is almost mad. Obviously she is much stronger, obviously can easily suppress him, but he can continue to struggle and struggle. Li Qingshan was almost Skull's face. His mouth opened, and the demon wind passed through the hollow throat. S. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 523. Chapter 37, The Worm in the Net. In the endless deep subterranean world palace, the two monster chi are constantly stirring, a powerful and full of aggressiveness, one that is weak but endless. Two faces are opposite. One is peerless glamorous, full of vengeance anger, a flood of hostility. Blame smiles as if laughing at her inability to hate. When all the flesh and blood in Li Qingshan were stripped, only the first level of the skeleton was standing there, flashing the color of the metal, but under the immersion of the venom layer upon layer, it quickly became dim. Li Qingshan knows that even if his bones are stronger than magical artifact, if they have been allowed to corrode, they will soon be unable to support them. However, after passing through the underground river, he also had a response. The bright blue light, from Li Qingshan within the body. Among the five elements, to say that it is best at healing, the first is definitely wood spirit, and water spirit can only be second. But if you are best at detoxification, it must be water spirit. Although the toxin is violent, it is diluted by bit under the turbulence of rolling monster chi. The metallic cluster of the bones gradually recovers, and a trace of muscle fiber, like the willow branches of the spring, stretches to create a new body. With the support of Water God Seal, he almost never has to worry about the consumption of monster chi. The toxin that threatens him the most, although it will still affect his actions, is no longer a fatal problem. He speculated that her toxin should be specially condensed, so consume it. Do not believe that her toxins are infinitely endless. How could Spider Queen Rose wait for Li Qingshan to recover, clenching his fists and madly bombarding his skull? A loud bang sounded and shook the city. Under the horrible power, it began to be slightly distorted and there were some small cracks. Tiger Demon Bone Refining is not indestructible. I will kill you. Spider Queen Rose made a cold declaration and suddenly felt a sense of crisis and stepped back. Li Qingshan shines a pair of shiny metal claws from the spider, wringing the slimmer of the Spider Queen Rose. Hold her tightly in her arms, as if the other person had a kiss, and still feel that the meaning is still not the same. Fangs stunned his mouth, kissed his lips, and the wind blew through the hollow chest, making a hoarse voice. Children, it's me. Spider Queen Rose's face changed, feeling a stream of wind pouring into her mouth, like a miniature tornado wind, but the power is not degraded. Even more terrible than the real tornado wind. It is Li Qingshan's innate divine ability. Tiger Demon Blowing Breath. Like a sharply rotating blade turbine, the cockroach stirred her internal organs. Her face was distorted by pain, holding Li Qingshan's head with both hands and holding it hard. Flying back and retreating, half squatting on the ground, vomiting a blood, with pieces of internal organs. Spider Queen Rose, after putting on the poison coat, coupled with the powerful defense of innate divine ability, Li Qingshan made a full blow. It is also difficult to cause fatal injuries to her, but her within the body is still relatively fragile. Look at Li Qingshan again. It is two screams, a pair of only the bones of the bones are also freed from the scorpion, and slammed on the ground. The ground cracked and smashed. This Spider Queen Rose spit out the spider silk, which is as strong as a poisonous whip. From the beginning to the present, he never stopped using Bull Demon Vibration to destroy the structure of the spider silk, and the effect continued to accumulate until this time. He used a pair of sharp bone claws, tearing it around in his body, and finally broke free from the bundle of spider silk and regained his freedom. A skeleton that is as thick and as a metal, stands proudly. Li Qingshan said, I look like this, but it is very good with Little N. However, Little N's skeleton is softer and even has a sense of holiness. The bones of Li Qingshan are sharp and the hostility is awkward. At this time, the Spider Queen Rose suddenly made a sharp laughter, with a twisted pleasure, and the laughter came to an abrupt end. I didn't expect you to push me to this step, North Moon. I am still underestimated you, but from the moment you step into the Spider City, your fate is doomed, that is death. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt that he was surrounded by a smashing killing intent, like being surrounded by ambush. In fact, Li Qingshan has been wondering. Although it has experienced a lot of danger from the beginning to the present, it is somewhat inconsistent with the warning of the original Spirit Turtle Monster Core. Now the answer is being revealed. Li Qingshan stepped forward and suddenly stagnate in the air, unable to move. This time, is really moving. Even a finger cannot move, even Monster Chi on the body. There is a sense of restraint. Cannot enjoy show. What happened? I don't even have a gossamer on my body, but it seems to be dragged by thousands of spiders. Spider Queen Rose opened his arms, and the spider silk that was crisscrossed in the cave suddenly shone and shook. In an instant, like a million strings, the sharp humming sound, the spider city silently split and collapsed, fell into the great river, splashing huge waves. The resting palace was also divided. Li Qingshan had no place to stand, but still condensed in the air, as if stuck to an invisible big. The crisscrossing, geometrically beautiful spider silks, at this moment, finally show their true meaning, forming a huge trap similar to human race formation. Formation is not the original creation of the human race cultivator, but through the discovery of learning, heaven and earth, which runs all the time, through the instruments such as the spiral stones. However, monster race is often accustomed to using its own strength, and rarely hears the use of external forces, just as tiger wolves are used to fighting with claws and fangs, instead of using a knife and a gun. However, Spider Queen Rose is an exception. When she was a little spider, the main survival tool was a spider. Relatively speaking, even the meaning of venom was slightly inferior. Obviously, she stepped onto the throne of Monster Marshal and did not give up this housekeeping skill, but learned to make bigger and better. Li Qingshan was unfortunately a worm, and said, "This is her trump card." Spider Queen Rose sighed softly, and there was a rare exhaustion on her face. It obviously spurred the spider and abolished her spirit. She viciously stared at Li Qingshan, and did not rush to attack him, but first to the talent. When she crashed into the spider city, the broken spider silks, one by one to make up. Li Qingshan secretly thought is not good. He can still feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even the vast water, but as the spider is compensated for a trace, it seems that a door is slowly closed. Once he lost the sense of spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the support of water god Seal, he became a passive water. Spider Queen Rose is looking back to pick him up. He can wait to die. Even if there is a sudden outbreak, it is impossible to break away from her elaborate spider. Suddenly, a dragon chant rang through the cave. At this time, the great river has flooded the cave by nearly half, and the water level is still climbing rapidly. One of them slammed into a huge dragon head, a water dragon like the soaring dragon, with thousands of tons of water flowing toward the focused Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose disdained coldly snort and didn't even look at it. Water dragon passed through the spider and was completely torn by the spider silk, which did not have any effect on the Spider Queen Rose body. The lethality of the flowing water is nominally limited, unless it is concentrated on the Spirit Turtle Monster Core as in the beginning. It is possible to harm her. However, Li Qingshan dared to show it once, but it was a surprise attack to achieve that effect. Once she was prepared, she would be taken directly by Monster Core, and it would be too late to cry. And directly mobilizing the water to attack her, the effect is really weak. In the eyes of Spider Queen Rose, this is clearly his last struggle. Just make up the last gossamer and let her do whatever she wants. Boom. Although the water dragon was torn by a spider, the powerful impact of the 1,000 tons of water flow violently hit the dome of the cave. This is the real goal of Li Qingshan. After the spider city was chopped, this big incredible cave has lost its most important support. If it weren't for the night walkers, the rock wall was reinforced for thousands of years and it was already crushed by its own weight. This time hits as if it was the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. The rumble of the thunder, the earth seems to be roaring, huge cracks, like lightning, and like a spider. Tens of thousands of tons of earth and stone collapsed and fell down. Do you think that you can escape a death? Spider Queen Rose waved. The poison whip smashed a few rocks that fell to her, and the other fallen rocks, like the water dragon, were easily slender. The silk is shredded. Moreover, her spider silk is self-contained and will not be affected by the damage of the surrounding rock wall. This spider is her absolute field. Li Qingshan ignored her and made a roar like a carnival, cheering for the natural scenery that fell into the sky. Under the pressure of earth and stone, the water level rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it passed the body of Li Qingshan. The cheers disappeared, and the phantom of Spirit Turtle appeared on Li Qingshan, but in this wave, it was unprecedented clarity. In the water, it is his heaven and earth. Spirit Turtle repressed and went straight to the bottom. All the spider silks, stretched together, to make a moan that is about to tear. Spider Queen Rose's face changed a lot. I didn't expect it to be this step. He also had the ability to struggle. She could only completely seal him with a spider's silk, but according to this situation, she would not wait for her to go. When weaving, there will be other spider silk breaks. But if he goes back to suppress him now, he will not be able to kill him for a while. As long as the spider has loopholes, he will continue to struggle. Between the dilemma, Spider Queen Rose stunned and ordered, "Dragon Snail, stop him." RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 524 Chapter 38 is offended. Lozi still wants to go. The field was invisible, and Li Qingshan's struggle slowed down. If it wasn't for the ambush by Dragon Snail, he couldn't figure out what was going on. This is not just a question of speed. When his thinking reacts slowly, it is difficult to enter the microstate and exert his own power to pinnacle. The speed of running Monster Chi was slow, and the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing lost its urgency. Although it was barely maintained, the original shape of the spider slowly recovered and no longer fell down. At the cost of killing prey at all costs, Spider Queen Rose didn't have a fair-minded thinking. As early as the beginning, let Dragon Snail hide around and prepare for the shot to prevent Li Qingshan from entering. Wind God Wings escapes. Li Qingshan immediately understood why the warning sign of the Spirit Turtle Monster Core is so dangerous. Dragon Snail's innate divine ability is really weird and powerful. Expert fights. Only in the first line, the speed suddenly drops by 30%. That is, killing. See what tricks you have. Spider Queen Rose stared at Li Qingshan, but saw Li Qingshan's heart was not shocked. Ha laughed. What are you laughing at? Spider Queen Rose was amazed, but the speed of knitting was not slow. I laughed at you and found yourself dead. If you don't call people, I am really embarrassed. Li Qingshan's voices are falling, bombing, earth and stone flying. Twenton Skull Rosary, from the top, bottom, left and right of the cave, together, turned into a huge skeleton bone demon in midair. Fang's teeth collision. It seems like a smirk. The eyes and the nest are burning with a pure white flame. Ignore the other. Ripping the spider directly. Spider Queen Rose changed her look. She couldn't feel the breath of skeleton bone demon, but she clearly had a dangerous and terrifying atmosphere. She flashed her body and came to the back of a skeleton bone demon. She swung her leg and slammed it. She kicked skeleton bone demon and slammed into the rock. In a flash, her figure appeared everywhere in the spider, as if more than a dozen clones were separated, and the poisonous whip left. Like a poisonous dragon dance. Peng peng peng, like a blast of thunder. A big skeleton bone demon being pumped out by her seems to pose no threat to her. But skeleton bone demon, who was kicked by her first, drilled out of the rock wall and continued to tirelessly destroy the spider, unharmed. And skeleton bone demon, who was smothered by the poison whip, climbed up one by one, leaving a black ink mark on his body. But some felt that he could not get in. Samadhi skeleton fire cleared the toxin after a sizzling. What is this? Spider Queen Rose's face became more and more ugly. This is still under the influence of Dragon Snail's divine ability. The speed of these monsters has become much slower, and it is so fierce if they are restored to their original speed. Skeleton bone demon climbed up tirelessly. Destroy the spider. Spider Queen Rose left and right. No skeleton bone demon can stop her. But Monster Chi was constantly consuming, and it didn't take long for it to show signs of fatigue and breathing. Hey! The spider's silk has broken. Li Qingshan started to move his arm, and Spider Queen Rose suddenly looked back and was poisoned. Do you think that by calling these monsters, can you escape from birth? He was completely unaware of the spider, and the poison whip stretched out. He was also suppressed by the power of the spider. He was also affected by the divine ability of Dragon Snail. Naturally, it was too late to react and was tightly wrapped. Li Qingshan sighs, this battle is really tied up. All kinds of. Just break the encirclement of these bone monsters and take him away from this water region. She already has the upper hand. Spider Queen Rose is following this idea, dragging Li Qingshan away. Boom! A huge snail shell crashed into the rock wall and fell into the cave. On the side of the snail shell, there was a large crack of the crack, which was invaded by the students. Dragon Snail. Spider Queen Rose squinted. Spider Queen rescues me. Dragon Snail is full of fear, no longer calm and calm. He hides so well. I did not expect to be discovered. He was not afraid of being discovered. What is more terrible is the power of the enemy. A white shadow flashed, a crystal sly, catching up with Dragon Snail, stepping on his shell. Skeleton sword stabbed the crack, deep into it, and the raging Samadhi skeleton fire burned. Dragon Snail just made a scream, it seems to be frozen, and can no longer speak. Little Ann lifted his left hand, Twenton Skeleton Bone Demon, and turned into Twenton Skull Rosary. Spider Queen Rose is not good at seeing Li Qingshan, but slowing down. Skull Rosary is entangled, like a star in the universe. One planet follows its own trajectory, but follows the same pattern. Skull Rosary, 18 Conformer Formation, originally intended to deal with Blood Shadow, but it is useless, and now it is finally used on the Spider Queen Rose, and it is still 20, the power becomes stronger. The shape of Skull Rosary changed again and became a small skull of the car. It spewed out of Samadhi skeleton fire. Spider Queen Rose felt a pinnacle sinister, using monster chi to resist the Samadhi skeleton fire, stepping up and waving a skull. She didn't move. All Skull Rosary was running fast. Immediately there were 2 skulls blocking her way, and 3 skulls slammed into it. There seems to be an invisible line that will wear all the Skull Rosary and take it all. Spider Queen Rose is fast, and can't easily get out. She is in the cold and shows 8 rounds of printing. In her eyes, Skull Rosary runs at a slower speed and is seen by her. 8-foot spurs danced wildly, and the power of each shot was amazing. The skulls that flew from each other were taken away, and a hard road opened up, and they had to break out. The power of this skeleton bone demon squad is strong, and it is natural to deal with Monster General, but against a Monster Marshal, Orifice Insect Race Monster Marshal, it seems a bit inferior. Spider Queen Rose suddenly felt that her hands were sinking. Li Qingshan's body suddenly became 10 times heavier and pulled her down. Li Qingshan got out of the spider, and without the interference of Dragon Snail, Monster Chi recovered in a blink of an eye. Suddenly shone a spirit turtle sea suppressing, and opened the mouth to blow a wind, whistling and tangling. Although it could not hurt, Spider Queen Rose can interfere with her actions. Spider Queen Rose looked at Li Qingshan, a metallic color, feeling like she was caught in a nightmare filled with skeletons. As soon as I bite my teeth, I will give Li Qingshan a look. She knows that if she continues to do so, she will not be able to put Li Qingshan to death. Her own situation will become more and more unfavorable, and it may even be as bad as the last time. Spider Queen Rose has another hand. These 20 Skull Rosary, it is difficult to block her, a Monster Marshal to escape, unless Monster King shot, who can stop her. In front of the White Shadow, Little Ann stopped in front of her. There is no Jiangwen or Sword Chi, only one must kill the Sword Intent, shrouded in lock, and then like a white rainbow, the thorns come. Skull Rosary scatters again, and as long as she blocks her, she will fall into the skeleton bone demon array again. With a flash of blood, Spider Queen Rose had a fierce sword mark on her chest. She didn't evade it, and she was forced to get a sword. She clearly felt that the little cockroach in front of him was the manipulator of these 20 slime monsters, and had no terrible strength than the North Moon. She suddenly felt wrong. Looking down, she saw a white flame spread on the scar, swallowing her flesh and blood, and burning more dazzling. Her skin suddenly turned into silver gray, and the flame went along the wound and burned deeper, even more vicious than her toxin. This time, no more than the last time, Monster Chi with her the body left about 50%, and finally run Monster Chi to expel Samadhi skeleton fire, and the heart is still undecided, and even more swearing. North Moon, I will kill you. I have to offend the old man and want to go out of the trick. Li Qingshan shouted. Little and open mouth spit a small slap in the palm of your hand, squatting between your fingers, waving your hand, and the blood sea banner fluttering in the wind. Spider Queen Rose looked back at the deep blood, and felt an unspeakable chill, rising from the heart, not even dare to stop, looking straight into the depths of the rock wall. In an instant, world became a blood red. Spider Queen Rose is around, there is rock or water, only the endless blood sea, a strong bloody breath, not just to the tip of the nose, but to every pore. There is a feeling of weakness and powerlessness, which is the deepest despair in the heart. This blood sea is boundless, and you can't get back to it, and you can't get to the other side. Among the blood sea, with a skeleton to swim, Spider Queen Rose has a feeling at a glance, and her end will eventually become a member of this blood sea like these skeletons. Blood sea violently tumbling up, a bone hand reaching out into the sky, seems to be eager for a hope in the sky. This hellish scene. But hope does not exist, only the bones and hatred of the living. Thousands of skeletons turned together overdone. Look at Spider Queen Rose with a hollow eye socket. Let the vicious Spider Queen Rose squint and feel a deep chill. The blood waves are tumbling, and there are thousands of skeletons, breaking the blood sea and rushing together. Insignificant skill. Spider Queen Rose coldly snort, a poisonous whip dance, bursting hundreds of skeletons and falling into the blood sea. Her side immediately vacated, but was immediately filled by more skeletons. No fear, no hesitation, no roaring roar, just trying to grab the Spider Queen Rose with her bones and dragging her into blood, deep in the sea. For a moment, Spider Queen Rose shattered the tens of thousands of skeletons, but the skeleton seemed to be endless, with no tendency to become a less. There is no such thing as the existence of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Monster Chi can't be recovered. I have to find a way to get out of trouble. Hateful. North Moon. Spider Queen Rose suddenly stopped whip, closed her eyes, and was immediately submerged by the skeleton, piled up into a bone mountain. Welcome to your support is my biggest motivation. RV. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 525 Chapter 39 welcomes you, welcome to come again. A bone claw caught on Spider Queen Rose, but she couldn't hurt her, a force with a skeleton pull, and even less want to shake a monster marshal. This blood sea banner is really overbearing, even Fu Qingjian's verdant ruins illusion. I am afraid it can't match. Li Qingshan clearly sees the Spider Queen Rose being drowned on the wave like blood sea banner. Fu Qingjian's verdant ruins sword is just a verdant ruins illusion, and Little Anne's blood sea banner is a self-contained space. In fact, verdant ruins sword is even better. But Fu Qingjian is a successor and does not play the power of Verdant Ruins sword. The Blood Sea banner is made by Little Anne and naturally needs to be stronger. Moreover, the current Blood Sea banner, like Skull Rosary, is just a prototype. It is far from the real big accomplishment. When it comes to that step, it is far from the Verdant Ruins sword. Compare it. On the Blood Sea, there was a loud bang, the skeleton mountain was scattered, and a skeleton was turned into a smash and fell into the blood sea. The sea finally subsided, but it was constantly gathering to generate a new skeleton. Little Anne pointed his hand and Spider Queen Rose looked back and swept over the bloody waves of the blood. After the connection to the sky, there is no place to escape, cannot dodge. With this momentum alone, it makes people feel trembled. The huge waves pushed in front of him, and the shape of the Spider Queen rose was as small as an ant. At the moment of the bloody waves, her eyes showed a round of patterns, strange and mysterious. Suddenly emitting two light, piercing the waves in front of her, she saw no more than the infinite blood sea, but the scene of subterranean world, and immediately flew up. These two lights are shot directly from the blood sea banner, and the most inconspicuous innate divine ability of the Spider Queen rose is at this moment. It was a nemesis of the formation illusion. Little One wants to host the blood sea banner, can't go in to meet the enemy, wave his hand. Skull Rosary flies away. Spider Queen Rose's pupils shrank, and 27 Skull Rosary rushed in. She gritted her teeth and turned her body. Even if they hit them, the speed is almost the same. Seeing it is necessary to get out of trouble. But I saw Li Qingshan's hateful smile. Let me do it. Li Qingshan filled the monster chi with the water god seal, and the injury was restored to 4 or 5 points. With the layer upon layer flesh and blood, the image was even more terrifying. He rushed to Little One, a nod, and rushed into the blood sea banner, making a scream. Shake the blood sea. Li Qingshan opens wind god wings and rushes to Spider Queen Rose. Children, don't hurry. Spider Queen Rose was angry and hate, and the poisonous whip slammed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan fell into the flesh and blood, but the flight was blocked, but it completely cut off her escape. When flesh and blood fell into the blood sea, it immediately caused a tumbling, swallowed by blood, and turned into a part of the blood sea. Li Qingshan stunned, wind god wings slammed into the Spider Queen Rose, opened his arms, smirked and hugged her, and pitched into the blood sea. This blood sea is no match for me, hates everything, and swallows all flesh and blood. Rao is the owner of blood sea banner, Little One, who has to do his best to control it so that blood does not attack Li Qingshan. But in the twinkling of an eye, there is only one tall bone. The Spider Queen Rose, which was attacked by the blood sea, was even worse. Constantly using monster chi to resist the erosion of blood, the poison coat on the body was dyed red. The violent toxins, although blackened in a sea area, are nothing in the endless blood sea. Li Qingshan grabbed Spider Queen Rose's neck, her legs wrapped around her waist, and she rode on her, laughing and punching her on the body. She struggled, their figure undulating in the blood sea, setting off a huge wave. Spider Queen Rose couldn't get rid of Li Qingshan, throwing away the poison whip, madly holding Li Qingshan's neck bone with both hands. Under the terrible power, the neck bone caca sounded, and cracks appeared soon. Although Li Qingshan's vitality is fierce, if the neck is also pinched off, it can only die. Li Qingshan earned a bit and didn't make a profit. After losing flesh and blood, his strength was also weakened. This is monster martial. Even if it is the most unfavorable situation, a counterattack can be fatal. But how did Little One look at Li Qingshan's injury, holding Li Qingshan and Spider Queen Rose deadlock? Skull Rosary scattered, wrapped around the Spider Queen Rose's wrist and turned into one string prayer beads. Twente and Skeleton Bone Demon worked together to pull Spider Queen Rose's hand open and locked behind him. And she is constantly biting her wrist. If she does not show the innate divine ability, she will turn the skin into an indestructible silver gray, and I will be blinded by flesh and blood. Suddenly, Li Qingshan gripped his claws and lifted it up as if he had a giant hammer and slammed it down. In an instant, the Spider Queen Rose felt like a hill pressed down against him. A loud bang, and then a strong vibration, carrying it all over the body. Wherever the shockwave went, she was smashed by the poison coat of the blood sea, her silver-gray body, sinking deep into the blood sea. The great river fills the cave, but instead supports the collapsed dome. Little One holds the blood sea banner, stands still in the water, sways in the eye socket, and stares at the blood sea banner. After a short while, Li Qingshan jumped out of the blood sea banner. Ha ha, finally got it. Li Qingshan also realized that there is a big gap between defeating a monster marshal and trying to kill a uniform monster marshal. If there is no Little One, this blood sea banner helps. He can't keep her anything, even if he is careless, he might be killed by her counterattack. In the end, Although she succeeded in subduing her, she stripped it like she did last time. But naturally she couldn't do anything that was not suitable for Little Un's face. And he is only left with a skeleton, even if he wants to do something. He is also very powerless. In the Blood Sea banner, Spider Queen Rose lies in the Blood Sea. Her monster chi is exhausted, her skin returns to a white color, and her physical strength is nearing exhaustion. I can't see the sea or the bottom of the sea, as if in the center of the Blood Sea. Blood is constantly eroding her vitality. If it is the usual monster general, it will not be long before it will be turned into a pool of blood, integrated into this Blood Sea, enhance the power of the Blood Sea banner. And as Monster Marshal, the body is fierce, but it can only support more time. It was cut off from the outside world, and even Monster Chi could not recover. Only this step went to death. Unprecedented fear and death chi shrouded her. It is a long-lasting taste. In the Blood Sea, not only the body suffers, but also the spirit is greatly affected. It is the advance and retreat. The Blood Sea has no deep despair. She used her last strength to send Morning, Golden Cicada adults. Little Ann asked, "Will you kill?" Li Qingshan touched his chin and his eyes flashed. "It is not impossible." A familiar voice sounded immediately at the ear, and slowly, "Let her live." "It's you. It turns out that you are Golden Cicada. Do you have anything to say?" Li Qingshan's purpose is to sing the voice out and talk. My heart is secretly thought, he will cultivate in this area, and it really has rose. Not shallow association. You still know my name, but you better not let anyone know. Golden Cicada's words have a warning, and said, "You killed her. Inxi's Dragon King will not give up." "That's good. I won't kill." Li Qingshan promised very simply, beyond the expectations of Golden Cicada. "Let's go." Li Qingshan greeted Little An. "Wait, you just go." Golden Cicada said, "I didn't say that I want to let her go. I have already spared her once, but she is still entangled. She can't kill me. When she kills me, the weapon that destroys me is destroyed." Li Qingshan takes it for granted that since she has trouble killing her, she has been suppressing her in the Blood Sea banner. However, it is clear that with the continuous erosion of blood, she must be a big retreat, and may not even be able to maintain Monster Marshal realm. His thoughts are straightforward. Since you want to protect him, you have to pay a price. For example, Phoenix Bloom. Golden Cicada is silent. "Since we are fellow travelers, we should support each other. I promise you, I will go all out to help you get Heavenly Dragon meditation chant." To be honest, since the last time I was separated from you, I have encountered a good opportunity. If I believe in betrayal with your strength, it is not easy to kill me. Li Qingshan went further and was very sincere. "Well, I promise you." After sensing the Little An beside Li Qingshan, Golden Cicada became more and more intense in the sense of the sky. It is basically certain that this Heavenly Dragon meditation chant should be on Li Qingshan. And Li Qingshan's last sentence, also mentioned in his heart, he just wants to avoid trouble and entanglement in subterranean world. Carefully cultivation in order to break through the last step, but does not mean that a monster general can play around. Let's let go. Li Qingshan was overjoyed, and Xiaoan was slightly decapitated. Golden Cicada was so generous and he didn't want to look too stingy. Little and fluttered Blood Sea banner, Spider Queen Rose flew out, looking at Li Qingshan with sorrow, looking at Little An, full of hatred, and a deep fear, suppressed in the Blood Sea, although it was only a short period of time. But in her feelings, but a long time is like 100 years, bringing her despair that cannot be raised. Although there is no complaint, there is no such condescending overlook. If she said the last time, she still had great unwillingness in her heart. But at this time, in the underground of her, Li Qingshan gave birth to a living path. She can only find him to help him. The help Li Qingshan found is such a fierce. There is a huge scorpion between Monster Marshal and Monster General. Li Qingshan has made up for this Scorpio in various ways, and he has proved himself to be the weak one. I welcome you again. The threat of Spider Queen Rose just spit out a word and Li Qingshan interrupted it. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 526 Chapter 40 Phoenix Plume. Phoenix Plume has a good time. Li Qingshan is in a good mood. He smiled and said to Spider Queen Rose, Rose, whether you admit it or not, I have the strength to fight against you. This time see Golden Cicada fellow Taoist on the face. I will spare you once again and welcome you to continue to challenge. Spider Queen Rose couldn't hear Li Qingshan's conversation with Golden Cicada. He heard Li Qingshan say Golden Cicada fellow Taoist and couldn't help but be surprised. What do you call Golden Cicada? Even if you don't challenge me, I will challenge you. Li Qingshan looked at the seductive body of Spider Queen Rose, and ha laughed. Phoenix Plume is here. You and the friend next to you, come down and take it. Golden Cicada indulged in a moment. Through the exploration of the battlefield, he clearly knew that Li Qingshan had come to the reinforcements, but he could not see the appearance of Little An. In the perception, there is no detectable existence of its breath. In this case, even he felt very weird and gave birth to a curiosity. If Li Qingshan still uses the spirit turtle to suppress his own atmosphere, then Little An is a nothing between life and death. There is no breath at all. Why? Li Qingshan was vigilant. She is very special. Rest assured, I am not malicious to you. Maybe I can give her some help. Okay. Seeing that it is good to take, Li Qingshan promised very simply. He is not without a heart. Golden Cicada has always been quite peaceful, but also rely on him to get Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. No reason to turn his face. If this line is really fatal, be sure to get an early warning from Spirit Turtle. In this regard, although he does not have the ability to divination various things in disorder, it is enough to use it effectively in this respect. In the stunned look of Spider Queen Rose, Li Qingshan took Little An, and rolled up Wind God wings, flying down the ground. Wherever he went, the earth and stone automatically separated on both sides, forming a passage, even though it could not be easily moved. Metal or air just spit out a breath of wind, a spark of sparks, and a road in a blink of an eye, straight to the depths of subterranean world. The lava lake. Li Qingshan has just established a foothold. The mind was immediately attracted by the golden red feather that floated on the lake of fire, and could no longer see the line of sight. The beauty of the feathers, a long squat, stretched and curved, the pattern at the end, like a big eye, all the time, and exudes a sturdy and warmth. The vastness of the endless earth fire, which is gathered on it, every time it's weighed, it caused a stir in the sea of fire. No comments are required. Li Qingshan knows that this is the legendary Phoenix Plume, and there is absolutely no falsehood. There is a saying that a glimpse of the whole leopard, just look at this feather. As if you can imagine the high and clean posture of Phoenix. Li Qingshan immediately stepped over the lava lake and reached for Phoenix Plume. When he touched it, he couldn't help but shrink his hand, as if the mortal had bare hands to get the charcoal, afraid of being burned. But when his fingertips touched Phoenix Plume, the feeling was not hot. Instead, there is a kind of unspeakable warm feeling, the kind of touching touch that cannot be described in words. Then, it is a powerful life. Phoenix heart, high and not arrogant. Fire of the Phoenix. It's hot but it doesn't hurt people. Li Qingshan held the Phoenix Plume in his hand and enjoyed it with amazement. Imagine how beautiful a real phoenix should be. At the same time, Golden Cicada is also observing Li Qingshan. The last exchange was a great distance, and the interference of subterranean world primal magnetism could not be ignored by anyone. So although there was some exchange, the impression of Li Qingshan was still in the last time that Li Qingshan came to subterranean world to show the hint of Phoenix. But this time, goodbye, Golden Cicada can't help but be amazed, because Li Qingshan's Phoenix atmosphere is extremely weak, almost no, but there are three huge breaths, a calm mountain, a violent wind, a sea like a sea. Every breath symbolizes the blood of a powerful life, and none of them is under Phoenix. Rose is not awkward, she doesn't even know what she is facing. In this case, Golden cicada is unheard of. This can never be born. This kind of powerful blood can get one kind of opportunity, which is extremely rare. There is a huge secret in him. A little demon who doesn't even know 9 heavens, but seriously said that he wants to go to the above the 9 heavens. It seems that it is not out of arrogance. Although Golden cicada did not know the existence of the green bull, he felt it in the middle of it, and the figure of the stalwart stood behind Li Qingshan. Then Golden cicada put his attention on Little Un and suddenly caught it. The shocking feeling was far stronger than Li Qingshan saw Phoenix bloom. He muttered to himself, "Non-death, colorless without me." Golden cicada and Buddhism have a deep connection, so Li Qingshan will look for Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. Now, if you see the inheritor of skeleton Bodhisattva, how can you not be surprised? Of course, the strength of Li Qingshan and Little Un is still very weak, but it seems to be a small seed. Some seeds can only grow into small grass, and some have the potential to grow into a towering tree. Golden cicada was originally curious and wanted to explore the origins of their inheritance. But this time, it is not the kind of thinking. The person who can bury these 2 seeds is far from what realm can do at the moment. If you have already come to the well, you can already see a little outside of world, and he can't even understand the meaning. Especially in Little Un, there is a kind of awkward Zen machine, which is quite different from all the Buddhist beliefs he knows, and even runs counter to one another, but he is self-contained and can't find any mistakes. He did not dare to think deeply, and his cultivation was not only useless, but harmful. On the other hand, Li Qingshan took the phoenix plume feather, but could not motivate the power. He tried to pick up the Phoenix Nirvana scripture. In the sea of consciousness, phoenixes phantom, soaring, and a long cry. In an instant, Phoenix plume was put on the glory and Li Qingshan was shrouded. A powerful vitality is continuously poured into Li Qingshan's body. The flesh and blood of Li Qingshan's body is rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan returned to its original state. Scarlet hair was scattered, and he clenched his fist. He felt his body was easier than ever. Whether it was a dark injury from the Spider Queen Rose or a residue from the medicine pill, it was completely removed. The phoenix plume in the hand is only slightly dimmed. If you don't say anything, just use it as a life-saving spirit medicine, it seems like a few more lives. You really got the approval of Phoenix Bloom. Golden cicada sighed, so that is the 4 blood, 4 powers. Drama is the most powerful heritage. This recognition is extremely easy for Li Qingshan. But if it is an ordinary person, rushing to use the power of this phoenix plume feather, there is a danger of being burned by the fire. Perhaps because of the healing power, or the strength of the phoenix plume, the spirit turtle did not react drastically. Li Qingshan was a big surprise, as if he had found a door in the path of nowhere. As long as he pushed out the door, it was a new heaven and earth. Li Qingshan greedily lacks, was only this one. I will fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This is for your little friend. Golden cicada finished this sentence and it was silent. A golden Sarira sun flies out of the magma lake and falls into the hands of Little Un. Li Qingshan took a breath, reassured. I hate owing to people. Li Qingshan and Little Un, back to the submerged Spider City. Spider Queen Rose has disappeared, but she has been hit hard. The hard-weaving spider, poison coat, poison whip, are all destroyed. For a moment and a half, it was impossible to come to trouble, and when she came over, Li Qingshan had already moved to a higher position. Little Un took out a snail shell again. This is the shell of dragon snail. Li Qingshan was surprised. In his mind, dragon snail has always been mysterious, and naturally it seems to be fierce. I didn't expect it to be killed by Little Un. Dragon snail, although it is the strongest in Monster General, Little Un's strength is close to Li Qingshan. In fact, Li Qingshan will not kill a lot of hands and feet to kill dragon snail. Little Un's Samadhi skeleton fire is more overwhelmingly destructive to the weak. Once it is contaminated with monster martial, such as the Spider Queen Rose, it can be forcibly evicted with the powerful and pure monster chi. Dragon snail naturally does not have this strength, so his soul is frozen by Samadhi skeleton fire, flesh and blood is ignited, and when it is not supported for a long time, it will die. In the end, only one snail shell was left, and there was a monster core. As a result, Spider Queen Rose's 3 major monster general, all died in the hands of Little An. Little An put the snail shell on the palm of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stuffed the snail shell into the 100 treasure pouch, but found that the plug did not go in. After careful observation, he found that the snail shell had its own space, as if it were a huge 100 treasure pouch. There are a lot of things stored inside. After the death of Blood Shadow and Violent Stone, Dragon Snail hosted the overall situation, specializing in the powerful human race cultivator. The loot is quite rich, and there are many cherished spirit grass. Obviously, Dragon Snail's wisdom is high, and the planning is far-reaching. But now Li Qingshan is cheap. Dragon Snail is perhaps a rare wise man in monster, but he can't defy Spider Queen Rose's orders, but also rivals Little An's strength. In the face of absolute power, the ingenuity often seems powerless. This snail shell is a good material for refining. I solved my big trouble and got the dream of Phoenix Bloom. Li Qingshan is also full of enthusiasm. Now I have to find a way to completely refining this Phoenix Plume feather and integrate it with myself to become Phoenix transformation first layer. There is also the continued expansion of the Great River. Today without this water god seal, he even teamed up with Little An, but also not the Spider Queen Rose. Even Monster Chi exhausted, the danger of being killed. Li Qingshan and Little An went down the river, back to Mooncourt Lake, but found their own water mansion being attacked. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 527 Chapter 41 Lgong Water God. Li Qingshan's eyebrows stood up, and it was the eager leopard who dared to come to him to make trouble. The night is deep, the clouds are shrouded, the thunder is heard, and the heaven and earth are flickering. In the sky intertwined with lightning, a familiar figure stands in the sky, a worn-out robe without wind and automatic, electric dragon snake, wrapped around his body, as if Raytheon came into the world. Oh! It's not Zutong. This old Taoist has already passed heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan secretly thought, looking at Yunshan, and found that Zutong alone, a flying dragon boat, stayed in the clouds. On the deck, it is the patriarch of hundreds of people headed by Liu Chenqing. A statue of a cannon, spurting out of the road, flashing, the formation of the flashing, on the edge of the fragmentation. In the scene of Li Qingshan refining water moon plate, Zutong also reintroduced Thunder Executor wood sword refining, and finally took the step to form Divine Thunder Beads, also known as Golden Core Realm. After his cultivation, the first thing is to avenge revenge. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, with the leadership of the Golden Core Cultivator, was also confident that the Flying Dragon Boat, which Mohist School spent years building, came to support. Liu Chenqing's face was light and dark, and he wanted to bring back his own water moon plate. He eagerly looked down at Mooncourt Water Mansion, but thought about it and said to Chenzi, "Chenzi, it seems that Moon Demon is really not there. You persuaded your master to wait for the formation. You should leave some hands and don't want to kill." The war was hard to calm down, and Moon Demon had an advantage. They have never been killed by them, and this time the export is bad. If the war is triggered again, then the water moon plate is worse than not. It is also because of this concern that they did not take the shot together. Otherwise, use the dragon's main gun on the flying dragon boat and break the Mooncourt Water Mansion. Hua Chengzhen said, "Yeah, even if Moon Demon comes, let him hand over the water moon plate and quit the month. Clearcourt Lake is. Chenzi is in a dilemma. This. The master is on the rise. You don't need to say it, I naturally know. I want to force Moon Demon to come out and fight with me again. At that time, you are not allowed to intervene. Old Taoist, I have to fight." He begged for mercy. If he is willing to hand over the water moon plate and get out of Mooncourt Lake, I will spare him a life. Zutong's voice was like a thunder and roared back to the flying dragon boat. Although he was violently violent, but the grievances were clear. He also knew that Moon Demon had left his hand, and naturally refused to even be monster. The big nose of the cow's nose, who you want to spare? A violent drink came from the lake, drinking off the wind and thunder. Li Qingshan stood up and looked up at the sky, scarlet hair fluttering in the wind. Fierce Zitong shines in front of her eyes. Thunder Execution Sword refers to Li Qingshan, and it sounds like thunder. Monstrous talent, you finally dare to come out, dare to fight with me? Sky flooding heavenly thunder, collected on his body. Clearly Huang Wang. The flickering, like the son of a thunder, is still absorbing the lightning in the clouds, becoming bigger and bigger, and can be seen thousands of miles away, which contains horrible power. Li Qingshan haha laughed. I see the broken sword in your hand. Don't want it. Use it for my roast chicken. The voices of the two people are all loud and loud, and they are separated from heaven and earth, as if two gods are talking. Zitong was stabbed with pain and his face changed. Good monstrous talent. No coffin cannot tear. Good old Taoist. I don't see the roast chicken heart. I see you build a golden core. What's the matter? Lightning. Give it away. Li Qingshan stretched out his hands and seemed to grab something, and forced it around. The sky was full of clouds, suddenly splitting from it, as if the curtain of the stage slowly opened, revealing the stars and the moon, like a hook. On the flying dragon boat, which was covered in the moonlight, the cultivators were all stunned, and their faces were paled by the moon. This power is simply incredible and not owned by a monster general. Almost with the old Guyanning, the power of the sky battlefield. Hua Chengzhen said, this is probably the power of water god. Although Moon Demon has not been able to get through heavenly tribulation, it has become stronger. This battle is not easy. Other cultivators are somewhat disapproving. Moon Demon is stronger, but it is just a monster general. How can it be the opponent of the Golden Core cultivator? Zitong suddenly lost his time, unable to extract the power of the thunder from the clouds. His face became solemn, and the thunder execution sword in his hand was pointed. That group shines for thousands of miles, like a thunder of the raging sun, suddenly bright. Heaven and earth are white. Looking back, there has been a tortuous trace of lightning on the film. At this speed, who can hide? On the Mooncourt Lake, there is a big cave that is dozens of feet deep. Not only is the lake evaporated, but the rocks below are also melted. Who can stop this power? But Li Qingshan sneaked away at the moment of lightning strikes, opened wind god wings, turned into a red stream, and stabbed into the sky. The thunder blazed, and even the cultivators on the flying dragon boat couldn't open their eyes. Moon Demon is fast and thunderous, and no one can escape from such an attack. And a single blow, than Zitong once summoned heavenly thunder. A full blow is stronger. With a single blow, it is enough to win the outcome. This is the strong great strength of the Golden Core cultivator. But they soon discovered that they were wrong. Moon Demon's figure, free to fly between the thunder, changing, shuttle, flying, like the divine bird fighting with the thunder. There is no lightning can hit him. Zitong was also taken aback. This is impossible. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and there was a thunderous flashing trajectory in his eyes. But it was not a residue after the thunder, but before the thunder broke out. Otherwise, the speed of wind god wings is fast, and it is slower than the speed of the thunder. It can be said that Zitong shot the opponent to hide. The base is originally late. In the past, he had to release enough power to thunder, to step on the bucket, to spend a lot of trouble, but also to give the enemy the opportunity to dodge early. Now, with a single blow, there is amazing power, and continuous. This is the thunder of the thunder, Zitong of the cultivation of divine firmament imperial thunder secrets. Indeed has the proud capital. Although he has just crossed second heavenly tribulation, I am afraid that he can stand out from all the cultivators of the Golden Core initial stage. Really doing life and death, some Golden Core intermediate stage, may not be his opponent. Li Qingshan was able to see through the moment with the power of Spirit Turtle. In a flash, he approached Zitong. No matter how powerful the cultivator magic spell is, its fragility is still its biggest weakness. Pre-weekly careful. Hey, I am waiting. Zutong slammed his hand on the thunderstorm in front of him. Boom! In an instant, like a silver snake dance, countless lightning releases, intertwined into one side of electricity, and into an incredible thunder. Even the crowd cultivator on the flying dragon boat feels shocked and dazzled. Although knowing that Zutong is on his own side, he could not help but feel terrible, and the intertwined electricity is a dead zone. If they are in it, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators, there is only one dead end. Li Qingshan has reacted before, but even if he can see through the trajectory of lightning, he can't do it in this dense electricity. It is necessary to display the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor to stop the hard movement, and suddenly he will wave his hand. The Spirit Turtle Dark Armor is a huge mirror, and the Spirit Turtle is a divine ability. The violent lightning, falling on the mirror, was mostly reflected. Li Qingshan was safe and sound, and said, "This role seems to be limited in close combat, but for magic spell, especially Zutong's shiny thunder light, it seems to have a miraculous effect." Zutong's eyes widened and crossed the second heavenly tribulation, which not only condensed the divine thunder beads, but also the thunder execution sword and heavenly tribulation, which became stronger and could be easily blocked. Li Qingshan is not easy to stop, although this move reflects the temptation of Zutong's thunder, but in order to maintain this mirror, it also consumes a lot of spirit. Let him fall Monster Chi. If it is normal, you can consider retreating, but he is on Moon Court Lake and is not afraid of Monster Chi consumption. Taking advantage of Zutong's horror, he flew up 10 to away from Zutong. He reached out and grabbed his arm. The arm suddenly expanded and spread, turning into a dark giant hand and going to Zutong as a hood. Zutong's thunder light violent, Li Qingshan seems to have been stunned. First a sharp pain, and then a feeling of paralysis, spread throughout the body, a slow shape. He bit his teeth and hard to catch. An electric light flew out between the fingers, and the image of Zutong changed greatly. The thunder was intertwined into a Lei Gong phantom. With a hammer and a handheld cone, he finally showed his tricks that he had never exhibited before. But it was round and wishful, clearer. If there is substance, Zutong screamed, Shenhua is like a prison, and Legong is a demon. Boom! Legong hammered the cone, and a lightning strike hit it, revealing a clear purple. Li Qingshan knew that this move could not be reflected back. Wind God wings waved ahead of time, and the lightning trajectory suddenly changed. He penetrated the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor and hit him. Li Qingshan was shocked. In an instant, he lost control of his body. Wind God wings turned into a crush and went straight to Moon Court Lake. Booming! Zutong could have let go of such a good opportunity, unfolding a pair of thunder wings, and chasing down. The thunder hammer in the hands of Legong repeatedly struck, and a purple power hit Li Qingshan again and again. Li Qingshan just gathered Monster Chi and was shredded by the thunder. The body was completely paralyzed by lightning and fell into a situation where it could not resist. It's very dangerous to play against the Golden Core Cultivator. There are always thousands of changes. If you are not careful, you may be killed on the spot. Li Qingshan's with the body. Water God Seal exudes a round of aureole, which spreads to the edge of Moon Court Lake in a blink of an eye. The Karma Lake suddenly boils. Hey! A stream of water rises from the lake, like a galaxy pouring into the sky, turning into a giant, and taking it to Zutong. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 528. Chapter 42. Broken Sword, Spiritual Pill. Choice. The fierce battle on Moon Court Lake alerted the surrounding towns and villages, especially the fisherman who made the boat as his home, suddenly felt his body falling straight down, and frightened out of the cabin, but saw the lake suddenly fell a foot, and at the heart of the lake, a water-filled gigantic palm was lifting the sky. The grandson of the lake god is angry. The look of horror and fear were written on everyone's face. I didn't know which one snorted. Everyone fell to the ground and bowed. On the small stone bridge not far from the lake, one person is independent, and Qingjun is floating. Fu Qingjun pressed his hand and stared at it. Moon Demon, have you changed like this? A few months ago, in the late autumn, Benevolence Island, On the shore of Dragon Snake Lake, a lonely figure, holding a broken sword, sitting alone on the lake. No verdant ruins illusion, no blue silk hanging down. How Fu Qingjin is like a stupid. Hua Chenglu came to Benevolence Island to visit an eagle wolf guard who was injured in the mission and saw Fu Qingjin. Yu Zijian said, "Hey, Chenglu, whisper. Don't let him hear." The argument was clear and clear, but he did not hear it. Staring at the edge of verdant ruins, swords broken, not just the sword, but also all the connections with the outside world. The Monster Execution Union has been a thing of the past, and no one has come to visit it. Hidden Sword Palace has neither punishable nor summoned. Only the Master has sent 4 words: good self-sufficiency, which is simple, but it makes him think hard and can't explain it. His injury has already been good, but he did not know where to go, so he stay in this strange land, like a lonely soul. You don't have a line, how do you fish? A footstep approached. A voice came, Yu Zijian. Fu Qingjin did not look back, did not answer. I used to believe in verdant ruins. Sword. This girl and him will have a deep fate. And now the sword has broken. If you don't have it, then you can see it as an ordinary woman. Maybe you really have the talent to inherit Purple Knight Sword. But what about him? Yu Zijian remembered the old self, sighed with sigh, but his eyes were unprecedented and quiet. He asked a question. Is this sword really important to you? Fu Qingjin is as silent as rock. Zijian, let's go. Come on. Yu Zijian turned his head and said to Fu Qingjin, one person told me that there is a dilemma in the world. There is nothing to be chosen. Nothing is perfect, a common pass. However, it seems to be a line of aura, from Fu Qingjin's mind, holding the sword's hand, a little trembling, after Yu Zijian left. Only use the voice that I can only hear, muttering, nothing is perfect, everything is great, and will eventually return to the ruins. The words of the Master once again linger on the ear. Qingjin, you know the origin of this verdant ruins sword. I have a senior in Hidden Sword Palace. This is the king of a country. Of course, there was no DXU at the time. This 9 provinces is still a country. The predecessors are in response to the enemy. The threat. He went out to seek help, entered the fairyland, and got the inheritance of Immortal. He was full of joy, and when he left the fairyland, he found that it was decades. Friends and relatives have all passed away, and the country has been attacked by the enemy and become a ruin. He wants revenge and hatred, but he finds that the enemy has also perished in the war. He has unlimited in mind and integrates this idea into the sword. This is the word intent contained in Verdant Ruins Sword. The endless prosperity will be ruined, covered with moss and vines. Fu Qingjin raised Verdant Ruins Sword and said softly, is there even an exception? The next day, Fu Qingjin left the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He walked through every city that was destroyed in the war, imagining their former prosperity, and he seemed to wash away the dust in front of him, and the whole world became different. One day, Verdant Ruins Sword is still so broken, but there is a hint of blue light into it. This time, above the ages, the embarrassment of the predecessor, is not the sigh of the Verdant Ruins Sword masters of the past, is his own understanding of Fu Qingjin. I don't know how many cities I have walked. He finally understands that Verdant Ruins Sword is not broken. At that moment, Verdant Ruins Sword suddenly illuminates the brilliance that has never been seen before, and he finds himself standing in the illusion of Verdant Ruins. A figure stood under the collapsed palace wall in the distance, turned his head and smiled. It is a very majestic middle-aged man. The appearance is very strange, but the look is very familiar. The lonely arrogant look has appeared on his face countless times. Fu Qingjin also smiled, and laughed very heartily, before he picked up Verdant Ruins Sword. Since then, Hidden Sword Palace's 10 exalted sword is a broken sword. Zitong finally got back the Thunder Execution Sword, was retreating in the Immortal Cave, preparing for the breakthrough of the Golden Core Realm, and suddenly felt that the formation was touching. the brow wrinkled and stepped out of Immortal Cave. "It's you?" Zitong's heart was originally 3-pointed, and when he saw the arrival, he was promoted to 7 points. "Fu Qingjin, what are you doing?" Fu Qingjin opens the palm, which has a purple medicine pill. Zitong's anger disappeared. "This is Yuan's spiritual pill." In the face of the captured gigantic palm, Zitong disdained the coldly snort, thunder execution sword, and turned into an electric light, penetrating the gigantic palm. The speed is not in Li Qingshan waving wind god wings. In an instant, the current flows in the water, and from the inside to the outside, the gigantic palm shines brightly and collapses, as if it were a landslide. It's really hard to deal with this bull by transcending tribulation. Li Qingshan stabilized his body shape, and it was shocked and scattered. He took a long breath and looked forward to Zitong, who was like a thunder in the sky. The line of sight collides and appears to have sparks. Zitong pulled an electric light and swooped down. Wugong's phantom seems to be unable to keep up with his speed, dragging behind him, showing the appearance of Zitong. Thunder light wrapped around the thunder execution sword, making this not surprising wood sword extremely fierce electroptic. Li Qingshan stepped on a water dragon and stood up. He clenched his fists, the power of vibration, constantly gathering, condensing without hair, and a circle of black cracks intertwined, as if to tear this void. His ear tip suddenly moved and waved his hand. The two were staggered. The electric light was straight, and the water dragon was broken. Li Qingshan's chest penetrated a fist-sized hole and turned around and said, "Come on." Zitong turned around, and although it was unscathed, his face was quite unsettled. What is it?" "You have a little time to delay the bastard." On the flying dragon boat, Liu Chenqing said, "What happened to him?" "You look around Moon Court Lake, Moon Demon has just distracted." Hua Chengzhen's look, there are also unspeakable surprises, and even a trace of admire. It seems that nothing has changed. What is the point? Liu Chenqing followed Hua Chengzhen's hand and looked at the distance. He couldn't see any difference, and suddenly he felt shocked. When the giants of the sky were thundered, they made a big pit on Moon Court Lake, and picked up a few waves of high waves, rushing in all directions. To be precise, it is no longer a wave, but a tsunami that only occurs at sea. Fu Qingjin's figure disappeared on the Xiaoxi Bridge, standing on the lakeside pier, holding a sword, wanting to break the big waves, but seeing the big waves bursting in front of the air, put down Verdant Ruin's sword, looking to the sky. In the cheers of the mortals who thanked the god of the lake, Fu Qingjin looked awkward for a while. These villages and towns along the coast should have become a mess, but now they are safe and sound. It is obvious that when Moon Demon is distracted in the confrontation, it will be run by Zitong. On the flying dragon boat, everyone understood and looked at each other, and there was an unspeakable taste in the heart. "Why are you going to be my sword? Can you avoid it?" Zitong's feelings are undoubtedly deeper, and there is no smugness in his heart. In the past, he played against Blood Shadow and hit Heavenly Thunder to kill a city. Although he felt some discomfort in his heart, he would not be under the sinister demon, have any confession. But now, he shot for personal grievances. As a result, Li Qingshan would rather be subjected to his sword and save countless lives. The identity of each other seems to have been reversed, and the words devil and demon are no longer so fair. "I am happy." Nonsense. We have to fight again. This sword is even if your grandfather makes you. At the moment of Fang Kai, Li Qingshan heard countless shouts and faced the huge waves coming out of the air. Some people shouted the Grand Master of the Lake God to save lives, and some children and women cry and scream. The water god seal was used and the waves were scattered. He is not a saint. If he is really a life and death battle, he can't be distracted by the mortal life and death. But if you only save a sword and save hundreds of thousands of lives, then it is a matter of course, and does not feel that you have done something good. But you eat me a sword, our grievances are written off. Zitong was speechless, suddenly sighed, turned into a flash of light, and the word controlling broke into the air and came to the flying dragon boat. Ludaran, this war is not helpful. That water moon plate, I will find a way to compensate. If he fights again, Li Qingshan will be injured in order to take care of the people on the lakeside. He really can't afford this face. In the end, he is not true, i.e. Marquis. Moon Demon occupies a water region cultivation, and he does. He has become a golden core realm. He has already jumped out of the board and no longer has to look at anyone's face. As for the faces of the top ones, ordinary people just want to see and can't see. Let the predecessors command. Liu Chenking arched the ball and then ordered that the flying dragon boat turned over and flew to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Almost everyone felt a sigh of relief. The power of Li Qingshan was so amazing that it was almost possible with Golden. The core cultivator is a courtesy and occupies a good place. I am afraid that even Zitong may not win, which is not the best result. From today, there is no cultivator in Clear River Prefecture, and it will be mad, thinking about fighting with Moon Demon. Unexplained. Li Qingshan touched his chin, monster chi surging, and the wound on his chest healed quickly, which was nothing compared to the time of the Spider Queen Rose. He suddenly felt a familiar atmosphere. His eyes turned, his eyes were very sharp, and he saw the blue figure on the lakeside pier at a glance. Fu Qingjian. Welcome to your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 529. Chapter 43. The Final. Wind God Wings was flying high, and the wind plunged a long trajectory on the lake. The blink of an eye came to Fu Qingjian and stirred up a huge wave. Fu Qingjian slightly narrowed his eyes, and thousands of splashes of water were scattered. Li Qingshan's scarlet hair was flying. Everyone on the flying dragon boat looks out. Isn't that Fu Qingjian? Moon Demon is such a powerful and unusual foundation establishment cultivator that he is not his opponent at all. The identification of Hidden Sword Palace is here. It's awful. Wait for a long time. Li Qingshan snorted, striding forward and punching. Fu Qingjian did not evade, only faintly said 3 words. The fist stopped in front of him. The wind raised the full head blue silk. I lost. What did you say? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He looked at Fu Qingjian carefully and found out that his current changes, although there was no major change in his appearance, but in his eyes, he seemed to change someone. The qualitative change can't be described in words. If you want to say it, his consistent temperament disappears. The original eyes are clear and calm. I am not your opponent. This game of chess, you won. When Li Qingshan waved away the waves, Fu Qingjian knew that he had lost, and not only lost power. What are you doing with 1 or 2 of you? Isn't it that Lao Tzu has spared the lives of a few mortals? Is it worth making such a fuss? Li Qingshan took back his fist and couldn't help but have a feeling that I haven't worked hard. You just fell down. It's ridiculous. A monster still has a mindfulness. What have I been doing all along? What is it? Fu Qingjian self-deprecating. Once you get rid of the influence of Verdant Ruin's sword, and then look back on everything you do, there is a ridiculous feeling. It seems that a child is affected by an adult, forcing to learn the mature known of adults, but lost the most important kind of innocence. Suddenly the gust of wind hit. Fu Qingjian returned. A fist was slamming on his face, and he flew out and smashed through several walls. Only stop the body shape. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I feel much better. Li Qingshan squeezed his fist and turned to walk to Mooncourt Lake. Fu Qingjian, wandering in a broken brick and looking at the starry night sky, whispered, "Thank you." Li Qingshan's footsteps. Fu Qingjian's voice fell, and he turned into a shadow, and swept. "You are welcome." With a bang, Li Qingshan stepped on Fu Qingjian's chest and suddenly got a big pit. Gravel splash. Fu Qingjian coughed up a blood, staring at Li Qingshan's eyelids, raising his right hand and pointing to the sky. "North Moon, your trouble is coming. I still use you to say." Li Qingshan naturally understands. When one party recognizes it, it is the end of the board. There are no rules that can limit the shots of those who are strong, and the behavior of refining the water veins will definitely touch the scales of some people, and will not be so good. He is taking a big advantage. It is not to win the pursuit, just to extend this game for a longer period of time and to strive for more room for development. Now Zitong gave up, and Fu Qingjin confessed that the game could never go on. Li Qingshan looked awkwardly. Then I might as well kill you, exempt from the trouble. What good is that? Fu Qingjin smiled. Although he didn't think he was the opponent of Moon Demon, he realized that the real Verdant Ruins sword was not a means of self-protection. Moreover, he dared to come to this Moon Court Lake, and naturally he was well prepared. A flash of lightning flashed through the sky, and a thunderous bang came. Zitong said, "Moon Demon, let him go." "You guys." Li Qingshan take a look at Zitong and look at Fu Qingjin. Zitong has a hot temper. For Fu Qingjin, there is no good feeling. How can I come to the rescue at this time? And looking at Zitong's look, is not willing. There is a hint of reluctance. Fu Qingjin said, "The predecessors of the week have promised to be my guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace." Being a guest official elder at Hidden Sword Palace has great benefits, but has almost no obligation. Even the Hidden Sword Palace Lord can't be sent at will. The only one is that Hidden Sword Palace must be rescued when life and death is in danger. But Hidden Sword Palace, such a deep-rooted sword cultivator, I am afraid that I have not encountered such a trouble for thousands of years. Coupled with a precious Yuan spiritual pill, Zitong has no reason not to agree to such conditions. Hidden Sword Palace is not a disadvantage. If Zitong is ascending in the future, or if he is killed, this promising Thunder Execution Sword will definitely stay on the Hidden Sword front, and maybe it will be a 10 exalted sword in the future. For its deeper purpose, Yu Zijian, the successor of Purple Knight Sword, can also join the Hidden Sword Palace. This game went down to this step. Although Fu Qingjin was recognized, Hidden Sword Palace did not lose. Li Qingshan frowned and stretched. In this game, he also got everything he wanted: a water region that could be used as a foundation, a cow and a tortoise, and all of them were repaired to the 4th layer. The Phoenix Nirvana scripture also found the way to get started. "Listen to you, I want to try." Li Qingshan sneered. His right foot suddenly turned into an iron hoof, slammed down, Monster Chi swayed, turned into a force of vibration. Fu Qingjin glowed in a round of blue light, covered in Li Qingshan's iron hoof, covered with first-level moss. He only felt his power, Monster Chi, Shockwave, all collapsed. Hey! Verdant Ruins sword was unsheathed, and only half of the sword was broken. The sword without the sword edge left a piece of moss on the chest of Li Qingshan, feeling weak and immediately infiltrated. Li Qingshan coldly snort. The open mouth spits out a blowing wind, hitting the green light of Fu Qingjin's body, and it is also a constant collapse and dissipate, but his breath is also endless. In a blink of an eye, blue light is thinner at first level. No matter how deep Fu Qingjin's insight into Verdant Ruins sword, Verdant Ruins sword's profound mystery is so powerful that he can't change his foundation establishment cultivator. It is impossible to consume Li Qingshan supported by Moon Court Lake. Along with the Dragon Snake, Thunder Execution Sword flashed away and cut off the wind. On the dock, the Scarlet Hare is flying. The blue light is horizontal and vertical, the electric light is flashing, and the 3 people are fighting, but they all retain their strength. Otherwise, you can use the magic spell Divine Ability several times to turn the lakeside town into a pile of rubble. But for a moment, like a blue light, the electric light followed, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the sky. Li Qingshan didn't catch up. After thinking for a moment, he turned and went to Moon Court Lake. Back to Moon Court Water Mansion, Yi Liusu's sisters and a group of night walkers immediately greeted them. Li Qingshan calmed them up and went to the small lake on the island to pick up the water moon plate and look into the shadow of the mirror. The faint feeling that the crisis is approaching. We must upgrade our strength as soon as possible, in order to save this water mansion. No, It is to continue to expand the Great River domain. Maybe I should go back and inquire about the news, see what happens to Ruai County, whether to send someone to trouble. Ruai County will definitely let him cooperate with Red Eagle Commander if he acts. Knowing ourselves and knowing each other is not a battle. However, Li Qingshan thought for a moment and didn't rush back. It was too coincidental. Ruai County is not so fast, even if it is a reaction. Thinking about it, Li Qingshan sat in the lake again and took out the water god seal. Although the water region is able to provide water spiritual chi continuously, it takes time to create it. After a battle with the Spider Queen Rouse, water spiritual chi in the water region has become much thinner. If you put all of the remaining water spiritual chi into the spirit turtle monster core, it's just a drop in the bucket. Monster cultivator's consumption of spiritual chi is extremely large, not to mention his powerful cultivation, such as the powerful divine ability of Gods and Demons 9 transformations. The power of Gods and Demons 9 transformations is getting stronger and stronger, but the more difficult it is to cultivate. The desire to break through the spirit turtle 5th layer is not something that can be done overnight. Coupled with the absence of a suitable medicine pill, the monster cultivator is bound to enter a slow period. In this way, it is better to change direction. Li Qingshan's mind is placed in the Danshan Qi Si, which contains spiritual chi, which is much more than just the foundation establishment. Boundless Sea Art is the culture technique he has been cultivating for almost 2 years. Although the mind is not too much on this, it has not interrupted cultivation. Even when he was recultivating cultivation, he entered the state with Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, and he also gave some thoughts to the cultivation technique. In fact, the spirit of time spent is not less than the usual cultivator, and the effect can be said to be much better. However, from the foundation establishment initial stage to the foundation establishment intermediate stage, it is not so simple. Need innate skill, need resources, need to comprehend. These 3 add up. Even if it takes 10 years, it is not surprising. Li Qingshan has this opportunity. Boundless Sea Art is relatively high on the cultivator's innate skill originally, but even the founder of the cultural technique, I'm afraid I can't imagine that someone's innate skill can be as high as this. After the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets was built into the 4th layer, Li Qingshan's with the body has a bloody spirit of Spirit Turtle. Innate skill in water spirit is not as high as many aquatic race animals. For the cultivator Boundless Sea Art, it is almost overkill. Innate skill is not a problem. Li Qingshan puts the water god seal on the lower abdomen, and the water god seal, which is originally between the real and the virtual, fits into the Danshan Qi Si and begins to collect water spiritual chi. The remaining water spiritual chi in the water region is a drop in the bucket for Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, but it is enough to use the cultivation Boundless Sea Art. Human cultivator compared to monster cultivator, the consumption of resources is originally much less. Moreover, he is not going to break through the big realm, but also has a cultivation base. Resources are also trivial. The last is to comprehend. This is probably a big problem for all cultivators, and the so-called bottlenecks often refer to these 2 words. I think that Hua Chengzhen is also a generation of geniuses, but also has a family of resources, but for a love word, stuck in the chi refining 10th level, cannot break through for many years, and finally almost reached the foundation establishment realm with water grinding. Know this: the word understanding is important. RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 530 Chapter 44 Foundation Establishment Intermediate Stage. If you compare cultivation to water, innate skill is equivalent to a bucket, and if the bucket is large, you can naturally run a few less. The resource is water, and if the water is not filled, the innate skill is wasted, and all this effort, the ultimate goal, is to inject water into the tank. Insufficient comprehension is equivalent to the lack of water tanks. Even if you pick more water, it is in vain. Comprehending this is not the level of wisdom, but the understanding. Enlightenment is the realization of the enlightenment, but the realization is not realized. It is useless for others to say that the broken mouth is broken. Li Qingshan's understanding is not high, at least not comparable to Little N. But enlightenment is also a matter of opportunity. He also has his own chance. That is the vast Moon Court Lake. As a Moon Court Lake god, he can naturally feel the feeling of boundless sea. This is enough. Innate skills, resources, and comprehension are all prepared and laid the foundation. But boundless sea art has a hard time. It is the rare method of dual culture. If you don't have body refining, you can't display vast azure sea. It is difficult to play the true power of boundless sea art. Li Qingshan's body is already strong enough to monster Martial's realm. Naturally, there will be no such concerns. Boundless sea art runs over and over again, and spiritual chi in Danshan Chi sea rises bit by bit until it is full. Sea of consciousness is also erratic. I don't know how long it has been, and my mind is loud rumble. Li Qingshan finally completed the boundless sea art 5th layer and arrived at the foundation establishment intermediate stage. He opened his eyes and felt that divine sense became more and more clear and sensitive, and the spiritual chi in the body became more and more powerful. It's time to go back and see. Li Qingshan is called Little N. Show the invisibility technique and sneak back to Lian Mountain. The snow is heavy and the snow is swaying. Lian Mountain is covered in silver. Opposite the King Xiao Immortal Cave, there is also a dangerous peak. On a protruding mountain rock, a figure sits cross-legged. Yu Zijian is covered with heavy snow. She has a pair of voices, but she is as firm as ever. Zitong became the guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace and spread it in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Although Daism has a lot of disciplines, Zitong only takes her with her. Chenzi also serves as Taoism Patriarch, the usual discipline. Even if you want to go, Hidden Sword Palace may not be willing. She became the envy of all people. Not only has a strength fierce golden core cultivator as a master, but also directly joined one of Verdant Province's powerful sect, as if the collection of thousands of pets in one step into the sky, straight into the clouds. Instead of immediately following Zitong, she went to Hidden Sword Palace and left the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to come to the door of King Xiao Immortal Cave. I don't knock at the door and sit here, sitting for 5 days. Numerous rumors spread all over the sky, and she did not care at all. She has to wait and wait for him to go out. Wait for an answer. Fu Qingjin urged her to go to Hidden Sword Palace as soon as possible, and she refused. Hua Chenglu had to wait with her and was driven away by her. Zitong is also so dependent on her, not at all anxious. Zijian, what are you doing here? The formation was distorted and the Immortal Cave door opened. Li Qingshan asked for the surprise when he stepped out of Immortal Cave. He knows that Yu Zijian's going to Hidden Sword Palace with Zitong is a foregone conclusion, and he has no intention of stopping it. This is her chance, or fate. When I saw Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian felt a shock in his heart, slowly stood up, white light flashed, the snow on his body melted, turned into a white smoke, and bluntly asked, "Would you like the great hero bull?" Of course not. Li Qingshan felt in the heart, and unconsciously, the ignorant gimmick had such a firm look, but the answer was extremely decisive. Today, the great hero bull has no need to exist. It is a memory in her memory. Yu Zijian smiled smugly, laughing as if stealing the chicken's little fox. A bit pure and a bit relieved. Let Li Qingshan think about it many years ago, when she first met her, frowning, is there a loophole? My acting should be flawless. When Yu Zijian raised his right hand behind him, Li Qingshan understood it, and the corner of Xi sparkled in her hands. Like fine. Li Qingshan touched his nose and bowed his head. He was so embarrassed that he had been exposed for so many years. Yu Zijian blinked and suddenly flew to Li Qingshan with a hug. I am leaving. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, I believe that you are a good person. Li Qingshan's heart is moving. Her mind is not as simple as it used to be. Through the identity of Great Hero Bull, she can think of too many things, but she does not say, nor ask. Go do what you want to do what you want to do, don't be afraid of hurting. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. As long as you walk high enough, far enough, one day, we can meet again. Li Qingshan patted her back and then gently pushed her away. Well, sure. Yu Zijian stepped back and looked at Li Qingshan deeply. He turned and flew away, disappearing into the heavy snow. Li Qingshan was slightly awkward, lost her smile, turned back to the cave, and touched little Un's head. We are also ready to go. I wonder if Kaiangzi has her foundation establishment succeeded. Commander is good. Commander, you are back. Li Qingshan came to the Eagle River Guard in Clear River Prefecture City. The Eagle Wolf Guard, who was seen along the way, saluted him. His eyes were a little surprised and then shocked. After Li Qingshan passed, I whispered, I didn't read it wrong. That breath is. Foundation establishment intermediate stage. Yes, I see it too. How long is his foundation establishment? It seems that Commander is also the kind of person that innate skill is hidden. If there are people who are dissatisfied with the negative work of Li Qingshan in the past, then the speed of this cultivation is enough for everyone to shut up and then feel convinced. What is cultivator? The most important word of cultivation. As long as it can achieve fine speed, everything else cannot be considered. Li Qingshan came upstairs and saw Hua Chenglu standing in front of the floor-tossling windows. His face was full of gloom, and he couldn't help but see it. Hua Chenglu did inherit the good bloodlines of the Hua family, and looked slightly like a young man's heart. Going forward, smiled and said, "You are thinking about this girl. What is your brother?" Commander. You are already foundation establishment intermediate stage. Hua Chenglu turned around and was taken aback. You have poured out more and more water spirit. What gimmicks, also water spirit. Hua Chenglu grinned and disagreed with Li Qingshan's adjectives. Li Qingshan is already a foundation establishment cultivator, but she is not willing to be close. You don't have to forget, I came from the village. Unfortunately, I already have your Korean sister, or you have to buy a gift, and ask for a kiss at the Hua family. Hua Chenglu's face is slightly red. Commander, don't talk, you know. Han's sister has been a foundation establishment. What? Where is she now? Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. He did not worry about the foundation establishment as he was worried about the safety of Han Kaiangzi. He just laid the foundation for the cultivation road. Generally speaking, it is not too dangerous, let alone Han Ango and other strong people. However, listening to her success, still relieved, but a heart still in Ruai County, stay at Commander Gapam and be a white wolf, which is a little more than your position. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded, suddenly turned and left. Commander, where are you going? Of course Ruai County. Li Qingshan took it for granted that she used to be in retreat, and he couldn't get out of this Clear River Prefecture. Now that she has no such heavy restraint, she is going to meet her. Wait, Qingshan, you are out of the customs, and sure enough, it has been refined. Hua Chengzhen also felt the breath of Li Qingshan. When I came out, I couldn't help but have a helplessness that people are more dead than people. Since he met Li Qingshan, he didn't have a moment to improve. So, Golden Core Realm is not difficult. Li Qingshan smiled and said, it's just a blessing. I think you are almost faster. Hua Chengzhen originally is a genius character. Foundation establishment is also a success in the past few years than Li Qingshan. In the past, it was a matter of love. In the period of chi refining, it has been a card for many years, but it also has a hard work and it is about to break through. There is nothing to be lucky about cultivation, but you missed another good show. Yes, let's listen. Li Qingshan pretended to be curious. Hua Chengzhen has brought him back and forth, and the various changes in Clear River Prefecture have come together. This kind of good play is still less of a good idea. I didn't expect that Moon Demon has become so fierce. If it is crazy, it is not dangerous. I don't have Golden Core Realm. I will never go to Moon Court Lake. I am leaving. I am tired of Hua Vice Commander and you continue to work hard. Li Qingshan patted Hua Chengzhen's shoulder and was about to leave. Wait. There is one more thing. Hua Chengzhen has not finished talking, and there is a cold drink outside the window, so timid and afraid. It is also equipped with Red Eagle Commander. When the voice was just introduced into the ear, Li Qingshan did not feel the presence of breath, but just said a few words. A small and huge figure has come to the near. The thin little finger is the appearance of the coming person, and the huge one is its momentum. Where are you? Come on, the name. Li Qingshan sighed, but at a glance I saw who came from, and my heart was slightly shocked. Wen Zhengming of Song Tao Academy, coming so fast. It seems that he is eager to avenge the discipline, this time and a half. Really can't walk away. However, Li Qingshan has already played with monster martials such as Spider Queen Rose and the Golden Core Cultivator of Zutong. Now I am not afraid of this Wen Zhengming. I am thinking, I am not familiar with this anyway, killing it too. Just kill, when you can make some good things. Wen Zhengming simply ignored Li Qingshan, and Hua Chengzhen gave Li Qingshan a look. Respectfully, he said, in the next Hua Chengzhen, I will see the seniors of the text. I don't know where the other three predecessors are. Li Qingshan also just followed the ceremony, but in the heart is a jump. 3 are there. Seniors. In other words, it is not one person who came to him this time, but 4 people, and 4 golden core cultivators. Great scene. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 531. Chapter 45. Goodbye Qiangzi. Hua Chengzhen is busy. Qingshan, this is the Wen Academy head of Song Tao Academy. They will come when they arrive, and give me the information about the monstrous talent. Li Qingshan has to praise a good mind. 4 golden core cultivators, dealing with a monster general, with 4 enemies, and careful study of the opponent's information, without a trace of conceit and arrogance. This attitude itself is a bit scary. If you don't shoot, you will kill. Hua Chengzhen said, predecessors, please come with me. Before leaving, Wen Zhengming taught Li Qingshan, in its position, you are Red Eagle Commander. How can you only care for yourself and look at the righteous path? Demon is chaos. That is your responsibility. Li Qingshan said, the world has its own people, and now it is easy to calm down the war. The people can live and work in peace and rebuild their homes. If the predecessors did not avenge the disciple, how can they succumb to it? Just don't know the war, then how many people are going to suffer from Clear Court Lake? The lack of erection and the plot, demon does not remove. The world is difficult, can only look at the eyes. Wen Zhengming angrily said. Li Qingshan smiled and said, predecessors said well, but the younger generation is slightly lighter, the cultivation base is also weak, and it is also sent to Moon Court Lake. The seniors are so profound, please go to Inksea Dragon Slaying, I am willing to flag for the predecessors. The implication is that you are nothing more than bullying. Moon Demon is just a monster general, saying that the Demon Slayer, the real opponent, but not the same to Shrink. If you dare to go to Inksea's Dragon King, I will dare to accompany you. However, at a critical juncture, you must shout, Dragon King. Don't shoot yourself. Wen Zhengming is even more angry. A little foundation establishment cultivator, dare to speak to him like this, pressed the anger, coldly snort, and went away. Li Qingshan wanted to keep up and see more information. Life and death is a big thing, also called a face. But think about it or give up. This is the case. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. No matter how they attack, Li Qingshan's response is only one, that is to play the strength of Spirit Turtle. Make a trick Spirit Turtle to change the same. With his current strength, dealing with a golden core cultivator is still a bit reluctant. If you deal with 4, you will lose. If you want to escape, you may not be able to escape. The battle of defeat will be meaningless. Hua Chenglu whispered, Commander, you don't even know him. His predecessors are one of the 4 great grandmasters of Confucianist sect in Ruai County. Confucianist sect 4 great grandmaster. Li Qingshan had a heartfelt meal, but he had vaguely heard the name. I don't know which 4? Hua Chenglu explained it. Originally, the Confucianist sect 4 great grandmaster, Wen Zhengming is still the weakest, just the golden core initial stage. The other 3 are all Golden Core intermediate stage. I didn't expect the county lord to send them 4 people together. Moon Demon is definitely dead this time. Although Ruai County is only a county, the real area is bigger than the whole of China. The word Grandmaster is well deserved. This may not be the case. Li Qingshan said. Hua Chenglu said, okay. I understand. I will take a step forward. If you want to go back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I can send you a ride. Commander, this is a big deal for our Clear River Prefecture. How can you go? Li Qingshan has a hand. I am a small foundation establishment cultivator. Where is the qualification to intervene in such a big event? It is going to rain to marry. I have a way. Hua Chenglu smiled. What kind of mother wants to marry? Right, Commander. You want to see Han's sister? There is no way. Oh, what? There is such a place in the Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan stood in a room full of rune. Hua Chenglu explained, this is the secret room, which is used exclusively at the key time to contact the Silver Guards in the county. The Eagle Wolf Guard has a variety of rooms with different functions. At the time of the last handover, Li Qingshan only had a general understanding of several important places, and other places just hurriedly browsed. He did not know that Wang Pushi had brought Chu Danking to Guyanning to report the existence of North Moon. It turned out to be, Commander has a good time to talk with my sister, I am leaving. Hua Chenglu pointed Li Qingshan and put off the spirit stones, and then retired. Rune flashed a glimmer of light. A phantom of Tsingyi attendant appeared in the room. Respectful said, what is the command of the adults? Li Qingshan took a deep breath, but there was a trace of tension. Please let Han Qiangzi come to see me. After a while, a figure appeared in front of Li Qingshan, but it was not Han Qiangzi. Guyanning said, Qingshan younger brother, long time no see, don't come innocent. Commander Gu. Li Qingshan, the dream lover who made him fall in love at first sight, although it was only a phantom. But it was not so out of reach, and smiled and said, born beyond Suncheer City, I'm afraid we can't think of it, and we will meet each other in such a way. Guyanning is a bit embarrassed. She originally looked at Li Qingshan, but it was a bit special, but she could not think that he could grow to such a degree and grow so fast. As a monster general, he was able to play against the Golden Core Cultivator, and the Forced Hidden Sword Palace gave up the tracing of the death of Soaring Dragon Elder. Yeah, I can't think of it. Li Qingshan also sighed. Right, Commander Gu, Qiangzi can be in Ruai County, can she let her come to see me? You are so impatient to talk to me. Guyanning seems to laugh and laugh. Oh, of course not. If Commander Gu doesn't give up, I can talk to you for 3 days and 3 nights. When Daru is on your side. Ah, you'd better remind him that for the monster race star, the Ink Seas one will not sit back and let them want to kill and kill. Li Qingshan a glimpse, think of it, I am also organized, or what monster race new star? In this game, the most dazzling performance is undoubtedly his, directly affecting the progress of the war, and finally played against Zitong. Although there is no real fierce battle, but it is extremely shocking. This piece of chess that is sowed by the players naturally attracts the ideas of all parties. So Ruai Marquis shot for Great Grandmaster and ambushed a lot of backhands, just to kill him. Monster Race's genius. However, as Guyanning said, will Ink Sea's Dragon King leave them so? Li Qingshan suddenly became more open and felt that the situation was not so bad. He never thought of this festival because he had fallen out of his own boss and had a lot of rounds under the bed. He never expected Spider Queen Rose to help her. But from another angle, he and Spider Queen Rose are only internal contradictions. Once the human race cultivator invades, she doesn't understand the truth of the cold, and it seems that she can contact her again. I can't sell the form again. And the golden cicada in the subterranean world Magma should also be a big man in monster race. Come back this time, but also to investigate the origin of his identity. In the cultivation road, the unknown strongman that has never been, the more powerful the character, the more profound the trajectory left in history. Li Qingshan during the thought, Yanning smiled and dissipated. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Han Qiangzi's voice shivered, and the eyes were slightly polished. Qiangzi. Li Qingshan stepped forward and wanted to hold her in her arms. She passed through the phantom, and she realized that she was not true. She smiled and her nose was sour. How long has it been? 4 years. 5 years. Even for the cultivator, it is not short-lived. In 1,000 words, I don't know how to speak at the moment, only silently. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. Is the dowry ready? No money at all. Han Qiangzi bites his lip. His face wants to cry and want to laugh. He still remembers their marriage contract. This is all about Moon Demon. His body fierce, I am afraid it is close to Monster Marshal's level, plus the support of God Seal, the amount of his monster chi, and even the speed of recovery. I am afraid it is even above Monster Marshal. And his innate divine ability is not the same as the Monster General. There are only 2, maybe more than 4, or even 5, especially the pair of wings behind them. The speed of flight is even more rapid. Hua Chengzhen took out all the information of Moon Demon and cooperated with the general explanation and analysis to outline the strength of Li Qingshan. Wen Zhengming repeatedly beheaded and listened very seriously. After Hua Chengzhen finished, he asked, what is his disposition? Okay, you have had a lot of contact with him. What is his temperament? Whether he is cautious or arrogant, is he deceitful or brave? There is a cloud in the art of war, the next is the siege, and the heart is the top. Wen Zhengming not only needs to understand the power of Li Qingshan, but also understand his heart and develop some strategies. The attitude is as serious as learning, and the hatred of the crime is not affected by his judgment. Hua Chengzhen said, this, I am afraid it is not easy to say. Sometimes it seems extremely arrogant, but it is often based on strength. Although it is not blackmail, it is not a person who will be easily fooled. That is the power for such temperament. Commander Hua, what strategy do you think should be formulated to ensure that he is killed? Wen Zhengming has a humble color, and there is no perfunctory falsification. I am very serious about Hua Chengzhen, who is only the foundation establishment initial stage. The predecessors were very talented, and the younger generation did not dare to offer ugliness. Hua Chengzhen stepped back. Threesome, there must be my teacher. The old man is just a book, not good at the military strategy. I heard Commander Hua is resourceful and ask me. Wen Zhengming folded his hands and flies in a large sleeve. He took a gift from the Confucian school and asked for a courtesy call to Hua Chengzhen. The Golden Core cultivator saluted the Foundation Establishment cultivator, as if one was walking on the road and suddenly slammed into an ant. If you don't come to Confucian school, if you don't look down on the name, you can't do it without even the Temper Golden Core cultivator. Predecessors are heavy. Hua Chengzhen was flattered and hurriedly, and said, North Moon, you really have a hard time. If I have such an enemy, it is hard to sleep. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 532 Chapter 46 10,000 years too short. Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi prepared the old feelings and agreed on the period of goodbye. Just reluctantly walked out of the room with a smile on his face. At the same time, Wen Zhengming left the Eagle Wolf Guard and flew straight into the sky. In the Clear River Prefecture city, there is a cloud floating in the sky. If a boring person stares at it for a long time, it will find that it does not follow the usual clouds. Wen Zhengming traversed the layers of clouds, a huge flying dragon boat, parked in the clouds. On the deck, the Confucian school disciple wearing Confucian robes, including the Foundation Establishment cultivator, has more than a dozen people, but no one is talking. Everyone's eyes fell to the bow. 3 Confucian-dressed men stood up against the wind. When Wen Zhengming came over, a white singer greeted him with a loud voice, when the junior brother, how about listening? 3 senior brothers are assured, I have plans in my heart. This county's confession, Shanxing's bloody hatred, can be broken. You ask Golden Cicada, I seem to have heard it. Some familiar. Ruxin's fingers twisted her hair, revealing a contemplative expression, but on her face, No matter how serious the look, it would look a bit interesting. She is standing in front of the medicine cabinet. Behind her high medicine cabinet, large and small drawers, infiltrated with a strong medicinal fragrance, mixed with a bitter taste of bitterness. As she thought about it, while manipulating a medicine stove, she carefully crafted something, and waved her hand from time to time, and then a drawer would open and a few dollars of medicine flew out. Li Qingshan stared at her fascinating face and was slightly fascinated. Ruxin has come back. It seems that I saw Li Qingshan like, what are you doing here? Li Qingshan blinked. You give me the thought. Ruxin smiled and said, if I guess correctly, you are asking a monster, May. That's probably it. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You are going to say it. Ruxin puts his hand on the hook and hooks his finger. Li Qingshan presents a spiral stones as information fee. She laughed. Have you heard of the 72nd Monster King? At the same time, in the endless dark underground palace, 8 eyes flashed with fluorescence, exudes a deep and dangerous atmosphere. A black shadow is close to being scrupulous and more intense than darkness. Ink Feather. What are you doing? The voice of Spider Queen Rose came from the darkness. I am in the Order of Dragon King. Come to support you. A deep voice of Death Chi. I do not need. Spider Queen Rose somewhat surprised. Inkfeather is Inksee's Dragon King's most believing monster marshal, and the relationship with Inksee's Dragon King, such as the mentor and son, is equivalent to the crown prince of the entire Verdant province monster race. Its cultivation base has reached monster marshal peak, and dealing with 3 or 5 ordinary golden core cultivators alone is not a problem. But because of its status and strength, it has rarely appeared. And most of the time it is focused on staying in the Inksea, not really a critical moment. I will not shoot at all. And Inksee's Dragon King is not lacking in manpower. It is a bit strange to send him. Your man, there is a monster named North Moon, it seems very good. Let him come to see me. You are the messenger of Dragon King? Li Qingshan looked at Inkfeather up and down. It was not surprising to see him, but it revealed a deadly pale, black wind wing, like a thick night, revealing a deep ominous meaning. This ominous is so profound. As a result, Spirit Turtle reacts and warns Li Qingshan to stay away from it. However, the strong atmosphere exudes enough to make Li Qingshan affirm that this is a strong aid. You killed Dragon Snail. Inkfeather said with a blank expression. It was a question, but the sound line did not waver. Like reading a essay? Yes. Li Qingshan frowned and glanced at Inkfeather and glanced at the Spider Queen Rose in the cave. A horrible spider that only woke up from a nightmare and was alive and scared. You dare to defy the precepts that monster race can't kill each other. He wants to kill me. I can't let anyone kill. If it wasn't for the king's command, I will kill you now. It is still a pale and stiff tone, as if it is telling a fact, revealing the strong self-confidence of I want to kill you. You have to die. For the existence of a monster martial peak realm, a monster general, even a monster race star with innate skill, is nothing. You can try it. Li Qingshan angerless smiled. You want me to try? In addition to the sight of the beginning of the moment, Inkfeather never looked at Li Qingshan again. At this moment, he turned his head and stared at Li Qingshan. In an instant, Li Qingshan also noticed a shuddering Death Chi, but more and more disapproving, sneer. He felt it, somehow, the Inksee's strong support. He had a lot of prejudice and hostility, even his white-faced expressionless face could not cover it. Li Qingshan looked directly at the bear. Yes, sure enough, I am used to the madness. It seems that you are confident and do not need my help. I don't need anyone to help. Li Qingshan said, since the other party is unhappy about himself, he will not take the cold lavas to ask for help. Inkfeather smiled. First, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then pulled into a stunning arc on both sides, like a strange smile on a mask. The ominous meaning was more and more intense. Looking at Li Qingshan, it seemed like a verdict. You will die. The black feathers suddenly opened, but there was no body, but a dark, black hole like darkness that inhaled Inkfeather, twisted and disappeared. Li Qingshan still thought about the coolness under the big tree. Now she is as tired as a fly, and she no longer thinks about the joint venture with Spider Queen Rouse. She turns and walks away. He doesn't believe that there is no Ink Sea's Dragon King, and Li Qingshan can't live. Growing up in loneliness, he never thought of relying entirely on anyone. Do you know why Ink Feather is so hostile to you? Spider Queen Rose walked out of the cave, restored a human form, smiled fascinatingly, and was very happy, wearing a poison coat on his body. But obviously it is much rougher than when he was fighting Li Qingshan. Of course it is because of your good words. No, since you have been recognized by the adults of Golden Cicada, I am too lazy to use this method to frame you. Spider Queen Rose waist-shouldered, hooked up Li Qingshan's neck. You are too shameful. Li Qingshan smiled, slamming her waist and embracing such a delicate and sexy body. It should have been a very comfortable thing, but the place of contact was immediately paralyzed by toxins, and began to spread. But obviously there is not enough time to refine. These toxins are not particularly violent. Spider Queen Rose looked awkward and was told by Li Qingshan that a monster marshal had to fight with others to get rid of a monster general and finally to be killed. It was a deep shame for her. She touched Li Qingshan's face. Vicious said, I will kill you personally. If Ink Feather is shot, it will not be able to turn to me, and you will die. What is that because? Li Qingshan was curious, and he had never met with Ink Feather, and he couldn't talk about hatred. You forgot what you said when you had a duel with Fu Qingjin? What have you said? Li Qingshan stunned and looked back at the day and suddenly understood. You mean Ge Yanning? Spider Queen Rose laughed again. You know what Ink Feather is? Ink Sea's Dragon King has long been hidden. He is almost a spokesperson. Commander is in Verdant Province monster race. He said you will die. You can't live. It's better to die in my hands. I can still make you happy again. So cultivation base. Do you have to play such a jealous trick? Li Qingshan frowns. No wonder Ink Feather will say that he is used to the rumor. He confessed to Ge Yanning, in the eyes of others, is not the madness of a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. He is not the kind of Hua Chengzhen, and he is not interested in Ge Yanning. But this time, it was stirred up with a fighting spirit. If I come to Japan, Ge Yanning will fight for it, and see what the expression of Ink Feather is. It seems that this jealous trick is not related to the power of identity, and even at some point, it has nothing to do with feelings of love. Purely male instinct. Whatever you count, it is also worthy of fighting with him. But it is casual to take care of you. You can't stand it. Looking at Li Qingshan in a desperate situation, Spider Queen Rose also has a feeling of incomparable pleasure. It's just a big fly, and he will kill him in the morning and evening. Li Qingshan broke away from the Spider Queen Rose and walked to the ground. Then you will be killed by Dragon King. Dragon King? If I am destined to be as incompetent as he is, then it is better to die now. Li Qingshan looked back. Spider Queen Rose ashamed. She is not really loyal to Ink Sea's Dragon King, but for the monster race's giant, the ruler of the Verdant Province monster race, also pays tribute. Maybe some cultivators, very hateful Ink Sea's Dragon King, but probably no one will contact the word incompetent with it. In Li Qingshan's expression, there is no slight insult, but it is extremely serious, and even has a heavy meaning in it. He is telling the truth. The Xia dynasty was established for thousands of years, and at that time, Ink Sea's Dragon King was a monster king, and he was a monster king from the ordinary monster race. His life expectancy is close to 10,000 years. The time that Green Bull left for Li Qingshan was only 10,000 years. According to Golden Cicada, 9 provinces is like a well, and there is an infinite great world, and at a higher distance, it is above the 9 heavens. If it took 1,000,000 years to become a monster king, it meant that he had failed completely. Even half of the journey was not completed. He completely failed the trust of the elder brother Bull. It was just an incompetent waste, and he died. 10,000 years is too short, just for the day. Spider Queen Rose clearly understands why the Golden Cicada Spirit King will look at him differently. RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 533 Chapter 47 He is strong and strong. The thick clouds move from south to north, and sprinkle thousands of miles of snow. On the Moon Court Lake, it is full of snow. Moon Demon, you can dare to fight for the old man. A vast voice, falling from the sky, rolling like a thunder, stirred up huge waves. Wen Zhengming's robes danced with the wind and snow. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that such a voice comes from such a thin chest. He glanced at the lake, and he thought about it again. He first challenged him and took Moon Demon out of the lake. He then showed weakness and fled. The last three senior brothers came together, and the four of them joined forces to form a four-time sword array. Moon Demon couldn't escape, and died. To put it bluntly, this strategy has no complicated features. It is nothing more than provocative enemy, weak enemy, false defeat, and ambush. These are the common methods used by military school. But the policy is not more complicated. The more complicated the plan, the more complicated it is. The key is who to use, and what kind of opponents. According to past events, Moon Demon has always been a counterattack against the challenge. This time it is the same. As soon as he shoots, he steps into a trap. But after a while, the lake was still full of snow, but the shape of Moon Demon was not seen. Wen Zhengming turned to the heart of the island, where it was covered by heavy fog. It was thick like milk and could not see the situation on the island. Don't he just be in Moon Court Lake? Those night walkers are his subordinates. If I attack here, I will be able to force him out. Wen Zhengming took a little more caution with his hand on the sword. Suddenly through the thick fog, but did not receive any attack, and did not encounter the formation of the barrier, so simply came to the island. I saw that the scenery here is still the same. The pavilions are undulating, but there is no one person, and I can't feel the slightest breath. It is already people going to the building. Wen Zhengming didn't expect to encounter this situation. After a while, he sent a message to three senior brothers. Three more figures descended from the sky. Swinging a few laps of snow and seeing the situation on the island, they are also frowning. Junior brother, what is going on? Wen Zhengming said, it seems that Moon Demon is no longer here, and all eccentrics have been removed. No, he will never give up Water God. Water God Seal can't leave the water region for too long. He will stay in this Moon Court Lake. It's probably smelling the wind and hiding in advance. We can't. Intention. Inxi is likely to send monstrous talent to support him. The scheme is useless. We can only take some risks and find him in the water. We have four people together. Unless it is the Inxi's Dragon King, what is the danger? Baixuxi said proudly, as long as he does not see us when he flies, there is a 70% grasp to kill it on the spot. The blockage of water in the district is not a hindrance to the four of them. Just going deep into Moon Court Lake and start searching. Wait, someone is watching us. The White Show is a move, his cultivation base is the highest, and the Faint is the head of the four. The other three also felt. Wen Zhengming said, it must be Moon Demon, that monstrous talent. Can you find his position? Baixuxi closed his eyes, and after a while, gently shook his head. He felt that the entire lakeside was watching them and couldn't accurately lock Moon Demon. And all these scenes, the clear reflection is in the water moon plate. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged and the water moon plate rests on his lap. He is in the depths of subterranean world, on a tortuous tributary. It is extremely secretive, but for the golden core cultivator, even if it is buried in the earth and stone, it can be found out by the sense of breath. However, Li Qingshan squatted on the body, without a trace of breath, and integrated with the water. He seems to be an incarnation of Spirit Turtle, deep in the depths of the sea. No one can find him. All the disputes in the world have nothing to do with him. They just wait for the time to flow and smash the sea. Li Qingshan cultivation Spirit Turtle sea suppressing secrets has been for many years, but it is the first time to follow the spirit of Spirit Turtle, and there is a clear understanding. The strongest thing about Spirit Turtle is not to fight with people, but to use the words to avoid the evil. I hadn't been worried about the joint attack of the 4 great grandmasters. I suddenly realized that I had to step back. 4 great grandmasters are stronger, and it is in vain to find him. In the end, they waste time, instead of wasting their time. At this point, his breath will become more and more ethereal, if it will die. Even people who are taller than his cultivation base, standing in front of them, closing their eyes, can hardly feel his existence. Even if they use divine sense to explore, they will slide over him and ignore itself. Ever since, the first search by Wen Zhengming was destined to fail. At dusk, they met again on the island, and their faces were a bit unsightly. Moon Court Lake is so vast, and there are countless river tributaries that Moon Demon has developed. Most of them are connected to the complicated subterranean world. They don't feel the presence of monster chi, so they dare not let pass any tributary. The 4 of them spent a Heavenscraft husband and could not find all the waters. In such a large water region, if you want to find Moon Demon, it is generally difficult to find a needle in a haystack. Moon Court Lake is not as big as the sea, but the problem is that Moon Demon will not stay like a needle, waiting for them to come to the door. Obviously, as soon as they get close to where he is hiding, he will immediately change position. In this way, even a pull search is useless, and in the water, their divine sense exploration has been suppressed. If you enter subterranean world and the influence of subterranean world primal magnetism, the scope of the exploration is compressed to a very small extent. Well, it's hard to find where Moon Demon is. Monstrous talent is despicable. Wen Zhengming was as sinking as water, and he was confident that he would slay the demon and avenge his disciples. The result was nothing. When the voice fell, the white-clothed singer's ear tipped, and when he heard the southwest direction, there was an unnatural flow of water on the lakeside. As soon as he came to the front, Wen Zhengming followed closely. I saw a lake, a region, suddenly became smooth as a mirror, a line of words emerged, 4 big silly birds, relying on strong bullying, there is a kind of 1 by 1, see North Moon grandfather does not peel off your skin. Wen Zhengming sound transmission, senior brother, may use it as a clue to find Moon Demon. Baixushi shook his head slightly. The Moon Demon cultivator became water god, almost integrated with this Moon Court Lake, manipulating the flow of water, such as the arm, with a line of words. It is difficult to find its place. He thought about it. Well, Moon Demon, I will come alone, see how you can take me. 3 junior brothers, please go first, I will be this Moon Demon. Wen Zhengming. The 3 exchanged eyes. If it is the senior brother, it will not be a problem to keep the Moon Demon for a while, and then they will come to help again, and they can kill Moon Demon. White Xushi once again went deep into the water, and in front of him, an arrow appeared. He was happy in his heart, and Moon Demon was arrogant and warlike. He really couldn't stand it and wanted to play against them. This is his biggest weakness. He came to a cave with the arrow, and another line appeared. Are you really coming alone? Baixushi said proudly, of course, to kill you. I am enough. A line of words disappears with the waves and becomes a please word. Under the guidance of the water arrow, Baixuxu continued to deepen into subterranean world and marched in the underground river of twists and turns. It also marveled at the complexity of this subterranean world terrain. If it wasn't for Moon Demon's own flaws, he would like to find him. Not easy. After a while, he suddenly felt wrong, and the path that came through his mind. Is this not in a circle? At this time, a line appeared in the water. Are you sure you are alone? White Xushi gnawed his teeth. After you look up, why are you afraid? Come on. The white robes continued to march until they reached the end of an underground river, and an extremely wide cave appeared in front of them. He sent a message to Wen Zhengming 3 people to prepare them and shouted, Moon Demon, I am coming. Between the words, one broke into the cave, and the look was stagnation. There was no one in it. Only one big word with a few squares. Stupid. Baixushi spent almost 1 hour, only to get such a word evaluation. Even if it is a deep city, high cultivation, but also some endurance. a palm of the hand, the stupid word, crashed. No gallbladder monstrous talent. The rushing water flow, in rapid transit, is turned into 3 words. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan didn't put all his thoughts on Mooncourt Lake, just a little bit of thought, watching the 4 great grandmasters, or playing them with clone. The deity has returned to Lian Mountain to consider how to blend the power of Phoenix Bloom. While the 4 great grandmaster was wasting a lot of time, he was in a tense cultivation, trying to get stronger. He recently used the water god seal to take up the spiritual chi in the water region, and now just gives it time to recover. Li Qingshan has long been accustomed to bull demon's perseverance. Tiger demon's battle is endless, retreating from the house and hiding. It was just a helpless move. But at this moment, I found out that the original spirit turtle's way of doing things also has some wisdom. He forced him to be strong, and the breeze was on the hills. He crossed him and the moon shined on the river. In the next few days, the 4 great grandmaster used various means to find where Li Qingshan was, but they all ended in failure. Also let the weakest Wen Zhengming be a bait and want to introduce Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan certainly won't take care of him. His whole spirit is placed on the Phoenix Bloom. 3 days later, the 4 great grandmasters withdrew, and even the vengeful Wen Zhengming did not stay. Although the life of the golden core cultivator is long, it cannot be wasted. Headless flies are generally smashing in the water, and they are like fools. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 534 Chapter 48 I found 4 great grandmasters destroyed all the buildings on the Mooncourt Water Mansion before leaving, saying that they could not leave a foundation for Moon Demon, but they could not help but vent their anger. Li Qingshan's mouth is a hook. This performance means that they completely lose patience. The so-called killing of the 4 great grandmaster, the so-called you will die by ink feather, proves to be just a joke. If the house is gone, it can be rebuilt. It is not a big deal. 4 great grandmasters returned to the flying dragon boat and suddenly looked back. There was a huge unparalleled word on the lake. You have the ability to fill in Mooncourt Lake. The white singer's heart was filled with anger and his face was red. Let's go, Moon Demon, this will not stop here. However, come and go to indecent assault. Come to my house today and want to kill me. I will have a chance to return to visit the place like Song Tao Academy. I will see you kill me when I am there. 1. Li Qingshan returned, and his eyes fell on the phoenix plume in front of him. Phoenix plume floats in the air, rising from time to time, falling from time to time, pulling out a red fire trail. After spending a few days, I was able to control the phoenix plume feathers freely, but I didn't know where to start. Didn't I put this hair into my body, even phoenix? How can it be? Little An is full of strength, seaweed-like long hair, scattered and ground. Seeing that Li Qingshan was in a stalemate, she suddenly came forward, holding a finger of Li Qingshan with her little hand, and the 2 fingers gently gripped the phoenix plume, punctured the lower finger, piercing Li Qingshan's fingertips, and the blood overflowed. Immediately absorbed by phoenix plume, it seems like a quill that sucks ink. The blood is filled with hollow phoenix plume feathers, which become more and more vivid when they are scattered to each feather. But at the same time, there is a force injected into the wound, and the injury immediately returns to its original state, automatically exerting the healing effect. Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his IQ was not enough. Little An, a wide grin, returned to the side. This is certainly not Mongolian. While Li Qingshan pondered Phoenix Bloom, she read a lot of information related to it. Li Qingshan puts Little An in her arms and kisses her in front of her heart. Without you, I really don't know what to do. At the same time, the 4 great grandmaster also returned to Ruai County, the county lord house. Come to Ruai Marquis to report. Sitting in the flower hall waiting, face to face, there is a feeling of grey face. After a short while, Ruai Marquis greeted it quickly and took the first ritual. Let the 4 wait. I don't know what the outcome is. The faces of the 4 people all showed a hint of shame, and the heart became more and more angry. This time I went to Clear River Prefecture, as if I had clenched my fist and punched it in the air. I can't find a place to show my skills. The sneer was ridiculed by the monstrous talent. However, these words, naturally, there is no way to export. Then the white sergeant vows, the county guards the adults, the monstrous talent is really awkward, hiding. Without a little breath, we can't find where he is. Ruai Marquis blamed herself. This is the unpreparedness of the princes. It is hard to blame the 4 fellow Taoists. I am going to ask someone to ask for the fellow Taoist. Baixushi's face was slow and smiled. Just let the wind fellow Taoist get a glimpse. That monstrous talent must be hidden. The so-called fellow Taoist, named Feng Buquan, is the master of Mabuai, the number 1 of the entire Ruai County, school of Yin Yang, whose words must be recognized, and the language must be awkward. Divination spell is well known throughout Verdant Province. The power of Ruai Marquis was so long that it didn't take long for a dawn to fly from the sky and fall into the courtyard outside the flower hall. The eyes of the people are slanting, the chicken breasts are hunched, extremely ugly, and one more eye is turbid, like a sly, twisting and standing there, with one eye, sweeping people from the bottom up. Hoarse the voice said, How can the old man come to do it? It seems very rude, even if there is no rude thought in his heart. The white singer frowned and felt a bit of discomfort. No one could connect it to the golden core cultivator without the smell of his body. There is something in my heart. This wind, fellow Taoist, was a handsome character, but once divination failed, it was made by the backlash, and it made such a look. This divination is really too dangerous. Ruai Marquis's attitude is more respectful and explains the reasons to Feng Buquan. It is extremely rare to be good at divination's cultivator, and it is rare to be able to repair the golden core realm. The Feng Buquan, who used to be a freelancer to the provincial governor palace, is now degraded and he does not dare to ignore it. Feng Buquan said, This is simple. I am willing to go to Clear River Prefecture with several grandmasters. Ruai Marquis smiled and said, So best, until the killing of the monstrous talent, Benhu will have a thank you. Feng Buquan heard the word recognition, and the body trembled without a reason, and smiled stiffly. 4 golden core cultivators immediately became 5 people. As a prince, Ruai Marquis has been running Ruai County for thousands of years, and his connections have penetrated into every corner of Ruai County. Almost all of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's cultivator can be dispatched, only when Zhengming is sent by 4 people, just because Moon Demon and Song Tao Academy have a bloody debt. It's too exaggerating to let 4 golden core cultivators kill a monster general. If he wants to find it, even the 10 golden core cultivators can be found. If he speaks, even the sect leader in sect, he has to give him a few thin faces. He never thought about taking it himself, and he never doubted that he would have to die when he wanted a monster general to die. When Zhengming the group once again came to Moon Court Lake, Feng Buquan pulled out a bright compass from the broken pocket of his waist. The compass was divided into inner and outer rings, engraved with wonderful rune, and turned sharply. Under the control of Li Qingshan, Phoenix Plume Feathers left a scar on his body. There were 2 invisible zippers on the wound, which were torn apart and pulled up without leaving a trace. Phoenix Plume feathered into a red stream, dancing in Li Qingshan, like a late sentence. But Li Qingshan's nephew is getting brighter and brighter, as if he doesn't feel any pain. Phoenix Plume Feathers are also getting brighter and brighter, and when they are full of blood, they will be integrated into Li Qingshan's with the body. Until the last trace of power was completely exhausted, the Phoenix Plume became a blood-red color. Little unreminded, heart. Phoenix Nirvana Undying Heart. The Phoenix Plume thorns into Li Qingshan's heart, penetrates the skin, flesh and blood, and pierces the heart. In an instant, the heart stopped beating and fell into silence. Li Qingshan moved Phoenix Nirvana scripture to Pinnacle, Sea of Consciousness, and Phoenix headed for a long cry. The plump of Phoenix plume burns up and turns into a flame. The color of red and blood is intense. Burn out, illusion, rebirth. It is like a tiny nirvana. Li Qingshan's heart also flashed red light, getting brighter and brighter through the skin. He could even see a flaming red, and a dancing phoenix could be seen. A bang! Like the first thunder in early spring, the glaciers are broken and everything is reviving. Li Qingshan's heart violently beats, and the mysterious power contained in the phoenix plume feathers is transported along the bloodstream to the limbs, and it is hot. Li Qingshan stood up involuntarily, and as the power fluttered, the unconscious head lifted his legs, which contained a wonderful beauty, and the swinging arm was like phoenix wings. The whole body emits dazzling red light, and the immortal cave shines brightly. After a long time, the red light gradually subsided. Li Qingshan fell to the ground, screaming at the heart of the beating, feeling very comfortable. With a strong vitality filled with the body, he is now confident that if he fights with Spider Queen Rouse, he will definitely have the upper hand. With Phoenix Nirvana scripture, he finally refining this phoenix plume feather, with a trace of phoenix's blood, although he has not yet been able to really become a phoenix transformation first layer. But I believe that as long as I return to Subterranean world, the gathering is endless. The earth fire, a condensed phoenix egg, will succeed. Li Qingshan was about to set off. The spirit turtle monster core suddenly gave birth to a strong induction. He immediately knew, someone is using the divination method to count my position. The old guys are not so easy to let me go. Li Qingshan coldly snort, sinking his mind and closing his eyes. In the eyes of Wen Zhengming and the others, the compass turned sharply. Feng Buquan sees Khan on his forehead, but can't find out where Moon Demon is. The other party has the means to cover up the sky. Spirit Turtle is deeply dive in the wild. Who knows where it is? Feng Buquan refused to give up easily, because he felt that there was a flaw in the strength of the other side, as if it was a bright light in the dark. Li Qingshan's brows are slightly wrinkled. He suppresses the power of the spirit turtle before refining the phoenix bloom. As he deepened his understanding of spirit turtle suppressing secrets, it minimized the exclusion of spirit turtle. In normal times, I still can't feel the same, but in this fierce battle, it shows up. Bloody monster chi floats. It seems that there is a stone in the shoes. Although it is not fatal, it is very uncomfortable. Little An holds the Cloud Tip's jade bamboo stick, gently taps Li Qingshan's forehead, runs Cloud Tip's 7 signs, and immediately compensates for that flaw. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and gave a sigh of relief and smiled. The compass stopped turning, and Feng Buquan looked stiff, his mouth wide open, and he ignored the sputum. Baixushi asked, fellow Taoist, how? Feng Buquan seems to be an electric shock, and it seems to wake up from a nightmare. It jumps up and jumps like a weird big monkey, like a crazy road. I found it. I found it. Wen Zhengming said, fellow Taoist, is the hiding place for the monstrous talent? Feng Buquan grabbed Wen Zhengming's shoulders fiercely, and the strength of his use made Wen Zhengming feel a tingling sensation. Looking at Feng Buquan with horror, he saw his eyes that had been smashed, and a tearful tear, and clear the one eye of understanding is full of ecstasy. I want to see concubine you. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 535. The 49th chapter breaks into the Phoenix on. Many years ago, I was looking for someone and I would like to thank you. Fengwin novels are the fastest updated in alt-text novels. That celestial fighting, grievances entangled, like yesterday, vividly in sight. The person who pursues is like a paper basket that has not entered the sea of clouds, and all the secrets are covered. He managed to catch a trace of the line and there was a gust of wind. The kite line was broken, and the sky flew away. I didn't know where I was. I thought that I didn't know where to fall, and I became unfortunate. I have thought that the ethereal silk thread will come to the forefront today. If there is such a deep entanglement, he almost ignores the past. It is because of such a deep chance that he will be sure that he is not mistaken. This is heaven's will. Fellow Taoist, win fellow Taoist. The white singer called out. Feng Buquan woke up and wiped the tears from his face. In the eyes of the four great Grandmaster, he found his curved back, and he straightened unconsciously. Fellow Taoist is so pleasantly surprised to find out the existence of that monstrous talent. Wen Zhengming strangely said that it would not be happy to burst into tears. Monstrous talent, right? No, all the secrets are hidden. I can't figure out where he is. Feng Buquan secretly regretted that he should not be so rude. He also shouted the words concubine you and fell into the ears of the people. The consequences were unimaginable. The old man refused to wait for Hu, and he went back without a word. Please ask several Grandmasters to pay for it on my behalf. He arched his hands, although his face was still ugly, but his tall and straight figure, there was a bit of free and easy. Feng Buquan floated away. The four great Grandmasters looked at each other and couldn't figure out what happened to Feng Buquan. But they can't go back like this anymore, and then ask for help from Ruai Marquis. It seems too incompetent, so they negotiated. Those night walkers are escaping to Subterranean World. We might as well go to Subterranean World to kill the monstrous talent. Monstrous talent is a heartless ignorant. I will take risks for a few night walkers. I am afraid it is not that simple. Baixushi said, that's fine, there are a lot of demon under this subterranean world. The Spider Essence Rose ordered the massacre, which is a bad thing. Even if you can't kill Moon Demon, sweep all the monstrous talents in this place. Killing Rouse. It's also a confession with the County Guardian. Accompanied by Little-An, Li Qingshan came to the Magma Fire Lake again. The fire spirit here is the most violent. It has a strong inhibitory effect on the spirit turtle monster core and is best suited to break through Phoenix Nirvana scripture. The heavy sulfur atmosphere, the tumbling golden yellow magma, is the scenery that will never change here, and the violent primal magnetism turmoil is even more shocking. If there have been several exchanges, Li Qingshan has almost no avatar letter. Golden Cicada can stay in this place. Golden Cicada Spirit King. It really is a well-deserved name. Li Qingshan waited for a while. No sounds sounded from my mind. Rushing Little-An nodded. He stepped into the magma. He did not use the Monster Chi bodyguard, and even Monster Chi was difficult to move in this place. The feeling of burning the skin with magma has a hint of pain, but it is very refreshing. Remind him of the feeling of taking a hot bath in the past. And there is a force that resonates with his blood. This is the feeling he didn't have when he came last time. Li Qingshan simply spread his arms and lay flat on the lake, and the scarlet hair spread out. The flame was like a snake, rolled up and glared at his body. He quickly drowned his body and wrapped it. Formed a fiery red flame. On the day of the break, it is the time to spread the wings. The stone lion was lying. The door was open, and there were a few cold winds. One person walked to the front of the stage, picking up a plaque from the foot, gently stroking it, dusty, showing the words Wild Sword Villa. Yu Shukyuang glanced at the door and hesitated and didn't step in. Because there are many caves around Subshina City, around Yanshan City, Demon is messed up and deeply hurt. The smashing Wild Sword Villa has become a ruin, and the entire Yanshan City has become a ghost town. No one lives. Yu Shukyuang returned to sweep the grave and wanted to tell his wife that Zijian had a new home and went to Hidden Sword Palace cultivation. But when he came to Yanshan City, he was shocked and flew to the tomb. The tombstone was still standing steadily, and the grave behind it was dug up with a big cave, in which the coffins were also missing. The coffin has been buried for more than 10 years, and there is no flesh and blood, attracting the attention of the beast monster. From the traces of excavation, it is clear that the means of human race is undoubted. If it is a tomb thief, it will not be taken away with the coffin. Who will spend so much effort to dig a bone? Yu Shukyuang's face is gloomy, and he suddenly thinks of someone. Mark In the cave, the monster general, a shaped bobcat, swooped up, and the wind was amazing. With a flash of white light, Monster General was in the same position, and when Zhengming took out a monster core and took it in the 100 treasure pouch for Great Grandmaster, although Li Qingshan could not be found, It was too easy to find other monsters under the detection of their divine sense. Even the Night Walker, which is good at hiding the atmosphere, is as prominent as the fireflies in the dark. Suddenly, there was a hurricane in Subterranean World. Wherever it went, whether it was Night Walker or monster, it was a dead end, and even one move could not resist it. After all, like Li Qingshan, monster, which can fight across realm, is so rare. Sister, our sentinel was killed. Yi Lubo rushed to Yi Lusu to report. Under the order of Li Qingshan, all Night Walkers withdrew from Subterranean World. They didn't know what the 4 great grandmasters were, and they knew that the opponents could not resist them. Continue to move to Subterranean World. Yi Lusu decisively ordered, led the group, and continued to migrate. Baixushi suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. Wen Zhengming said, Tang senior brother, what's wrong? Baixushi opened his eyes. A large group of Night Walkers are below us. It is moving downwards from the 20th, without crossing the second heavenly tribulation. There is also a huge monster Chi, in our parallel position, 50 miles away. Should it's that spider. Which one do we chase? Baixushi said, let's go. Thieves first smash the king. Kill the monstrous talent first, then sweep the group of Night Walkers. Yi Lubo said, it seems that there is no chase. Tens of thousands of Night Walkers in the cave hurried forward. The team of crickets is like a snake. There is no sound. Unsatisfactory. Continue down. There is interference from Subterranean World primal magnetism. They are not easy to find us. Then we spread. Distributed. Isn't it going to be broken? This time the opponent is no longer able to win by quantity. Otherwise the master will not let us withdraw in advance. Yi Lubo worried. I don't know how the master is. With the master's means, there is no problem in self-protection. Let's go. Every time I encounter a road. After a split, the team was quickly dismissed. At the end, only Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo were left. The surrounding temperature has become hot and the rocks are faintly red. A drop of sweat fell on the ground, and immediately a cloud of white mist. Yi Lubo was a little annoyed. Stalagmites in front of a knife. Oh! If I can be stronger. Do not talk. Yi Lusu is in the same mood, but his heart is calm. Not showing up, just building a territory on the ground, was forced back to Subterranean World, and is a deeper point of Subterranean World. It was not long before the Night Walker was unified, and she had to be separated by her own hands. But the owner will definitely solve them. Yi Lubo said with confidence. Yi Lusu is not optimistic about this. Verdant Province is the world of human race on the ground, even if it is monster martial. But since I chose to rely on it, I only believe him. The bang slammed and came from the top of the head. The cave trembled fiercely and the earth and stone fluttered. What happened? Probably those people have met Spider Queen. Let's go. Li Qingshan curled up like a baby, lying in a flame python, waiting for a new life. Rolling fire spirit, within the body, condenses into a reddish phoenix egg, which outlines the beautiful golden rune, as if it is a living creature with life, breathing. The rhythm of Li Qingshan's heartbeat breathing is also gradually maintaining the same rhythm. Suddenly he had a thought in his heart. How does this feel like a child? However, Li Qingshan soon discovered that it is not a simple matter to hatch this egg. I am afraid that pregnancy is not enough in October. His brow wrinkled. Phoenix Nirvana scripture is only the first layer. The cultivation is far more difficult than his original imagination. This phoenix egg, as if it is not satisfied, as a constant source of the power of fire spirit. According to the current progress, it takes a year and a half to be short. This is not a long time for a monster, but what he lacks most is time. A very familiar voice suddenly sounded in my mind. I will help you with your strength and pick it up. Deep in the magma, Golden Cicada stared at the scene, gently waving a small hand. The magma on the lake immediately ignited a huge wave. A few feet high flame turned into a fire snake. Toward Li Qingshan flies. Okay. Thank you. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. After finishing these 3 words, he no longer talked. and turned fate to Phoenix Nirvana scripture to transform a piece of fire snake into a phoenix egg. Phoenix egg devours the flames cheerfully, from red to golden, and the rune on it becomes more and more shiny. Li Qingshan did not dare to have the slightest wish. Any of these fire snakes are enough to burn a city. If one can't control it, bursting with the body can cause him to be seriously injured. The number of fire snakes became more and more dense, violent and fierce, but did not break through the limits of Li Qingshan, but also truly saw the means of this generation of Monster King. I don't know how long it took. The magma fire lake returned to calm, no more fire snakes fly out, and the phoenix egg shines with dazzling light, like a small sun, reaching pinnacle. In the scorching flame, Li Qingshan felt like she was about to melt. Suddenly she felt itchy behind her back and her shoulders swelled back. Two bones grew from behind and quickly touched the first level barrier and could not stretch. He couldn't help but twist his figure, swing his arm, and punch it on the flame giants around him. Caca, a crack appeared on the phoenix egg. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 536. The 50th chapter breaks into the phoenix below. Loud rumble, loud noise. The flame giant burst. The circular shockwave pushes the magma into all directions, igniting a raging fire. Li Qingshan stands on the sea of fire, and the perfect body is covered with red horns, like a statue cast in red bronze. He closed his eyes. His head hangs down, and a scarlet hair is like a fire, hunting and dancing. Li Qingshan breathes gently, and the feeling of this moment is like a new life. This is the Phoenix Nirvana scripture first layer. Congratulations, the cultivation base is even better. The voice of Golden Cicada sounded in my mind. Thank you. You still need me to do something, even though it is save Rouse. It is good. Li Qingshan opened her eyes and turned to the magnificent red light. From behind him, a pair of brilliant wings fluttered open. This is not the kind of wind god wings, the wings built with energy, but the real wings, phoenix wings. The flame swept over him, his shape was slightly curved, his wings were followed, and a stream of wind was entangled. He also displayed wind god wings. The two forces of wind and fire are perfect. He slammed hard and slammed, the wings suddenly stretched, others had skyrocketed, with a long stream of fire. Little Anne waved blood sea banner, followed. Li Qingshan pursued the breath of the Spider Queen rose, penetrating the layers of earth and stone, and when it was about to approach, it converges all the breath and sneaks close. Suddenly his brow wrinkled, and when he used the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets to converge, the power from Phoenix transformation produced fierce resistance. The breath cannot be completely hidden. In his within the body, the spirit turtle monster core has changed its form, adding a touch of flaming red color to the azure spirit turtle monster core, which continually circulates but floats on the surface and cannot penetrate. If you use the division of human race, gods and demons 9 transformations, demon transformation focuses on body refining, and god transformation focuses on chi refining. So even though tiger demon transformation bull demon transformation has reached the 4th layer, the spirit turtle is also easy to suppress. But for the first transformation's phoenix transformation, there is a lot of powerlessness and a strong rejection. Although he barely built Phoenix Nirvana scripture, but it did not reach the point of real integration, let alone the realm of water and fire. If you continue the cultivation of Phoenix transformation, this rejection will probably get stronger and stronger. However, this hurdle always has to find a way to go. He remembers that there are also some cultural techniques in the cultivation field, which are the cultivation of water and fire. When you return to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, you should study the doorway. With the strength of the spirit turtle 4th layer, the atmosphere of Phoenix is forcibly suppressed. If you play against people in this state, he is not without getting stronger. Instead, it weakens due to internal friction. The roar and the vibrations are getting closer and closer. Li Qingshan broke through the ground and saw that it was familiar. It was the Grand Canyon where he had a duel with Blood Shadow Violent Stone. 4 great Grand Master, each holding a long sword, divided into 4 squares, form a formation, trapping the Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose hair is messy, looks awkward, and looks more calm and vicious. As soon as he crossed, he slammed into the weakest Wen Zhengming, ignoring Wen Zhengming's long sword and clawing his shoulder. The winter is very strong, and it is 1,000 miles away. The white-haired Xushiman, who was headed, shouted, and the 3-footed King Fing in his hand was soaring and flying, and a cold sword chi wrapped in snowflakes and swept through. Spider Queen Rose frozen the first level ice on the body, feeling a chilly bone chilling, unable to move. The body was shocked, and the ice shattered. Baixu Shixin said, "This monstrous talent is not the monster martial of insect race. The body is really fierce. If it is the ordinary monster general, a sword will freeze into ice. If it is a single fight, it is really not easy to deal with. The autumn wind is bleak, the white dew is frost." With the Spider Queen Rose frozen, Wen Zhengming took the sword back. Sword chi danced. Spider Queen Rose just shattered the ice, and covered with first-level hoarfrost, and the body became sluggish. At this time, the other 2 Grand Masters also came together. The earth rejuvenates, and the clear understanding is reigning. The summer is hot and the sun is like fire. A sleek, rainy silk, soft and pervasive, but with a sharp sword chi, even through the first level of fine venom on the Spider Queen Rose, more to penetrate the pores, seeping into her within the body. Spider Queen Rose's skin, turned into a silver gray, cast innate divine ability to resist the gentle and reserved bones. Behind it is a group of fiery fires, and under the intimidation of the sword array, it is inevitable. A loud roar, the fire illuminates the canyon. The Spider Queen Rose was swallowed up by the flames. The 4 great Grand Masters greeted the fire and swayed with swords. The 4-handed swords were intertwined into a sword and ignited into the fire. The flames were exhausted. On the back of the Spider Queen Rose, the poison coat was burned out of a big cave, and there was a sword mark on the body. But with the perfect defense of the innate divine ability, the hard life resisted. But it took a lot of money to get into Monster Chi, and her face was obviously tired. She tried to break through countless times, but every time she failed. Li Qingshan, hidden in the dark, found that there were not many traces of damage around the canyon. It stands to reason that the 4 golden core cultivators will play against Monster Martial. And it must be earth-shattering that it is normal to completely destroy this canyon. Now, this situation proves that they control every power in the sword array. There is no waste, and it is 4 enemies. So, the Spider Queen Rose is exhausted. Golden Cicada didn't seem to have no reason to help him. He had the idea of killing people with a knife. The 4 great Grand Master couldn't find him. They might catch Subterranean World. With the power of the Golden Cicada Spirit King, they would kill them as much as they played. Unexpectedly, Golden Cicada refused to take the shot, but helped him, and it was the goal. "Children, boy, he came to save you." Li Qingshan sneaked into the rock wall near Wen Zhengming, slammed into the ground, broke the ground, and the sound had not yet arrived. The man had come to Wen Zhengming behind him, and the speed that broke out in an instant, even he himself ate. Amazed. "I didn't expect the combination of phoenix wings and wind god wings to have such a good effect. Anyone who wants to chase me in the future can only eat with the wind." Li Qingshan loomed the bull demon illusion, the doubly angled dome to Wen Zhengming's vest. Spider Queen Rose's eyebrows, some surprised, but will not let such a good opportunity, once again pounced on Wen Zhengming and Li Qingshan before and after. With the cultivation base of Wen Zhengming Golden Core initial stage, it was pushed to the front by an insect race monster Martial and Li Qingshan, who is no less than the former. It is really sinister, even if it can escape a life, this 4-time sword array, it will also be broken. Wen Zhengming was not surprised and disliked, and said, "Monstrous talent. Come, give me a reservation." Before he flew back to his head, he swung his sleeves and flew out a piece of paper. He turned into a fixed character, and Spider Queen Rose was in a state of rigidity. 3 long-handed swords flashed, Sword Chi became silk, wrapped around Li Qingshan's body. In an instant, First felt the softness and weakness of the spring breeze, and there was a bone-chilling ice that was frozen by the ice, and it was even more blazed. The burning of burning. The tip of the bull horn, only 1 foot from Wen Zhenming, suddenly became very far away. 4 moments change. Wen Zhenming turned back to a sword and joined the other 3 long swords. Li Qingshan only feels around, and in all directions. All of them are sword chi, and the constant cycle changes. The 4 great grandmasters seem to have agreed on the general, while also giving up the Spider Queen Rose, aiming at Li Qingshan, which is not achieved by the temporary reaction, but has carried out countless times of thoughtful thinking, considering all the flaws. The weakest Wen Zhenming, like a bait, introduced Li Qingshan to the game. Baixu, she said, Moon Demon, do you think we can't think you will come to sneak attack? Will you make any preparations? Then he waved his hand. 3 junior brothers, 4 times Sword Chi, kill this monstrous talent first! The body lock talisman can only last for a while, and the spider essence will soon break free. It is really troublesome to let the 2 demon join hands. However, he has absolute confidence, launching the strongest killing of the 4 times sword array, and killing this moon demon with 1 stroke. When it is time to start the sword array, it is not too late to kill this spider. Spring Thunder Sword, Xia Yujian. Autumn Wind Sword, Winter Snow Sword. The green and yellow are red and white, and the 4 sword keys are empty and full of eyes. Li Qingshan was deeply immersed in the sword array and felt a strong warning sign. The spirit turtle dark armor only broke through the moment and burst. 4 times Sword Chi, constantly cyclical changes, end to end, in every possible way, pervasive. Li Qingshan seems to have been put into a stone mill to be ground into a powder. Li Qingshan immediately picked up the water moon plate's ability, the mirror image clone hidden in the water. In a flash, it turned into smashing, such as dust, and even every single monster chi was exhausted. Splash and Blood Splash was smashed into a skeleton, covered with subtle sword marks. The White Singer's heart is loose, and he swears, congratulations to the junior brothers. Wen Zhenming also showed a smile, all of which was only between the electric and the flint, until the Spider Queen Rose broke through the body lock talisman, and the 4 great grandmasters had once again formed a sword array. Spider Queen Rose looked in her eyes and was shocked. If they showed this trick from the beginning, she would never support it. They left this killing, that is, to wait for Moon Demon to hook, but also to take her to the end. Suddenly hit. Do not give her a chance to self-detonation monster core. Even with the blackmail, monster is hard to compare with human race's strategy. The main method of human race is really too much. The talisman sword formation. It can be said that if you only fight by your own strength, the 4 great grandmasters will not be the opponent of Spider Queen Rose. Once you are close to me, it is a nightmare, but with these means, you can put her to death. Do you think that you can kill him like this? Listening to Baixu, she said this, Spider Queen Rose disdain, only she knows best, how hard it is to kill this guy. Wen Zhenming's heart jumped, and Moon Demon, who should have died, swooped up. When he used this 4 times Sword Chi, it was extremely laborious. Wen Zhenming's cultivation base was the weakest of the 4 people. Because of the great hatred, the mind was also a bit slack, and he couldn't dodge and was hugged. I caught you, child, I still don't. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 537. Chapter 51, Kills and Opportunities. A whip broke through the air, and its whole body was white, which was made by twisting thousands of strands of spider silk. It was the poison whip of Spider Queen Rose. Although the toxins are diluted, their tough texture does not change and remains her most sought-after weapon. Spider Queen Rose raised his hand and shook it like a gun, the gun tip until the movement of Wen Zhenming. He only felt a tingling, killing intent. Junior brother is careful. The white sneakers were shocked and stunned. Spider Queen rose. How can you think that Li Qingshan, who was ruined by flesh and blood, could still move? But Spider Queen Rose has no worries and doesn't look at them. At this moment, in her eyes, only Wen Zhengming exists. Wen Zhengming was trapped, and the four-time sword array had been broken. With the three long swords, although it was a rare magical artifact, it was not enough to break her divine ability. Thorn. It seems to be a white lightning, flying from the head of the nine clouds, no matter what obstruction, cannot be shaken. The three-handed swords almost fell at the same time, sparking sparks, long guns in her hands, rapid rotation, with a low and piercing humming, swaying the sword, and not moving. If you have 1,000 changes, it is difficult to block the edge of this gun. At the end of life and death, Wen Zhengming broke out with dazzling arrogance, and Li Qingshan's arms were opened. Only the bones of him, although not dead, cannot play the powerful power of Bull Demon. But at this time, Li Qingshan has become the body of skeleton, suddenly lingering on a round of flames. Flames everywhere, flesh and blood resurrection, just like the legendary rebirth after bathing in the fire. Arm muscle knot. Press the white light on Wen Zhengming. Wen Zhengming hangs an ancient jade around his waist and bursts. The long gun passed through the head of Wen Zhengming, but there was no feeling of stabbing in the real thing. Wen Zhengming became a soul-like phantom. Li Qingshan took an empty. Wen Zhengming flew aside, sinking like water, if not a means of life-saving. This is almost falling miserably in a very easy task. Killed here. Now, he has no fear of any real qualitative strike, and there is no weakness in his body, but he can still control the sword and cast magic spell. The two demons in front of them are in weakness. As long as they form a four-time sword array with the three senior brothers, they will be killed here. Just think about it. The blood flashed, and the blood was dazzling and hunting. I swept to him. Wen Zhengming sword controlling. The Blood Sea banner is also constantly expanding and widening, covering the entire canyon. Looking back, the Blood Sea is tumbling, endless, and looking back, is in a blood sea. Junior brother. The three Grandmasters rushed to the rescue. Blocked by Li Qingshan and Spider Queen Rose, they can only watch Wen Zhengming being involved in the Blood Sea banner. Spider Queen Rose is in great spirits. I am trying to win the battle, and I feel a tight waist. Li Qingshan took her waist. Stretch back and throw her into the Blood Sea banner, swinging around of halo. Li Qingshan opened the wings, grabbed Little and walked away. The three-person word control rushed to catch up, but immediately found that Li Qingshan's speed was far more amazing than that recorded in the Eagle Wolf Guard's data, and it was pulled away. Where did you know that Li Qingshan didn't dare to speed up all the time, flying in the crisscrossed underground cave, almost exhausting all the spirits, more tired than playing with others? When he opened a distance, he suddenly stopped and turned, his fists split and the void, the cracks spread, and the earth rumbling vibration, like a 12-magnitude earthquake, the earth and stone crazy ups and downs. Then he will swell and sneak into Little Un's Blood Sea banner, and Little Un picks up the Blood Sea banner. The earthquake did not cause any damage to the remaining three Grandmasters, but it caused a lot of trouble. Let them sink their hearts and sink straight. All the traces were destroyed, and they still couldn't feel the slightest breath of the other side. They searched for distance and had no results. Only when Wen Zhengming was expected to fight back, they could catch up with a breath. Go to the rescue. On the infinite Blood Sea, Wen Zhengming looks calm and stands with a sword, while Spider Queen Rose stands not far ahead. Li Qingshan looked at him in the rear, and in an instant, he made a judgment based on his intuition. It is better to break the enemy's fingers. With their three strengths, it is almost impossible to kill the four great Grandmasters together. If they are not careful, they may be killed. Just because of the trick, Sword Chi, if he is on the line again, once, I am afraid I have to finish playing. And Little Anne alone relies on the Blood Sea banner. It is difficult to suppress a golden core cultivator, and now it is a slap in the face, to lay the victory. Spider Queen Rose looked at Wen Zhengming, who had become a shackle, and looked at the familiar Blood Sea next to him. He couldn't help but think, it is a headache to fight against them. It is a great headache, and the battle is unexpectedly easy. The 4 golden core cultivators teamed up to form a sword array. She didn't have a point. He shot him, not only rescued her, but also pulled out a golden core cultivator. Come and come, have revenge, resentment. Li Qingshan gave his hand and spoke to Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose snorted, but was not in a hurry to make a shot, fascinating and laughing. You have any last words? Come and listen. Wen Zhengming calmly said, you can take it. If I am killed in this life, it is also a destiny. But you can kill me, Wen Zhengming, but cannot kill the world of righteous path, killing thousands of Confucian school disciple. Monstrous talent, such as monstrous talent, must be a dead end. This way, life and death will be extravagant, so Li Qingshan will also admire him. He listened to his words and smiled. Righteous path in the world, whose righteous path? Human Tao is righteous path. People are all things long, otherwise why do you want to change to the appearance of human race? Li Qingshan said, if I am a human, then I am also righteous path. Well, let him know what Ghost Tao said, and divide it. It's a waste of thought. This sunset is in my hands. It's your life. I am dead in your hands. I don't complain. In a word, hostility is awkward. The Blood Sea provoked thousands of waves, and Wen Zhengming broke a huge wave with a sword. Li Qingshan jumped out and shot a claw on the sword. Hey! The long sword flew up. The poisonous whip twisted like a snake, entangled, and the tip was dark, like a snake vibrating, stabbing Wen Zhengming. Although the body is already blurred, the toxins spread quickly. Wen Zhengming has a lot of hidden means, but singly unknown. He can't even win the Spider Queen Rouse, let alone Li Qingshan, plus the suppression of Blood Sea banner. The Blood Sea is churning, and there is no suspense in this battle. Wen Zhengming never said a word, even if it is going to die. There is no fear of the face, wanting self-donation golden core, but was engulfed by Little Un's Samadhi skeleton fire. At the moment of Wen Zhengming's death, 2 figures flashed. In an instant, Li Qingshan and Spider Queen Rose quickly fought 100 times and passed by. Li Qingshan had 100 treasure pouch in his hand, and Spider Queen Rose got a golden core. Such an enemy, as well as such a companion, always makes people wonder whether the road they are taking is correct. Even though it has become non-human and demon, Wen Zhengming said that righteous path, he actually understands. But again, these are in vain. When he was suffering, he didn't see the righteous path. He was not a righteous gentleman of Confucian school, but a demon among demons. The first thing he taught him was to rely on himself, relying on the knife in his hand. How many Confucian school disciples, and which eyes have the presence of Li Qingshan? Get it out. Li Qingshan reached out to Spider Queen Rose. This battle, if there is no power, can you kill him? Spider Queen Rose pinched the golden core in the palm, and the power contained in it made her very excited. I saved your life. No, whatever you say, I am not telling you the conditions. Take it out. Li Qingshan calmed his face. His body was fierce, and the more intense, the Blood Sea tumbling again, like a behemoth whistling, like a desire to choose people. Spider Queen Rose looked awkward for a while, biting his teeth and throwing the golden core, sliding over a bright curve and falling into the hands of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan collapsed the golden core. The look was slightly loose, and smiled. This is what? Now we go to the 3. Get the spoils. 1 person, now 3 to 3, and the other side's swords have been broken. The most important thing is that their hearts must now be full of anger and hatred. The beasts that are created are horrible because of madness, but once the human race is irrational, it becomes very weak. When Junior Brother is dead, Baiksushi suddenly stopped and looked shocked. What? This is impossible. The faces of the 2 men changed greatly and they were unbelievable. Once you reach the Golden Core Realm, you have a lot of life-saving means, and will never be easily killed. But the secret blood of the side is covered in the first level of Blood Shadow, the magical artifact of this self-contained space. It is really rare, as if verifying the white show. Moon Demon's monster chi rose again, as if it were a light in the dark, attracting them. The atmosphere of Wen Zhengming has not followed, and it is obviously fierce. We must avenge his hate. The eyes of the three people are a little red. Murderous aura. Baixushi stopped two junior brothers and bite his teeth. We retire. Why? I understand your mood, but now the timing is wrong. The brotherhood of the junior brother will not be like this. The white singer's screams flashed cold. I didn't expect them to retreat, but it was decisive. Li Qingshan felt that the three breaths broke through the soil and eventually disappeared into subterranean world. Although it was hard to chase, but alone, he would be killed if he was careless, but he might turn defeat. And he has another big thing to do. Now, no one can stop him from refining Clear River. The timing is fleeting and must be before Ruai County reacts. Li Qingshan took Littleton, found a dark river, and went up the river, and soon came to Moon Court Lake. He broke through the water, spread his wings and soared, shaking the sky and the water drops. Under the sunshine, like pearls, the speed was pushed to the pinnacle, and the mountain appeared on the horizon, and was quickly left behind. But for a moment, he rushed to the mountains of the Kangwu Mountains, where the source of the Clear River water was. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 538. Chapter 52, Clear River Water Lord. Between the mountains, a spring spits a trickle. Who can think of it as the source of the vast Clear River? Melted snow, the springs of the mountains, bit by bit, into it. The water flows in the mountains and turns, becoming bigger and bigger, rushing backwards and moving forward. Li Qingshan began to fly only on the current, and then jumped directly into the water, filled with monster chi, covering the entire river. Knowing that time is tight, he tightens his mind and pushes Water God Seal, mobilizing every minute monster chi, refining the river. This process should have been extremely long and long enough to allow Ruai County to respond in a timely manner and easily undermine his ambitions. But his speed of refining the water with his deity is amazing. If the ordinary monster refining water veins, it is like a pair of people. It will take a lot of effort to operate, and gradually become the trend of the world. Where Spirit Turtle is, it seems that the Holy Spirit is coming, and all the water is automatically attached. Along the way, I quickly came out of the Kangwu mountain range. When I went forward, it was the place where people were densely populated. His actions were difficult to catch the cultivator of Clear River Prefecture. It really came to obstruct and there would be considerable trouble. Once delayed, Ruai Marquis reacted, and I am afraid that more and more powerful Golden Core cultivators will be swarming, and see who dares to stop me. Not good, adult. Moon Demon is refining Clear River water. Dragon Snake Lake, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The news quickly spread to Liu Chenking's ears. What about the four great Grandmaster? Liu Chenking wondered. And now Moon Demon should be nowhere to be hidden by the four great Grandmasters. How dare you say the refining water veins? I don't know, but it is said that some people have seen that several Grandmasters have returned to Ruai County, and what else? Don't vomit. Liu Chenking is impatient. It seems like only 3 people. Is it impossible? Liu Chenking was shocked, waving his sleeves and walking outside the door. Go to the door and stop. Go down and watch the movement of Moon Demon. But don't get close. He is not too anxious, and the rivers like Clear River are not refining at all. There is enough time to respond. But he soon found himself wrong. I just came to a place similar to the Eagle Wolf Guard secret room, waiting quietly for Ruai Marquis's interview. And there was a discipline to inform that Moon Demon had refining the Clear River by a third. What? Liu Chenking's face changed greatly. Although the water flow is relatively small in the upper reaches of the Clear River, it is easy to refining, but it is not as fast as this step. Andrew I.E. Marquis didn't know what to do, and it doesn't appear until now. I don't know who is there. Please go to report Hu Yi, say Liu Chenking has something to report. At this time, the Big Four, now the 3 great Grandmaster, has already rushed back to Ruai County. Come to the county government to see Ruai Marquis. Ruai Marquis stepped back and forth, his face sullen to the extreme, and thought that the four great grandmasters would join hands, and it was already overkill. Not only failed to kill the monstrous talent, but also lost one. That is a golden core cultivator, not comparable to the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Wen Zhengming and his Song Tao Academy are one of the roots of his rule and are now broken. Is it an ambush in monster race? Ruai Marquis calmed down and asked, "This is the most reasonable explanation." Baixushi shook his head slightly. "Just the spider, moon demon, and a monster. Just by them, just." Ruai Marquis widened his eyes, raised his hand, pointed at the nose of the white sneaker, and snorted and replayed. "The white robes are also very unhappy in our hearts. We are ordered by you to smash this drowning. Now the junior brothers are miserable. You have no words of consolation, but you are full of blame. As the head of the four great grandmasters, unlike Wen Zhengming's straightforwardness, he has always been known for his arrogance. When the vengeance of the junior brother, our senior brother will report for him, this time just to inform Hu Yi, be careful of moon demons means, this will be the first to leave. Download Daoist. You are talking about this, the text fellow Daoist is a feud, it is my hatred. Who? The Liu Daran of Clear River Prefecture, said there was a rush to report. At this time, attendant came to report again. Let him wait. There is nothing wrong with doing things. Ruai Marquis became more and more cautious about Liu Chenking handing water moon plate to Moon Demon, but forgot, Liu Chenking did not dare to do this if it was not his order. Ruai Marquis finally calmed down the three grandmasters, and Baixushi said, Hu Yi still went to see the Liu Prefecture governor. Maybe it was related to Moon Demon. Then let's go and listen. Together, four people came to a secret room behind the county government. Ruai Marquis listened to Liu Chenking's description and said, "What? You said that Moon Demon is refining Clear River water? Don't worry, I will send someone to go. This will kill this monstrous talent." Not only did he not worry, but he felt that Moon Demon came to the ground and was a rare opportunity. That monstrous talent is really greedy, arrogant. Clear River Otter is so good refining Hu Yi, but Moon Demon is already refining Clear River half. Ruai Marquis's temper broke out. "What are you doing? I ordered you to stop Moon Demon at all costs. Otherwise you will not have to do this, Precision Governor. I will come here." The phantom of Ruai Marquis disappeared, and Liu Chenking stepped back out of the room with a hint of anger on his face. "Prevent? How can I stop it? You can't do anything with the four great grandmasters. I can't do it with a small Foundation Establishment cultivator. What can I do?" Ruai Marquis made a comeback, and he had to convene the Patriarch to negotiate, but he made up his mind and never swayed the Clear River. In the cultivation world, the cultivation is more important than the killing of the father. Moon Demon will not be soft-hearted. Once he is targeted, it is mostly a dead end. The position of this prefecture is important, but it is no worse than its own life. The Liu Prefecture Governor, which is directly covered by Ruai Marquis, still has such an idea. It is natural for other Patriarch family members to think about it. Among them, although there is no shortage of great men, but who is obviously taking the eggs and touching the stone, who is willing to do it. The end of the former King Ko Tang Ping-u is a bloody lesson. In fact, we don't have to confront Moon Demon, just disturb him to refining the water. The Clear River water is so long, and he is now in the middle. We go to the upstream to destroy, delay the time, wait for Ruai County's support. The order of Ruai Marquis cannot be violated. Someone made this idea. This method is still a few points of safety, and it is barely agreed and dispersed. Han Tai Huoran got up. But when Hua Chengzhen was still sitting there, motionless, when thinking about the fierce deliberation, the first think tank of Clear River Prefecture, also said nothing, cast a strange look. It would be nice to have this. Hua Chengzhen smiled helplessly. This method is too simple. It's so simple that anyone wants it, and he doesn't have to pay for it, but he can't think of it. The figure of the scarlet hair appeared in his mind. and he dared to be on the cusp. Continue to do this big thing that is taking the world. Obviously it is a bit of a grasp, with a group of Foundation establishment cultivator, want to stop him. I am afraid to use his life to fill. The cultivator rushed to all parts of Clear River Prefecture to prepare for the destruction. A huge head, breaking the water, stirring up the waves of the sky, and stopping in front of them. Little and Twenton Skeleton Bone Demon, distributed up and down the river, escorted Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also ordered, in addition to Han family father and son and Hua Chengzhen, the rest of the people wait, kill. I am familiar with it, and you are bent on making a mistake with me. The cultivators didn't put the cockroaches that were obviously driven by people at first, but when they first met, they found the fault. Their spirit artifact falls on the sly monster and only ignites the sparks of the stars. Only the magical artifact can leave some traces. Once caught by these monsters, they can tear their body, spiritual chi. After Little Anne's refinement, the head of Skeleton Bone Demon is now full of strength, walking like a wind, and there is no weakness in the whole body, even if it is against the cultivator of the Foundation establishment late stage. Compared to Ruai Marquis's mission, it is still their own life. These cultivator originally intends to shoot a place for a place, never staying in place, so as not to anger the Moon Demon, fly directly to kill them. Now I have encountered such a powerful monster, and I don't even dare to stay. Skeleton Bone Demon is not chasing, so stay in the Clear River water to see who dares to come. At the place where Clear River water flows out of the Kangwu Mountain, Miscellaneous School Patriarch Gudai is quietly approaching. He holds a stealth glass mirror in his hand, hiding his body and not revealing a flaw. Even if he is face to face, it is difficult to find his existence. Li Qingshan also got a stealth glass mirror in the past, but it was just a middle-grade spirit artifact, and Gudai's face, although the style is basically the same, is a top-grade spirit artifact, which is 2 levels worse. After thousands of years of development, refining has produced a number of standard artifacts to meet the various needs of stealth and defense. Similar to the 5 chi refining techniques in the chi refining realm world, they combine the advantages and disadvantages to maximize efficiency. Later refining divisions just refine according to this specification. But the level of refining is different, and the power of the object is high or low. Gudai's self-confidence is not only derived from this stealth glass mirror, but in his other hand, a small bottle is held, and the bottle is swaying with liquid. As a Miscellaneous School Patriarch, his cultivation base is not strong, but a variety of strange things are collected, and can be effective at a critical time. This bottle of spiritual liquid, which is a precious material used in refining, can be used to dampen monster chi of Moon Demon and condense the water spiritual chi of the water region. Moon Demon turned back and wanted to refining this water region again, which would be a big hassle. And he will not be in any danger. It is a great achievement in front of Ruai Marquis, and it is a good one. Just thinking about it, a sly, I don't know when, standing in front of him, silent. Gudai's heart was cold and immediately motionless. It can't see me. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 539. Chapter 53, Clear River Waterlord Part 2. Little An looked at Gudai quietly with a scorpion filled with flames, and his head was slightly deflected. It was very strange for this guy who was discovered but not motionless. Gudai breathed a sigh of relief, and it seems that the other party really can't see him. Otherwise he will not attack immediately. Look carefully at the cockroaches in front of him, only to see that his left hand is holding a small bloody cockroach, and the right hand holding Gudai feels familiar. This is not Cloudtip's jade bamboo stick. Isn't Little An also killed? No, she is not still retreating, not appearing, or saying. Unbelievably looking at the little cockroach in front of him, but listening to a bang, a sharp pain in his chest. He slowly lowered his head. A bone hand has been deeply inserted into the heart. Gudai's expression immediately became extremely embarrassing. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, life fierce, it was not dead for a while, and wanted to fight back before death. A deep chill has already filled the whole body and frozen his soul. Samadhi skeleton fire, heartless, swallowed him, little, and took over stealth. Glass mirror, took a look and put it away. Pick up the cloud tips jade bamboo stick and start divination. Check for missing vacancies, find out the dangers that may arise, and then remove them one by one. Clear River has a wide river and a vast river with vast rivers and vast soups. Li Qingshan broke into the water and went to the distant Moon Court Lake. When he came here, the Clear River water was refining in half and the water of Moon Court Lake was used. His arm is raised high and the palm is the water god seal. On the Moon Court Lake, Hongbo picked up. The lake is rolling, wave after wave into the Clear River water. The flow rate of the river suddenly increases, and the speed of refining becomes faster. In the waves of water, a little red scale loomed, and Small Red shook his head and swayed. Head up to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan seems to be driving the horse, going down the river, and coming to the fore. Shouted loudly, the two sides of the snoring can't hold back, and the canoe has passed the Wanshong mountain. Above the sky, Liu Chengqing, Hua Chengzhen and so on. Standing on the flying dragon boat, looking at the beautiful demon, all of them were speechless, and no one dared to stop. At the end of the river, it is a great lake. The red sky in the west is full of sky, and on the red-stained horizon, a wave is suddenly raised. The big wave holds a big fish, and there is a person standing above. From far to near, it seems to fall from the sky. Seeing the end point is near, Li Qingshan's face also raised a smile. His eyes turned, but saw a few light across the sky, flying away. The head of the jade belt is Ruai Marquis. Ruai Marquis is covered in layers of red light, like a fire. Liu Xing, which is the strong great strength that ruled Ruai County for thousands of years and gathered the power of Ruai County's billions of souls. At the moment of seeing Moon Demon, two cold lights were shot in the smashing, and the speed became faster. The more out of the crowd, Li Qingshan, ignoring the tiredness of the spirit, clenched his mouth, put his hands together, and outward, a spirit turtle phantom, a layered wave, continually accelerating and accelerating, sprinting toward the final destination. Monstrous talent. Ruai Marquis raised his hand and flew out a red jade seal. The seal was engraved with the famous mountains and rivers of Ruai County. The rhyme was continuous, and at the top was a squat. The name Mountains and Rivers seal is the creation of Saint Ancestor Emperor when it is built in Ning provinces. It is not only the status quo, but also the great power. The Mountains and Rivers seal flew into the air and rose in the wind. In the twinkling of an eye, it became like a mountain, a large shadow shrouded, and Li Qingshan looked up. The Mountains and Rivers seal descended from the sky, and the cracks were suppressed. Only in the eyes, there was a feeling of suffocation, and although he had amazing speed, he could not help but feel unsuccessful. Like the Emperor's monarch, a gold medal, and a piece of paper, you can win the life of the general from the army, and the king will die. This Mountain and Rivers seal is not a simple spirit artifact, magical artifact, but rather a peachwood prayer divine sword that Li Qingshan saw in the Soaring Dragon faction, carrying a strong willingness. Peachwood prayer divine sword is only respected by Soaring Dragon's generation of disciplines for centuries. And the Mountains and Rivers seal brings together the trust of hundreds of millions of people in Ruai County, which has been powerful for thousands of years. More than 1,000,000 times. Even the Golden Core Cultivator, which is under pressure, is also a dead end. Ruai Marquis and the people fight. There is no need to use any other means. As long as the Mountain and Rivers seal is sacrificed, it can almost sweep the Golden Core realm. Boom! A shock. The Mountains and Rivers seal was pressed against Li Qingshan and printed on the ground. The earthquake trembled and the river broke. Ruai Marquis smiled lightly, but it was a monster general. Even though there were some means, how could it be his opponent? He always used him too seriously. What? Ruai Marquis glimpsed, and saw only 100 feet, like the mountainous Mountain and Rivers seal. was supported by bit. Li Qingshan's body shape changed from a handsome man to a fierce demon, up to 20 feet, black face fangs, copperhead iron, and the top of the earth. With both hands propped up the mountains and rivers seal, the iron hooves stepped deep into the ground. The pressure from the top of the head was so great that he was provoked with a temper and a squeaky squeak, like a vibration from the depths of the earth. It was long and low, but it contained more powerful power than thunder. Muscle knots, especially a pair of arms, are more like two giant pillars. This is impossible. This is the first thought in Ruai Marquis's mind. Someone can use the brute force to block the suppression of the mountains and rivers seal. I see how long you can hold. Ruai Marquis sneered, leaping, stepping on the mountains and rivers seal, and becoming a huge cockroach. The pressure on the mountains and rivers seal suddenly increased. Li Qingshan slammed his knees on the knees and used his entire body to carry the mountains and rivers seal on his body. The blood vessels burst, and the tough tiger bones made a twisted metal sound. Earth divine power is pouring into the body. He clenches jaw and slams against the mountains and rivers seal. He sees victory in front of him, but he can't go any further. Moon Demon, today is your death. Ruai Marquis laughed. At this time, the three Grand Masters also rushed up, looking at the figure under the mountains and rivers seal. No more subtle, only naked hatred and killing intent. Once they have shot, they will be unreservedly stunned. Li Qingshan is the best target, and if he is half lost, the mountains and rivers seal will crush him into a mass of meat. That may not be. Li Qingshan swallowed Wen Zhengming's golden core. He never tried the golden core of the golden core cultivator. What would happen? But at this time, I don't care. Golden core, give me a burst. Golden core burst into tears and turned into a purely spiritual chi, far better than any medicine pill that Li Qingshan took. This is Wen Zhengming. I don't know how many medicine pill I took. It took me some years to make a painful taking cultivation. Running bull demon transformation in madness, transforming all of spiritual chi into a primitive force. In the horrified eyes of Ruai Marquis, he stood up and walked in an inch and a scream of earth-shattering arrogance, pushing his arms up and pushing the mountains and rivers seal and Ruai Marquis into the sky. Taking this opportunity, Li Qingshan waved his wings and flew forward in desperation, igniting all the monster chi in the clear river water, and rushing to the end of the river, the end of the trip. Block him. Ruai Marquis was furious. The three-pronged sword light is like three long rainbows. Li Qingshan didn't even look at it, and didn't even dare to waste a little monster chi to display the spirit turtle dark armor. The blood is splashing, the sword light tears the skin, tearing flesh and blood. Hey, the sound of three metal symphonies, that is the sound of Jiang Wen's bones. However, all of this can't stop Li Qingshan from rushing, like a fierce tiger going down the mountain, and the dragon into the sea, going forward. A loud bang, Li Qingshan's huge body fell in the great lake, provoked the sky, rushing forward, throwing hundreds of feet forward, motionless, seems to have exhausted all essence, chi, and spirit. The shadow once again shrouded Li Qingshan's body. Ruai Marquis's head and feet pressed on the mountains and rivers seal, and the paper was printed on the earth. Li Qingshan turned over and looked at the mountains and the screaming mountains and rivers seal, splitting his mouth and revealing the white teeth, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. Rolling clear river water, from thousands of miles to the end of the road, monster chi is connected, floating on the clear river water. Water god seal, sparkling with unprecedented brilliance, swells and doubles, a slender water pattern that wraps around like a dragon snake. Clear river water. I make you laugh. Ruai Marquis gnashed his teeth and shed his brilliance, blending with the mountains and rivers seal. Boom. The water overflowed and the water splashed. Ruai Marquis didn't feel the real thing. It felt like he was pressing on a cotton, and there was a soft and tough force from below. Li Qingshan is not alone in the fight. Behind him, there is rolling clear river water, Moon Court Lake. There are countless waters. The illusion of a water wave, a ray of light, surging to hold up the mountains and rivers seal. With this help, Li Qingshan lifted the mountains and rivers seal easily. You are a county prince, and I am also a river water god. The three Grand Masters were killed together, and each of them was holding a purple talisman in their hands. It was obvious that all the things at the bottom of the box were taken out. It was necessary to put Moon Demon to death. The river rushed into a huge fountain that rushed into the sky, deflecting the mountains and rivers seal. The three Grand Masters were too late to form a close, and they flashed in front of them, disappearing the trail of Moon Demon, only to see a red light and go empty. Li Qingshan, no worries, waved the wind and the wings, and then opened the Ruai Marquis for people, and smiled long. Watch it, Ruai Marquis, I see it. I suddenly remembered that Tang Ping'u once called the master of the king court and laughed. From today, I am Clear River Water Lord. S. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 540. Chapter 1. In South Hub City, Feng Buquan is in a hurry, flying all the way, crossing countless mountains and villages. A giant of up to hundreds of feet, wearing armor, appeared on the horizon. The giants of the stalwart mountain stand by the sword. Look carefully, and see that it is not a real giant, and a statue is not only tall and incredible, but also more rare is the combination of both form and spirit. Even the texture of each skin is clearly visible, even flashing brilliance. This is the first generation of verdant provincial governor, the statue of King Chuwai, looking at the boundless ink sea, as if shaking the warning of the Dragon King in the deep sea. Beside the statue, on the shore of the sea, stands a majestic city, high and low, the rolling palaces, forming a magnificent whole, and after the infiltration of time, enveloped the first level of light green color. The big waves at the foot of the city, like a huge unrestricted reef, have been slammed and washed by ink sea for thousands of years. But in the transpiration of the sea smoke, there is a kind of ethereal meaning. Feng Buquan stirred up in his heart. What a familiar view! What appeared in front of him was the first city in Verdant Province, South Hub City. When Feng Buquan set foot on the South Hub City, there was a feeling of being unfamiliar and innocent, and rushed directly to the central area of South Hub City. A statue of Vajra, a guardian in the temple, armed with weapons, armed with armor, guarded here, looking at the people. No one is below the foundation establishment cultivation base, and it is all of the body's dual cultivation, the strength of the fierce, just a place in the place, are the characters of the side. Feng Buquan was once a guest of the provincial governor palace and is well versed. After a few layers of communication, concubine was quickly received. In a quiet and fragrant scent that can see the High Lake, the woman sits in front of the window, and a round of hooks hang over the clouds. Her expression is cold, gently stroked the kitten in her arms, and her eyes are thrown out the window. But I don't look at the sea, I don't look at the moon, my eyes are ignorant and I don't know where to go. Instead, the kitten used a pair of fire-flying green eyes. Examine the Feng Buquan in front of him, and then scream, revealing a very humanized and uninteresting expression. Bowing his head and kneeling, he showed a delicate silver moon in his forehead. Feng Buquan said, "Concubine Yu, please retreat." Concubine Yu finally turned his head and looked at Feng Buquan, and the kitten screamed, and the maids stepped back and said faintly, "Let's talk." Feng Buquan took a look at the kitten, and the kitten said directly, "I won't leave." Feng Buquan remembered the name of this kitten, and sighed in his heart, a deep sigh. Adult. "I found her." "What did you say?" Concubine Yu suddenly got up. The sound was cold and majestic, but there was a faint vibration. The kitten is light and flat, and some strangely looking at the owner, a dissatisfied scream. Feng Buquan said, "I found her. I feel the single thread of fate, it belongs to her." "Where is she?" "I don't know, but she must be alive and live on this world." Concubine Yu clenched his fists. His knuckles were white, and his nails pierced the palm. A sting, forced to calm down, Feng Buquan. I remember that you told me in the past that she has already lost her life and will die after so many years. Now you suddenly come to tell me that she is still alive, and you still don't know where she is. The sound and the look are faint. There is no trace of sensuality, but under the moonlight, the shadow behind her grows bigger, climbs the wall, climbs the dome, and is gloomy and fierce, dancing wildly, highlighting her. The inner peace is not calm. Feng Buquan raised the head. Yes. Clarify the words. Concubine Yu closed his eyes and sighed. Feng Buquan tells the story of the incident. Clear River Prefecture has a powerful monster called North Moon. I don't know where to get the water god seal. In the refining water region, the 4 great Grand Masters can't find him. Come, Ruai Marquis asked him to count, and at that time, he felt the secret of the line that had been cut off for many years. That was her existence. Concubine Yu said, after, have you divination yet? Yes, but it can't be counted. Maybe it's just your illusion. My blinks, my lameness, my hunchback, and my heart are telling me that it is not an illusion. Feng Buquan's face also had an excited color. Concubine Yu also noticed that Feng Buquan's blink of an eye was a little bit clear, and the hunchback was straight. When he walked in, his feet were not as strong as when he left. These disability are the result of the past and the people, the result of the backlash of the heavens, the fighting between the divination. Sometimes the cultivator's fighting method is more dangerous, but the loss is damaging, and the death is often on the spot, and the damage is often not like being knifed. The axe is so direct, but it is more incisive and deeper. Such as Feng Buquan, such as the Golden Core Cultivator, as long as it is not dead, even if it is cut to the hand, poked A's, there are ways to break the arm rebirth, and regain their lives. These disabilities in his body cannot be healed by any means, because this is his life, as if it were a dead knot. In order to reward these sacrifices of Feng Buquan, Concubine Yu also mobilized the power of the provincial governor palace and even profound yin sect, and could not cure him. Now there is such a clear improvement, and the knot is as if there are signs of looseness. Feng Buquan said, before, I can figure out that she is dead, but now she can't even count her life and death. Concubine Yu finally moved. She is not ignorant of the number of celestial movements. In this case, it is obvious that there has been some change in the celestial plane. Muttering to himself, North Moon. This is a very important clue. As far as I know, the North Moon has a deep connection with the death of Hidden Sword Palace Soaring Dragon Elder. Hidden Sword Palace sent Fu Qingjun to Clear River Prefecture, mainly to investigate this matter. Having said that, Feng Buquan looked at the kitten on the table, and now she is the biggest affiliation with the death of Soaring Dragon Elder. If she didn't escape to Dragon Province, how could Soaring Dragon Elder die there inexplicably? You said that he is called North Moon? You said that he is called North Moon. Kitten suddenly cried, only to listen to Feng Buquan said North Moon. She felt very familiar, but I can't believe it. When she left Ice Sword Cliff, he was far from Monster General Realm, but now there is no way for a group of Golden Core cultivators, and the gap is too big. Yes, he has a double-headed face and is engraved with the word North Moon. Feng Buquan said that he did not report to Concubine Yu, but did a special investigation, especially for the current. The only clue is the Monster General, North Moon. It's not wrong. It must be Big Black. It must be Big Black. I am going to Clear River Prefecture. I am going to Clear River Prefecture. The kitten jumped up and turned into a bishop girl, grabbed Concubine Yu's hand and swayed hard. The tail behind him has not been completely gone, and the excitement is swinging. Concubine Yu glimpsed, North Moon is what you call Big Black. What is Big Black? Feng Buquan, although he generally knows that North Moon and Half Moon are related to the death of Soaring Dragon Elder, the inside story is not particularly clear. Concubine Yu touches Half Moon's head, where once met a monster in the Kangshan Mountains. Let me say. Half Moon said excitedly, in the mountains of the mountains, met with Big Black, and then smiled proudly. He still recognizes my master. Ha ha ha. Do you know who is following the North Moon. Feng Buquan did not expect that the origin of the name North Moon was actually the paw of the girl in front of him. The emergence of the single thread of fate in the past is obviously to cover up the North Moon, and it must have a shallow connection. It's Little White. Who is Little White? It's a little talker who doesn't talk. Big Black is good for it. Half Moon wrinkled his nose and was somewhat dissatisfied. Hey! Feng Buquan suddenly turned his head and looked at Concubine Yu. There is nothing. It is born. It becomes skeleton. Naturally it is dead once, and I don't know why it is alive for some reason. The severance and survival of the single thread of fate seems to be explained. Concubine Yu speechless is speechless, swaying, not self. This story, she has heard the Half Moon talked countless times. It was strange at first how the soaring dragon elder died. Later, even the of the inquiry was gone. Just listening quietly. Although I didn't feel tired, I also lost my initial interest. I never thought that this is a mystery. The insignificant little supporting role in the story may be the vital existence in her life. The broken puzzle is flying in pieces, vaguely forming a picture. But there are also many doubts. If it is really her, if she is really dead and resurrected, why not come back? Why doesn't I identify my identity at Ice Sword Cliff? Even if everything is not fake, is it an ignorant embarrassment? Is it her child? Concubine Yu took a long sigh of relief and dared not hold too much hope. He calmly said, I want to see them. Half Moon called, let me go. Let damn. Feng Buquan said, this is absolutely impossible. The 9 counties of Verdant Province are also divided by the forces of the 3 major sects. The north of Ruai County is always the sphere of influence of Hidden Sword Palace, and the south is the home base of Profound Yin sect. So the last time Half Moon left, Concubine Yu was only entrusted to Guyanying and could not go in person. The Monster Execution Union is in full swing in the north, and there is no movement in the south. In the middle of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, there is a buffer zone. Basically, the 2 factions have to risk their lives as soon as they step into the other's territory. And in Clear River Prefecture, the battle between human race and monster race is showing signs of escalating. Letting the Half Moon Cat Moonster go, it is undoubtedly a sheep, and 9 lives are not enough. Ugly ugly. Half Moon rushed to Feng Buquan to make a face, dedicated to Concubine Yu, immediately turned into a pitiful face. Please, Master. Concubine Yu thought for a while, nodded, good. This. Feng Buquan is horrified, but sees Concubine Yu screaming in the faint light, and said, let's go together. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass. Your support, it is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 541 Chapter 2 Day. If the Clear River water flowing through Clear River Prefecture is a long vine, in several large lakes it is the full fruit of this vine. Since Naito is in his hands, he has taken this immediate fruit and has what difficulty? Refining water veins has always been difficult to merge large rivers with small rivers. It is very simple to use small river to swallow small water. Li Qingshan didn't leave the Clear River water at all, just walking through the estuary, urging the water god seal, and constantly engulfing the rivers and lakes of the Clear River Prefecture. In this case, no one can stop him. Even if it is vandalism, it will be difficult to play a role, unless it is there to keep against the Clear River water spirit. Otherwise it will not cause much trouble. And Li Qingshan can temporarily give up the water region to dip other water regions. Ruai Marquis can't send dozens of golden core cultivators, stay in the water region of Clear River Prefecture. Once the order is placed, you have to risk being killed. Perhaps Ruai Marquis also recognized this, so this way refining the water is extremely easy and hardly any hindrance. Water God Seal continues to change. Li Qingshan opens his arms, and his heart lingers with the river. In Ruai County, still in the dimly lit room, Ruai Marquis looked at the map on the wall with an ugly look, with a tortuous track and a bright red color. And this bright red is still spreading, soaking the surrounding water region. The speed is very fast, as if the toxins spread quickly. In the daytime, turning into a smile, Ruai Marquis remembered the humiliation of the monstrous talent and clenched his fist. Hate can't crush it. Turning around, I look at Gyanying. If you shot at your speed, you will never be defeated by that monstrous talent. If she is shot, the road of Li Qingshan, the root of the original, cannot reach the end. It will fall short. I am afraid that I still have to risk being killed. Gyanying. I didn't expect a monster general to be so difficult to deal with. Ruai Marquis feels hot on her face. He is a member of the Ruai County, the Golden Core Cultivator, and the Mountains and Rivers Seal. Even a monster general can't take it. I don't know anyone to believe it. Can't let go anymore. Hanango's shackles, killing intent for a moment. In an instant, the temperature inside the room seems to have fallen. The busy cultivator feels a cold in Jao-Xin. If the cultivation base is weaker, it is even stiffer. The hair is rising. Then kill it, Gyanying said easily. But what I thought was another thing. Concubine, you out for the North Tour. Come through IE County to see me. Now, not only is the battle of human race and monster race fierce, the turmoil in Verdant Province, the contradiction between Hidden Sword Palace and Profound Yin Sect is coming out at any time. At this time, what is the adventure for the Hidden Sword Palace? According to the fanfare of travel, there must be a guardian like a cloud, and it's like rain. Even if Hidden Sword Palace doesn't dare to act rashly, but it's not a defense. The most important thing is that Concubine knew real purpose of this trip, even she did not tell. This illustrates a lot of problems. Combined with Feng Buquan's departure from Ruai County to the South Hub City, the meaning is really long. Feng Buquan was crying to see Concubine Yu after helping Ruai Marquis calculate the North Moon. Is this still relevant to him? Li Qingshan, I really can't see you anymore. Originally only regarded him as an ordinary half-demon. At most it has some potential, but when it comes to real play, at least 100 years later, but did not expect that the speed of his rise is so fast. There is a skyrocketing trend. However, Muxuya, the wind will destroy. This truth, you can understand. The Clear River is a raft that has been around for thousands of years. The villages on both sides of the city are bustling and dense, like a silver ribbon that connects the brightest pearls of Clear River Prefecture. All production and life are inseparable from this water word. Thousands of years ago, the rivers were once spread over temples, and mortals contributed incense and floods. It was not until the establishment of Diexia dynasty that there was no god in the world, and it gradually disappeared. However, today, there are signs of renewing prosperity, and many places are building civil engineering. The name of North Moon, shaking the Clear River Prefecture cultivation community, and then through various channels, to the ordinary world, Moon Demon, it becomes Moon God. On the banks of Mooncourt Lake, a red-walled Biwa temple rises from the ground. The incense is lingering in it, the smoked room is full of fragrance, and it overflows from the doors and windows. Outside the temple, the voices of the people are full of enthusiasm, and the firecrackers are screaming. The people who wished the temple, shouted, tens of thousands of mortals, bowed together, and worshipped the deepness of the temple, the statue of a civiloid. The scarlet hair is red, the eyebrows are big, the heavenly court is full. The pavilion is round, the eyes are looking forward, the jaws are still with a few majestic long beards, the mighty standing there, wearing 100-flower armor, wearing a body a vulgar red cloak. At the moment when everyone went down, Li Qingshan, who was in the depths of the Clear River, felt a little. He took out the water god seal and saw it. There was a little bit of light in it. It was extremely small. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. This is wish power. Li Qingshan took out the great amplifying divine symbol again. After careful observation, I found that there are many similarities. Even the shape of the twisted loop has a few profound mystery. However, the included wish power, although similar in nature, is somewhat different. When Li Qingshan used divine sense to explore the little bit of wish power, he faintly heard countless thoughts, words, shouts, and pleadings. Took out the water moon plate. and immediately found the temple on the lake. When he saw the statue in the temple, he couldn't help but stunned. This stuff will not be mine. When will I be so rustic and bearded? However, it is true that the plaque on the temple door is written in the 3 characters of Moon Temple, which makes him feel a little dumbfounded. Obviously, this is the original imagination of a civilian, a powerful deity. Li Qingshan dissipated the huge waves, but it was handy. But it gave many mortals a profound impression of this life. It was a big fear of powerful power and a great joy to escape from the dead, so the temple was built. Li Qingshan perceives that there are a lot of rain-seeking voices in wish power, and then he waved his hand, scrolling through the clouds, and sprinkling a heavy rain. Before the Moon Temple, it was even more thrilling. In the Water God Seal, there are more stars. Li Qingshan dumbfounded. No wonder Ruai Marquis is like a cat that has been trampled on the tail. Obviously this water god position is not just as simple as occupying a river. If the mountains and rivers seal symbolizes regime, then this water god seal is probably the embodiment of theocracy. The power of the gods is strong, and the regime is naturally weakened. Although this is not useful for him, it is good for him to dislike Ruai Marquis. If he manages his water god business, it will inevitably weaken the power of Ruai Marquis. The horror of the mountains and rivers seal. He has a deep memory. He has to admit that he is not that awkward opponent. After taking Wen Zhengming's golden core, he turned into Bull Demon great strength, and he could only push the mountains and rivers seal away with explosive power, so he wouldn't be crushed to death. But he couldn't completely overwhelm it with strength. Mountains and rivers seal. Unfortunately, it still failed to break through the Bull Demon 5th layer. Otherwise it is absolutely certain that the mountain and rivers seal will be played in the applause. However, if it really reaches the Bull Demon 5th layer, he should worry about whether the spirit turtle can be suppressed. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, perceives the constant extension, reaching every tributary of the water vein, feeling the endless power surging in the body. Although the power does not belong to him, but from the water god seal, he naturally has a way to turn it into a part of his own power. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Water god seal flashed a dazzling blue light. Water spirit rushed to him, like 100 rivers to the sea. Continue with the original plan, running boundless sea art. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. Danshan Chi Si. Quickly and full, reaching pinnacle, while perceiving the boundless great river. The will, he easily reached the summit of the foundation establishment intermediate stage, and only further, can reach the foundation establishment late stage. That way, Golden Core Elm doesn't seem to be far away. Foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world. It is a Holtredarum joiner, which has entered the door of the cultivation road. But in the big sect such as Hidden Sword Palace Profound Yin sect, it is only the identity of the discipline. No one knows how many foundation establishment cultivators are in Verdant province, and their reputation can be spread throughout the country. The Golden Core Cultivator is a prestigious name. There are not many people in the entire Verdant province. They are famous and famous. Even if they are in the big sect, they can also assume the position of elders. The size of this 9 provinces can be respected wherever you go. Verdant provincial governor made a group of foundation establishment cultivators a bodyguard, but Feng Buquan was regarded as a guest, although divination is very rare. But it can also be seen that the identity of the two is really different. It can be said that if Li Qingshan can break through to the Golden Core Realm before the age of 30, it will be a world-famous Genghis talent. The entire Verdant province will vibrate and immediately become the object of the major forces, and may even be directly called to Dragon province. With a position in Dexia Imperial Court, the future is infinite. In addition to the improvement of their own strength, these external benefits are numerous. In Danshan Chi Si, spiritual Chi was shocked, but he could not break through the boundless sea art 6th layer. He knew that it would be in vain to continue, and he stopped to absorb water spiritual Chi. Li Qingshan gave a soft breath, and every realm breakthrough was not easy. Even the small realm is the same. It is more difficult to break through the golden core realm. In addition to the power of water spirit, it still needs to be precipitated and comprehensed. However, he does not feel disappointed, but as long as he continues to accumulate, he can continue to try. I believe that there will always be a successful day. After becoming the clear river water lord, based on this great river, the endless water spirit, he already has the greatest capital. It's time to go back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and study how to make it happen. RQ Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 542, Chapter 3 on Grave Hill. In the northeast of Clear River Prefecture, there are also mountains and undulating, but not as Boundless Mountain. It is steep and tall. Instead, they are low-rise hills, and there is no clear vein between them. It is said to be a mountain. In fact, it should be regarded as a hilly landform. This kind of terrain is often seldom with the penetration of spirit vein. Spiritual chi is quite sparse, and most of the time there will be no cultivated to build sect here. There are exceptions, however. That is Grave Hill, one of the 3 mountains of the past. As the refining corpse-based sect, the most important thing is not the spirit vein, but the suitable corporate land. The mountain sacks, like a huge graveyard, form a natural beauty of the accumulation of Yin Chi's corpse, and after a generation of Grave Hill cultivator transformation, the first level is covered with grey, and even the sun is shining. If a mortal is mistaken into it, but for a moment, it will be stiff and fall, and then most of it will climb again. Yu Shokyuang stood on the top of the hill and frowned, looking out to Grave Hill. Using the message from Eagle Wolf Guard, he finally found out that Markakun is now in Grave Hill, changing the door and becoming a Grave Hill's discipline. The old 3 mountains, Green Vine Mountain and Chicken Mountain, were all fragmented and separated after the sect leader died. But Grave Hill came out with a hidden elder to host the overall situation. It is rumored that the great elder is crawling out of a coffin. No matter how specific, no one knows. However, after several years of fighting, other sects were damaged. Instead, Grave Hill became more and more prosperous, and the layer covered in Grave Hill was darker than the solitary grave. Old man, be richer. The bodies of mortals who died in the war, if left unchecked, will cause plague, whether it is burning or burying. It is extremely troublesome. Most of them were collected and shipped to Grave Hill. It was refined into Jiangshi by Grave Hill's refining corpse secret method. By controlling the corpse soldier, you can turn it into a force against demon. Yu Shokyuang knows all about it. The heart is anxiously anxious. Markakun will not be so crazy. Although he loves his wife, he does not want to see her stand up again with the appearance of a corpse. He came to the gate of Grave Hill and couldn't help but think of the desire to turn back. That strong death chi can make any living person feel disgusted. No wonder even demon has not attacked here. If he can, he really does not want to step into it. As an Eagle Wolf Guard, he simply entered Grave Hill, and the light dimmed immediately. A personal shadow, sloshing in the gloom, or droves, or walking alone. The number is very large, making all sorts of strange sounds. But there is no feeling of excitement. Yu Shokyuang also can't tell which ones are corpses and which ones are people. Grave Hill's discipline guarding the mountain gate greeted him and learned that he was looking for Markakun. There was a bit more enthusiasm on the pale face, and immediately said, "I will go to eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother. Yu Shokyuang is surprised, but the discipline has gone far, leaving a Jiangshi to lead him to another path. Waiting in a stone room like a tomb, thanking the tea on the table, not standing behind him. Jiangshi, who holds the teapot and acts as an attendant, stares at the samovar with his dull eyes. It seems that waiting for Yu Shokyuang to drink tea is really unpleasant. After waiting for a while, Yu Shokyuang and other boring, stood up, paced back and forth, worried in the heart. The guy knows that I am coming, will not run away. However, the other party is Grave Hill's discipline, and there is no way except for the worship of the mountain. Turning his head, his heart suddenly tightened, almost to pull the sword between the waist. I don't know when, a figure appeared in front of the door. Who is it? The comers did not answer. and the mouth was stiff and pumped, which seemed to be a mockery. Yu Shokyuang frowned and said, Ma Kakun. I don't blame him for being so surprised. The current Ma Kakun, and the Ma Kakun in his memory, are very different. Ma Kakun's nickname Ma Madman is quite crazy, and the person in front of him is gloomy. Whether it is the face or the body shape, it is extremely thin, and the ugly face can even make people ignore the pockmarks. What surprised Yu Shokyuang was Ma Kakun's cultivation base, which turned out to be Chi Refining 10th level. Yu Shokyuang is now just a Chi Refining 6th level, which is still a female, because Yu Zijian has won the support of many Hua families. It is not slow, and Ma Kakun is not the kind of innate skill-savvy people, otherwise they won't be mixed in Chicken Mountain for so many years. It's no wonder that the discipline called him eldest senior brother. But Yu Shokyuang is not afraid of the other's cultivation base. He said, Ma Kakun, where did you take the body of Xia? He thought that Ma Kakun would pretend not to know, and then ridiculed him for revenge, but did not expect that Ma Kakun said very simply, follow me. Then turned and left. Yu Shokyuang had to follow behind. Ma Kakun's footsteps were a bit stiff, but he walked like a wind. It didn't take long before he came to a stone door and looked at the specifications of the stone door. In this grave hill, it was considered more luxurious. Going into it is a lengthy martyrdom. Yu Shokyuang smelled a bloody smell. It became more and more intense, and it made people sick. It was not only bloody, but also contained some kind of filthy rancid smell. Taking a breath like this, as if a chest was stuffed with a filth, dirty cotton. The stone door was opened and closed. At the end of the road, it was a huge underground palace. A circular blood pool occupied most of the space of the underground palace, where the floating limbs were floating, and the air bubbles were constantly blowing. The sound is as if this blood pool is alive. Obviously extremely viscous. The line of sight is invested in it, but there is a feeling of deep bottomlessness. At the moment of stepping into the underground palace, Yu Shokyuang's gaze was attracted by the crystal of the blood pool Zongyang. Compared with this filthy blood pool, the crystal looks so pure. In the crystal symbol, lying on a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress, her cheeks are ruddy and her face is serene, as if she is asleep. Yu Shokyuang will never forget the face and lose his voice. Xia turned around and asked if he didn't know whether it was the anger or the happy look. What have you done? I have to admit that I didn't see a walking Jiangshi, which gave him some comfort. Looking carefully, I found Xia lying on the bottom of the crystal, as if the blood vessels were intertwined, and it was connected to the blood pool. Ma Kakun said, do what you can't do. What's up? I want to resurrect her. Ma Kakun's face has a look of humanity. It is proud, Xing, frenzy. This is impossible. Yu Shokyuang said, let people die. Not to mention Chi Refining Warrior, is Foundation Establishment. No, Golden Core, it is impossible. That's because your love is not enough. Ma Kakun pointed to Yu Shokyuang, and the call was smashed in the underground palace. Then he rushed to the front of the crystal symbol, stroking through the cold crystal symbols. I saw it. Xia, this man, sweet talk, said that it is true to you, but let you lie under the dark lacquered subterranean world, not seeing the sky. I am saving you. I am sorry for you. It wouldn't matter if you didn't go at that time. It doesn't matter, we can still together. The gibberish of the ups and downs makes Yu Shokyuang creepy. He is really crazy. After the death of Xia, he has been close to the female color, constantly mourning, is a rare infatuated man. But compared with Ma Kakun's madness, there is a feeling of self-sighing. Yu Shokyuang slowly retreats, feeling very uneasy in his heart. Must go back to the rescue, find two commanders. They will help. Must bring the body of Xia back. Ma Kakun turned his head and said, she is your wife. Are you going to leave her like this? You will stay with her. He crossed the blood pool and rushed to Yu Shokyuang. He wanted to kill me from the beginning. Didn't care about my identity as Eagle Wolf Guard. Yes, he has nothing to do now. Yu Shokyuang was shocked. The sword flashed away and the moment of the Ma Kakun throat was stabbed. My heart was strange. Why didn't he hide? The sword is unrelenting, and true chi permeates it. but it is invincible and cannot penetrate. Ma Keqing's face sneered, and stepped forward, bending the long sword, and the right hand cast high into Yu Shokyuang's throat, mentioning that he was carrying a chicken and came to the edge of the blood pool. Press to go for her. You can go on. The blood pool is boiling, and a sly face appears, opening a big mouth and looking at it with Yu Shokyuang. Do I have to die here today? Chengzhen, nothing happened recently. Li Qingshan, as usual, came to the Eagle Wolf Guard and took a slap in the face of Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen only smiled. The Golden Core Cultivator fell. Moon Demon Unified Water Region. Ruai Marquis reluctantly retreat. These are not big events, but this time he still does not appear. It seems that as long as Moon Demon appears, he will never appear. But how does he predict this time? Probably there is the 7 signs divination of Littlin. There is a divination person around, and it really means being able to avoid the evil. It is a big deal, but it has nothing to do with itself. It is a small matter. He is still a slap in the air, using his almost exaggerated speed to elevate his own cultivation base. Although it is still the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage, the smell of the body is much stronger than the last time. As it goes, I am afraid that Clear River Prefecture will have an unprecedented young Golden Core cultivator. But there are some doubts. How can his cultivation speed be so fast? Innate skill, savvy Kaku, these are barely explainable. But where do he come from so many resources? Hua Chengzhen is not eager to doubt this friend, but the keen and thoughtful nature makes him feel that there are many doubts. Of course, every doubt can be barely explained, but the collection of together will inevitably reveal some weirdness. Meeting with Moon Demon several times, he has a strange feeling. There seems to be something between them. It looks like Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 543 Chapter 4 Blood Pool Monster. Kakun, what are you doing? A cold drink, resounding through the underground palace. Sect leader Ma Kakun turned his head and looked at the ramp. A small, black-haired old man, like a child, walked into the underground palace. His face was withered, and his body was yin qi. The corpse was filled, and it was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and also Foundation Establishment late stage. It is the elder who revitalized Grave Hill, now the Grave Hill sect leader. Let him go, the old man ordered, a little chi refining warrior. He was not in his eyes. He died when he died. But the identity of the Eagle Wolf Guard is not careless. Now 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is big, and if there is an Eagle Wolf Guard dead in his Grave Hill, things are no different. Ma Keqing not only did not let Yu Shokyuang open, but also put Yu Shokyuang in the blood pool. Yu Shokyuang's eyes widened, the blood pool rushed to the face, and the bloody smell became more and more smoky. In the depths of his heart, there was an unspeakable horror, as if he had been shackled and could not move. The moment the tip of the nose approaches the blood pool, it stops. You are crazy. A chicken-like hand clasped Ma Keqing's arm tightly. The old man did not expect this obedient eldest disciple to dare to violate his orders. The other hand held Yu Shokyuang and took a look. Yu Shokyuang is like a cloud, flying out, slamming on the wall of the underground palace, such as Meng Da, just staring at the blood pool, as if to be inhaled into another world. The old man is trying to teach the discipline under a good grasp. I suddenly feel that this blood pool is not right. The bloody taste is nothing to him. His root is originally without smell. He also saw more of the scene of the Corpse Mountain Sea. This blood pool, Grave Hill, is used to refine blood corpses. It is very horrifying to mortals. It is nothing special for him, but this blood pool is a bit different, as if hiding something below. He tried to divine sense sneaked into it and suddenly changed. This is... You are so bold. No wonder your progress is so fast. Not waiting for Ma Keqing to answer, the backhand was shot to Ma Keqing's inspiration, and it was unrelenting in anger. To kill this Grave Hill eldest disciple on the spot. The 10th level Chi refining warrior is a far cry from the cultivator of the Foundation Establishment late stage, and Ma Keqing has no time to react, only to accept the fate and die. But he looked awkward and fearless. Hey! Thick and stagnant blood pool, suddenly picking up huge waves, a dry giant hand stretched out, grabbing the old man, like grabbing a small insect. The bones are like a firecracker, and retracted into the blood pool. The blood pool thumped a few times and quickly subsided. Everything is only in the blink of an eye. A cultivator of the Foundation establishment late stage. It disappeared silently, and it was said that it was struggling to fight back, and even a scream was not able to be issued. "Thank you for saving me." Ma Kekun squatted on one knee and got up to chase Yu Shukyuang. "You don't have to chase. Let him lead more people. Need more corpses." There was a dry, hoarse voice in the blood pool. "I am going to summon all the disciplines." Ma Kekun flashed a stern color. "These 3 years you have worked hard, you have not let me down. I will not let you down." "Yes." Ma Kekun was pleasantly surprised. Since hearing this voice, he has never stopped working hard and finally saw the dawn. Yu Shukyuang was thrown out by the old man. "I immediately ran away from the road and escaped from the underground palace. I turned my head and saw that Ma Kekun did not catch up. Was it killed by the old man?" He did not dare to go back and verify. "No, you must report this to the Eagle Wolf Guard." Li Qingshan didn't take much effort. In the library of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I found several cultural techniques for simultaneous cultivation. Of course, it explains in detail how to make the water and fire blend, and even the fire and water. This is also the biggest difficulty. After reading for a while, Li Qingshan opened the palm, and a fine blue water rose and spiraled like a spirit turtle. At the same time, there was a small flame that danced like phoenix. Under his control, the water collided with the fire, and it was fiercely confronted. It was like two dead enemies who did not share the sky. The water had to be poured into the fire, and the fire had to burn the water. In the end, the water flow is better, and the flame is pressed down. But the flame is only a temporary female, and once there is an opportunity, it must rise up. There was no sign of a glimpse of it. Li Qingshan shook his head, took the water and fired it, and put the book back. The things recorded in these books are really limited. It's easy to reconcile ordinary water and fire, but whether it's spirit turtle or phoenix, it's the purest embodiment of water spirit and fire spirit. Because it is pure and powerful, it is also incompatible with water and fire. "Commander, you are here." Hua Chengzhen came quickly and appeared between the two bookshelves. "What happened?" Li Qingshan turned and asked. If it was normal, Hua Chengzhen would not call him commander. One of our Eagle Wolf guards is Yu Zijian's daddy, and I am in trouble." "Oh, what trouble?" "Just go and say." "Let Li Qingshan go ahead." Hua Chengzhen glanced at the light and found the cultural technique that Li Qingshan was watching, called water fire drill, and then regained his gaze. Did he already have boundless sea art? See what this can only be done in the Foundation Establishment Realm Community's third-class collection technique. What are you thinking about? Li Qingshan patted Hua Chengzhen's shoulder. Hua Chengzhen looked up at the black and white scorpion and shook his head. Nothing? The two came to the Eagle Wolf Guard and met Yu Shukyuang. After listening to him telling the story, Li Qingshan said, "It's a bit weird, let's go see." He sounded a meal, because suddenly felt a warning sign came. It is strange, with his current cultivation base, is facing the Golden Core Monster Marshal, can easily leave. What will happen in this trip? Actually there is danger. However, he is also acquainted with Yu Shukyuang and is also related to Zijian's mother. Li Qingshan is a Red Eagle commander. Someone tried to murder the Eagle Wolf Guard, and it can't be ignored. Of course, this is a warning sign and it is not very strong. Be careful. If it is the kind of death warning sign, he can't rush to die. It is a pity that Little Un is refining the soul of the old man, otherwise it will be safer. Li Qingshan, Hua Chengzhen, and Yu Shukyuang came to the periphery of Grave Hill and looked at Yin Chi's heavy Grave Hill. Yu Shukyuang pointed out the general orientation. Li Qingshan said, "Old Yu, you will stay here?" "Yes, Commander." Hua Chengzhen said, "What? Feeling dangerous? Be prepared, be careful." Li Qingshan smiled and pulled out heavy water sword and squatted on his shoulder. I hope that Grave Hill sect leader will press rebel disciple Ma Kaqun when he goes in, and thank us. Spirit Turtle's warning sign has completely cut off this possibility. The two men came to the front of the mountain gate. Hua Chengzhen suddenly asked, Qingshan, are you familiar with Yu Shuqiang? The familiar feeling is difficult to conceal, especially when talking about Zijian's mother. Li Qingshan is not curious about the grievances. Yu Shuqiang did not elaborate, and I feel that I know the inside story. But between them, there should be not much communication. There have been a few faces. Call the door. Li Qingshan shifted the topic, but remembered a sentence: you can lie to everyone for a while. You can lie to everyone forever, but you can't lie to everyone forever. In particular, it is extremely difficult to deceive a person who is keen and diligent in thinking. Hua Chengzhen shouted a few times and said the truth. Grave Hill was so smoggy that there was no echo. The two looked at each other and stepped forward, easily crossing the formation and entering Grave Hill. There was no imaginary sneak ambush, and there was silence. The yin winds, the stars and the moons are dull. There is no figure in the mountains, and even Jiangxi, who is walking around, disappears and can't feel the slightest breath. In this case, it is even more surprising than the 100,000 corpse soldier. Grave Hill is so many disciplines. Where are they going? Hua Chengzhen joked, Commander, I want to go home. Li Qingshan smiled and patted Hua Chengzhen's shoulder. Don't be afraid, take a look and leave. In the direction of Yu Shuqiang's direction, the two came to the ground palace door, and the wind ran through the ramp, like the evil ghost call sign. Even without Spirit Turtle's warning sign, Li Qingshan knows that this is not a good place. He said to Hua Chengzhen, you are waiting here, I am going in. Hua Chengzhen smiles, I am afraid of one person. Li Qingshan sighed at the corner of his mouth. Take it behind me. The two went in tandem and went through the ramp to the underground palace. Hey, Ma Kaqun, let me die and die. Li Qingshan frowned. The smell of the blood pool was pungent, and the warning sign became much stronger. I saw the crystal skull on the blood pool and a woman who was similar to Yu Zijian's face. Ma Kaqun, who described the change, stood behind the crystal symbol, staring at the people in the scorpion with his deep-eyed eyes, raising the head, and looking at them coldly. Two more. Hey! A burst of mechanics started, the sound of rock friction, a stone door fell, closed the ramp, the rune appeared above, obviously not easily broken. There is a problem with this blood pool. Hua Chengzhen looked at the Portuguese rune around the blood pool and felt very familiar, as if in which book he had seen it. Trying to find divine sense into it was also a big change. Well, Qingshan, destroy this blood pool. Hua Chengzhen waved 3 scarlet talismans while talking. The bombing of the scarlet talisman broke into 3 groups of red fireballs, which continued to expand and expand in midair. Li Qingshan could feel it, which contained powerful power. He said that this small blood pool is a city, can also be flattened. This powerful spirit talisman is extremely rare and often reserved for life-saving purposes. Hua Chengzhen uses 3 pieces, explodes in the underground palace and even threatens himself. But at this moment, he is unscrupulous. Li Qingshan does not know what Hua Chengzhen is worried about, but believes his judgment. A sword throws, originally is the big sword's heavy water sword, suddenly 10 times bigger, to destroy everything. Neil, Ma Kaqun, crystal enamel, and even the blood pool are all caged under the sword. Broken city sword. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 544. Chapter 5. Hungry Ghost Gateway. Hey! The blood pool is tumbling, thousands of blood flowers splash, a big grey hand sticks out, the nail tip is long, the 5 fingers are bent, and the 3 red fireballs are covered. They no longer become bigger, but the bit by bit shrinks, and finally completely extinguished. At the same time, use the index finger and middle finger to gently clamp the heavy water sword. Li Qingshan's pupils are shrinking. He certainly does not display bull demon great strength. This sword is not just someone who can take it with 2 fingers. It's just this hand, it gives him the feeling that it's like a horror monster. If it's crawling out of the blood pool, I'm afraid it's not a monster body. I didn't expect to hide such a terrible guy in this grave hill. Hua Chengzhen suddenly felt a great crisis, but it was too late to react. A great strength violently hit him, and he flew out. He was in the air and looked at Li Qingshan with horror. It's not the horrible stranger who hit him, but Li Qingshan. Does he find that I have doubts to kill me? Li Qingshan looked dignified and didn't look at Hua Chengzhen. The cross sword was on the top and made a block. Boom! The dry hand slammed on Li Qingshan. The ground under his feet instantly collapsed and cracked, buried in his waist. Li Qingshan is tall and straight, but under the big hand, like a small nail, was shot into the wall. Qingshan. Hua Chengzhen suddenly realized that Li Qingshan was saving him. With his reaction, he could not react under the attack of the dry hand. If not Li Qingshan, he has now been photographed as a muddy mud, and he can't die anymore. The master of the dry hand. Some surprises. If it is the Foundation establishment cultivator, this one is absolutely dead. This small cultivator is not only powerful, but also strong, has an indestructible feeling. If you have enough, just go. Li Qingshan tilted Hua Chengzhen, and the voice did not fall, and the dry hands suddenly gathered, dragged Li Qingshan into the blood pool. Hua Chengzhen rushed to the blood pool, only to see the blood pool calm down, and the heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Suddenly, the blood pool tumbling violently, as if the boiled water, the underground palace violent vibration. He bit his teeth. Going away, he can't help Li Qingshan. Instead, he wasted the opportunity to escape his desperate efforts. If it is really like my guess, maybe, there is still a line of life. Li Qingshan was held dry and heavy, and continually fell to the depths of the blood pool. The boiling blood pool rushed into his ear and nose. A round of light blue screen rose and all the blood was rejected. Suddenly the pupils shrank. At the bottom of the blood pool, it turned out to be a slight light. It is not like any aura, as if it was skylight. He tried to stretch divine sense. Explore the blood pool. In an instant, an infinitely vast world appeared in front of him, and then immediately interrupted. Divine sense seems to be cut off. But the scenery he saw in an instant, he will never forget his life. The skeleton is everywhere, the blood flows into the river, the clouds are foggy, and the stars and moons are dull. Ahead of Jiangxi, arrogant to the sky, the body of the entanglement, rich and extreme, not only corpse general, but also corpse marshal. If this is not surprising enough, the number of corpse general is tens of thousands, like the most common corpse soldier, squirming in the mountains, and the number of corpse marshal is over 100. Corpse soldier has been unable to describe the amount of words in words. It is full of eyes, endless. At the very center of this horror picture is a corpse with a height of hundreds of feet. The body of the body is like a cloud, and there are two pale green lights in the eyes. A giant pillar-like arm stretches out into the sky. It is the legendary Corpse King. Where is this? How can there be so many Jiangxi? The warning sign in the heart, like a police cry, long cry. If dragged into it, there are 10 lives is not enough. Li Qingshan immediately resumed the true form. His body was tight, and his arms were supported. Bull demon vibration. The light blue spirit turtle dark armor also expands and expands to open up the 5 fingers of the dry hand. Boom. The blood pool burst and burst. Li Qingshan broke out of the pool. Phoenix feathers, brilliant open, scarlet hair flying, falling on the edge of the blood pool, dare not stop for a moment, flying away. The dry hands followed, and they grabbed them and took them behind Li Qingshan in a millimeter. Phoenix swings tears and smashes, turning into red feathers and fluttering in the sky. Li Qingshan rushed forward and the warning sign disappeared. He put out a long breath and felt the pain in the vest. His back, like the plowed land, flesh and blood valgus, 3 more visible bone injuries. Even if they were cut with 3 knives with knives, they were not so fierce. The rise of flesh and blood has turned into a dark green color, which has spread continuously and is highly toxic. The big hand was scratched around, and the strong rock was crushed like mud, but it could not reach too far. "You have a corpse poison, and you will die soon," a dry, hoarse voice rang in the underground palace. "What are you?" Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned the feathers into a little bit of flame, and returned to him, and his flesh and blood, which was immersed in the corpse, also turned into a flame. When the flame was extinguished, his injury had returned to its original state and was unharmed. There was no response, and the dry hand took it back. It seemed that I realized that Li Qingshan couldn't. Li Qingshan turned to Ma Kekun, considering whether he could kill this leper in the interference of the dry hands and then take back the crystal. The blood pool boiling, rapidly rotating, forming a large vortex. The water level began to fall, as if someone had opened the stopper. The crystal symbol sank quickly, followed by the whirlpool. Ma Kekun rushed up, clinging to the crystal symbol. The rumbling, the blood pool dried up, leaving a huge circular hollow. The wall of the cave is built with a pile of skeleton, constantly extending downwards. I do not know where to go. Suddenly, a strong suction was emitted from the hole, and the wind whistled. The suction was so great that the underground palace couldn't support it. The tremor collapsed, and a boulder pressed against the cave opening. The wind stopped for a moment, and the boulder quickly split and collapsed. The void was like a greedy big mouth, madly devouring everything. Li Qingshan also began to shake, not afraid to stop, and flew out. Hua Chengzhen is waiting at the cave opening, seeing Li Qingshan, and is very surprised. "Qingshan!" Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Chengzhen and rushed to the sky, only to stop and look down. Yin Qi, who has been covering Grave Hill for thousands of years, forms a huge whirlpool, madly heading for a place, and Grave Hill's scene is an unprecedented clear understanding. I saw that Grave Hill was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a huge Tanking, and the Tanking continued to grow bigger and swallowed the surrounding earth and stone. Li Qingshan asked, "What the hell is this?" Hua Chengzhen looks solemn. "Hungry Ghost Gateway." Li Qingshan Kidao, "What is the Hungry Ghost Gateway?" "Have you heard of 6 paths of samsara?" "Of course. Is this hole connected to the Hungry Ghost Path?" Li Qingshan suddenly realized that 6 paths of samsara, every way is boundless, 9 provinces world. Compared to it, it is very small. The scene he only saw was the situation in the Hungry Ghost Path. I am afraid that in the Hungry Ghost Path, it can only be considered a small scene. Yes, I have already sent back the news. I have to close the door quickly, otherwise it will be a big problem. Yes, Li Qingshan agreed, not to say anything else, just to see what he saw, a corpse king, plus a group of corpse marshal, plus a bunch of corpse general, not to mention the small Clear River Prefecture, Ruai County. The entire Verdant province. It has to be turned upside down. But how do you seal it? I don't want to go there. If you accidentally get inhaled into Hungry Ghost Path, it's finished. Hua Chengzhen said, "I don't know. I can only wait for other fellow Taoists to come and discuss it again." This is probably not what the Foundation Establishment cultivator can do. Li Qingshan said, "With a chi refining warrior in the Ma Kekun district, I have come up with such a big scene." Hua Chengzhen shook his head. "Not just Ma Kekun, Grave Hill originally is the corpse of Yin Qi. After several years of war, the corpse that was transported here, there are probably so many, this Grave Hill has become a living hungry. The gap between Ghost Path and Hungry Ghost Path has become so weak that we only want to fight monster race. But we ignore this. Ma Kekun teamed up with the powerful ghouls in Hungry Ghost Path to get through the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Then we still hide a little further." Li Qingshan said that even if the Corpse King is too big to get stuck, there is no way to get out of the hole, but there are so many Corpse General, Corpse Marshal. If they come together, even if he is so powerful, he will be corpse. The sea is swallowed, and it is alive and dead. However, if Little Un is here, Shosei Maddie Skeleton Fire, I think it will be very calm. Reassure, the opening of the Hungry Ghost Gateway is not so easy. The stronger it is, the harder it is to pass. Now it's only a door open, and even the Corpse General can't squeeze it out. but after a long time, it's hard to say. The voice fell, and the last line of Yin Chi was sucked into the crater. The Tanking stopped changing, and there was a clear understanding between heaven and earth. Boom! As if the volcano erupted, a column of black gas spurted out, and it was connected to the sky. The earthquake was trembled, and sun and moon were dull. Thousands of corpses were sprayed together. A head of corpse soldier, sprayed into the sky, scattered on the earth. Some climbed again, and some were broken bones, unable to move, immediately flooded by other corpse soldier. Li Qingshan couldn't help but be stunned. This scene is unheard of, and it has never been seen, like an oversized Jiangxi fountain. The head of the corpse soldier is like a drop of water, rolling on the ground. Block them. It would be awful if you let these corpse soldiers spread. Hua Chengzhen hurriedly, this head corpse soldier is not very strong for them. But for mortals, it is an invincible monster. A group of fireballs descended from the sky, continually expanding in the air, crashing into the sea of corpses, burning thousands of corpse soldier into ashes, blasting waves, and rushing out numerous counts of corpse soldier to clear a huge circle on a corpse. But it is filled in the blink of an eye. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 545 Chapter 6 Dead Sea. Boom. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and lingered in the Dead Sea. In an instant, the ground collapsed and the earth and stone flew, and hundreds of corpse soldier were shaken into the sky. Heavy water sword is 10 times bigger, and a round of bluer flurry. Wherever he goes, corpse soldier is cut off, shot, destroyed, and invincible. Hua Chengzhen is in the sky, a magic spell falls, and corpse soldier squeezes together, and he does not know how to dodge. He often kills a large piece with a magic spell. However, Li Qingshan slashed for a while and found that the surrounding corpse soldier, not only did not become less, but more and more cut. The sword flew back to the sky, and looked at Hua Chengzhen. There is a dumbstruck in the eyes. In a moment, they teamed up and killed tens of thousands of corpse soldier, and they all had quite strong corpse soldier, and the entire Rai warrior of Clear River Prefecture did not add up. But even the slow pace of corpse soldier's advancement can't be done. Once the corpse soldier is far away from the Tanking, it is not so easy to disperse and kill. Finally come. Hua Chengzhen looks back at the sky, a flying dragon boat, flying in the wind, flying in the air. Still outside the 10 miles, hundreds of beams staggered through the sky, sweeping back and forth on the ground, evaporating the million corpse soldier. Thousands of cockroaches flew down from the sky, with those 4 scattered corpse soldier, fighting together. Finally, I stopped. The corpse see a little. Liu Daran, you are finally here. Li Qingshan came to the deck of the flying dragon boat. I saw Liu Chenking, and I saw a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. All of them were shocked. I heard that the Hungry Ghost Gateway opened. Give them a big impact. But only when you see this scene with your own eyes, will it be obvious what a terrible situation this is. Foundation establishment cultivator, what happens to fall into this corpse sea? I am afraid that it will be eaten by the eye. I have already reported to Ruai Marquis, and support will come soon. Now we work together to contain these corpse soldier. Liu Chenking has no nonsense and is the first to fly down. The face is majestic. I am still lamenting in my heart. It is too difficult for him to be a perfect governor. First, it became the battlefield between human race and monster race, and then Moon Demon refining Clear River. Ruai Marquis was very dissatisfied with him. Compared with the current scene, even if the Moon Moment is messed up, it wouldn't be a mess. If you really let the Hungry Ghost Gateway start a little more, Clear River Prefecture will become a dead place, so you don't need it. What is the Prefecture of Progress? Other cultivators follow, each with divine ability, and layout. Show magic spell, crazy strangling corpse soldier. Under the arrangement of Han and Jun, each side guarded one and built a dam to block the corpse. Li Qingshan is also eye-opening. He spent several years at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. At this time, he really saw the means of each family. Under the pressure of this horror, no one dared to do anything. Among them, Mohist School is a great success. A giant cockroach, smashing in the corpse sea, breaking the waves, has reached the strength of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Corpse Soldier's claws and fangs can only be sparkled on the sturdy armor, leaving only traces in the sky. The support of the flying dragon boat is extremely powerful. The light beam flashes across the sky and tears the corpse. But between this moment, the corpse hole in the tanking suddenly shrank and shook, suddenly expanding, and spewing more jiangxi. The corpse sea can no longer be described as densely dense, but layered, the thickest place, piled up several floors, like a surf, moving in all directions, directly on the hills. When you encounter the valley, fill it up directly. The giant cockroaches have been completely submerged and turned into corpse seas, one by one. Li Qingshan stayed on a hillside and didn't even think about it. Just keep swinging the sword and kill the corpse soldier, who was rushing up, and the bones were broken up in the blink of an eye. But corpse soldier, but it is endless. If the boundless sea art is faster, if his physical strength is almost endless, he is already exhausted. He is still the case, and other Foundation Establishment cultivators are even more unbearable, and some have abandoned the position of the guard and flew into the sky. On the eastern slopes, the current Taoist patriarch Chenzi, with a long sword in his hand, a stunned dragon, a sword glow, penetrates dozens of corpse soldier, and feels that the spiritual chi on his body is not working well, and the sword controlling flies up. Suddenly, the figure was sinking. A corpse soldier slammed out of the corpse, rushed up, dragged Chenzi's foot, opened the fangs' big mouth and bite. It has a strong corpse and is close to corpse general, which is equivalent to 10th level chi refining warrior. Although it is strong in corpse soldier, it is nothing in front of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Spiritual chi blocked fangs, and Chenzi waved a sword and smashed corpse soldier's arms. However, this slowed down, and more than 10 corpse soldier rushed up. Not good. Chenzi tried to fly up and took out an armor that was used to save his life. The armor was flashed and turned into ashes, but his people remained in the same place. A shadow shrouded him, his face stunned. Looking up, I don't know when, the sky covered with the first level gloomy cloud screen. The corpse sea suddenly picked up a big wave. It was a combination of thousands of corpse soldier. A piece of grey and white face fluttered, and Chenzi smashed it and swallowed it. In the corpse of the sea, there was a whirlpool. The center was Chenzi. A head of corpse soldier was madly crowded toward the center. A sly arm grabbed every part of him and pulled it. Chenzi's crazy operation of spiritual chi is an unprecedented delay. Blood spillage, broken limbs, bursts of broken bones, flesh and blood fragments, and is fed by corpse soldier. The atmosphere of Chenzi disappeared. Chenzi, with a cry, in the constant killing, all Foundation Establishment cultivators, for these corpse soldier, of a near-numb contempt, as if in addition to a large number, they cannot cause any qualitative threat to them. Even if they can't resist, you can also choose to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly realized that the ants are biting dead, and these corpse soldier are not ants. The head was huge, and all of them were covered with scars. They were covered with corpse soldier, and they gradually struggled. They fell to the ground and were swallowed and torn by the corpse. Unconsciously, corpse soldier's claws and fangs became more powerful. The black smoke rose to the sky, and unconsciously formed a large cloud, which seemed to be slow. In a twinkling of an eye, it covered a large piece of land, but instead it was covered by shadows. The vegetation was withered, and the river turned red. Life is cut off between heaven and earth. There is a faint mist of the first level. Like Li Qingshan with divine sense, in the hungry ghost path, the scene that I saw, under the cover of Yunying, he also felt a discomfort. There was a clear understanding that the invasion was not just Jiangxi but the entire hungry ghost path. In this mist of gloom, all the living beings are suppressed, while the deceased has the upper hand. The power becomes stronger, and the speed becomes faster. Human race has been fighting monster race for a few years, but many people at this moment understand that what is war? Everything is coming back. The flying dragon boat screamed, and the Mohist school patriarch had to be shot, and his eyes were burning. The cultivators flew to the sky, and this time was all cautious, first clearing a large open space around, and then flying up, avoiding the tragedy of Chenzi. The dragon head of the bow suddenly opened his mouth. A little bit of aura gathered in it. The dragon's main gun starts aiming at the corpse in the tanking, and the long queue is covered with a first-level halo. After a long period of energy, a dazzling beam of light penetrates the cloud screen, shines through heaven and earth, and shoots straight into the tanking. The white color shines through the golden light, and the round aura is scattered around the light column. The flying dragon boat was pushed back 10 miles, and the sawdust flew on the fragmented edge. The dragon head of the bow melted and destroyed at the moment of the jet of light. All the remaining spiritual power of the flying dragon boat will be put into this hit, and its destructive power, even if the golden core cultivator is difficult to face. Hungry Ghost Gateway suddenly stopped spitting Jiangshi, the dry hand that Li Qingshan was very familiar with, and stretched out. In the underground palace, only the wrist can be extended, and now half of the arm can be extended. Toward the void, the direction of the light column, the 5 fingers tremble, such as the strings. Extremely profound mystery. The light column slightly deflected, falling on a hill outside the number of Danking. Boom! A semicircular ball of light rises from the ground and grows bigger, releasing thousands of light, more dazzling than the sun. Li Qingshan can even use the eyes to see the violent vibration of the ground. Gwen were dissipated for a long time, and the strong light was clearly left on the eyelids, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The hills turned into basins, tens of thousands of corpse soldier, which were instantly evaporated, and more corpse soldier, blasted by shock waves, broken bones, broken limbs. Corpse soldier was clearly 7,788, and the horror of the great as mountain, great as sea, the scattered Scropese soldier, could not stand up for a while. However, the hungry ghost gateway in the pit was safe and sound, and the black smoke was only slightly shaken. It was like the stalwart pillar of steel casting, and even the violent shock wave was hard to shake. The dry hand clenched his fists, propped up a black tabernacle and shrouded the hungry ghost gateway. Li Qingshan, this is really the realization of the terrible of the Corpse King. It is not just a simple and powerful wisdom. Although under the restraint of the precinct, even any tenth of the power can't be played out, and the power is skillfully applied, it is far above these foundation establishment cultivators. Flying dragon boat, although the fierce, but after all, is issued by the mechanism. There is no cultivator nuanced control. Corpse King took the trick with ease and effort to avoid the destruction of the hungry ghost gateway. Although a lot of corpse soldier was lost, it was originally used to delay the cannon fodder. At Hungry Ghost Path, nothing was more valuable than corpse soldier. Thousands of corpse soldier rushed out of the hungry ghost gateway, but there was no rushing, neatly queued. Jiangshi, who was riding a corpse and wearing armor, followed closely, and his eyes turned sharply, with distinct wisdom. It is Corpse General RQ. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 546. Chapter 7. The emergence of Corpse General means that the gap between the hungry ghost gateway is even bigger. The Corpse General waved his hand and spurred a black corpse cloud, carrying nearly 10,000 corpse soldier and killing the flying dragon boat. This comes from the Corpse General of Infernal Path, and even the magic spell can be used to make the flight advantage of the cultivators disappear. Liu Chenqing shouted, the sword in his hand flew up, crossed a white rainbow and stabbed Corpse General. The corpse soldier stacks up to make a standard defensive stance, and the sword runs through dozens of corpse soldiers. Corpse General only then shot. The stiff face smirked a smile, the black blade in his hand, slammed on the flying sword. Flying sword screams and wants to fly back. Corpse General is next to a team of powerful corpse soldier, who is desperate to curb it. Liu Chenqing's face changed and he was desperately urging the flying sword. At this moment, the cloud over his head shrouded, and his connection with the flying sword suddenly weakened a lot. The corpse general held the hilt and the corpse rushed. The light on the flying sword quickly dimmed, and it turned to the first level black air, which was refining on the spot. Hanging the sword around his waist, corpse general opened the fangs' big mouth, making a silent smirk, squinting at the cultivator on the flying dragon boat. It was discovered by everyone that the corpse general seemed to be in a rush, driving the corpse cloud, but cleverly parked in the clouds. So smart. Where is Jiangxi? Over the years, Grave Hill has received a large number of corpses and has produced a lot of corpse general. But those who are controlled by the warrior corpse general, it's just a powerful embarrassment. It's a far cry from the corpse general in front of us. Liu Chenking had a heartache, and the spirit artifact was taken away. It was uncomfortable. At this time, I couldn't take it anymore. In the Hungry Ghost Gateway, more corpse soldiers were coming out. The flying dragon boat lost its fighting power. Loudly ordered, everyone will shoot together. All the cultivators shot together, magic spell, spirit artifact, spirit talisman, and the flashing lights, all of them amazing, killing the corpse cloud. If you follow the experience of the party, this nearly 10,000 corpse soldier will be wiped out in an instant. Corpse general will wave a long blade in his hand. Nearly 10,000 corpse soldier moved back and forth, quickly and accurately adjusting the formation. That nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers corpse between each other. It turned into a hole, rising up and forming a huge black giant shield. The bombardment, the attack continued to fall on the black shield. The corpse was only slightly broken, and it was impossible to break it. Han Anjun's face changed, similar to the military school of military school. The formation of the formation is extremely demanding. It takes a long time to run in, so that you can communicate with each other. Even so, when it comes to the war, it will also be affected by emotions such as fear and anger. And the formation of the military formation collapsed. But corpse soldier obviously has no such concerns. Under the manipulation of corpse general, it is exactly like an arm, which forms the most subtle fit. Compared with the hardships of the mind, these corpse soldiers simply do not have their own mind. Even if they are cut to the head, it will not be shaken. The formation of this formation is undoubtedly more pure and powerful. In the presence of the cultivator, no one knows the power of the squadron better than Han Nanjun. Perhaps every corpse soldier is not strong, but once the power is brought together, it changes from quantitative to qualitative, even if he does not dare to defy his front. The corpse general didn't have a brain rushing up, and the cultivator didn't know what to do. In the sky, facing each other, corpse general rode a corpse horse, drove the corpse cloud, and led corpse soldier, slowly approaching as the sky cloud spread. Facing nearly 20 foundation establishment cultivators, there is a kind of squatting, planning strategies. This is the cultivator in Hungry Ghost Path. Li Qingshan has an eye-opening feeling. He has been unable to treat the opposite corpse general as a monster. It is clearly a powerful and ruthless cultivator, although the way of its cultivation, it is very different from people, demon, and all living beings. That corpse general did not put Liu Chenking these cultivators in his eyes. Not that he was confident that he could defeat them. It is because, in the Hungry Ghost Path, the fight is really commonplace, and its intensity is far from what Liu Chenking and the others can imagine, let alone in the face of a group of foundation establishment cultivators equivalent to corpse general. In the face of the situation of corpse marshal and ghost king, I don't know how many times there are, and there is a higher level of existence. Even struggling is meaningless and can only be accepted. In the strangulation of the big battlefield, sometimes it is only by luck that we can survive. After those who have experienced it, it is a small scene. Hua Chengzhen said, "Can't drag it anymore." In this moment's confrontation, there are several corpse general, which climbed out of the Hungry Ghost Gateway. They are different in shape and size, and there is one head. It is obvious that it is not the body of human race. But in their jealousy, they all flashed, and the first thing after they came out was to call corpse soldier. Looking at the sky, but did not attack immediately. Instead, the corpse general was confronted with the cultivator. They led the army outside the Hungry Ghost Gateway and formed a large formation, like a strange formation. Corpse soldier is the map, and corpse general is the formation's eye. If you don't see it, who can think of it? The lowest level corpse soldier has so many magical effects. At the moment of formation, the black smoke plumes in the Hungry Ghost Gateway immediately became bigger. They wanted to work together to make the Hungry Ghost Gateway bigger, so that the Hungry Ghost Path is more powerful. The ghoul came here. Once the Hungry Ghost Gateway was opened, it was enough for the Master of the Big Hand, Corpse King, to pass, and the real end of the day came. With such delays, the situation will become increasingly disadvantageous. It is a war or an escape, and we must make a decision quickly. Kill. Han and Jun snorted and flew on the bow of the dragon head with a long shot and pointed to Corpse General. He is also going. Before the departure, he had obtained the military order of Great General Han Ango. This battle must not be escaped and must be dragged to the support of Ruai County. The military order is like a mountain. The flying dragon boat suddenly started, as if a roaring raging dragon ran into the corpse cloud. Corpse General showed no weakness, and waved the long blade in his hand to the sky. Corpse soldier rises and smashes his body and turns into a giant blade that is 100 meters long and squats down to the flying dragon boat. The energy of the flying dragon boat is almost exhausted, and even the defense formation cannot start. From the top to the bottom, the 100-meter giant blade swept past and cut the flying dragon boat into two halves. The structure was clearly visible and the sawdust was flying like rain. The hull that was cut off was not lost, and it crashed into the corpse cloud. Countless corpse soldier was knocked out and headed for the land. The core furnace exploded and swallowed the entire corpse cloud. The formation is broken. According to a corpse general in that district, how could it be the opponent of the cultivator? The crowd was rushing and then found that Corpse General was riding a corpse, carrying a black smoke and heading for Hungry Ghost Gateway. After the knife was thrown out by Corpse General, he did not hesitate to dial the horse. The corpse was full of sparks smoke, and the speed was amazing. Contrary to the calm posture of the genius, only the words falling away from the wild can be described. And some people have not responded at one time. As if the ancient generals, no matter how might they be in front of the battle, once they were ambushed, the soldiers were defeated, and they immediately ignored their parents and their wives. The victory and defeat were the regular events of the military school, only for the future. The cultivator chased for a while, but had to stop. As the Hungry Ghost Gateway approached, the death chi became more and more intense, and even heaven and earth's primal chi became extremely weak. The wind is blowing, and every hole is drilled, and greed plunders vitality. If it is chi refining warrior, I am afraid that after a while, I will be killed. Although the cultivator has no life, but the strength has been greatly weakened, the line of sight is difficult to cross through this cloud of fog. I saw the Hungry Ghost Gateway has climbed more than 20 corpse general. Corpse soldier is more great as mountain, great as sea. They no longer have any advantages, both in quantity and quality. Going forward, it is a dead end. And far from the use of magic spell, utility spirit artifact, it is difficult to play a role. How to do? Exclamation mark. The public cultivator looks at each other. Even if Han and Jun is brave and fearless, he will not choose to go to death. Dilemma. King Shan. This way, the entire Clear River Prefecture will be dead, and even the entire 9 provinces will become part of the Hungry Ghost Path. Hua Chengzhen suddenly sound transmission to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't give up, knowing his performance in the underground palace, but the eyes of Hua Chengzhen. How can an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator withstand a piece of Corpse King and be dragged into the blood pool to escape? Even if it is weakened by the restraint of the precinct, it is also a powerful one that can be called Monster King. Hungry Ghost Path will definitely not have the existence of divine spirit. It is an absolute place of death. These Jiangshi attacked him, and this water god will be the end. and the Hungry Ghost Path is definitely not suitable for any living cultivation. However, Li Qingshan did not intend to shoot. Moon Demon shot, although these corpse soldier can be killed, delaying the speed of the Hungry Ghost Gateway. But the Dry Big Hand must be shot again. He has tried to change and fight with it. The result is very difficult. Now, the Hungry Ghost Gateway is so open that the power of the Dry Hand will inevitably become stronger, and with the horrible skills, it is extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan hasn't been arrogant yet, dare to take a small corpse king, so sound transmission to Hua Chengzhen said, "The sky is falling, there is a tall one." Hua Chengzhen stunned and smiled bitterly. It is also true. Li Qingshan stares at the Hungry Ghost Gateway. These corpse general looks horrible, but for Little, maybe it's a good tonic, and say Maddie Skeleton Fire just restrains these things. Li Qingshan has brought Little Ann to the neighborhood, but at the same time asked her to hide and watch the changes, not to shoot. The fear is that, wait a minute. There are powerful people coming over and seeing that they are here to save the righteousness and save the world, without saying anything, first kill them. Golden Core Cultivator. Fortunately, if it is the Verdant Provincial Governor, or the top few sects, there are no chances to escape. If this world is really gone, I will destroy it. Things that are so fragile to such a degree are still destroyed early. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 547. Chapter 8. 3 Giants. Outside the Hungry Ghost Gateway, the number of corpse general has finally broken through 100. There is no communication with each other, but with a tacit understanding, a tight and orderly adjustment of the formation, led by the Million Corpse Soldier, guarded outside the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Silence and silence, death and silence. It is like an extensive and exquisite war machine, ready to start. There is a saying that great as mountain, great as sea, Million Corpse Soldier is a concept. If you don't see it, it is almost impossible to imagine. With Grave Hill as the center, hundreds of hills around it are completely covered by Corpse Soldier, as if the waves are undulating, and you can't see the margins at a glance. This is the real Corpse Sea. Under the cloud of heavens, this hilly area has completely changed into a Jedi, a dead land, and is still spreading around. The cultivator was forced to retreat to 100 miles and did not try any more attacks. Under the leadership of Corpse General, Corpse Soldier constantly adjusted the formation, expanded the formation, and became an unstoppable military mountain. Just looking at it, the heart was turbulent, difficult to self, full of despair and powerlessness. To break this military mountain, is it enough to mobilize all the cultivators in Ruai County? And the Hungry Ghost Gateway is still opening bigger and bigger, with more and more ghouls. It is impossible to win. The end of Clear River Prefecture is here. Li Qingshan squinted and clenched his fists. But he was not afraid, but could not suppress his excitement. This kind of big scene can't be seen in the small mountain village. The Hungry Ghost Gateway opened bigger and the black plume began to fade. On the sky above the Hungry Ghost Gateway, the clouds are no longer covered. The sky turned gray. The sun reveals a bleak brilliance, without half-almond vitality, only cold and dead. This is not reassuring sight. The icy smell of smoke and fog is entangled in the air. This world began to convert to Hungry Ghost Path. At this moment, a hurricane blows. It looks like a sharp paper cutter and cuts the cloud screen. The gorgeous sun rays, as if from the revelation of the gods, spilled on this dead land. The boundless sea of corpses. In the meantime, Li Qingshan heard an eagle, and was still 100 miles away. The blink of an eye will come to the near future. A white condor, unfolding its white wings, descending from the sky with light. It seems to be from heaven. Its shape flashed, and things suddenly disappeared, just like an erratic style. Li Qingshan is also trying to concentrate on the figure. That is not an eagle, but a person. Yannying. This speed makes Li Qingshan stunned. If he is desperately trying to spur Wind God wings and Dance Phoenix wings, he can barely reach this level, but he can't do anything like Yannying. She has more than enough, and she obviously has enough strength. Yannying, if you feel it, look back and look at Li Qingshan in the distance, and smile like a slight smile. Fly to the Hungry Ghost Gateway. This quick smile, I am afraid only Li Qingshan can see. Hua Chengzhen said, Commander Gu is careful. Isn't this a death? Li Qingshan was shocked. Although Gu Yanning was strong, she faced a million-strong army. She probably didn't know the horror of the formation and was weakened by the Hungry Ghost path. 100 Corps General. They screamed in unison and lifted the weapon in their hands. Millions of Corps Soldier responded immediately, but the movement was like a tsunami in the mountains, as if a behemoth woke up and roared. Hundreds of wolf smoke, rising from the sky, spiraling around, rushing to Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning's figure is more and more ethereal, moving between the huge columns of smoke. But those wolves, entangled in each other, sealed all the dodging space. She waved the jade fracture fan, and several streams of wind flew and smashed several wolves. The Corps General changed immediately and wanted to change the attack, but it was a step late. Gu Yanning is like a white lightning, put into the center of the Hungry Ghost Gateway military formation, a piece of Jiang Yan's face, around the left and right. She winds the snow in white, fluttering, and the whole body is wrapped around the channel of wind, blocking the infested wind. 100 Corps General, screaming in unison, and rushing together. Although it was too late to control the squadron, the corps of Corps Soldier rushed in, so that each of them was shrouded in grey clouds connected to each other, to make a subtle combination of victories, vicious to this stupid enemy from the robbery, strangled. She looked up and her eyes were sharp like an eagle. She fanned and hundreds of heads flew up. The wolf smoke is exhausted and the Corps General is extinguished. Among the army, take the general level, such as the sack. The formation of a million-strong army, lost the commander of Corps General, immediately appeared to be broken. It is good. The cultivators are all in great spirits. The scene that seems to have been desperate has been moved by her in an instant, as if from hell to heaven. Li Qingshan also silently whispered, and he snorted in his heart, not to be the woman I fancy. Yanning, your astral wind, it's getting more and more fierce. A slap in the face, the clouds stirred up, and a square was raised. One side of the big print descended from the sky. Like a mountain, it was crushed on the Corps C, directly crushing the 10,000-head Corps Soldier, and even more shocked 100,000 Corps Soldier. Ruai Marquis stood on the top of the mountain and river's seal and looked at Gu Yanning without concealing the admiration of his face. Even if he used the mountains and river's seal, he wanted to kill the 100 Corps General in one go, and he didn't quite grasp it. If there is not such an amazing speed, if there is not the invincible astral wind, it will have to bear the combined attack of a million troops. Not to mention the Golden Core Cultivator, even the Higher Realm Cultivator, you have to measure. The mountains and rivers seal flew up and returned to the hands of Ruai Marquis, which turned into a small seal. On the ground, there were 4 characters in the Yongzhen Mountain River. In the corner, there were 2 words Ruai. It is said that it is a small word, and each one also has a square size, and the majestic and sturdy to the extreme. Gu Yanning smiled, folded the folding fan and headed for the Hungry Ghost Gateway. The Hungry Ghost Gateway no longer spewed Jiangshi. She leaned her hands and bent down to look inside the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Li Qingshan said, be careful. But found several sounds at the same time, one of which is Ruai Marquis. The dry hand suddenly slammed out of the Hungry Ghost Gateway, like a dragon to the sea, 5 fingers arrogant, grabbed her. It was faster and more powerful than when I caught Li Qingshan. Gu Yanning pulled back and retired, the blue silk sleeves, flying forward, the leisure on the face, but did not change. The dry hand stretched out the entire arm, 1 step in and 1 retreat, only between the feet, between the 5 fingers. The corpse circling, turned into a whirlpool, and issued a powerful suction. Gu Yanning has a shape, and he has to be caught by the big hand. The mountains and rivers seal fell from the sky and was printed. In the oblique thorn, a black light is like a dragon, which straddles the sky and bites into the wrist of the dry hand. Gu Yanning holds a jade fracture fan, spurs forward, and astral wind circling like a drill. Boom! Mountains and rivers seal will dry up and smash the ground. Hanango showed up and shot into his wrist. Astral wind pierces the corpse cloud vortex and pierces the palm. Dry and heavy hands. The 5 fingers suddenly gathered, but Guyaniang has pulled back and unscathed. The 3 giants of Ruai County joined forces to give the dry hand a lesson. The power of the 3 people is hard to suppress, even the hungry ghost path. Ruai Marquis's mountains and rivers seal is powered by wish power. Hanango is a powerful body refining, by itself. Guyaniang's astral wind, like subterranean world primal magnetism, is extremely special. The dry hand grabbed an empty, slammed, and slammed the mountains and rivers seal, retracted into the hungry ghost gateway, and the 3 people withdrew from the scope of the dry hand, only to hit the dry hand's one by surprise, and 3 the people joined forces and failed to reinvent an arm in his area. Although they are the strongest in the cultivator of second heavenly tribulation, if they really compete with this corpse king, they are still a lot worse. Surrounded by the hungry ghost gateway, Guyaniang said, "Concubine, you will come soon." The 3 of them were in Ruai County, waiting for Concubine Yu to pick up the driver, who knows that this happened, and immediately arrived, and naturally notified Concubine Yu. "That's fine." Hanango slightly decapitated. Ruai Marquis also let go of his heart. It is said that Concubine Yu has reached the peak of second heavenly tribulation, but because of some changes, it is too late to break through and reach the king realm. Why do they make the 3 people particularly trustworthy? Just because Profound Yin sect is famous for its control ghost technology, it is closely related to this hungry ghost path. It is said that there is a controllable hungry ghost gateway in the sect, which is dedicated to the cultivation. This is not surprising. 6 paths of samsara, originally is everywhere. Just as legalist school cites the power cultivation of infernal path, it becomes a technique like frozen hell. Military school will also rely on the Azura path that dominates the killing. Guyaniang can't help but think of a legend that spreads widely on the upper level of the cultivation road in Verdant province. If Profound Yin sect is devastated, it will desperately turn this hungry ghost gateway into pinnacle, so no one can seal it. Let countless corpse king ghost kings flow into 9 provinces and turn 9 provinces world into a part of hungry ghost path. It seems that this legend is probably true, and this legend is probably also deliberately spread by Profound Yin sect, as the strongest deterrent. After Diaxia was established, as a righteous path rise greatly, Demon Dao died. The original Demon Da sect, the former Demon Dao sect of Verdant province, can be preserved and prospered. It is not unreasonable. Most importantly, this deterrence is by no means a madness. According to Profound Yin sect's cultivation method, even if the hungry ghost path really comes, the Profound Yin sect's discipline can survive. Other cultivators have to die first. Thinking of this, Guyaniang turned his eyes and fell on Li Qingshan. "Concubine, you came here, but I have a lot to do with this kid, and I still have an old acquaintance." "What is it for? Is it really related to that?" Li Qingshan looked back. Guyaniang smiled and took back his eyes. He lowered his head and his heart was not calm. He heard the word Concubine Yu in the distance. He immediately remembered the endless snow on the ice sword cliff, and that is weak and light, but inexplicably becomes his master, kitten. "I don't know if Half Moon will come." Li Qingshan didn't know that, except for a few miles away, Littlean, hiding in the mountains, his face was changing and muttering, "Concubine Yu, Concubine Yu, Concubine Yu." RQ Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 548 Chapter 9 Resurrection. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The mountain and rivers seal, like the mountain, is flying high and falling. The earth swayed and the hills collapsed. Wherever he went, corpse soldier was crushed and killed, and he saw only one big character. The million-strong army lost the commander of corpse general and immediately became a loose sand. In the blink of an eye, it was swept away by 7 or 8. With one's own strength, against the million-strong army, it is said that the domineering Oro is extraordinary, let alone seeing it with your own eyes. In front of the beauty, Ruai Marquis naturally has to perform well. If it is a woman who is idle, seeing such a big and earth-shattering means, it will be a thrill. Powerful, originally as the man's greatest charm. Gyaniying smiled and said nothing. The hand in the sleeve of the sleeve, holding a piece of copper coins, between her long fingers, constantly rolling and swaying, tried to slap. The heart was a little surprised, according to the image, how the situation became more and more sinister. At the same time, Li Qingshan also felt that the warning sign was constantly rising and gradually reached the dangerous edge. Weird, the million-strong army was wiped out. The dry hands were forced back to Hungry Ghost Path, and no more troops would be sent out. Just wait until Concubine Yu came and put this Hungry Ghost Gateway on. Wouldn't everything be fine? There must be something wrong! Exclamation mark. Gyaniying looks back at the distance. A Chinese car, passing through the sky. The tall horses of the four-carriage are all translucent, and the main dance is like a rain, light and silent, and quick and agile. The curtains opened, revealing a noble and cold face, to look into the direction of the distant Grave Hill. A cat's head came out from the side and followed. Concubine Yu slightly frowned, and I didn't expect it to be opened to this extent in a short period of time. 6 Paths of Samsara is speeding up the annexation of world. Concubine Yu saw Ruai Marquis's actions, and the look was a little bit worse. Millions of corpse soldier, hundreds of corpse general, all killed in this rolling hilly area. They were killed within the body. The corpse contained, also diffused around, covering the first level of thick black fog. And this is all over the bones of the earth. At the glance with Li Qingshan, the situation of the Hungry Ghost Path is similar. The sky was full of gloom, suddenly began to gather, and poured into the Hungry Ghost Gateway faster than the eruption. The wind is surging, and there is a clear understanding between heaven and earth. Liu Qingqing and other cultivators are all relaxed. It seems that the Corpse King has no choice but to give up. Li Qingshan and Hua Chengzhen look at each other, dumbstruck. They are watching with their own eyes. How to open the Hungry Ghost Gateway? First sucked Grave Hill up and down, all the Yin Chi corpse. This is not a waver, but a sign of a more violent outbreak. Be careful. The earth trembled as if it were an ancient demon. To wake up from sleep, destroy this world. Li Qingshan suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Perhaps, all of this is in the plan of Corpse King, millions of corpse soldier, and 100 corpse general. They are all victims. The tremor suddenly subsided, and the Hungry Ghost Gateway suddenly expanded tenfold, but it was silent, giving a sense of awkward dislocation. Between heaven and earth, it was dark. Li Qingshan blinked and saw the black mist, as if the flood was flooding in all directions, and in a blink of an eye, it expanded for 100 miles. In the center of the darkness, a crystal symbol, flying high. The crystal-clear crystal ray radiates a colorful rainbow under the sunlight. A beautiful woman in a purple dress, quietly sleeping, the eyelashes fluttered, and opened her eyes. Kaka, on the crystal enamel, there is a crack, which quickly spreads and flows, crawling through the entire crystal. Exclamation mark. A light and crisp sound like a glass cup. The crystal is turned into white dust. Zaya Markakun climbed out of the tanking and saw that the whole person was eroded by the corpse. He was flesh and blood, and he became like an old man. He reached out into the sky and a few drops of tears appeared in his eyes. Markakun, I promised you, I did it. A thunderous sound like an earthquake broke out from the tanking. Yes, thank you, adult. Have you seen it, Yu Shukyuang? Ha 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 ha. Markakun is like crazy. His hands are faltering to the sky, his footsteps are awkward, and he falls back into the deep Hungry Ghost Gateway, feeling that his soul is gone. In the outbreak of the Hungry Ghost Gateway, he was on the border between Hungry Ghost Path and 9 provinces. Although Corpse King deliberately blessed him, his strength was too low, and Death Chi had deeply invaded his within the body, cutting off the last line. Vitality. But with the support of ideas. Now that this idea is reached, it immediately reaches the end of life. Staring into the sky, The shadow of the figure, under the light of the sun, seems to be draped in the first level aura, gradually blurred. Xayah, sorry. Is she really resurrected? Is she still her resurrection? Ma Kaqun didn't think about it, didn't dare to think about it. Maybe all this effort, the ultimate pursuit, is not to want to stay with her again, and then love, but can only tell these 3 words to her. The darkness envelopes everything. Xayah looked down at the Hungry Ghost Gateway, and the figure had disappeared into the darkness, stunned and faint, with a shadow over the top of the head. The Mountains and Rivers seal is like a mountain. Yanning, a frowning woman, Jiangshi, who had just resurrected, made her feel a little dangerous. The jade fractured fan was unfolding, and the invisible astral wind flew out and cut everything. Hanango's figure is a stunned dragon, rising from the sky, pointing the gun to Xayah. The trio joined forces, even though the Corpse King also suffered a loss. Xayah raised the head, only the eyes were white, and a punch hit the Mountains and Rivers seal. Her slender arm, compared to the huge Mountains and Rivers seal, is an idiom of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a living example. Ruai Marquis screamed, "Death!" Boom! After a round of light waves, the Mountains and Rivers seal flew back. Ruai Marquis had an incredible color, a painful chest and a sweet throat. Take the Mountains and Rivers seal back into the hand, and at the bottom of the print, there is a small dent. If you look carefully, it is clearly a punch. The power of Xayah's fist is incredibly big. After throwing this punch, he flew down with the power of recoil, suddenly leaning back, like breaking from the middle. A few astral wind crossed from the ear. After grabbing it again, he took a long gun, and at the same time he turned and took Hanango out to avoid the gun front. This action is very rigid, and it ignores inertia. It is very abrupt, but it is subtly extreme. Li Qingshan got the idea. In Xayah's vest, I don't know when, extending a black smoke until the depths of the Hungry Ghost Gateway. The Corpse King is not just a good help to Ma Kaqun to resurrect his lover, but to use her as a beggar. Yanning, 3 people, is in disguise with the Corpse King. In terms of strength, Xayah does not overwhelm anyone, but gets rid of the restraint of Hungry Ghost Gateway, but all the fighting skills are played. Come out. Take off the black smoke behind her. A noble woman descended from the sky, and she reached out and grabbed it. Behind her, there was a giant ghost, and a giant ghost hand was thrown out. The target was exactly that black smoke, and there was a faint Corpse King. Momentum. This is the Master of Half Moon, Concubine Yu, and it's amazing. Li Qingshan sighed in the heart and found that the same is Second Heavenly Tribulation, Golden Core Cultivator. The strength is also different. With this hand, Ten Wen Zhengming is not her opponent. At the moment when Concubine Yu appeared, Little An was stunned, unconsciously, coming out of the hiding place and staring at the figure in the sky. The memory is like a sea tide, impacting the frozen sea, and the ice surface is cracked. Since the cultivation of Tao of the Beautiful Bones, it has never been such a wave for anyone except Li Qingshan. She hung her head down and felt a long-lost pain, and her head seemed to be split. Good familiar, who is she? I know. However, Little An does not exude any breath, and this area is covered in dark fog, so no one has noticed her existence. Xayah's body shape suddenly fell, the feeling, not flying, but being dragged down, avoiding the ghost giant. Well? Concubine Yu moved in his heart and turned his head to look into the distance. There seemed to be something there, but it was covered in black smoke and could not be seen clearly. In the fierce battle, there was no time to probe, and when I was a little bit of God, I turned my head again and looked at Xayah. She knows best that it is not an easy task to open the Hungry Ghost Gateway to the extent that Corpse King can enter. This has involved the world's principle, which is subject to many restrictions. Among the many demon sects of the past, there are many incompetent, but only the profound Yin sect can be threatened by opening the Hungry Ghost path. As long as the king cannot enter, it cannot shake the foundation of 9 provinces, even if more corpse soldier, corpse general, and even corpse marshal, cannot escape the end of the era. But if Corpse King puts his body out, it will block the Hungry Ghost Gateway, and the corpse soldier corpse marshal can't enter, and it will be lost for a long time. Corpse King carefully cultivated this corpse as a squat, and then used the first line of breath to control, leaving the gap between the group and the corpse, which is the best of both worlds. If you can't kill this as soon as possible, things will be troublesome. Gianying's figure flashed, and he chased it up and waved to the black smoke. In the Hungry Ghost Gateway, a skull-shaped scorpion was thrown, and the scorpion beast with its wings crossed, with a black smoke, put the Zaya camel on his body and bite at Giyanying. Corpse Marshal. Giyanying stunned and pulled away. In the dark fog, there is another man holding a crying sorrowful sorrow and wearing a filial piety. He walks out of the Hungry Ghost Gateway. Besides the pale face, it looks like a stranger, but the smell of the body makes everyone present. It is a shock. Corpse Marshal finally appeared. The man looked around and his expression suddenly changed abruptly. Two eyebrows, wrinkled and squatted, his mouth opened slightly, made a human race sad to the pinnacle's expression, and burst into tears. "You are so bad," crying into the ear, like an awl, causing cramps in the brain, sadness from the middle, hate cannot immediately break the life. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 549. Chapter 10, Life and Death. I cannot stand it anymore. A cultivator, holding his head, made a terrible, squeaky sound. Danshan Chisi burst into a bloody fog. Back. Liu Chenking yelled. This level of combat is no longer something they can participate in, but the aftermath of the battle is enough to kill them. Li Qingshan also followed, but deliberately stayed away from the cultivator, frowned and looked deep into the dark fog. How did Little An not retreat? Astral wind whistling, and the imposing corpse marshal cried aloud, knees forward and leapt forward, crying and screaming with a screaming cry, screaming at Hanango. If it is a common cultivator, just listen to the sound, then the heart is cracked, and it is sore. However, Hanango's heart is as strong as iron, not moving, dancing with long guns, fighting with it, taking time to fly sand, and flying. Wrap a corpse and one person, only the death chi and the murderous aura continue to rise. After Giyanying waved out the astral wind, he was entangled in the corpse with his wings, and the two continued to chase the sky in the sky. In addition to the moment of turning, they can't see their figure, only two different sharp winds can be heard, constantly climbing and entanglement. Although this corpse is strong, if on weekdays, Giyanying can kill him without a few credits, but with the powerful talisman in the spatial ring, the corpse can be smashed to the slag. But over the Hungry Ghost Gateway, astral wind was able to move freely, and the other magic spell talisman was inevitably affected. And the corpse is a tiger that has grown wings. The Vietnam War is more and more brave. And Giyanying's speed is even better, almost invincible. Just give her some time. This corpse is also a dead end. Now is the time when time is tight. Ruai Marquis has already considered whether the mountains and rivers seal will be damaged. If so, the entire Ruai county will not be able to keep it, and the hand will be down, and the mountains and rivers seal will fly up. Divine light on the mountains and rivers seal. Even the thundering death chi is repelled and cannot be approached. There is also a strange whistling sound, like thousands of voices, while whispering, blending into a wish to resound through the sky. Zaya is watching the concubine Yu in the distance, and has been keenly aware of this most dangerous enemy. I don't even look at the mountains and rivers seal that was pressed down. A giant shadow passed by her, is an eye giant. More precisely, the corpse marshal of the giant body. Up to several dozen feet, the upper body muscle not, large and strong. The legs are short and thick, like two huge pillars. Raise a pair of thick arms and push up. A loud bang. The giant corpse marshal was smashed into the earth. The earth and stone did not reach the waist, and the sound of the bone crack of kaka came out. The corpse is constantly stirring and almost collapses. But he has withstood the mountains and rivers seal. Zaya still refused to looked up and stared at concubine Yu, and her looming huge great ghost. Hungry Ghost Gateway madly swallowed. This moment of effort, and hundreds of thousands of corpse soldier, under the leadership of several corpse general, rushed out. Several corpse general, with one hand in hand, rushed into the body of the giant corpse marshals within the body. The giant corpse marshal was shocked and slowly lifted the mountains and rivers seal, surpassing the mountains and rivers seal, which is now impossible for Li Qingshan. There are more than a dozen golden lights flying in the sky. Under the emergency call of Ruai Marquis, most of the golden core cultivators in Ruai County are coming. The sect leaders in sect, although not driven by Ruai Marquis, are both people in the Monster Execution Union, and Hidden Sword Palace gets the news and immediately gets them to support. Human race cultivator is a powerful force. Concubine Yu's heart sank because there was a strong breath in the Hungry Ghost Gateway. In different forms, half of them are not human, belonging to the races of this six paths, but now they are all in the ranks of the dead. When you are born with a different kind of race, it is ironic to fight together side by side after death. Any one of them will only be stronger than the golden core cultivator to support, and will not be weaker than them. From the endless engulfing and fighting of Hungry Ghost Path, no one is arrogant. The golden core cultivators, regardless of the number of means, are limited in this area. The result of thousands of years of peace and years is that once the cultivator reaches the golden core realm, there are few opportunities for people to fight. That is, the big sects like the three sects can use various means to maintain a high-spirited battle to hone the discipline. And these corpse marshal, together with the power of corpse soldier corpse general, is even more terrifying. The Hungry Ghost Gateway is equivalent to a portal. A corpse marshal can pass, which means more of the corpse marshal can pass. Don't look at a golden core cultivator. In 9 provinces world, it's extremely rare and rare, but in the Hungry Ghost Path, corpse marshal is countless. 9 provinces is big, compared to any of the 6 paths of Samsara. It is like the difference between a pond and the Bohai Sea. Once the two are connected, the waves in the sea can make the pond overturn. If the Hungry Ghost Gateway cannot be sealed in time, the consequences are unimaginable. The war was on the verge of exploding, not surprisingly between human race and monster race, but between the living and the dead. Concubine Yu hesitated. So many golden core cultivators teamed up, and if she was going to seal the Hungry Ghost Gateway, she still had a bit of control and sealed the Hungry Ghost Gateway. However, the son of 1,000 gold, sitting in the hall, in her capacity, there is no need to take this risk. Profound Yin sect is never the righteous deeds of the world. Her purpose in the Clear River Prefecture is not here. So he did not hesitate, only greeted Guyanning, turned and flew away, saying that he completely gave up the seal Hungry Ghost Gateway. Other golden core cultivators that have just arrived have also stopped, and I don't know what to do. Guyanning sighed and prepared to retreat. Confronted with a corpse king of Hungry Ghost Path, this step was already pinnacle. The rest, look at the reaction of the kings of Verdant Province. This is world. I am not the master. This idea is exactly the same as Li Qingshan. Hanango also started and retired. Ruai Marquis retracted the mountains and rivers seal. I saw that the mountains and rivers seal was greatly reduced. Wish power consumed a lot and was eroded by the corpse. Many invisible marks could not be said. Distressed. At the same time, in front of the Hungry Ghost Gateway, the huge corpse of the corpse marshal class, crouching in front of the Hungry Ghost Gateway, is like a mountain. Zaya stands on the top of its head, staring in front of it, and has the power to be in the world. Corpse Marshal, who has been driving, has more than 10 in a blink of an eye. Guyanning, a few people, will never pose any threat to him. Those golden core cultivators, if they dare to come forward, are also dead. At her feet, Corpse Soldier emerged as a tidal wave, formed a military formation under the leadership of Corpse General, and formed a large regiment under Corpse Marshal. In a twinkling of an eye, once again, 1,000,000 Corpse Soldier was assembled, and the military was even more powerful. Under her command, there is a kind of power that turns into rot and is magical. The 1,000,000-strong army is running. The formation is changing, the corpse is like a beast. and it is engulfing everything. The power of corpse soldier, brought together on corpse general, the power of corpse general, brought together on corpse marshal. In the end, all of this power is gathered on him. As a generation of corpse king, organizing such a war at the Hungry Ghost Path has long been a common practice. The opponent of this time is weak and poor. However, he knows that the powerful people of this world have not yet shot. Perhaps they are coming, perhaps they are still waiting to see, but this is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Zaya opened his arms, lightly opened his lips, and said with a dry, hoarse voice, "You, stay here." With both hands up, I picked up a glass-like eye, and there was no radiance, and the space rippled like a wave of water. Is this the eyeball of devouring void beast? I just heard that he got it. No wonder so bold. Concubine Yu's face changed and immediately speeded up and did not dare to stay for a while. Other golden core cultivator responses are not slow, 2 of them, and also come with armor that can be thousands of miles away. But all this is too late. The speed of ripples cannot be described by words. In contrast, the actions of cultivators are like static. The Hungry Ghost Gateway twisted and suddenly widened like a big mouth, biting a bite on this side of 9 provinces world. When everyone returned, I found that world has changed. The sky completely turned into the kind of dead gray of Hungry Ghost Path, the smog whistling, and the clouds were bleak. Above the earth, the skeleton is exhausting. Among the rivers, black blood flows. With Grave Hill as the center, the range of hundreds of miles has begun to overlap with Hungry Ghost Path. Although it has not been completely digested, it is only a matter of time. Stronger armor cannot directly break the boundaries. Zaya finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, so that even if it was this world, the person who had crossed the 3rd heavenly tribulation would not be able to. Closed his eyes, revealing a very pleasant and refreshing look. From this world, the ubiquitous repression and restraint all disappeared. At the same time, what he did was recognized by the Hungry Ghost Path will, feeling the death of the Chi and bringing him together. The cultivation base of the deity staying in the Hungry Ghost Path becomes stronger. If you can completely swallow this world and kill all the creatures, he can be promoted by Corpse King to Corpse Emperor, and even higher realm. The eyeball of devouring void beast, which was just a coincidence, was not in vain, and those looking for the right world and the effort spent was all compensated. Next, just wait for Hungry Ghost Path to completely digest this space, and use it as the foundation, and continue to expand towards the surrounding. Before this, killing this group of cultivators, in addition to swallowing other worlds, killing the powerful living is the best sacrifice for Hungry Ghost Path. Littleton, the first level of translucent black curtains is in front of them, dividing the sharp boundaries. One side is alive and the other is dead. Li Qingshan does not hesitate to cross the dead side. Qingshan. Hua Chengzhen clung to him. It's easy to die, it's hard to get back. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 550 Chapter 11 Fire of the Phoenix. Living people want to die, it is easy to tighten. If the dead want to live again, it will be difficult. This is the space that was swallowed up by the Hungry Ghost Path. Li Qingshan smiled and broke away from Hua Chengzhen and jumped into the dark death world. Looking back, the smoke was shrouded and Hua Chengzhen could not be seen. Even the atmosphere of the outside world could not be felt. The hair fluttered and turned red, the North Moon appeared, and the Scarlet Eye stared. His spirit artifact, which communicates with Littleton, can feel the orientation of each other, and now it is completely unaffected by the influence of Hungry Ghost Path. Why doesn't Littleton leave? It was doubtful that the black mist in front of me suddenly surged and the earth shook slightly. A corpse general riding a corpse rushed out, with nearly 10,000 corpse soldier behind him, covered in corpse, almost unable to see his true colors, only a pair of twinkling scorpions, sparkling with opposites. The bitter hatred of the person, the warhammer in his hand rises high. The corpse condensed and turned into a huge black warhammer, slamming down. The earth and stone splashed and there was a big pit on the ground, but Li Qingshan was missing. Corpse General stunned and looked up, only to see a huge figure falling from the sky and punching, rolling the corpse in front of it, condensed into a black giant shield. Li Qingshan snorted, and the iron fist hit the shield. The corpse violently vibrated and collapsed. He took the opportunity to bring the Corpse General to the horse and smash it into a mass of meat. Well, someone is coming in. It's the half-demon. If this person becomes Jiangshi, it must be extremely fierce. But he seems to have power. It is rejecting death chi. Zaya stands in the center of this land of death, examines the hundreds of miles of space, and turns his mind. He decides to kill the group of second heavenly tribulation cultivators, especially the one that can control the ghost woman. Concubine Yu is sinking in all directions, no less than 5 corpse marshal, surrounded. If only 5 corpse marshal. She is not afraid, but behind them, there are millions of corpse soldier backing. Not only the power of the shot is great, but also the endless corpse. Master. In the fog, there is a vaguely heard voice. How did she come in? Concubine Yu's face changed and his mind was different. Time. The corpse of the surrounding world is like a storm, sweeping down. 6 different styles of corpse martial, carrying the corpse of the sky and taking the shot together, sealed her room for all the advance and retreat, showing the murder. Concubine Yu raised his hand and the ghost appeared. A petite green figure, while shouting, while walking in the dense fog. Where is the owner going? There will be no danger. Half Moon frowned. The cat seer suddenly trembled and the body was erected. Turned around and picked up his teeth. Rumble. Like a thunderous vibrating sound, the stones on the ground leapt, and 100,000 corpse soldier, under the leadership of 7 corpse generals, swept through the sea. The corpse condensed above the army, forming a black monster that slammed. Mo said that she is just monster general. Even if it is monster marshal, it is difficult to face up. The brilliance of her body flashed, disappeared in the same place, and cast a shift, but only moved beyond Pshang, did not escape the offensive of the corpse. In this field, divine ability has become less useful. She clenched her fists, stepped back, turned and fled, and quickly fled to the edge of the field, lifting her feet, but could not cross. Inside and outside this field, there is a huge gap that cannot be seen with the naked eye, dividing the boundaries between life and death. It's easy to die, it's hard to return. She turned around. Big eyes, full of anxiety, broken chanting, "No, you have to think about it, but what can you do here?" "Master, Half Moon, I am going to die for you. Although I always want to escape, I can't help you." Dead Big Black. "Master, I am going to die for you. You can't help me." The army is like a sea tide, and it is suffocating. Half Moon closed her eyes and turned to the last thought in her heart. "You in this strange place, don't know if you can live again?" The imaginary pain did not come. Open your eyes, and see a blushing redness. In this gloomy world, it looks so bright and dazzling. A figure stood in front of her. Her body was tall and straight, and the scarlet hair was flying. Although it was not particularly strong, it had a kind of mountain and unshakable spirit. He slammed on one knee and his arms slammed on the ground lightly and forcefully. Half Moon shouted, "Stupid, it's too late to beg for mercy." Li Qingshan's expression was awkward, and she looked back at her without any anger. "You dare to yell?" Half Moon suddenly couldn't speak, and a crack spread from his fist. The calm earth suddenly became a wild beast, a violent vibration, and a dense corpse soldier, like a scorpion on the back of a beast, flying out. Tens of thousands of corpse soldier, sheltering the sky, directly killing and breaking the line. The 7 corpse general, headed by the West, trembled and trembled. Phoenix feathers fluttered. Li Qingshan turned into a red stream. 7th shot. Corpse general went out, took a big circle and flew to Half Moon. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The Half Moon only felt as light as it was, and was hugged and flew to the sky. The cool scarlet hair was placed on the face and it was itchy. She stunned and reached out and touched the pair of curved bull horns on Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan smiled and let her touch. Between Capricorn, the word North Moon is so clear. The half moon is gradually showing an incredible color. You are big black. Li Qingshan looked at her arms, and she didn't have the slightest difference in the past. She looked at herself with amazement and couldn't help laughing. I can live with you. Say it again. You are not my master. Half Moon struggled. How can Big Black be so beautiful? It's stubborn. You must be pretending. Li Qingshan said, if you move again, you will be thrown away. Half Moon glanced down. The bottom is the boundless sea of corpses. I didn't dare to move, blinked, and said, you really are Big Black. How come you see? Bad. Li Qingshan resisted the urge to throw her away, the wind whistling around, a white figure, and they clashed with them, waved their hands leisurely, and said hello, too. Long time no see. Can you stay away from us? Li Qingshan glanced back. At least 3 of corpse marshal trailing, all of which were sped-type flying corpses, and once they were affixed, it was extremely difficult to get rid of. Don't see it outside. Ge Yanning smiled. Who is seeing you outside? Well, you are also my pursuer. Help out. Ge Yanning also extended a hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, and no matter whether he promised not to agree, he suddenly flew backwards to the outside. Li Qingshan sighed in the opposite direction, flew away, crossed a curve, and immediately threw the half moon in his arms, forming a high-profile attack with Ge Yanning, approaching 3 corpse marshal. The scream of half moon came from the air. Big Black, you traitor. Ge Yanning raised his right hand backwards, and the jade fractured fan unfolded, and the sharp astral wind, lingering on it, waved forward and whizzed away. Li Qingshan's heart, behind the phoenix wings, suddenly ignited the fire. The wind helped the fire, a few dozen feet wide, dragged out the red light. That is? Zaya slammed the head. 3 corpse marshal tried Ge Yanning astral wind early and didn't dare to pick them up. They made a dodge action. Astral wind swept from the side. Even though there were heavy corpses, astral wind still looked like a knife-cut cream. Easily cut into it. When I turned back, my face was dyed red, and a pair of wings burning with flames slammed up. None of the 3 corpse marshal cares, in this space, unless it is an attack like astral wind. Any divine ability magic spell can't threaten them, plus the back of the million army, there is a corpse body, more it is fearless. The sound of the squeaking sound. The thick corpse melted like butter. Phoenix wings slammed on corpse marshal's body and sparked. They cultivation for thousands of years. The indestructible body, violently burning, like a corpse, is melting. How is it possible? What is this fire? The exclamation sounded. The effect of this move is so good. Li Qingshan is also slightly surprised, intending to consume their body corpse, and then close combat, to Ge Yanning to create a chance to kill with astral wind. I didn't expect to burn them directly, and they blamed them. Neither Li Qingshan nor Ge Yanning will let such a good opportunity. The 2 figures are deflected and passed by. In that moment, the tip of the nose almost touched, and 4 eyes met. Ge Yanning seemed to laugh and laugh. Li Qingshan's heart beat, and it seems to have returned to the first moment. 2 squalls, stirring friction, whizzing past. Ge Yanning jade fractured a fan, a corpse marshal's head flew up, and the flame on his body was not completely extinguished. Li Qingshan flew a corpse marshal directly, and the flame wings closed, like a flame luxing, dragging a long tail of light, and corpse marshal screamed and burned in the flame. All of this was done in high-speed speeding, and the 2 turned over at the same time, aiming at the remaining corpse marshal, which looks like a strange bird. This seemingly strange bird, corpse marshal, reacted the fastest. In the slap of phoenix wings, because he was in the middle position, he was only affected by some flames. He was quickly extinguished and returned. Both companions were killed. Dead, only one of them. A scream, swooping down and fleeing to the corpse. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Yanniang's body shape, Li Qingshan continued to advance, both in tandem. She will fan the fan, and the wind screams and pushes Li Qingshan, behind which Wind God Wings dances fiercely, and the flame burns more and more blazing. Suddenly speed up, catch up with the strange bird corpse marshal, close the wings and burn it. The figure was pulled high, passing through the sea of corpses, and the fire illuminates the face of Xayah. Xayah pupil miniaturization, Phoenix Fire. RQ.